Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter was abandoned after year 3 and became a cursebreaker? Here's a quick glimpse. After the Dursleys finally abandon him, Harry is rescued by Bill Weasley and swept into a world of ancient ruins, deadly curses, and hidden truths far from Hogwarts. Harry begins forging a new path, one that might just rewrite his destiny. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. After the fall of Voldemort, Black had not only been accused to have betrayed Harry's parents to the Dark Lord but also have caused the death of 12 muggles and one wizard named Peter Pettigrew. Without a trial, he's been sent to the wizard prison Azkaban and left there to rot. But Black, who is also Harry's godfather, had been innocent all along. Peter Pettigrew had been the one to cause the explosion and then had faked his own death and framed Sirius. 12 long years the traitor had hidden in his animagus form of a rat at Ron Weasley's home before they had discovered his true identity and confronted him. Sirius, who'd escaped Azkaban thanks to his animagus form, showed up too, and the truth was finally revealed. The rat had been stunned, bound and brought up to the castle and handed to the headmaster, who had contacted the Ministry of Magic and its minister. 10 minutes later there had been a whole squad of Aurors who looked stunned when the prisoner was indeed identified as Peter Pettigrew. Madam Bones of the Law Enforcement Department imminently ordered a clarification of the events. So Sirius was brought to the castle after most of the Aurors had left. Under the influence of a strong veritaserum, both suspects had been questioned and their answers had been written down. Memories had been examined and statements been taken, with the binding promise of a fair and just trial by both Madam Bones and Cornelius Fudge. If unwillingly from the latter one, Sirius had accompanied them to the ministry for safekeeping and surveillance, but not as a prisoner. Since then Sirius had ridden Harry nearly every day, telling him how the trail was progressing and that it was looking more than good for him, seeing that he'd never gotten a trail in first place. The last decision had yet to be made, and even then Sirius would have to deal with a lot of other stuff like his Gringotts accounts and Black heritage, the press, and reintegrating in the Wizard Society. But he had promised Harry that this would be the last summer he would have to send at the Dursleys permanently. After this summer Sirius would find them a house, formally adopt Harry, and then Harry would move in with him permanently. That promise made Harry happy enough that he was sure that he could manage the final weeks with his aunt, uncle and cousin just fine. He was already anticipating their faces and reactions when he'd tell them the happy news. So that was the reason why Harry was happier than ever as he, Ron and Hermione left the platform through the gate and entered the real King's Cross while pulling their heavy trunks and small cauldrons and brooms and whatnot. Hermione soon spotted her parents, and after tight goodbye hugs and getting them to promise to write her over the holidays, she left. Harry and Ron steered towards the big group of redheads, Ron's big family. Molly Weasley, Ron's mother, greeted them both with tight hugs, and Arthur shook Harry's hand. "We heard from Dumbledore. Oh Harry, I can't believe it. We're so happy to hear the Sirius is innocent," Mrs. Weasley whispered excitedly. Harry smiled brightly at her. Mr. Weasley smiled too and then said in a mock scolding voice, "If I remember correctly, I asked you not to go after Black at the beginning of the year." Harry grinned sheepishly. "I know I'd planned not to, but, well, it just didn't work." Arthur smiled. "Don't worry, I'm glad you did. We knew Sirius from earlier times. We could never quite believe he was guilty, but the evidence pointed towards him, so we just went with it. We're sorry," he said. Harry shrugged. "It's him you'll have to apologize to, and honestly, I'm just glad it all worked out in the end. Still, something like this should never have happened, sent to Azkaban without a trial." Harry turned to look at the young man that had spoken. He was tall, his skin was rough and tanned, his stereotypical Weasley red hair long and in a ponytail, and a fang earring dangled from his ear. He wore sturdy pants and a waistcoat made from what looked like dragon hide over a snugly fitting shirt with sleeves that went to his elbows. "Charlie Weasley," he introduced himself to Harry. "I wanted to meet you personal for a long time now. Ron's told us a lot about you and I wanted to thank you personally what you did for Ginny last year," he said as they shook hands. "Harry James Potter, it's great meeting you, Charlie. Ron said you work in Romania with dragons, right?" "That's right," Charlie said with a smile. He liked Harry already. The boy was polite and curious, but not in an annoying way. He could have been the seeker for a professional Quidditch team. Instead he runs off chasing dragons, Fred said from behind his father. Charlie rolled with his eyes. "What can I say? Quidditch wasn't dangerous enough for me, I guess. Then he turned back to Harry. I heard you were the house team's seeker too. And that, like your father, you are quite the natural talent. Harry grinned and nodded. George snorted. He's better than you in your prime time, he said, and elbowed his older brother playfully in the ribs. Charlie raised an eyebrow, questioning. Oh really? He asked, amused. Well, if that's so, then I think we'll have to do a match about it. What do you say, Potter? Harry laughed. I would love to. When I first started playing Quidditch, they told me that our team hadn't won since you left the school. You must be half decent then. Charlie roared with laughter, which attracted some irritated glances from passing muggles. Only half decent, Ron snorted. He always outplays us when we play at home. We only let him enter the game after we got to play some balls, or otherwise within 10 minutes he's all like, oh look, I caught the snitch, again. It's bloody annoying. The whole family shared a laugh, even Percy. The Mrs. Weasley looked around and asked with a slightly concerned face, Harry dear, where are your aunt and uncle? Now everybody looked around. Harry shrugged, probably outside in the car waiting for me to come and look for them. He tried to ignore Mrs. Weasley's angry expressions and the concerned looks the other Weasleys exchanged amongst each other. I should probably get going. It wouldn't surprise me if they decided to go home without me. He meant it as a joke, but he could see it in their faces that they wouldn't like that. Are you sure we shouldn't wait until you're picked up? Arthur asked. Harry shook his head. He was no small child anymore. It's fine, Mr. Weasley, they're always like this, don't worry. He shook Mr. Weasley's, Charlie's and Percy's hand, gave Ginny a hug, Fred and George a fist bump and Ron a one-arm hug before he was pulled in a bone-crushing hug by Mrs. Weasley. Be careful, Harry dear, right this time. Yeah mate, if anything's the matter or wrong, send Hedwig to me and we'll get you out of there just like last time, Ron said. I will, thanks, Harry promised before pushing his heavy cart towards the exit. At the elevators he got a last quick glance at the wizard family before they disappeared somewhere around the corner. As Harry pushed his cart out of King's Cross Station into the low evening air, he couldn't hold back a sigh. 8 weeks of the Dursleys wasn't much, not compared to the 12 years he already had spent with them, but still the thought of home depressed him slightly. Not for the first time he wondered if he couldn't just spend the summer at the Leaky Cauldron like last summer after the Aunt Marge incident. Harry wasn't even sure if he was still welcome at number 4 Privet Drive. Sure, the Ministry had tidied up after him, deleted his aunt's memory and everything, but that didn't mean that his aunt and uncle would have forgotten the accident over the past 10 months. And as the sky turned darker and darker and the street lamps turned on and the echoes of Big Ben echoed through London, Harry wondered if he was right. When 10 o'clock came and went and there was still no sign of the Dursleys, Harry got up from his trunk on which he's at these last few hours and looked around. There was a policeman at the entrance of King's Cross. Not for the first time in his life Harry played with the idea to activate the Muggle Police or Child Services. Over his years with the Dursleys he'd collected enough evidence that would win a case of child neglect in every court. But on the other hand, he didn't need more official institutes in his life. But the shock it would cause Uncle Vernon if Harry came with the police to his home. Harry shook his head. No, it was no possibility. He guessed he could always call the Knight's bus to get him to Surrey or the Leaky Cauldron. Deciding that that would be the best thing to do, he collected his things from the pavement and went to search for a lonely street where he could call the magical bus. Riding the Knight's bus was just like the last time. It hurt a lot. Harry tried desperately to hold onto his bed while Ernie drove through London like a maniac. Stan just stood relaxed in the corner, reading the Daily Prophet. The night bus was also fuller than the last time. Harry wasn't the only one who didn't like the bumpy ride. Hedwig threw a tantrum until he let her out at one of the many stops along the way, leaving him alone. The drive took forever. They seemed to stop every few meters to pick someone up or let someone out. Across from his sat an old lady with a box full of slugs on her lap. Harry loathed slugs since Ron cursed himself to barfing up some especially disgusting ones. "Hogwarts, dear?" she asked. "Yes, miss," he said politely and smiled at her. "Didn't your parents pick you up?" she asked. "My guardians are very busy, they probably forgot," Harry said. "Poor thing. It's all right, miss." The bus came to an abrupt stop and Stan shouted, "Board. Hobblegook Village." The old lady got up, patted Harry on the head and said, "Well, enjoy your holidays anyway." "Have a good time yourself," Harry said and smiled. As soon as she was gone, a new customer entered. He was clad in a long traveling cloak and had at least a dozen scrolls in his arms. "I'll pay you in a moment, Stan, just let me put this down," he said, and unloaded the scrolls onto the just emptied bed in front of Harry. One fell from the bed and rolled towards Harry, but the man didn't notice. Harry picked it up and wanted to give it back to him, but Stan beat him to it. "Weasley. Back in the country at least. What happened to Apparition?" the conductor asked grinningly. "They don't let you if you're hurt. The risk that you splinch is bigger than apparently, and the only portkey they had only took me this far to home." "Beeps made Ottery Street catchpole, I take it." "Yes please, 16 sickles, that is if you don't want any hot coca." "No thanks, the last time I had any of your coca I had indigestion for a month." Stan just laughed. The man turned around and sat down on the bed, taking off the hood. Familiar Weasley red hair appeared, together with a handsome face and blue eyes under the cloak. He wore simple black robes with golden embroidery on the leftover jeans and a white shirt. The boots were slightly muddy and he had a homemade scarf wrapped around his throat and fingerless gloves on his hands. The only thing that didn't match him were the claw marks on his face. They looked old, yes, but they were still visible. "Hi, I'm sorry, but you dropped this," Harry said and handed him the scroll. The man looked up surprised. "Thanks man, would have been in big trouble if this one had gotten lost," he said, and put the scroll with the others. When he looked back at Harry, his eyes went wide. "Bloody hell, you're Harry Potter," he muttered. Harry grinned. "And I take you are William Weasley, the oldest of your siblings." "Call me Bill," Bill said, and extended his hands and shook Harry's with much gusto. "It's awesome to meet you," Bill said. "And it's awesome to meet the person Ron has his, bloody hell, from," Harry greeted back. Bill laughed. "Well, what can I say? Oldest sibling is always a role model, though I think my mom wouldn't agree with you on the bloody hell part." Harry laughed too. "No, she wouldn't." "Are you on your way home?" Bill asked. "Yeah, it's rather late," Bill said, looking out. "My relatives forgot to pick me up, and since I have no mobile I couldn't reach them." Bill nodded. Trying to change the topic, Harry nodded towards the scrolls. "What are those? Ron said you were a curse breaker. Is that art of your job?" Bill's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. "Oh yes, they are spell rolls. I have to decode them as a preparation for a mission in a few weeks." "What exactly do you do as a curse breaker?" "Well, there are a lot of old places all around the world, like old tombs or temples or hidden caverns that are spiritually cursed, not always bad cursed, more like protected. It's our job to decurse them so they are safe. For muggles and wizards alike, usually these places have hidden treasures and stuff like that which we take back to Gringotts, our employers, and sell," Bill explained. "That sounds really interesting. Is it dangerous?" "Not if you know what you have to do," Bill said smilingly. "And what kind of mission are you going on?" "My team and I are out searching for an ancient heavily cursed in Cambodia. Our detectors have registered a lot of bald energy down there and informed us most likely an old temple or something alike." "So you are basically treasure hunters?" Bill grinned. "Yeah, more or less." "Then you're probably really good in defense against the dark arts, right? I mean, if you have to deal with cursed and things like that." "Yes, but Dada is only the second most important thing you have to be good in." Right there the night bus came to another abrupt stop and Stan shouted, "Surrey, Magnolia Drive." "Sorry, that's my stop," Harry said, apologetic, and quickly collected his things. "No problem Harry, I tell you another time we see each other. I'm sure that'll be soon. You're coming to the Burrows sometime in the near future, right?" Bill said. "I hope so." He and Bill shook hands. "It was nice finally meeting you Harry, see you soon." "You too Bill." Harry watched as the night's bus disappeared with a loud crack, before he picked up the handle of his trunk onto which he'd bound his broomstick and cauldron and picked Hedwig's cage up with the other hand while carrying the bag he had with him on the train diagonally over his back. Packed like a donkey, he started walking towards his home. The silent whooshing sound of wings cutting through the night informed him on Hedwig's arrival. The owl landed gracefully on her master's shoulder, and nibbled softly and affectionately on his ear. "Hey girl," he muttered. She hooted softly. "Yeah, not my favorite way of traveling either, but I had no other option. It's not like I could fly with my broom." He reached into his pocket and produced some slightly flattened owl treats he still had in their form the train ride. Hedwig took them happily. Harry was relieved when he finally made his way to Privet Drive. His things were so heavy he wasn't sure he could drag them any further, only now he'd forgotten to put a feather-light charm on it back at Hogwarts. Then again, his head had been so full and occupied with more important matters than his trunk. Now he regretted it slights. Just thinking of having to heave it up the Dursleys' stairs with Aunt Petunia looking at him like a hawk so he wouldn't scratch the walls or stain the carpet while doing so, he had to suppress a groan. Arriving at NR4, he looked at Hedwig. "Come on girl, you know they don't like it if I let you out of your cage. Don't worry, I'll let you out as soon as I can." With Hedwig in the cage, he carefully rang the bell. Although it was late, the house was still alight and he could hear the television from the living room. Then he could see the tall and thin outline of his aunt making her way towards the door. When the door opened, Harry sat on a polite smile and said, "Hello Aunt Petunia, how was your year?" "Mine was great." Petunia Dursley just looked at her nephew with horror and disgust. You dare to come back here?" she hissed, "after everything you have done." "Well, it is the place I live, I have nowhere else to go," Harry said slowly, "but not for long anyway," he added in his head. His aunt gritted her teeth. "You little freak," she hissed and pulled him harshly inside. "Do you know what you have done? How far you've gone? Enough is enough." She pulled herself up to her full height and said, "Why else do you think we didn't come to pick you up? We don't want you here anymore." Although Harry had already guessed so and knew that the Dursleys hated him, he still couldn't help the feeling of pain and hurt in his. It was stupid to feel so, but the harsh words still cut through him. "I'm sorry, but she started it. She baited me. Accidental magic can't be controlled." "You think that justifies anything?" his aunt shrieked. "Honey, what's the matter?" Vernon Dursley's voice suddenly echoed from the living room. "The freak dared to come here, Vernon," Aunt Petunia called back. It was nearly funny how fast the stomping sounds that were Uncle Vernon's footsteps approached the hallway. When his massive form appeared in the door to the living room, Harry flinched at the expression on his face. It was more than angry. It was murderous. "You," he growled. "Me," Harry said weakly. He couldn't muster up strength for his usual cheek. He was tired and emotionally drained. The truth on how much his aunt and uncle actually hated him just sank in deeper. "What do you think you're doing here?" Vernon asked, his giant mustache quivering. He looked even more like a tuskless walrus. "Please, I'm sorry for what happened the last time I was here, but it was not entirely my fault. But I have good news. This is the last summer I will spend here. My godfather turned up. He's agreed to adopt me. All I ask is for you to let me stay for a few weeks before I'm off to the Burrow." Harry hated how weak he sounded. Since when did he let what the Dursleys said go under his skin? Begging them to let him stay. "Never enough is enough. There was a line, you crossed it, and now you must face the consequences," Vernon said, his eyes full of barely concealed glee. "But, all my stuff," Harry tried. "I suppose you can get them. It's not like we want them or anything else that reminds us of you in our house," Petunia sneered, arms crossed. Before her. "Thank you," Harry muttered. "Well, go on then, boy, you have 2 minutes then. I don't want to have to see your face ever again," Vernon growled. Harry hurried up the stairs into his room. There wasn't much in the room that was his anyway. In a spare backpack that he found under his bed, he stuffed the picture of his parents, the photo album Hagrid had given him, his Gryffindor flag, and most of his cloths, as well as the blanket he'd been wrapped in as a baby when he'd been left on the doorstep of this very house, which he was now being forced to leave. The blanket had grown with each year that Harry had grown. He guessed it was part of some magic that it had been exposed to. "Hurry up, boy," came the shout from downstairs. Harry flew down the steps. This was ridiculous. He was 13. They couldn't throw him out. Should he contact Sirius? But what could he do? He was at the ministry and couldn't just leave yet, and besides, Harry didn't want to load this on him too, and he didn't want him to think that he couldn't take care of himself. Back to the leaky cauldron. Probably the best idea in his current situation. Maybe he could contact Professor Lupin. The man was like his honorary uncle. He thought about contacting Ron but threw the idea aside. He didn't want to ruin their holidays. The Weasleys had enough to do as it was with 7 children at home. They couldn't just take care of him through the whole holidays. He'd contact them in 2 or 3 weeks. The leaky cauldron it was. But that meant, "Hedwig, you might as well fly there. I don't want you barfing up all over the bus," he said. More of Ernie's mad driving, which joy. Sighing, Harry summoned the night's bus a second time in a few hours. And he was glad that Stan only raised a questioning eyebrow when he'd boarded the bus a second time. Tom was a different thing altogether. He frowned when he saw Harry stumbling into the pub, clearly exhausted and miserable. "Harry, I didn't expect to see you this soon. How was Hogwarts?" he asked the nearly teen. "Great as always," Harry said with a forced smile. "You don't happen to have a free room, do you, Tom?" he asked as casual as possible. "I happen to have a free room." "Perfect, I'll take it." Harry produced his last gallons from his bag and handed them to Tom, not really noticing the slightly concerned look in the older man's eyes. "This is only for tonight. Tomorrow when I've been to Gringotts I pay for the rest of the week. Is that okay?" Tom sighed. "Harry, you're still a minor. As sorry as I am to say this, you just can't book a room. You need a guardian's permission. Last time you were able to stay because the minister had agreed, but now is different. Why aren't you home anyway?" the wizard asked. Harry contemplated. Tom was a good man and he kept his guests' secrets. He knew that, and Tom had always been honest with him and nice during Harry's stay. "The Dursleys threw me out, and until I can contact someone to help me with this mess, I need somewhere to stay. Please, Tom, I plan on writing Professor Dumbledore and Lupin first thing in the morning, but I can't do that on the street and I can't check into a Muggle hotel. It's really just for a few days," Harry begged. The part about contacting Dumbledore was a lie, but Harry knew it would probably soothe Tom. But truth be told, Harry wasn't sure that Dumbledore was so happy with the recent events. His happiness on Sirius Innocence had been rather limited, as if it didn't play well with some plans of the old wizard. Anyway, he did plan on writing to Lupin and eventually Sirius. They would be able to help him. He looked pleadingly at Tom. Tom sighed. "All right, a week. Thanks, Tom, you are the best," Harry said happily and wrote his name into the book Tom put in front of him and then took the keys. You need help with you things?" Tom asked. "That would be great, thanks again." "No problem, Harry." Bill smiled as he breathed the deep earthy scent of his home. The burrow rose only a few hundred meters down the path. Brightly lit smoke curled out of the chimney and rose into the night sky. He could see shadows moving inside. It had been nearly 2 months since he'd seen his parents, and even longer since he'd seen most of his siblings. He'd been in Egypt most of the time, and then in the States, and then in Norway, always on a tight schedule. That was why this was a surprise. No one knew he was coming. It would be a nice surprise since it was his mother's birthday in a few days. With the scrolls in his arms he hurried through the cold evening air. Stars blinked above him and a crescent moon illuminated his path. Outside the door he stopped a moment to straighten his cloth to look not like he'd slept on benches and in the night bus for the past 2 days. Bad enough he wasn't shaved well, it mattered little now he was home. He knocked strongly on the door. The sounds inside died down for a moment and he heard his mother exclaim, "Who could that be?" At this time, "Arthur, if it's Xenophilius again, you will have to send him away. I can't stand another story about Nargles." Bill suppressed a smile as he heard footsteps approaching the door. It opened and he smiled down at his mother. "Hey Mom." Molly gave a loud shriek of happiness before embracing her oldest with all her might, crushing his middle. "Bill." A chorus of voices came from inside and then they all were there, pulling him inside, hugging him, clapping him on the shoulder, dotting his cheeks, that was Ginny, or boxing his upper arm. He was extremely delighted to see his brother Charlie. He had to leave Egypt earlier so they hadn't been able to spend a lot of time together. Molly, being the mother hen she was, ushered him to the table and started pulling out whatever leftovers there had been from dinner and fixed them into a delicious supper. The family gathered around the table, talking, laughing and cherishing each other's company. Feeling the love all around him, Bill couldn't help but think of Harry Potter and what he was doing right now and how he was. It made him sad knowing that Harry was probably not surrounded by love like he was. Indeed, Harry was alone. Hedwig had yet to come, and otherwise it was the middle of the night. Despite being utterly exhausted, he couldn't sleep and spent an hour turning from one side to the other, trying to find a comfortable position. Merlin, this was all messed up. For years Harry had wanted to escape the Dursleys, and now that he was, the timing couldn't have been more unfitting. Hopefully Lupin would be able to help him. Breakfast the next morning was a pleasant thing since it was still early into the holidays. The pub wasn't overloaded with people. Harry had a nice English breakfast before he headed to Diagon Alley. As he walked through the magical alley he thought about the letter he'd sent Lupin first thing in the morning. He hadn't wanted to worry the werewolf unnecessary, so he had phrased his problem as harmless as possible. "Dear Professor Lupin, I'm sorry to bother you this early in the holidays, but a little problem has risen up that can't be dealt with later. When I returned home, the Dursleys were still very angry with me for blowing up Aunt March, so they threw me out of the house. Don't worry, I'm at the Leaky Cauldron. Tom's taking good care of me. I have a bed and food and am well. I know that with Sirius Trail and everything I can't bother him, but I need help. Please answer me soon. Harry J. Potter. A bit formal maybe, but okay. As he walked past Madame Malkin's all-occasion robes, he stopped and looked down at his cloth. All Dudley's hand-me-downs, too big, too dirty, too torn. He eyes the shop window. Madame Malkin also sold regular cloths like jeans and shirts. New cloths would be a great thing. Hurrying to Gringotts, he withdrew some money and headed back. Madame Malkin, the friendly patron of the shop, greeted him enthusiastically. Bit early, dear, for new Hogwarts things, don't you think? Maybe I can help you with something else? She asked. Harry smiled at her. Yeah, actually I'm looking more for casual everyday cloths. You know, these are my cousin's, but he's far bigger than I am. Of course, dear. Madame Malkin taped at the measure band with her wand and it jumped into the air, ready for work. Let me take your measurements and then see if there is something in my shop that will fit you. As the tape swirled around Harry, Madame Malkin chattered away in a pleasant way. She talked about the latest Quidditch results the Cuddly Cannons had lost against the Storm Harpies, something Ron wouldn't like, especially since Ginny was a Harpies fan. Then about something the Daily Prophet had written about an explosion in a wand maker shop in Istanbul, and then about the weather. Now then, dear, what were you thinking of? She asked as she led him through the rows of cloths. Just 2 or 3 jeans, some shirts and a jacket. I don't need robes right now, he said, shrugging. Colors. Cut. Anything I should know. Green and black is okay. Red too, I guess, he said, not really sure. He never had a say in what he could wear. Madame Malkin nodded and made a wide movement with her wand, and seconds later a small pile of cloths floated towards them. She handed them to Harry. Go on and try these on while I look for some shoes. Yes, thank you, Madame Malkin. It's not a problem, dear. So Harry ended up with 3 jeans, 2 blue, 1 black, about a dozen t-shirts, none of them really something special, in mostly black, green, white and some red ones, a gray sweatshirt and a thin dark brown leather jacket, and a new pair of shoes. He changed into one of the blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and put the jacket on top. The rest of the cloth went into a bag Madame Malkin handed him. Most of his money went into her cash box, but Harry didn't mind. She'd been very helpful, offering advice, and had been very friendly. As he handed her the money, she asked all of a sudden, Dear, don't get me wrong, but your glasses need to be replaced. They are out of fashion and really don't suit you. Ever thought of square glasses or contact lenses? He took off his glasses and looked at them. It was true, it was an ugly thing, but it had been part of him ever since he was little. But Madame Malkin was right. Is there a shop nearby? He asked. A little bit down the street next to the apothecary. Ask for Luis and he'll help you out just fine. Thanks, Madame Malkin. Oh, it's no problem, hun. Enjoy your holidays. Thank you, I will. The optician was a small shop. It had everything from normal glasses to magic glasses to contacts to magical eyes like the one he'd seen on the Auror Moody. Upon entering the shop, a small man appeared behind the counter, smiling pleasantly. Good afternoon, he said in a low silky voice. How can I help you, young man? I am correct that you will want to exchange that horrible piece of thrash on your nose against something that suits you more? He asked. Harry looked at him for a moment, affronted, before sighing. Yeah, you said it. Great, come along. My name is Luis and the first thing we will do is test your eyes. The test was similar to what Harry had been through several years back when he'd first gotten his glasses after it became apparent to his teachers that he couldn't see. Aunt Petunia had dragged him to the cheapest optician, had gotten him the cheapest glasses, and hadn't been there with him ever since. Harry was sure that his eyes had gotten worse over the time, but he could still see well enough that it wouldn't bother him. During lessons or Quidditch he always used a spell that would improve his eyesight, but only worked for an hour or 2. Luis asked him to read numbers and describe pictures, and asked him when the picture was better while flicking with his wand and holding up glasses to his eyes. He soon had the fitting diopter and showed Harry glasses that he thought would fit him. In the end, Harry decided to get slightly nerdy-looking square glasses with a black frame. When he put them on, he nearly stumbled. It was like looking at the world for the first time. Luis smiled at him knowingly. Harry left the shop after giving Luis a big tip as thanks. Sitting now at the ice cream parlor and enjoying the great ice in the blazing afternoon sun, Harry felt a whole lot better than last night. When he returned to the leaky cauldron, Hedwig was there, asleep on her perch, and a letter lay on the desk. Remus's answer was here. Bill slandered down to breakfast, breathing in the deep aroma of bacon and scrambled eggs. There was nothing like homemade food. "Morning, Mom," he said upon entering the kitchen and went to kiss his mother's cheek. "Morning, son, you're up early. I expected you to be asleep until noon after your long journey." Bill shrugged. "I feel rested enough," he said smilingly, and with a wish of his wand charmed the cutlery to arrange itself neatly on the table. "Your father's already gone to work," Molly told him, "so only 8 dishes, dear." "Yes, Ma." As the minutes ticked by, more and more activity got into the house. Bill heard doors open and close, muffled voices, louder voices, voices arguing whose turn it was to be first in the bathroom and who was the swine that had left his dirty cloth in front of Ginny's room and whose fault it was that the alarm had gone off so early. Bill loved his family. Breakfast was chaotic with the twins playing with their food, Percy being a snob, Ron complaining about getting the smallest sausages, and Ginny exclaiming that she couldn't believe that she was related to them. Normal family chaos. This reminded him. "Mom, when can Harry come?" he asked. Molly, who was spooning herself some of the scrambled eggs onto her plate, asked without looking up from her task. "Harry who?" Bill rolled his eyes. "You know which Harry I mean, Mom, Harry Potter." His mother looked up, looking perplexed. "When did you meet Harry?" she asked at the same time as Ron asked. "You know Harry?" Bill rolled with his eyes. "Yes, I know Harry Potter. When did you ever meet?" Fred asked, confused. "Yesterday on the night's bus," Bill said with a shrug and took another bite of his sausage. Noticing the sudden silence around the table, he looked up. "What?" he asked. "What was Harry doing on the night bus?" Molly asked. "Driving home," Bill said. "But he told us his relatives would pick him up," Ron said. "He said that they'd probably forgotten, and since he couldn't reach them, he decided to take the night bus." He didn't really elaborate. "The night bus is no place for a 13-year-old boy," Molly shouted. "Those muggles he lives with really are the worst kind there are," George said. "I'll write him, making sure he's okay," Ron said and got up. "Do that, Ron. I'll see if your father can do anything when he gets home." Bill was slightly confused. "What's the matter?" he asked, not really understanding what the fuss was about. So Fred and George explained to him the rescue mission from the previous summer and what Ron they knew about the Dursleys. As expected, Remus's answer was full of concern and worry and slight anger. "Dear Harry, thanks for writing me right away. You did the right thing, and yes, you are right with Sirius being occupied, but Harry, that doesn't mean that you cannot notify him of what happened. If you want, I can do that and explain it to him. Let's meet up at the Leaky Cauldron tomorrow for lunch. You tell me everything that happened and we'll see what we can do. Seeing that you wrote me and Dumbledore is not yet up and about, I can safely assume you didn't write him and don't want him to know of the recent developments for now. Don't worry, this is between you and me for now. See you soon, Remus." Thank Merlin was Harry's first thought. I can always depend on Lupin. It wasn't like Harry distrusted Dumbledore. No, quite the opposite. He trusted Dumbledore, but his life had taught Harry early that it was better to not trust someone blindly. He trusted Dumbledore to lead the light side against Voldemort, he trusted the man to have a plan, and he trusted in the man's power. But Harry knew Dumbledore was a man for the greater good, and in the name of the greater good even the best of men tended to do horrible things. Dumbledore was no evil man. He had good intentions and wanted to do the right thing, wanted to help rid the world of this Dark Lord like had before. He knew what it meant to suffer, and he knew that people suffered. But that also meant that there was nearly nothing was unwilling to do. Whatever happened that night ago in Godric's Hollow, it made Harry the center of this war. It made him important. Harry was young, but he was everything but stupid. He knew that sooner or later he would fight. The year relatively quiet, aside from Trelawney's prophecy of servant and master being reunited. Harry was pretty certain that this servant was Pettigrew, but his was in Auror's custody, right? It wasn't like he was going to get out of their cells anytime soon. Everything would be fine for now. Still, that didn't mean that it would stay like that. Harry was a cautious person and he didn't like it if people withheld information from him. Probably a result of always being left out on everything during his messed up childhood. He didn't want to walk a path Dumbledore had laid out for him blindfolded. He wanted to know what he was going, what he should do, or what he was supposed to do. He wanted to have a say in his life. This was why he was so insistent that Madam Bones came along with Fudge. He wanted outsiders to know the truth about Sirius, about the little game of power Fudge tried to play with Dumbledore, about the intrigues and what went on behind the scenes of the Ministry of Magic. He wanted to make the wizard world aware of all the bad things that were going on, not just for Sirius's sake or his own but also for theirs. They were the ones being lied to and that were being deceived. Harry knew from old history lessons about the French Revolution that to defeat a common foe you needed a united force of people that stood behind those demands. Problem was most of the British witches and wizards believed Voldemort was dead, Fudge being one of them. The truth hurt, oh yes, especially after most of them had suffered under Voldemort's reign of terror for years, but a lie would hurt more and kill even more. Harry's train of thought was interrupted by a knock on the door. Getting up, he made sure his wand was within reach and walked over to the door. "Who's there?" he asked through the closed door. "It's me, Tom." Confused, Harry opened the door to see Tom standing there, looking quite concerned. "Is everything all right?" he asked. Tom laughed hoarsely. "That's what I wanted to ask you." Seeing Harry's confused look, he added, "You've been in your room for ages, Harry. You're already late for dinner." A quick glance outside the window told Harry that the bartender was right. It was already semi-dark outside. All along Diagon Alley lamps were lit and most shops started to close. "Oh," Harry mumbled, "thanks for telling me, Tom. I'll be down in a sec." As Tom set a bowl of stew in front of him, the older wizard asked, "So, got a reply yet?" Harry nodded. "Yes, Remus Lupin wrote me, said that he'll meet me here tomorrow for lunch to discuss my situation," Harry said, with a side glance at the old witch 2 tables over. Tom nodded, obviously relieved. "That's good. Enjoy the meal, Harry." "Thanks, Tom, I will." Bill was working his way through another line of numbers and spells when Errol arrived with a letter. He recognized the seal imminently and tore the letter open when he saw that it was addressed to him. "Dear Mr. William Weasley, as you have been informed 3 months prior this date, you and a group of other selected curse breaker have been given information upon your newest mission in Cambodia. You have been given the usual spell scrolls with the first scan. As your departure is to be the 25th of July of this year, the first pre-mission meeting is upon the 10th of June at Gringotts Bank, London Branch, at 11:30 am. Please be punctual. Yours sincerely, Raknock, Master of the Curse Breaker Guild." Well, that were good news, Bill thought as he folded the letter and gave Errol some of his toast. Charlie came through the door, still in his PJs, hair a mess but with his earring in place. Bill grinned at his younger brother. "Mom will have a fit if she sees your hair like that," he said and ruffled Charlie's hair. He sat down next to him. "Knock it off, Merlin, you are insufferable," the dragon's master said and started buttering his toast. "News?" he asked. Charlie was not a morning person then again, who was? "Not for you at least," Bill said. "Got a letter from work, concerning our newest target." "Cambodia, right?" Charlie asked. "Yes." There were a few seconds of silence, then Charlie asked slowly, "Is it a dangerous one?" Bill sighed. One of his earliest missions had gone horrible wrong when one of his teammates had used a wrong counter spell which had set off a chain of spells which had killed half of their team and had sent the rest to St. Mungo's for 2 months. Bill knew he's nearly died and that it had terrified his family, especially his mother. She had wanted him to quit and get a desk job. There had been a lot of fighting, shouting, ignoring and tears before Bill got to keep his job and Molly started having more faith in him again. But it had affected them all. Ever since, whenever he went on a new mission to some exotic or faraway place, Charlie would ask him that same question. Bill tried to be honest with him, but you never knew until you were actually there. "I don't know, we got clear readings, but the energy at that place is very strong. It's heavily protected. It's amazing that no one stumbled across it until now. Something must have set it off." Charlie frowned. "That doesn't sound too promising for me," he muttered into his mug of pumpkin juice. Bill shrugged. He was no newbie on the job anymore. He was experienced and knew how to handle dangerous situations. "It'll be fine, Charlie. Don't get your pants in a twist." "Shut up." "Whatever." The next late morning found Harry at a table in a far corner of the leaky cauldron, a book on curse breakers in front of him. His conversation with Bill on the night bus had made him even more curious, and so he'd gone to Flourish and Blots and had borrowed a book about basic curse breaking, what it was, what they did, why it was needed and so important, what methods there were, what you had to be good at and career options. It was really interesting and to his surprise required huge background knowledge of curses and anti-curses but also mathematics and runes. He was so absorbed in a passage about together weaved curses and how difficult it was to unlock them that he didn't notice the hesitantly approaching figure. "Harry?" a familiar voice asked. He looked up. Remus Lupin stood in front of him, dressed in his usual clean but slightly rough-looking clothes, an amused and slightly disbelieving look on his face. Harry smiled as he got up. "Professor," he greeted. Lupin waved it aside. "Come on now, Harry, this is not school and besides, I think we're long over the professor. It's Remus or Uncle Remus if you want." Harry smiled. "All right, Remus." They sat down and ordered 2 butter beers. Once they got their drinks and were left alone, Remus shook his head and said grinningly, "Look at you, 3 days out of school and you have new clothes that actually fit you and do not make you look like a boy from the street, new glasses and you've been to the barber's." He was right. Just this morning Harry had looked into the mirror and decided that he needed a haircut. Now the hair was shortened on the sides of his head while still longer and thick on top of his head and with the little help of some hair gel styled into a slight unruly mess. Harry shrugged. "I didn't plan to, but after the new cloth Madame Malkin ushered me to the optician and he told me to get a haircut. Be glad I didn't listen to the barber. He told me I should get some earrings of a tattoo." "Don't you dare. An earring I could probably live with, but a tattoo? At your age? Never." Remus scowled. Harry laughed. "Did you just give me permission to have my ear pierced?" he asked cheekily. "No," Remus said. "Pity. I like the fang earring Charlie wears. Well, maybe when I'm older." "Yes, like 50, Remus said. Then he became serious. "I mean it, Harry, you look good." "Yes, but really, tell me what happened and how it came to this." Harry sighed and explained everything to him, from leaving the platform to his conversation with the Weasleys, his long waiting for the Dursleys, his ride on the night's bus and meeting Bill until he came to his encounter with Vernon and Petunia Dursley and how they threw him out. He told him how he traveled back to London and then what had happened after his visit at Madame Malkin's to what he'd been doing before Remus arrived. Remus shook his head in disbelief. "Muggles," he finally said. "Some of them are worse than purebloods like Lucius Malfoy." He sighed. "Don't worry, Harry, Dumbledore will talk sense into them." "But why should he? I mean, I'm moving in with Sirius after this summer, probably around Christmas. If he's found something by then, I have enough money in my trust vault to stay here for the remainder of the summer, and even that won't be necessary seeing that I can visit Ron in a few weeks and stay with him until the new term starts. Why bother?" Remus laughed dryly. "Harry, you and I both know Dumbledore's a great man, but let's not forget that he was the man who didn't step in when Sirius was having his trial denied and sent you to the Dursleys. The man has plans and he won't drop them so quickly. He can live with Sirius being free and cleared of all charges, but he won't allow him to adopt you and, sorry for the phrase, keep you. I don't say that I understand everything Dumbledore does, but he had no say in this matter, even if it is for the greater good. And I stand behind you, Harry. I just beg you not to underestimate him, and I don't want you to be enemies. You need each other. We all need each other. We can't afford to be more divided than we already are." Harry nodded. "So," he said, changing the topic, "what's the word on Sirius's trial?" Remus snorted and produced a copy of the Daily Prophet from his coat. "The press has gotten wind on what's happening and speculations over speculations fill the newspapers, but since nobody who is working on the case is allowed to give a statement, it's all rather wish-washy. I know as much as Sirius can tell me. I am told by the court and am able to put together myself." "Did you tell Sirius about what happened?" "Didn't see him yet." "What am I supposed to do?" Remus looked at him for a long time. "Well, you are taking care of yourself as I see. You have not gotten into any trouble yet, which I demand stays this way, and you have not pierced any body part yet, so I guess you can stay here for now. I would offer you to stay at my place, but it's no place for a teenager. We keep in touch and I come and visit now and then, and you write Ron and ask him when you can come to the Burrow. As soon as you know, you write me and everything will be fine." Harry nodded. "Sounds like a plan." They both got up. "Stay out of trouble. Write to me when something's wrong, and if you have a pierced ear the next time I see you I will lock you up in my house," Remus said. "I promise," Harry said again. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," Remus said with raised eyebrows and a smile on his lips. "Mischief managed," Harry responded. Remus pulled him into a brief but unexpected hug. Then he left. Harry spent a nice and relaxed week in Diagon Alley. Most of the shop owners remembered him from last summer and greeted him happily when he strolled through their shops again. Mrs. Ellicott, who owned the apothecary, invited him to a cup healthy herbal tea, but one could never be sure what else was in herbal tea, so Harry declined politely but promised to come by again. He'd received his first letters from both Ron and Hermione, both asking how he was. He'd sent short replies, assuring them he was fine. Otherwise, Harry had read through 3 books on curse breaking before he decided to have a look at arithmetics. He knew Hermione had taken that subject and said it was a lot about the theory behind spells and what spells actually were. He borrowed the 3rd-year book on the subject and skimmed through the first chapters, hoping to be able to understand some of it on his own. In theory, every spell you be written down in a row of numbers from 1 to 7. Each spell had its own code, as it was called. When decoding a place or thing, one had to look at the numbers and find out which spell was behind it and which spell was the right counter curse. For example, was the combination 2,316,457 the Expelliarmus charm? It was easily countered by the Protega spell. These were the easy cases. But in most cases spells were weaved into each other. Whereas the Jelly Leg Jinx ended with the combination 3,617,452, the Stinging Hex started with these 3 numbers, as thus the rest of the spell was just added when weaved together, so you had 3,617 first part of the Jelly Legs Jinx, 452 shared end beginning, 7,631 rest of the Stinging Hex, making it a total of 36,174,527,631. It reminded Harry of a letter mash where you had to find words hidden in a mess of seemingly unordered letters. Sometimes the same letter belonged to more than one word. You had to decipher the numbers right, or when decursing the place or the object something could go wrong and injure or even kill you. Then there were rules, similar when brewing potions. In potions there were some ingredients that didn't mix. Same thing with spells, some spells couldn't be combined, some had reasons, like the Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, couldn't be combined with Reviving Spell, Enervate, since they were complete opposites. Others, when combined, neutralize each other, or one neutralizes the other. That was usually the case when both spells started and ended with the same number, such as Petrifitus Totalis, 7,624,315, and Lumos, 7,163,425. Spells that had the same middle combination could strengthen each other when one or both were set off, like Crucio, 7,612,354, and Stupefy, 6,512,347. There were 1,000 more rules, important exceptions, special cases, circumstances why this and that wouldn't work or apply, like a random number thrown between to confuse the cures breaker, for example, but the basics were very simple and Harry understood the principle. That was when the runes were added. If a rune was drawn before or after a spell, it could mean that spell would do the exact opposite, like a sleeping spell will give you an electric shock to wake you up, even though it looks like a sleeping spell, because of the numbers, and that all because of a small rune that stood before it. And then the origin of the rune had to be considered and its 3,000 meanings and more. By the end of the chapter, Harry's head was hurting and he decided to take a break. There was a lot more to the job than adventures in exotic countries like he'd read about in some books. Enjoying another fantastic ice cream cup, he scanned the passing crowd of wizards and witches of all ages. With the new hair, sunglasses and new cloths, he looked like every other teen wizard and was blissfully ignored. His eyes caught sight of familiar red hair, clearly recognizable scars, and an arm full scrolls. Bill Weasley was walking in a brisk pace across the alley towards the imposing building of Gringotts Bank. Harry had read that most curse breakers were employed by Gringotts rather than the Ministry because of all the riches they could usually find in old temples and sacred places. It was likely that Bill is too, and he had said that he would be going on a new mission soon. Maybe this had something to do with it. He decided to wait for the oldest Weasley child, so they could continue their conversation from a few nights ago. Maybe he could ask Bill when he could come to the Burrow anytime soon. No matter how nice it was to stay at the Leaky Cauldron, he still missed his friends and he had promised Charlie a seeker's match. Bill emerged nearly 2 hours later. Harry had finished another chapter about detecting curses when he saw the familiar mane of red hair exiting Gringotts. He got up from his table and stepped out on the street to intercept Bill on his way. When Bill, as in shouting distance, Harry waved and shouted, "Bill!" Bill's head snapped around and located Harry. A frown appeared on his forehead. Harry suppressed a grin. Bill didn't recognize him. Bill slowly made his way across to him. Hello? He asked uncertainly. Harry rolled with his eyes, though Bill couldn't see that because of the sunglasses. Really, Bill, it's only been a week. Have you already forgotten about me? He asked while exchanging the sunglasses for his regular glasses. Harry? Bill asked, slightly stunned. The one and only, Harry said as he held out his hand, still slightly overwhelmed. Bill shook it. Do you have a minute? Harry asked, or are you needed somewhere? Bill finally got a grip on himself and grinned. I got time. Nice hair, by the way. What can I say? They forced me, Harry said dramatically. All you're missing is an earring. You're the third person telling me this. Three's the charm, they say. You think I should? Harry joked as they sat down at his table. Bill grinned. I know Charlie would make you one for free. Did he make his? Oh yes, he went into his room, came back out 2 hours later with a freshly pierced ear. When Fred and George saw, they wanted to do it too, but Mom threw a fit so bad they didn't dare, and Charlie was grounded for 3 months. But no matter what spell Mom tried, she couldn't remove the hole. Charlie made sure of that. Harry laughed loudly. Your poor mother, he said. Bill shrugged. What are you reading? He asked when he saw the book on the table. He picked it up and looked at Harry, inquiring when he read the title. Harry shrugged. What can I say? You made me really curious about curse breaking. It's really interesting and I want to know more. Your job? I worked through a few books, but it's all very theoretically. Do you really have to decipher every number and spell? Isn't that boring? I thought it was no desk job. Bill smiled. Yeah, well, it's 50-50. First you have to analyze what you're dealing with. That's the whole theory and mathematic and arithmetic part. And then you get to the fun part, the decursing part. That's always great. Camping in strange deserted places where no human has ever been before. Seeing cool, really old stuff from ancient times. Sometimes you get to keep a souvenir. A lot of mock dueling, teamwork, fun and much more. As for the desk job part, it's partly true. Of course we have team decoding scrolls all the time, but we have to do some of the work too. They do the simple and first analysis, we do the subtleties, Bill explained. That sounds great, Harry agreed. It is. I love it, Bill said honestly. For a while they were silent, just thinking. Then Bill leaned forward and propped his elbows on his knees. How are you anyway? I'm fine, Harry said with a smile. Did you already talk with your aunt and uncle about coming to the burrow? Harry pulled a slight face. It's not that easy at the moment, he said vaguely. We could always come and get you. Harry laughed. I know you could. That's what I'm afraid of. I don't need you to destroy more windows. But honestly, when Ron's already bitching around how bored he is without you around to cause trouble, and Charlie really wants this match. Harry was slightly taken aback by the question. He hadn't expected the Weasleys to be so eager to have him over. Well, he said slowly, whenever your parents will have me over, I guess, he said. Great, where's your stuff? I'm taking you with me. Right now? Harry asked, irritated. Bill laughed. Harry, if my mom could, she would adopt you right away. That was something Harry would never have believed. But Bill said it in such a truthful way that he couldn't help but believe it. I don't want to be a burden, he said honestly. Bill looked at him with a funny expression on his face. What gave you that idea? You're basically like a member of the family already. Come on, I take you to Surrey and we'll get your stuff and we'll be off to the burrow in no time. I mean, do you honestly want to spend 7 more weeks in Diagon Alley? Because as amazing as this place is, after a while it does get boring, and Nocturne Alley is not an alternative. Been there, done that, got a t-shirt, Harry muttered in agreement. Well then let's go, Bill said brightly while getting up. I suppose we can apparate. Have you ever apparated before? Well, if not, maybe we should take the bus. I don't suppose there is a chimney close to your house that is connected to the flow network. Harry shook his head. No, at least none that I know of, but don't worry, my things are not far. I'm staying at the Leaky Cauldron as it is. Bill frowned. He had assumed something was wrong when his family had reacted so concerned when he'd told them about his meeting with Harry on the night's bus, but until now it hadn't made much sense to him. Why are you not with your family? Harry shrugged. Not important. Bill looked at him with raised eyebrows. Harry, he said demandingly. Honestly, it's nothing. Can we go? Harry asked. It's either me or Mum, and believe me, you rather confess to me than to my mother, Bill said seriously. Look, it doesn't matter now. I talked to Lupin and Remus Lupin. Bill interrupted him frowning. He's like my honorary uncle, Harry explained. Look, the point is, Remus knows, it's alright and now I'm coming with you, everything's fine. You could have contacted Ron, you could have been with us as soon as would ever happen that had you living here for the past week. It's not like I have been living on the street. Honestly, why is everyone so worried about my safety? I can take care of myself, Harry growled, slowly getting annoyed. After all the stunts you have told these past 3 years, you ask that? Bill asked. Oh, what do you know? You don't know me, Harry snapped, getting angrier and angrier. I've heard enough, Bill said calmly. Maybe I should stay here, Harry hissed. You could try, but I would tell Mom and then the shit would definitely hit the fan. Harry glared at him fiercely, his green eyes burning. Why are you prying like that? It's not like you know me or care for me, you're just pretending. Get lost. But Bill stayed calm. Harry, he said, I have 6 younger siblings. You won't get me mad that fast, and you certainly won't drive me away with your harmonic teenage behavior. I've been through it a lot of times. You're harmless compared to Percy or the twins. Now get a grip and let's get your things. It's not like you want to stay here yourself. Harry knew he had lost. I know how little space there is at your home and how uncomfortable it makes you, Mom and Ron, if they can't offer me anything grand. At the same time, you don't want to take the money I offer you. It's not charity, it's thanks. It always makes things awkward. Harry tried one last time. I'll talk to them, Bill assured you. Besides, how can I teach you curse breaking when you're miles away? Harry's eyes lit up. Really? He asked excitedly. Sure, why not? You can't spend the whole summer goofing off with Ron, you'll have to do some academic things too. Bill said in a mock condescending sneer. All right. You convinced me. Besides, I'd face a dragon over your mother's wrath. Amen to that, little bro. Mom, Ron, see what I brought at Diagon Alley, Bill shouted as they entered the burrow. Harry rolled his eyes at the redhead's antics. Then there was a shriek and Harry was pulled into a bone-crashing hug. Harry James Potter, what were you thinking? Riding the night's bus back? You could have been killed, lost, robbed. Why didn't you notify us? Arthur would have picked you up. Oh, I'm so disappointed. Don't you know that we'd do anything for you? Molly Weasley shouted hysterically and pressed Harry even further against her bosom. Mom, let him go, he'll snap like a twig. Bill protested, but he was grinning slyly at Harry behind his mother's back. Molly finally let go but still held Harry at arm's length. Well, she demanded, what do you have to say for yourself, young man? Harry's ears were burning. Now he felt stupid for not telling the gentle woman that could be fierce as a lioness when it came to her pups. He mumbled something unintelligently under his breath. What was that? The older witch inquired sharply. He said he didn't want to be a burden. He know how tough it sometimes gets, and you won't even take the only thing, his money, that he can offer as thanks for your kindness, Mom, Bill translated. Harry shot him a murderous look that promised a slow and painful death. Mrs. Weasley imminently got misty-eyed. Oh Harry, you are no burden. And again chalked him with another one of her famous hugs. We really don't care. So what if it's crowded? We'll manage, we always have. What's one more mouth to feed? No love, it's fine, it really is, she sighed, and if it means so much to you we can talk about some kind of involvement on your side. Maybe you can help Arthur with his muggle stuff, or she was struggling to find the right words. I could cook, Harry offered silently. Molly beamed at him. Yes, like that. You can pay off your debt, as you call it, by cooking or things like that. But only if I get to pay the groceries, Harry said. Ignoring her last words, Molly spluttered. Harry knew she was a proud witch from a proud family. But he was offering no charity, he was offering his services. Luckily Bill stepped between them, before they could argue about that point. Sounds great. So Mom, where's the rest of the crew? While leading his mother into the living room he looked back at Harry and winked. Harry grumbled but couldn't help but mouth a thanks back at the older boy. Ron was ecstatic to see him, complimented his hair, told him his old glasses were horrible anyway and that he had always wanted to tell Harry but hadn't want to hurt his feelings, and then demanded what had happened since their departure from King's Cross. Being his best friend, Harry told him everything. Ron cursed the Dursleys to the moon and back, or at least he promised to. After that Harry and Ron helped Fred and Ginny denaming the garden. Harry gave Mrs. Weasley a hand with the dinner, despite her protests, and when Mr. Weasley came home he went with to the shed where he kept all his plucks and radios and washing machine parts as well as his old Ford Angelica and much more. He explained more about electricity to the odd wizard, taught him how the Muggle currency worked and answered about 1,000 questions. When he lay down on his cot in Ron's room under the watchful eyes of the cuddly cannons and with the moon shining through the window, Harry felt strangely content and satisfied. This was home, this was freedom, this was life. That night was the first night Harry had the dream about an old creepy house, graveyards, old men walking through empty and dusty hallways, flashing green lights and high-pitched laughter. Harry woke bathed in sweat with his heart beating wildly. Just a dream, that was what he told himself. And the quaffle is passed by Weasley and Weasley catches Weasley is hot on his heels but he's no match to Weasley and Weasley rushes past Weasley and SCOORS. Fred shouted over his teammates' cheers and the other team's laughter. Harry, perched his in the air, grinned at the twins' antics. This was the third game of Quidditch they were playing that late morning. Everyone except Molly was up in the air, even Percy, though he was trying to referee the game, trying being the important word. Arthur, Fred, Charlie and Ginny were on the blue team while Bill, Ron, George and Harry were on the red one. Arthur and Ron were their respective teams' keepers while Bill and Ginny were the chasers, Fred and George the beaters and Charlie and Harry the seekers. Though they were less people than usual took part in a Quidditch game, it was great fun. Even though Ginny was still young she showed immense promise in the chaser's position. Ron was a good keeper but often not fast or agile enough for Ginny's mean-played throws. Fred and George were in their element, swatting at the bludger with all their might, though they usually aimed at Percy than at the other players. Arthur was playing just for fun and was very careful because Molly was not very thrilled with him flying, but he did hold quite a lot of balls and made a good figure on the broom. Between Charlie and Harry there was war. Charlie had won the first game, making Harry determined to win the second, which had happened within 20 minutes of Percy's whistle blow. Now it was all about the match point. Whoever won this game would be the better seeker for the remainder of the summer at least. It was a matter of a man's honor and both wanted the title, ignoring Ginny's sarcastic jabs on stupid boys with their stupid need to prove themselves. They flew at breakneck speeds across the vast field behind the burrow that functioned at the family's Quidditch pitch, trying to outsmart each other, shoving and keeping each other from getting the snitch. They lost it often in their quarrels and the game dragged on and on with their tricks and stunts getting more reckless by the minute. Finally Mrs. Weasley called them down for lunch, much to the relief of the others, but to the disappointment of the two seekers. They swore to continue their game after lunch. However, Mrs. Weasley didn't let them. Chores were distributed and the game was pushed down on the priority list of everyone. Harry helped Ginny and Bill renew the fence around the chicken hatch, helped catching one of the wayward chickens and helped mowing the lawn in the backyard with one of the charmed grass cutters Mr. Weasley had once purchased from an old Muggle down in the village. As a last chore, Mrs. Weasley made him and Percy dust off the photo frames in the whole house. When Harry sat down exhausted in the living room, his nose still itched from the flying dust, he just wanted to sleep. But Bill had other plans. Sitting down next to Harry he unrolled a small scroll on the low table in front of them. "You read and understood the basics of decoding, right?" Harry nodded. "Well, let's see how good you are," Bill said and pointed at the scroll of parchment. Harry's eyes went wide. It was covered in neat rows of small numbers. Bill gave him a feather, books to look up spells and their code and a few rules and an empty piece of parchment. "You have 30 minutes, you don't need to do all, just show me what you can and then I know where I have to start with teaching you." Harry happily complied. Harry had been at the burrow for only 6 days but was getting along so well it seemed he'd spent his whole life there. His days were filled with chores like cooking for 10 people and degnoming the garden or help feed the chickens. Other than that, he and Ron explored the area around the burrow with much gusto, played lots of Quidditch, did little pieces of homework in between and helped the twins with pranks on Percy. Between those things and eating and sleeping there was not much time left, but what was left was put into studying the secrets and rules of decoding and learning about curse breaking from Bill. Bill was an amazing teacher. After the little test he had given Harry at one of his first evenings at the burrow, he had gotten a good grasp on what Harry already understood and continued how he thought was the right way and how he'd been taught. Okay, he'd been older than Harry and had more knowledge, but that mattered little. Harry was, when it came to spells and their theory, decoding and finding the right counter spells, a natural and unbelievingly intelligent. He seemed to know instinctively what was the right approach, where spells were hidden beneath other spells, where they were meanly weaved together. Bill admitted that Harry was even far better than some of the initiates that entered the Curse Breaker program at Gringotts every year. Harry had memorized most rules within hours of reading and using them on examples. The scrolls Bill gave him were his old study and training scrolls, but he soon saw that they were no match for Harry. The boy decoded faster than he had in his first year. The topic really had grasped Harry, which was strange. Bill knew from what Ron had told him that Harry was a rather mediocre student, maybe slightly above the middle but not too bright like their friend Hermione Granger, who was top of their year. His best subjects were charms and transfiguration. Dada was not too bad either, but based on what their teachers had been like, that didn't really mean much. Only Remus had been able to teach them anything, and what he'd teach them Harry had passed with flying colors. But Harry hadn't even elected arithmetic or ancient runes. Yet he picked up on both by just reading books quicker than most students in a whole year at Hogwarts. Maybe he's a idiot savant, Bill thought, slightly amused as he watched Harry struggle his herbology essay. Honestly, he told the raven-haired pre-teen, you fought this plant in your first year, you will be able to say something about it. Harry glared at him. Hermione was the one with the knowledge. I just told her to light a fire with her wand, he growled. Bill went back to his musings as Harry and Ron discussed pros and cons about the Devil's Snare. Harry was talented, gifted even. Bill would make sure it was supported from an early age on. Maybe Harry could become Curse Breaker one day. His thoughts were again interrupted by the sudden blaze of the fireplace. From the emerald green flames a man appeared. Bill, who'd drawn his wand instinctively, as had Harry, he noticed, relaxed when he recognized Remus Lupin. Merlin, Lupin, you scared us a little. Word of warning would be good next time, Harry said while pocketing his wand. Remus gave him a small smile. I'm sorry, Harry, but I was rather in a hurry. What's the matter, Lupin? Bill asked, concerned. Had something happened? His parents weren't in at the moment. Had something happened to them? Bill's heart started beating heavily. Remus sighed. Sadly, yes. Dumbledore found out about Harry not being at Privet Drive. To say he was not amused at, like saying a hippogriff is as harmless as a kitty cat. Harry just nodded, resigning. He knew he'd been a fool to think Dumbledore wouldn't notice. Bill noticed his slightly sad expression. Well, tough luck. They threw Harry out. Now he's here and everything's fine. Honestly, I don't know what he's complaining about. Harry's better off here than anywhere else, he argued. Remus shrugged. I know that, but Dumbledore apparently doesn't. He's coming over tomorrow. He told me to tell you to sit tight, Harry. Harry was clenching his fists. I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. Even if Dumbledore can somehow convince them to take me back, it's not my home anymore. It will be dreadful. They'll be mean and punish me for every little thing that goes even remotely wrong. Like Bird dropping on the paint job of their new car. He whispered. Remus looked sad. I know, Harry. Who knows, maybe he'll let you stay. He's probably just concerned. Then why would he come here? Harry asked. Well, you didn't tell him, did you? You told me and I told Sirius, Remus said, and I told you why, Harry said icily. Bill somehow felt as if he was missing some information. Remus nodded. Well, there's little you can do now, he said finally. I just wanted to tell you. Thanks, Remus. No problem, Harry. I'll be there tomorrow too if you want me to. Harry shook his head. Stay with Sirius. The trail is coming to its end. He'll need you. I'll be fine. Remus nodded. All right, but if he tries anything, notify me. Sure. With another roaring of the fire, Remus vanished again as quickly as he'd appeared. It was shortly after dinner the next evening. The whole family sat in the living room and listened to the radio, waiting for Dumbledore. Bill knew his parents were devoted to Dumbledore and his cause, maybe a little too much, but he knew his parents had a backbone too, and the mere suggestion that Harry might have to go back to those horrid muggles had sent Molly into overdrive and made her determined to keep her newest addition to the family. Arthur stood behind it, as did all the others, even Percy, though Bill suspected that the twins had threatened him with more hair dye in his shampoo if he didn't support Harry. So now they watched as the fire Trude Green and Albus Wulfric Percival Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, Mugwump Supreme and whatnot, stepped into their modest living room. His eyes swept over the redheads and stopped at the only Ravenhead in the room. Harry sat between Ron and Bill on the couch with Ginny sitting on the ground before them playing a game of cards. Molly and Arthur sat in old armchairs flanking the couch with Percy standing next to his father, Talking about some things at the ministry. Percy had applied there and gotten the job. Molly was reading the newest edition of Witch Weekly, and Charlie was leaning against the wall, and Fred and George were standing next to him, arms folded, as he listened to the twin best pranks of the last school year. Everyone looked up as he arrived. It was very silent for a second. Only the old clock ticked. Dumbledore smiled widely. "Good evening everybody, I hope you didn't wait long. Only a few minutes. Albus, please, do you want something to drink? A chair perhaps?" Arthur offered with a smile as he got up to shake Dumbledore's hand. "A chair would be most appreciated, thank you." Arthur nodded at Fred and George. "Get a chair for your headmaster, boys." As the two of them disappeared in the adjoined kitchen to fetch one of the chairs, Molly took over the conversation. "Remus said that you wanted to see us." Dumbledore's eyes twitched ever so slightly. "Actually just with young Harry and about what happened these past 2 weeks alone, if you wouldn't mind." "No, not at all," Molly assured him with a smile. She shooed the rest of the family out of the living room, leaving Harry with his headmaster alone. Harry looked down at the cards in his hands. "Harry, what you did was foolish. You know that traveling the country like that, if someone had recognized you, you could have been in great danger." "I know, I'm sorry sire, but to my defense, I went back to Privet Drive. It was just that they threw me out. I didn't know where to go, so I went to Diagon Alley. If I'd stayed against their will, things would have been ugly," Harry said silently. Dumbledore smiled at him. "And I'm glad that you left and that you are safe, Harry, don't get me wrong. I'm just disappointed that you didn't tell me right away. What did you think I would do? Force you to go back?" Harry looked up and nodded. "Better be honest." Dumbledore sighed. "Harry, it is true that 12 years ago I thought the Dursleys would be the best solution for you. The blood wards around the house are strong. It is true that you'd be safest there, but I've long since recognized that it's not the ideal home for you." "Then why send me back there every summer?" Harry asked, astonished about the revelation. "I wanted you to have a normal childhood, to grow up away from all the fame and pressure. Never would I have imagined the Dursleys to treat you like a house elf," the older wizard sighed. "Harry, I know you doubt me, and you are right to do so. Only fools follow blindly. I always thought it would be best to keep you as innocent as possible, but we both know that won't work." Harry nodded mutely. "I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Harry. If you want me to be honest, I will, but you may not like it. I might as well, because since you don't consider Privet Drive your home anymore, the blood wards will be useless." "Then tell me," Harry whispered. And Dumbledore did. "Harry, you heard the prophecy Professor Trelawney, Sybil, told that afternoon in her classroom after class, right?" Harry nodded. The servant she was speaking of was not serious as many thought. "It is Pettigrew, though I am sure you already know that the master part is simple. Voldemort, no doubt Peter will crawl back to him. The Dark Lord may not have risen yet, but it's only a matter of time. It's always been a matter of time. It's been since that night at Godric's Hollow when your mother sacrificed herself for you, which takes us to another big thing, you Harry, when Lily threw herself between you and Voldemort, giving her life willingly so you could life. It created the ultimate protection. Love is a magic much older and deeper and wilder than any dark curse. Voldemort couldn't touch you. The spell rebound and hit him. You know that, as you know that it didn't kill him, as many believe, a certain minister for example." Harry swallowed hard. "So the only reason I'm alive is my mother's death?" he asked hoarsely. "I know how that must sound, Harry, and believe me, I didn't intend for you to find out about these things for at least another 3 years. But it's better this way. You need to be prepared for all that will come. Please listen closely now, this is where it gets important." Harry nodded, feeling numb. "There's a reason Voldemort didn't die, even though there is no known shield or counter spell for the killing curse. Voldemort is immortal, at least to an extent." Harry frowned. "You mean like Nicholas Flamel?" "In a way, but Nicholas' way was cleaner, better, and without horrible side effects. No, Voldemort did something else. I don't take it you have stumbled across the word Horcrux before, have you?" Harry shook his head. "Well, a Horcrux is an object that can contain part of a human soul," Dumbledore said solemnly. Harry's eyes bulged. "What?" he blurted. "Basically, Voldemort cut his soul into parts and bound those pieces to certain objects. As a consequence, he couldn't die when his body was killed. The fragments of his soul that are somewhere out there, hidden, keep him alive, painfully alive. It is very dark magic. It took me ages to find out, but I think it's the only possible answer." How did I figure it out?" "I didn't, at least not until your second year when you brought me his old diary after your fight in the Chamber of Secrets. There my suspicions seemed to be proved." "What, you mean that diary was one of these Horcrux things?" Harry asked, shocked. Think about it, Harry. He used Ginny's life force to give himself a new body, a new form. Harry swallowed hard, sinking back into the cushions on the couch. Then a thought occurred to him. But it's destroyed, right? So now all we have to do is kill him and he would die, right? Dumbledore sighed. Right. Harry asked again. But the look in Dumbledore's eyes extinguished all sparks of hope. You mean to say he made more? He asked, horrified. How? The old wizard sighed. I don't know the correct answer to your first question. I know it must be at least 2, but I'm pretty sure there are more. As to how he split his soul, it can only be done by doing something really horrible, something that will tear the soul apart. Like murder. Exactly like murder. It's something unnatural, something the human soul can't handle in most cases. But Voldemort killed so many people. So you see why I'm worried about the actual number of Horcruxes, do you? Harry nodded. Now to why you are so important, Harry. It's not nice and I have no proof for my theory, but it would make perfectly sense as to why you can speak with snakes, could escape him more than once these past years, and why you didn't die in first place. Dumbledore sighed, took a deep breath, and Harry had the feeling something big was about to come down. Lily's sacrifice gave you the ultimate shield and protected you. The spell backfired on Voldemort, but because of the Horcrux he couldn't really die, so something different happened when the spell hit him. It cut off yet another part of his soul as he flew from your house. That fragment of his soul fused with the only living thing in the room it could find. Harry felt as if his throat was closing up, he couldn't breathe. You, Dumbledore said. Harry, calm down, Dumbledore said soothingly when he noticed the teen's erratic breathing. Harry looked at him with big round eyes, and in these green eyes that were a copy of Lily's, tears started gathering. But when Harry spoke his voice was clear and void of any emotions. Do I have to die? Dumbledore reeled back and shook his head vehemently. No, no, of course not. The truth was he didn't know. He didn't know if he was right at all, and if he was, well, things like this were unheard of. There had been Horcruxes before, yes, but never had they been hosted by another living being. I don't believe you, Harry said flatly, but thank you for being honest with me, sir. I get it now, why you have been so secretive, and, he swallowed hard. I'm not holding it against you, but I'd rather be alone now, he whispered. Dumbledore sighed and nodded. You can go, Harry, and I am sorry that things have been dumped on your shoulders. It is not fair, but you are our most important weapon in this war and I need you prepared to do anything, but I am sorry. Harry nodded, got up, and with stiff movements he left the living room. Harry. The boy stopped but didn't turn his head. Don't do anything rash or stupid, please. Me. Never, the boy muttered. Dumbledore could hear some of the Weasleys jumping at him as soon as they saw him, but Harry walked past them out on the porch in the backyard, ignoring all questions thrown at him. Then he heard a loud panicked, Harry. Where are you going? By Molly Weasley, and loud protests following her exclamation. Dumbledore closed his eyes as he listened to heavy footsteps sprinting towards. To his surprise it was Bill Weasley who stormed in, closely followed by his mother. What did you tell him? What did you do? Bill shouted, angry. Albus, Harry just took off at an amazing speed into the woods. What did you do to upset the boy like that? Molly shouted almost imminently afterwards. Dumbledore got up and sighed. I told him what he wanted to hear. I told him he might be upset. Please, take good care of him, make sure he's okay, but give him a few minutes to cool off. Mr. Weasley entered the room. The usually happy man looked solemn and unhappy. Albus, what did you tell him? Nothing. He won't be able to deal with Harry is stronger than most people give him credit for, but I suggest you try to take his mind off tonight's events somehow. He turned to Bill. Am I right in assuming that you're about to leave on a mission to Cambodia? Bill frowned. What has that to do with anything of this? I'm getting there, and am I right assuming that Harry has developed quite a love for the subject of curse breaking and that you've been teaching him? Yes, Bill said slowly. Excellent, I think that is just the right thing for Harry, Dumbledore said with a nod. What is? Molly asked. I think it would be a good idea if Mr. Potter would accompany Mr. Weasley here on his trip. For one, it will bestow many new experiences on him, valuable for later life, and on the other hand it will be a great distraction and a nice holiday. Molly Weasley's head looked like it was about to explode. The red of her skin put her hair to shame. A holiday? That is no holiday, Dumbledore. How can you suggest such things? Bill is going to a dangerous place that is most certainly not a place for a teenager. She shouted, outraged, and Arthur had to grab her arm so she wouldn't punch the old man in the face. Bill was totally stunned. Taking Harry with him. It was true the thought had crossed him once or twice while working with Harry. Not was the boy especially talented in this profession, but also was he a fairly powerful wizard for his age. Many curse breakers took helpers along on their travels, like apprentices, that were interested in the job working experience they called it. Sounds good, he blurted out. His mother looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. Bill, how can you stand with him in such ridiculous matters? Harry could be killed by a curse or a stray flying curse, or while falling down an abyss, or attacked by wild animals, or, she spluttered. No, he won't. I will look out for him, he'll be fine, Bill said firmly, and then turned back to Dumbledore. But you'll have to put your foot down to let the allow you to come with me. I don't know how Gringotts takes to apprentices this young, and I don't know if the leader of my group will have it, he reminded his former headmaster. Don't you worry, Mr. Weasley, that will be no problem. Best you write your team about the extra edition, and when Mr. Potter returns you can inform him as well. I'm pretty sure he'll be delighted, especially in the light of the recent events. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to attend a rather important meeting. Bill, I'll take your word that Harry will be safe under your watch. Bill nodded. Don't worry, Headmaster, I'll keep my eyes on him. Dumbledore nodded. Arthur, Molly, it was nice seeing you again. With that he stepped into the fire and was gone in a flash. Harry ignored the concerned shouts that followed him as he shoved past the twins and into the cool evening night. His heart was beating fast and the collar of his shirt felt as it was strangling him. Harry, what? He heard Fred behind him. It was like a switch in his head had been switched. This was too much. He felt as if the looming shadow of the burrow above could collapse anytime on top of him. He felt the shadows reaching out for him, and when he felt something touch his shoulder he lost it. He broke away from the grip and started running. Upset shouts rose behind him. He didn't care, he ran. Growing up with Dudley and his gang playing Harry hunting had made him not strong but fast. And so he flew across the grass of the garden and into the wilder fields that surrounded the burrow until he entered the forest. There he came to a sudden stop. He just stood there, panting, and listened. The forest was silent. Weak beams of moonlight floated through the crown of the trees and made everything strangely black and white and gray, void of all colors. As if all happiness had been washed away, all live. Just like Harry felt. His still wildly beating heart seemed to be the only sound around for miles. His breathing hurt slightly from the sudden sprint. Drops of sweat rolled down his neck and the side of his face. His shirts felt uncomfortably sticky. With an angry and anguished yell he punched the nearest tree. The sharp pain that cut through his skin and knuckles straight into his brain brought him back to reality. Cursing, he held his injured hand to his, gritting the teeth at the stabbing pain. This was so like him getting hurt while punching trees. What a great hero he was. The sound of twigs suddenly snapping behind him made him swirl around, wand ready. Bimley, mate, I never knew you could run that fast, Ron said with arms raised. Puffing out his breath, Harry lowered his wand. Ron, what are you doing here? He asked tiredly. What do you think? Ron asked sarcastically, making sure you're alright. You just ran off like that. Mom's totally freaked. A brief moment of guilt washed over Harry. Sorry, he muttered, it's just, he stopped. He really didn't want to tell anyone yet. Ron, realizing that, tried to change the topic. Bloody hell, why's your hand bleeding? He asked when he spotted the injured limb Harry held pressed against his. Punched a tree, Harry confessed with heat of embarrassment rushing into his cheeks. Ron looked at him incuriously as he inspected his hand. Hell, mate, what did the tree do to deserve to be punched? And how hard did you punch it? You broke at least 2 knuckles by the size and the color of your hand. Harry sighed and shook his head. Doesn't matter now, let's go back. Ron eyes him critically. You sure you're alright? Yeah. Just tired. All right if you say so. I do. Harry paused, then he added, thanks Ron. What for? Finding me and for being such a good friend. Ron grinned and punched Harry's upper arm playfully. Sadly, that was the arm with the injured hand. Someone has to look out for you. Harry winced when new stabs of pain rushed through his nerves. Yeah, but right now you're going a fairly poor job at it. Ron laughed loudly before throwing his arm around Harry's shoulder and said, come on, let's get you hand fixed by Mom. To say Harry was suspicious of the offer Bill, or initially Dumbledore, had made him was highly understated. And Dumbledore just said it was okay for me to go. He asked at breakfast while his cereal drowned in the milk. Yep, Bill said as he ate his 5th toast. For years I'm not allowed to leave Privet Drive. When I do, people panic all across the country and then suddenly they let me go to Cambodia. What are you complaining about? I would love to go, Ron said. Besides Harry, you are really good at decoding, Ginny said silently next to him. I'm sure we'll have a great time and we'll learn a lot. And it's okay for everybody in your team that I'm not even 14. I'm still waiting for a response, but honestly Harry, Dumbledore ordered them to take you in your Harry Potter. I'm sorry, but I bet if you asked Fudge if you could go he would let you, just to be able to say that he and the boy who lived are best pals, Charlie snorted. Harry frowned. Harry, just take it as it is. I mean, Cambodia. That is adventure pure, Ron said. Harry laughed bitterly. Don't you think we have enough of the every year at Hogwarts? I'd still go, Ron said with a shrug. Harry sighed. All right, you're probably right. Of course we are, George said. Am I right, Gred? Absolutely, Forge, Fred agreed. That was the moment Pig, the new owl of the family, decided to arrive with the morning post. The hyperactive bird on energy drink and sugar hooted a shrill greeting before flying like crazy through the room before finally settling down next to Ginny, who took the many letters from him. She distributed them to their addressers before letting the happy bird nibble at her toast. Bill had a Gringotts letter in hands and quickly opened it. His eyes flew over the lines and a grin lit up his face. It's exactly like Charlie said. They agreed. Here, it says. Dear Mr. Weasley, we at Gringotts were surprisingly approached by Albus Dumbledore concerning your upcoming trip. Mr. Dumbledore told us about your desire to take along a certain Mr. Harry Potter as your apprentice. Although your note arrives relatively late, we were able to grant your wish. Your team has been informed and there will be meeting tomorrow at Gringotts. Please meet us in the entry hall at 11:30 p.m. sharp. Sincerely, Raknok, Master of the Curse Breaker Guild. Congratulations Harry, it seems you're officially a part of the team now. Bill read and smiled at Harry widely. This is going to be awesome, he concluded. Harry and Bill flowed to Diagon Alley 2 hours earlier than necessary the following day. As they left the Leaky Cauldron, Harry asked, "What are we doing here so early?" Bill had an evil glint in his eyes. "We're going on an expedition to Cambodia. You need your equipment." Harry looked at him bewildered. Equipment? What kind of equipment? He asked, still confused. Well, the first thing will be a tent. I would share mine, but it's a one-person tent. Besides, I've shared tents before and I always got paired with the one guy that snores like a pig with a cold. No, believe me, you'll want your own tent. All right, I get the tent. What else? Spell-proof and resistant cloths. I just bought new cloths, Harry argued. But are they fit for the jungle? Fit to protect you from flying spells? I don't think so. No, you'll need dragonhide clothing, at least a waistcoat or something like that to protect your torso, sturdy pants that will protect you from bug bites and that stuff, but that are at the same time able to adjust to the climate so you won't sweat like a pig and won't freeze. All right, new cloth, persuaded. What else? A backpack with an expandable charm and a feather-light charm for you to keep your things in and carry around. Can't I take my trunk? How will you wheel it through thick jungle foliage? A new backpack it is. And then there are some other little things like stuff against mosquitoes, bugs, toiletries, potion supplies and more we have to get. Harry sighed. Then we better get some money from my faults. That doesn't sound cheap. Bill laughed. Don't worry, I know where to get everything and I know the shop owners and how to get fair prices, he assured him. Please. The first shop was called Skins for Every Occasion. Is that like a sick joke directed to Madame Malkin? Harry asked as they stood outside. The windows of the shop were filled with regular and not so regular looking cloths made from the strangest looking materials. Bill laughed. No, but Andrew, the owner, is her grandson. The whole family does cloths, you know. Harry smirked and followed Bill inside. It was cool inside but clean and very tidy. Shelves upon shelves and rails filled with cloths varying from trousers to shirts to waistcoats to cloaks to whole suits and dresses. Sometimes they were made directly from the skin of some magical or enchanted material, other times they were sewed underneath normal cloth and so, hidden from view. There were many colors, different patterns, cuts and details. From the curtained archway behind the counter a man in his mid-40s, withered and covered in scars, appeared. He was dressed in white trousers with many pockets along the legs, a gray shirt and a white dragon hide waistcoat. Tattoos covered his buff arms and he had a piece of ruby sticking out of his left ear. A long leather necklace with some kind of pendant hung down to his belly. Bill, he greeted with a voice that was so loud Harry winced. Andrew. Pleasure to see you again. Bill greeted and they shook hands. Same here, what can I do for you today? Who's your friend there? Ah yes, Andrew, this is Harry, he's coming with me on a mission as my apprentice. He's very talented when it comes to curses and stuff, but we need cloths for him and I thought you'd be the best to do so, Bill explained and gestured for Harry to step closer. Dan right I am, Andrew said as he eyed Harry critically. Thin this one, are you feeding him at all? We do, but it doesn't seem to work, Bill said with fake regret. Harry rolled with his eyes. Andrew laughed. Right. Let's have a look at you lad. Ah yes, still growing, right? Harry nodded. Yes sir. Yes sir, I like this one. Bill call me Andrew Harry. Harry smiled, he could see why Bill liked the shop owner. Right, Andrew said, anything in particular you need? Well, spell-proof to begin with. A tight-fitting waistcoat is the first thing, something that can be worn above other clothing or underneath for protection of the upper body. Dragon hide, something thick but easy to move around in. Should be air-conditioned pants. Not necessarily dragon hide, but they should be laced with unicorn hair. In between should be tighter so it won't get caught everywhere. Boots, thick and sturdy please. I thought off dragon skin soles and leather. Otherwise some long arm shirts, plain and simple. Oh, and a wand holster, Bill listed. Andrew laughed and nudged Harry in the side. His money or yours? Mine, Harry said. I see, Andrew said amused. Well come long, let's see what I have. Andrew explained how each skin he had and every other fabric had its unique magical properties and what was best for what. Dragon hide could basically withstand anything except for things like killing curses and alike. Mermaid skin, yes there were mermaids, though they were usually called differently, protected you mostly from getting wet but was also great help when swimming because it had little to no resistance against the water and made swimming nearly effortless. Unicorn hair could be weaved into anything and warded off against illnesses like colds or headaches for example, but only to a certain extent. Basilisk skin, extreme rare and extreme expensive and something that woke unwanted memories inside Harry, was impenetrable, even against slashing hexes and sever curses. There was much more than Harry could remember. The first thing Andrew gave him to try on was a pair of trousers in standard protective mimicry with 2 large sets of pockets on the side of the legs. It wasn't skin tight but also not extremely wide. It stretched with Harry's movement and felt pleasantly on the skin. It was made from a sturdy cloth with unicorn hair between every 6th thread. Andrew nodded. Feels good. Harry nodded. Good, here, try this on. He handed him a simple white t-shirt that fit very snugly in a black dragon hide waistcoat with leather buckles on the front and back so its size could be changed if necessary, so it could be worn over a shirt like now or under a shirt. It had no sleeves, A versus neck, went in the front and back down to his hips and seemed to fit him perfectly. Yes, this will do nicely, Andrew decided. You go and look for boots over there while I'll fetch the wand holsters. He disappeared in the back room. Bill went directly to the shoes and his hands quickly found a pair. They went mid-calf and were black with buckles and like all the other cloth charmed to always have the right temperature. Looking good, Andrew complimented when he returned, like a real curse breaker. Harry couldn't help but blush. Thanks. Andrew handed him a try-on which 5 different wand holster lay. I don't have a big selection but they are all very well crafted. The wand can't be summoned while inside the holster, and with a little charm you can make that whenever you lose your wand, like in combat, it will always reappear inside the holster after a few minutes except when it is won in a duel, then it will stay with its new master until you get it back. Handy, Harry commented. It is, Andrew agreed. They are also pretty much indestructible, water and fireproof, and can blend in with your cloth if you want. Harry picked a simple dark gray holster from the tray and examined it. Andrew showed him how they were worn. They were one on the inside of the wand arm and had a sling for the thumb that could change size, and there was another buckle that was fastened on the lower half of the arm, a few inches below the crook of the elbow. The wand could be pushed inside from both sides, but it was important that the handle of the wand was pointing at the wizard's body and the tip away from him so that when the wand was summoned from the holster the wizard would catch it at the right end, and should a spell go off from the wand it wouldn't hit any vital organs. Harry nodded. That made sense. As he paid the things he noted, not that I'm keen on spending even more money, but is it wise to only buy 1 set of trousers and 1 waistcoat? I mean, what if they are dirty and need to be washed? What if I wear normal cloth when I'm attacked? Did I forget to mention? They are waterproof, at least against a usual rain shower, and if you get dirty they will always clean themselves overnight when you're not wearing them and will be ready again in the morning for you to wear them. Andrew said with a grin. That is ingenious, Harry whispered. The older wizards laughed. With a final goodbye they left, skins for every occasion. Luckily the rest of their errands went as fast as this one. Bags, trunks, backpacks and purses from A to Z. They got Harry a simple backpack with an expandable charm in which they put Harry's cloth as well as the tent that they purchased camping equipment. Why leave your home behind when on a trip? It was a one-person tent but not like the Muggle tents. Harry learned that they were charmed inside to be way bigger than they were from the outside. His tent was equipped with a medium-sized sleeping area where a field cot and a nightstand stood, as well as where he could put personal stuff and a chair for cloths. There was a small bathroom with a shower, toilet, sink and everything else you needed in a normal bathroom, a small storage area, and the rest of the small room was occupied by an armchair in front of a fireplace and a table for 2 people at one side. Rugs covered the ground and oil lamps hung from the ceiling. Harry simply loved magic. The tents inside stayed like they were, even if the tent was folded up and packed away. Since they would have a common tent with kitchen and eating area, Bill told him, he didn't need extra features like a kitchen or an actual living room and stuff like that. They added a sleeping bag and an air mattress, potion supplies and things against bugs and mosquitoes, a water canteen with unlimited water supply and much more stuff that Harry lost track of, to the pack. He was very glad when the time was right to go to Gringotts to meet with the others of the team. The atrium of the bank was as always filled with goblins, witches and wizards and security personnel. One of the goblins nodded at Bill as they approached and then pointed to his left. Bill nodded and led Harry away from the desks and down a hallway, past many doors and up some stairs, deeper into the bank. We're usually meeting in one of the conference rooms, no need in waiting in the atrium. He pushed the 2 massive oak doors to yet another room open and entered with confident steps. Harry followed. The room beyond was wide with a high ceiling and a window front that looked across Diagon Alley. A massive oval-shaped table with about 24 chairs took in most of the space. 5 of these chairs were occupied. As they approached the group, Harry eyed them closely. The first was in his mid-40s, though it was hard to tell with wizards. He had thick blonde hair, was taller than Bill, which meant he was truly gigantic. He had a handsome face that probably attracted a lot of women. His eyes were steely gray and framed by little wrinkles, which probably meant he laughed a lot. He was dressed casually in pants, a long-sleeved shirt though the sleeves were rolled up. He had risen when they had entered and was now shaking Bill's hand. "Bill, great to see you again. How are you, mate?" He had a really deep voice and like Andrew he spoke very loudly. "I'm fine, Atticus, thanks for coming on such a short notice." Atticus waved it aside. Then his eyes found Harry. "Merlin's beard, so it is true," he muttered before walking towards Harry. He loomed over him with a wide grin on his face. "Harry Potter, it truly is great to meet you. I am Atticus Wood and the leader of our little gang here." Harry shook his hand. "Any relation to a certain Oliver Wood?" he asked. "My nephew, he told me about you," Atticus said. Harry suppressed a groan. "Don't worry, just good things," Atticus assured him with a wink. "So you're interested in curse breaking?" he asked, continued, clearly trying to get Harry to loosen up a bit, which he was grateful for. It was always slightly awkward when he met people for the first time and they knew all about him. "So," he nodded eagerly, "yes, very. I think it's fascinating and it really caught my interest." Bill snorted. "He's being modest. He's a freaking genius, way better at decoding than some of our first-year trainees. He cracked scrolls of 3rd years already and gave me a hand at decoding the scrolls from Cambodia. He may not know all the rules yet and runes are still a problem, but I think with some proper training we could make a fine curse breaker out of him." Atticus smiled so wide, Harry feared his face could tear apart. "That's good to hear. We're always short on newbies. Should you ever decide you want to make this your profession, come to the ministry or to Gringotts and ask for me and I'll do anything to get you a place on the program." Harry blushed at the offer. "Thank you," he muttered. Atticus just smiled. It was really creepy. "Come on, let me introduce you to some of the team members." He led Harry towards the other 4. 3 males, 1 female. The first man was small and had a pointed face and tanned skin, small brown eyes, and was nearly bald. He was wearing a Hawaiian shirt with parrots and coconuts printed all across in horrible bright colors and khaki shorts. He wasn't fat, but he wasn't fit either. "This is Eric Hook. His special talent is rune decoding and warding." Eric grunted a hello before returning to his magazine. "He's always grumpy, so don't take it personally," Atticus told Harry silently. "Heard that," Eric growled from behind the paper, I'm just not thrilled to have another brat with me. Atticus rolled his eyes, and I saw that, came another growl. Atticus ignored him and moved on. This is Rashid. His last name is too long to be pronounced properly, so we just call him by his first name. He's familiar with all sorts of injuries and illnesses that can occur. He's our medic for the trip and also a decent cook. I guess making potions and making soup is not so different, but I wouldn't know. I'm bad at doing both. When I cook I always scallop everything with cheese, Atticus introduced him. Rashid had a dark skin and long black hair that curled tightly and was held back by a bandana. He wore simple brown robes. His golden eyes were intelligent and his handshake warm and firm. Hey, good to meet you. You should probably know that I'm prone to accidents, Harry said. Rashid laughed slightly. Good to know indeed. I'll make sure to keep all my supplies stocked when you're around, he said with a smile. He can't be worse than Tonks, Bill said. For some reasons that made all chuckle. This is Thomas Greengrass. He's a curse breaker, no real specialties, Atticus introduced the last male of the group. That's because I'm good at everything, Thomas said with a grin. Keep dreaming, Blondie, Atticus said. Harry and Thomas shook hands. He was medium height with blonde hair and pale greenish blue eyes. He was wearing normal wizard robes in a deep gray with dark blue embroidery along the seam of the robe. Please and call me Tom, everybody does, and if you think Bill has taught you everything he knows, you can always come to me, Tom said with a wink as he shook Harry's hand. Bill rolled with his eyes, but Harry laughed too. Ah yes, and this is Daphne Greengrass, Thomas's niece and Rashid's apprentice on this trip, Atticus introduced the last member. Harry turned towards the girl with surprise. Hello Daphne. He greeted the Slytherin girl with a smile. We have potions together, right? He asked. She looked at him blankly for a moment and Harry could have kicked himself for the stupid greeting. That is correct, she finally said, and then they shook hands. He knew Daphne only from afar. She was quite beautiful and many boys in his year considered her quite the thing. She had waist-long silvery blonde hair that was usually braided into an exotic braid, light blue eyes framed by dark lashes and fair skin with a rosy blush. Today she wore a simple blue summer dress and flat shoes. It was strange not seeing her in her usual school robes. I didn't know you were interested in curse breaking. You seemed more like the Dada type, she continued. Harry shrugged. Yeah, well, it's a new passion, you could say. I stumbled across. And what about you? I knew you were good at potions, but otherwise. Yeah, well, it's not like we share many classes, so you wouldn't know, Daphne finished for him. But to answer your question, I want to be a healer and potions are essential for being a healer. Tom thought this trip might give me some practical experiences and fun. That's cool. There was an awkward pause. So, you know each other? Bill asked. Not really. We have potions together and charms in the year before, but we're in different houses. She's in Slytherin and I'm Gryffindor, so, Harry explained. So we never get into contact with each other, Daphne finished. Yep, pretty much. The awkward silence that followed again was luckily broken by the opening and closing of the doors to the meeting room. 3 people entered. 2 of them were obviously father and daughter, though Harry was stunned to see that she was even younger than Daphne and him. Bother father and daughter had long and wavy nearly white blonde hair and blue eyes. The girl's dress looked like it was made out of sunflowers and she had a dreamy expression on her face. Her father wore dark red robes with white designs on them. His long fingers were laced together as he walked towards them. His long face looked very serious. The third person was a young woman in jeans and t-shirt, with brown shoulder-length hair and dark brown eyes. Ah, the rest is here, Bill said as the 3 approached. Harry, these are the Lovegoods. They live 1 hill over from the Burrow. Mr. Lovegood is the publisher of the Quibbler and that is his daughter Luna. She's a Ravenclaw in the year below you. Usually they are not part of our team, but they asked to come along since they are conducting their own researches and offered assistance, he explained. And the lovely lady behind them is Alice Montecore. She's our expert on curses and how to counter them, and she's also a trained duelist and good at all sorts of combat. You don't want to piss her off. Addressing the others he said, guys, this is Harry Potter, the guy that was added to our team. Alice shook Harry's hand with a smile. I've heard a lot about you. You're supposed to be not too bad at Dada yourself. Can you really produce a Corporal Patronus? She asked. Harry nodded. You need to show me sometime soon, she said. Then the Lovegood stepped forward. Hello Harry Potter, it looks like the Nargles are very happy in your head. You should do something against that, the girl, Luna, said in a dreamy voice. Then she walked past him and sat down. Father gave Harry his hand. Xenophilius Lovegood, pleasure to meet you Mr. Potter, and my daughter is right, you should really do something against them. With that he followed his daughter. Harry looked confused to Bill for help, but Bill just shrugged and mouthed, just go along with it, I'll tell you later. Harry nodded. Once again the doors opened and a goblin entered. He looked like most goblins, small with sharp features, claw-like hands and a cloud of white hair on his head and gold-rimmed glasses on his crooked nose. His suit was exquisite and flawless. He held a thick file in one hand and walked at a brisk pace towards one of the chairs. Good afternoon, team, he said. Good afternoon, Master Racknock. Everyone greeted back politely and sat down. Harry sat down next to Bill and Alice. Racknock looked around. We're missing one, he noticed. Fleur was already back in France by the time we got the note. She asks for forgiveness, but she couldn't make it back so quickly. She'll join us on our day of departure again, Thomas said. Racknock nodded. Well, we all know why we're here. I take it you've all met Mr. Potter. There was a chorus of agreeing mutters. Good. Racknock turned to Harry and something similar to a smile appeared on his face, though his pointy little teeth made it look like a threat than a welcoming smile. I welcome you Mr. Potter to this mission. Mr. Dumbledore and Mr. Weasley have informed me that you've shown promising talents in this profession. We're always happy to support exceptional talents. Have you been informed on what this mission is about? A little bit. I know we're going to Cambodia and that first readings of the place detected a huge amount of power, making it hard to locate properly. When I had my own first look at the scrolls, one noticed that most of the spells are offensive, not defensive as it's usual the case with warded places. Racknock nodded with a small gesture of his hand. A hologram picture of map of Cambodia appeared, the northeastern part marked red, and inside the red, very central, was a back spot marked with an X. That is correct. This mission will take place in Ban Lung in the highlands of the Ratanakiri province. The jungle there is thick and wild and there have been no reports on ruins or temples, so we're not quite sure what we're dealing with. The only lead we have is an earthquake that happened 8 months ago in that region. 2 months later we had first signs of activity and power coming from there on our radars. They have grown stronger since. We don't want the muggles to find out, so we have assembled this group. Your job is it to find the source of this magical bubble and neutralize it. Whatever riches there are to be checked and if possible brought here. Harry nodded. You should know that the jungle there is as wildly as it was 10,000 years ago. Few humans have set foot in those regions you are about to travel to. Wild animals are there at home, and once there you are pretty much on your own. The closer you get to this magical source, the more you will be cut off from the civilization. This bubble is impenetrable. We tried from afar like a dome. It overshadows a huge area. We don't know what may be beyond. Harry nodded again. Since it's the time of the monsoon rain, expect to get wet a lot, otherwise you'll be brought to the outskirts of the zone by a field worker, and from there you're on your own. I wish we had more trained curse breaker on this group, but no one else volunteered. Wonder why? Tom snorted, amused. The others chuckled too. They probably heard you would be part of the team, Bill teased. Or they didn't want to risk their lives, knowing you're the one watching their backs, Tom shot back. Bill just grinned. Harry liked this friendly teasing. It reminded him a little of Ron and Hermione. Whatever the reason, we rely on you. The ministry is already breathing down our necks. I told them I have a group of our best employees on the case. I expect this to be a success. Harry raised his hand. He wasn't sure if he was allowed to just ask. Yes, Mr. Potter. Racknock asked. Excuse my stupid question, but why are we working the case and not the Cambodian ministry, for example, or some ministry closer to the place? He asked. Racknock gave him another of these toothy, creepy smiles. Why, Mr. Potter? Because of profit, of course. Noticing Harry's confused face, Bill cleared his throat and explained. See, Harry, there are reasons why these places are heavily warded. Ancient wizards either wanted to hide or protect the things left there, mostly treasures, like gold, old spell scrolls and other kind of riches. We collect them and Gringotts sells them, and who gets there first gets the claim. These places are like a Pandora's box. They can have anything. They're also a reason why they are so dangerous. Every ministry is in a constant contest with each other, as are the many wizard banks. The bank with the best numbers earns the most respect and usually has the best customers. Harry nodded. Then a different thought occurred to him. Isn't it a bit wrong to steal the riches of a country for ourselves? Bill sighed. Moral questions are not asked in this job. But I'll explain it later to you, all right? When we're home again, Bill interrupted him. Only then Harry noticed that everyone was looking at him and how strangely silent it was. Okay, he muttered. He caught Daphne's eyes and, was it approval in her eyes? apparently because she gave him a small smile and inclined her head ever so slightly. What was that supposed to mean? Well, if there are no more questions, I'll be sending you on your way. Remember to be punctual and have everything you'll need. Good day, Rachnoc said and left the room. The remaining members looked at each other and for a moment it was silent. Then Rashid got up. Well, I'll better be going. There are supplies I still need that will time to get. Oh, and Harry, any allergies or food preferences I should know about? You know, since I'll be responsible for feeding the lot of you. Harry shook his head. I eat everything, he said. Yes, I can see that every feast, Daphne snorted. I'm not as bad as Ron, Harry said defensively. Or Crabbe and Goyle, she said and shuddered. They shared a laugh and Harry was surprised how easygoing she was. For a Slytherin, Rashid nodded and bid his farewell. Luna and I will be gone too. We too need special equipment for catching our fat-bellied fly sludge. Have a good day, Mr. Lovegood said, and he and his daughter floated out of the room. There was a collective sigh when the door had closed behind them and their steps were fading down the hallway. Tell me why again they are part of our team, Eric whined. Because Mr. Lovegood knows everything about ancient civilizations, history and artifacts. Besides that, is he a master of rituals and knows stuff none of us even bothered to think about ever in our lives, Atticus said. Okay, I get him, but why Loony? Daphne asked exasperated. My little sister is in her year and says the girl is nuts. As is her father if you ask me. They are both different, Atticus said lamely. Bill put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry and I'll be off too. Mum will go ballistic if we don't come in time for lunch and we still have to grab a few things, he said. Atticus nodded. Be off you too, Harry. It was nice meeting you. I'm glad to have you on the team. Apprentices always bring fresh air with them. And they always die first, Eric muttered. Bill laughed nervously. Ha ha, good one, Hook. I wasn't joking. Bill ushered Harry quickly out of the room. Remus walked down the corridor to the holding cells. The one at the very end held his old friend, Sirius Black. Remus shook his head, asking himself again how they'd ended up here. He nodded at the Auror on duty. Come to see him again? He asked Remus as the werewolf drowned the small cup of blue liquid that would detect any spells or traces of Polyjuice Potion and eliminate them should he not the real Remus Lupin. Yes, I wanted to see him before the final hearing in an hour, Remus said casually. Of course he was going to tell Sirius much more. Sirius was annoyed that the trial took so long and acted like a confined tiger. Well, dog, actually. He worried about the trail, what the people would think, if they would believe him after so many years, if he'd be able to live a normal life after this, but most of all he worried about Harry. Remus had told him everything. Of course Sirius always asked if he had news from Harry when he came to visit. Sadly, being under house arrest by the ministry, Sirius couldn't send or receive any owls. Letters or alike. He was allowed to have visitors, but every conversation was recorded and the cell was bugged in many ways. So it was hard to have a decent conversation about your godson and what was going on and what was wrong when every important official could be able to listen. Remus and Sirius had tried to talk in the old code they had invented back during their school years, but both had forgotten most of it. So their conversations were without any depth behind them. Mostly they talked about the trail and the past. Remus told Sirius as much as was safe, which wasn't a lot. They didn't need the ministry to know that Harry Potter had left his home in Surrey and was currently staying with the Weasleys and intended to go on a potentially dangerous curse-breaking experience. Sadly, that meant Remus had no way of telling Sirius either. That would have to wait until after the trail. This was in an hour. But then it would be too late. Sirius would walk away from the trail as a free man, Remus was sure of that. Following the trail would be a press conference where Sirius Black would be declared a free man and his name would be clean again. There would be many questions, interviews, and Sirius would be compensated for his false imprisonment richly. Then they would present him a new wand and more questions and interviews would follow. Even if they did it all as quick as possible, it would take at least another 6 hours. When Sirius would finally be free to do and go as he pleased, he would look for Harry. Remus had only been able to tell Sirius that due to some inconveniences Harry no longer resided at number 4 Privet Drive but with the Weasleys, but not how it came to that. Sirius in his impatience wouldn't listen to what Remus had to say until he would arrive at the burrow and would find no hair of his godson. Because Harry's portkey to Cambodia would be leaving in 3 hours sharp. Remus sighed and slowed his steps down as he approached the now all too familiar cell of his best friend. He knocked before he opened the door and stepped inside. Sirius lay on his bed, hands tucked behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. Remus could relate. It must have been so boring to spend day in day out in this plain and simple room, only able to leave for hearings. On the table in the corner stood a tray with dirty dishes. A pile of dirty cloth hung from an armchair. The odor of the room was not the most pleasant thing for Remus's nose. He knew that the room cleaned itself and that house elves took care of things like dirty cloths and dishes, but that didn't bother Sirius from rebelling against it. "Hey Padfoot," Remus greeted. Sirius sat up despite being still imprisoned. He looked far better than he had 2 months ago. He didn't look like a starved skeleton anymore. His hair had gotten a proper cut and he was shaved. The cloths were simple gray pants, a black shirt and gray slippers and a dark blue jumper, but they were clean, whole and warm. But he had still that haunted look in his dark eyes, and the dark rings underneath them told Remus that the last night had, again, been filled with nightmares. "Hey Moony," Sirius said, and made room for his friend to sit down. For a few minutes they just sat in silence. "So, this is it, the big final trial. Afterwards you'll be a free man," Remus said. Sirius snorted. "If Fudge and his disgusting little undersecretary Umbridge don't find a way to keep me locked up." "They won't. The evidence is too heavy," Remus said. "You will be free." "I'll never be free again," he said gloomily. "Of course you will be." "No Moony, don't you see? People will look at me warily, will still not believe me, despite the proof there is. They will always sneer at my name. They will always follow my steps, and they will always keep talking about me. Everything I'll do will be judged. That's no freedom." "Maybe you could go into hiding for a few years," Remus suggested. "Yeah, because that's not suspicious at all. Besides, I can't do that to Harry. The boy needs me. I need him," Sirius muttered. "You're right," Remus said. "Still, it's better than Azkaban." "Yeah, no kidding," Sirius said. Outside someone knocked on the door. "Visiting time is over. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go, Lupin." Remus sighed and got up. Sirius followed him. At the door Remus turned to face his longtime friend. "I'll be there for you, don't worry." Sirius managed a small smile. "I know Moony." The wooden high chair was very uncomfortable, but Sirius had sat in it so many times over the past 3 weeks, he'd gotten used to it. His eyes surfed over the gathered court and the many people sitting in the audition seats behind him. He saw Madame Bones from the Law Enforcement Department next to the Minister box, Amos Diggory with the jurors, and Albus and Moony in the front row at the audition benches to his left. He saw other familiar faces of people that had been his schoolmates, his Quidditch team, his friends, his foes, and random people he had met. Some looked at him with disgust, some with insecurity, some of their faces were voice of any emotions. Some smiled at him, nodded a greeting, others didn't look at him at all. One face stood out of the sea of faces. That of Lucius Malfoy. It took all of Sirius' willpower to stay where he was. How could Malfoy still be out? But he decided that that was a problem for later. Finally Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic, banged his gavel and called for order. What followed was a long speech on why they were here, a reminder what the would-be crime was, the cons and pros, which there were none of the latter. One, witness reports on interrogations with different truth potions conducted by different people, evaluation of memories of 24 witnesses for different occasions, and so on. Sirius, who had heard most of this 100 times before, droned out on the conversation. Instead he started to look at the judges, the jurors, and the audience. Most were listening to the minister. Reporter took notes on their pads. Some looked at him, and some looked around as if wondering what they were doing here. Finally Fudge came to the important point. As we all assumed, Sirius Orion Black did not only betray the Potters to you-know-who, but also killed Peter Pettigrew, a former classmate and friend of his, as well as a dozen muggles. Reason for us to believe this were eye and ear witnesses, as well as the fact that we didn't find more of Pettigrew than his left pinky. But 2 months ago a man was captured on the grounds of Hogwarts School for Magic, and this man turned out to be Peter Pettigrew. Ors, would you please bring him inside? Mr. Black, would you please sit over there? Fudge ordered and pointed at a small bench at the side. Sirius nodded and sat down. The doors opened and 2 Aurors dragged a whimpering, crying, struggling Peter Pettigrew inside. The crowd took a collective gasp as the rat was put into the chair. "Bring for the Veritaserum," Fudge ordered, and an elderly man stepped forward and spilled 3 drops into Peter Pettigrew's mouth, which they had to pry open with force. As soon as the potion started to work, Pettigrew relaxed and stopped struggling. State your name, Madam Bones said, taking over the hearing. Peter Pettigrew, the rat said in a monotone voice. Was Sirius Orion Black the secret keeper for the Potters when they went into hiding? No. The crowd, who didn't know anything of this, gasped again. Who was the secret keeper? Madam Bones asked coldly. I was. Why? They decided that Sirius was too obvious, so they decided to fool everyone, saying he was secret keeper, but secretly it was me because I was an unlikely candidate. So it was you who betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord. It was me. Did they force you to tell them, or did you tell them willingly? I did it willingly. More shocked gasps from the audience. Sirius closed his eyes. He had heard it before, but it always hurt. So you are a Death Eater? Fudge asked. I'm a subject. Are there any more questions for Mr. Pettigrew? Madam Bones asked. Why did you do it? Remus asked loudly. Pettigrew didn't turn his head, but he answered. Because they deserved it. The silence that followed was long. Nobody moved. Finally Madam Bones said in her icy voice, Aurors, please, administer the anti-serum. One of the two Aurors that had escorted Pettigrew nodded and forced the content of a small vial down his throat. The effects were instantly there, and Pettigrew started wailing again and threw himself against the robes that bound him. Silence him, Fudge ordered. As soon as Pettigrew was escorted to the sidelines, Madam Bones gestured for Sirius to sit down in the chair again. It disgusted him to sit somewhere the rat had sat, but he would endure it for now. Mr. Black, please take the Veritaserum. An assistant handed him a small cup with the clear tasteless serum. He drowned it in one go and felt the familiar disinterest and casualness settle over him, calming him. State your name please, a nice voice asked. Unable to resist he answered, Sirius Orion Black, head of House Black. Were you the secret keeper for the Potters? No. Who was? The friendly voice asked. Peter Pettigrew. Why not you? I was James' best friend since our first year at Hogwarts. When I was 16 I moved in with him and his parents after my own mother disowned me. He was my brother in all but blood, but that was painfully obvious to everyone and not a secret. I was the logical choice, and while I would have died rather than say anything, I agreed that changing secret keeper secretly would be a good thing. We thought we'd outsmart the Death Eaters like this, he answered truthfully. Tell us what happened after you found the bodies of the Potters in their home in Godric's Hollow. Did you go after Peter Pettigrew? I did. I knew that only he could have betrayed James and Lily, so I tracked the rat down and confronted him in a Muggle suburban street. Looking back at it, I see that that wasn't the smartest thing to do and that I regret the Muggles' deaths, but I wanted to know why he'd done it, so I cut off his path. But he started shouting how I could have betrayed Lily and James. He caused such uproar. It drew out the Muggles. Only too late I realized what he was doing. He cut off his finger, let go of the explosion charm, and transformed into a rat and was gone. When I realized that I had been outsmarted by a rat, by Peter Pettigrew of all people, I lost it and started laughing in disbelief. That was when the Aurors arrived. You know the rest, he told the nice voice. Thank you, the voice said. Then he felt something in his mouth and instinctively swallowed. The feeling of wool in his head left and he could think clear again. Madam Bones rose, but before she could say anything the Toad Woman, also known as Dolores Umbridge, interrupted her with her disgustingly sweet voice. Excuse me, interruption. There is one last thing I would like to ask Mr. Black. No need for Veritaserum though, Fudge nodded. And suddenly cold sweat started pooling down Sirius's neck. What would she do? Mr. Black, would you swear on your life and magic that you did not do what you are accused of? There was a sharp intact of breath, again, but this time also from the witches and wizards in the court. Why? Sirius asked suspiciously. She smiled that overly sweet smile at him. Just to be sure, I mean, you have nothing to hide, right? She still thought he was guilty. Well, he would prove her wrong. So he smiled back at her, as brightly as he could. Of course not, Madam Undersecretary, and he laughed inside his head loudly as the smug smile vanished from her face. Sirius got up and put his right hand over his heart and raised the left one in the air and said with a loud and clear voice, I, Sirius Orion Black from the House of Black, first of my name and Lord of the House of Black, swear on my magic, my life and soul, that I have not betrayed Lily and James Potter to the Dark Lord, also known as Lord Voldemort. Here many flinched, and that it was Peter Pettigrew. There was another long silence. Then Victor Greengrass cleared his throat from his place on the court benches. Well, he's still standing and breathing, and the vow was rightfully spoken, so it must be true. Sirius nodded at him respectfully and was surprised to get a nod in return. When looked back at Umbridge and saw the slightly red tinge in her cheeks, he couldn't help but add, "I would take any vow necessary, even the unbreakable, because it wasn't me." The uproar that followed was indescribable. People began to talk to each other, others shouted for Pettigrew's head, again others, though they were few, called him a liar and that he somehow managed to trick them. But Madame Bones quickly took charge of the situation, and once silence had settled again she spoke in her stern voice. "I think we can all see that the evidence is quite heavy and points in one direction. Sirius Black is innocent of the crime. Peter Pettigrew is the real culprit. I demand a vote all in favor of clearing Sirius Black of all the charges against him and convicting Peter Pettigrew shall raise their hand." This was it. Sirius felt his heart skip a beat. For a second no one moved. The Madame Bones raised her hand, followed by Dumbledore's, followed by that of Victor Greengrass, followed by that of Amos Diggory, followed by the hand of Frederick Goldenstein and Augusta Longbottom. He saw Caitlin Abbott raise her hand high. More and more hands rose upwards until more than 3/4 were up in the air. Fudge looked around and then raised his hand too, slowly. For a moment nothing happened, then the Minister of Magic took his gavel with the one hand that was not in the air and banged it on the table. "Cleared of all charges," he announced. Sirius couldn't hear the applause over the deafening sound of his own heartbeat in his ears. And suddenly someone was grabbing him and hugging him. Waking from his stupor he saw that it was Remus and threw his arms around the werewolf and hugged him tightly while tears fell from his eyes. Despite his gloomy mood earlier, he had never felt such relief in a long time. So for a few minutes the two friends just stood there and hugged each other as people started to swarm in on them from all sides to congratulate Sirius, to pat him on the shoulder, to ask him questions, to take pictures and comments, or to just clap. It was overwhelming. Over the overall noise, Madame Bones' voice echoed. "Please back away from Mr. Black. A conference will be conducted in 10 minutes a few rooms down the hall there. You'll be able to ask Mr. Black all sorts of questions," she shouted. To Sirius's relief the crowd listened to her and backed away slightly, but there was still the flashing of cameras and the excited talking of many people. Remus squeezed his shoulder. "You did it," he said silently. "We did it without you and Harry and Hermione and Ronald. Without you I wouldn't be here," Sirius said. "Thank you, old friend." Remus smiled and threw an arm around Sirius' shoulder. "Come on. Let's answer all those questions, and I bet by the end of the week you'll have at least half a dozen letters on your desk asking for an alliance between your houses." Sirius laughed loudly. "Oh, politics, how I didn't miss them," he sighed. But then the happy atmosphere that had started to seep through the whole room was pierced by a shrill shriek, and heaps turned faster than lightning towards the source. Peter Pettigrew was on his feet, struggling against his guards. He was screaming like a maniac and his eyes glowed with madness. The two Aurors had problems holding him. Silence settled over the room. "No. You worm, you blood traitor," Pettigrew shouted. "You think 'tis will change anything? Well, it won't. He's rising and nothing you will do will stop him. He'll destroy you all. Starting with your godson Black before the year is over. He will have him and he will kill him, and not just him, you too, Black. Oh yes, you and that Potter bastard, Lily and James, little mudblood freak. The Dark Lord will kill the boy. Mark my words, he will kill him, and you and I will watch, and you will break, and I will enjoy seeing you in pain, and he will rise to power again. You will all be dead." A well-placed stunner between his eyes by Mad Eye Moody shut him up. But his words still echoed through the silence. Sirius was shaking. Because of anger, of fear, of disbelief, of helplessness. "Get him out," Madame Bones ordered, but Sirius saw the concerned look she shot him. Fudge nodded at the Aurors. "Take him to Azkaban. There he'll stay until his trial, though that'll be a short one." Dumbledore stepped forward. "Better keep a close eye on him, Cornelius. It took 12 years to capture him. Do not let him escape again." "Are you trying to tell me how to do my job, Dumbledore?" Cornelius growled back. "Of course not. I am merely saying that it's better to be safe than sorry," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Come on," Remus said as he led Sirius out of the room. "Don't worry, Harry will be fine. Everything will be fine." Harry was nervous. No, scratch that, he was downright terrified. Bill walked next to him, calm and collected as they weaved through the crowds of central London. It was 4 p.m. and the streets were bristling with activity. They had said goodbye to their friends and family over an hour ago and had made their way to London, where they would meet the others of their team at the IPT, the International Portkey Terminal. They were going to Cambodia today. That thought sounded so alien in his head, Harry shuddered. He was going to see another country. The farthest Harry had ever traveled was to Hogwarts and back. Now he was leaving the British island and even this continent. He was going to a totally alien country to look for cursed places and riches to bring back home. He had to think of one of the many books Dudley had gotten but never read. It was called Indiana Jones, or something, and had been about an archaeologist and adventurer with a whip who went to all sort of exotic and mysterious as well as cursed places and solved riddles and survived all sorts of danger and excitement. Harry was too old to pretend he was some hero from a book, but he couldn't help but feel excited about and scared at the same time. How did Dr. Jones feel whenever he traveled through thick rainforests? Had he been afraid too? Excited? Nervous? Sick to the stomach with anxiety? Harry and Bill were already dressed for the tropes. Harry wore the trousers he'd bought at Diagon Alley, together with a white shirt with sleeves that went to the mid-upper arm and the dragon skin waistcoat above, as well as his new boots and the wand holster strapped to the inside of his right arm, invisible for everyone but him. He wore a thin raincoat on top of everything so the Muggles wouldn't notice the strange material his waistcoat was made of. His backpack was on his back and filled with all the essentials he'd need. They were both glad they had been able to keep Molly from stuffing their bags full with dried meat and other non-perishable food, otherwise Harry wasn't sure the Featherlight charm would have worked. Molly had cried when they had said goodbye. Everybody else had been okay-ish. Ron had given him a manly one-armed hug. Fred and George had squashed him between them and shouted dramatically, "Oh Harry, oh dearest Harry. We'll miss you so much." He'd shaken hands with Mr. Weasley and Percy, whereas Ginny had given him a sisterly hug, and Charlie ruffled his hair and said, "Well, look out for yourself, you hear, kid?" But Molly had cried bitterly and without shame. Harry tried not to feel too guilty for making her worry about him. He'd been really touched, and at the same time it had felt strange, awkward and uncomfortable. She and Sirius could be such mother hens. Harry gasped and stopped dead in his tracks. Bill turned around and asked, "Harry, what's it?" Harry looked at him with big eyes. "I didn't tell Sirius where I'm going," he said. He'd told Bill a few days ago the truth about Sirius, Pettigrew and the murder of his parents. Bill had nodded and believed him. Especially since the media was going crazy about it for weeks now. But in the heat of the moments and Sirius' isolation and Harry's own problems, he had totally forgotten about his godfather. Okay, totally was exaggerated. He'd given Lupin messages to pass on, but since it wasn't known what was safe to say and what not, their messages had been very short and dull, usually limited to, "How are you? How's the trail coming along? How far are you with your homework?" Especially the last one, coming from a guy who hated homework, showed how bitter things were. Their answers were just as depressing. "Fine, good, just finished my potions essay, hope Snape won't be a git when he marks it." Harry had tried to find out a few details about the trial, but Remus only knew so much and he couldn't speak to Dumbledore, not because of what the old man had confessed to him but also because he couldn't reach Dumbledore. Hedwig had always come back with his letter still attached to her leg. And then the days till their departure had gotten less and less and the tension had risen. He and Bill had spent hours of the remaining days and sometimes until late at night to decode scrolls, find the right spells, preparing for every possible situation, and had consulted 1,000 books at flourish and blots on potentially cursed places and objects. Bill had taught him handy tricks when decoding and had forced Harry to learn the basic of runes, something that took you at Hogwarts 6 months to learn, in 5 days. So yeah, Harry had been pretty occupied and Sirius had left his mind. "I'm the worst godson in the world," Harry groaned. "I forgot about the man that escaped Azkaban for me and risked his freedom and safety for me and offered me a home, in his greatest time of need. Bill, today is Judgment Day for him. They're probably on it by now." Bill paled slightly. He looked at his watch. The trail had started at 9:30. It was 11 o'clock now. At 11:30 their portkey was due to leave. "Where they finished yet? You don't think we can fit in a quick visit to the ministry, do you?" Harry asked, dejected. Bill looked sympathetic. "Damn, I'm sorry Harry, if you want to back out, I'm sure the others would understand." Harry chewed on his lower lip. He really wanted to go. It was a kind of freedom he'd never been allowed to have. He could finally do something he enjoyed, something he loved. But he couldn't just leave Sirius. He owed the man. Sirius had stayed sand for 12 years in Azkaban because of him, because the thought of Harry and his own innocence had been powerful enough to keep him going. Harry just couldn't back out of Sirius's live again. He didn't want to look ungrateful to Sirius. How about you write him? Explain everything to him and that you are sorry. I'm sure he'll understand. Harry could hear that Bill wasn't convinced by his own words. Harry moved his hand through his hair, pulling it into all directions. I can't do anything right, he said miserably. Harry, stop it, Bill said angrily. You must stop always putting others first. You have to think about yourself from time to time too. I don't know Sirius, but from what you told me you must mean the world to that man. He will understand and he will not be angry at you. Hell, maybe he'll be glad you said he still had to find a house, right? Well, he also has to get used to his new freedom and sort his businesses out. He'll have a lot to do and he can do that quietly and quickly while you are away, and when you come back, you'll have years to come to spend together. Harry, it will be okay. Bill shook the boy's shoulders to underline his seriousness. Harry took a deep breath and looked into the oldest Weasley's eyes. Okay, he whispered. All right, Bill asked. Yeah, I think so. Good, 'cause there are 2 things we need to do before we get to the IPT, Bill said and pulled Harry into a side street, away from the endless flow of people. First, give me your wand, Bill said, taking out his own too. Why? Harry asked, confused, as he flicked his wrist and his wand jumped from its holster and into Harry's hand. I need to deactivate the tracking charm on it. We don't want you to get any letters about you using magic outside of school, right? Harry looked at him with huge eyes. You can do that? He asked excitedly. Bill grinned. It's just for this special occasion. You have to clear it with some people, but thanks to Dumbledore meddling with it all, it was no problem. Still, the charm will be back in place as soon as the new school year starts, he said. He tipped with his wand against Harry's and mumbled a few words Harry didn't catch. His Holly and Phoenix wand glowed shortly before puffing out a small column of steam from its tip. Then Bill gave it back to Harry. Harry couldn't help but wave it and mumble, Coloris. The daisies at his feet, growing from the cracks between the stones, turned pink. Harry laughed excitedly. Bill grinned too. And now the other thing. The older man reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small casket and gave it to Harry. Seeing that the younger wizard was about to protest, he said firmly, it's something every curse breaker and curse breaker in training gets when they go on their first mission. It's tradition, so don't bother arguing. Grudgingly, Harry took the small box and opened it. There on a thin cloth of velvet lay a dagger. Blade and handle were nearly as long as Harry's lower arm. The wood was dark and decorated with the carving of a phoenix in mid-flight. The blade was gleaming and looked wickedly sharp and reflected Harry's eyes. As Harry looked up with wide eyes, Bill handed him a sheath with a hook and loop tape to put the beautiful weapon into. Bill, what? Curse breaking is an old profession. The first curse breaker fought and defended with daggers and swords. They are good luck charms. The blade is usually made from silver, so it will kill nearly anything magical or supernatural. The wood is ebony. It's fabled to have healing and protecting abilities. To personalize it, the handle is carved with something that represents the wielder. When Ginny told me how Fawkes healed you in the Chamber of Secrets, I thought it was fitting. You're not really supposed to fight with it. It has more of a decorative use to show where you belong to. See, I have one too. Bill produced from nowhere a dagger not unlike Harry's, but with a wider blade and jagged edges on one side. The handle was decorated with a silver wolf. Why a wolf? Harry asked curiously. Because I survived Fenrir Greyback's attack without becoming a werewolf. It's my triumph and my burden. It makes me stronger but also wears me down sometimes, Bill explained. Harry nodded. He didn't want to pry. He knew the topic of Greyback was a bitter one for all Weasleys. Come on Harry, let's hurry. I promise you, it will be fine in the end, and if it's not fine, then it's not the end yet. They were the second last to arrive with still 15 minutes to go. The IPT were just 2 square flat-roofed fabric halls, one for arrival and one for departure. They were both divided into 6 smaller sections, each guarded by 2 ministry officials that checked on long lists who was due to come when and who was due to leave when. The arrival hall was more active than the departure hall. They were let into one of the 6 areas. On a small table lay a toothbrush. Their portkey, as Harry learned from Bill. Bags and trunks and brooms and rolled-up carpets were piled next to the table. In one corner stood a group of comfortable-looking armchairs and couches on which most members of their team sat and either read or ate or talked to each other. Atticus was there, naturally, as well as Rashid, Eric, Alice and the Lovegoods. Everyone was dressed according to their travels, though the Lovegoods seemed to have overdone it a little bit. Harry thought the softer helmets and spy glasses were a little bit too much, but anyway. The only ones missing were Daphne Greengrass and her brother Thomas. Bill, Harry, how are you? Atticus said happily as they clasped hands. We're fine, excited and nervous in his case but fine otherwise, Bill said while pointing at Harry. Harry punched him playfully on the arm. Atticus laughed heartily. Don't worry Harry, we've all been there, he assured. Seems like we're only missing Thomas, his niece and their cousin, Bill noted, said Atticus nodded. Yeah, Fleur's portkey is due to arrive in second now in the other hall, they'll be over in a few minutes, Atticus said with a glance at his watch. Who's Fleur? Harry asked, not able to remember another member of their company. Fleur Delacour, she's from a noble and prestigious family from France and a cousin to the Greengrass. Thomas' mother and Fleur's father were half-siblings or cousins themselves. Fleur will be entering her last year in Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic and she already has expressed her wish to work for Gringotts after school, probably in the sector of identifying the value of objects and riches and such things. That's why she's coming with us. Mr. Lovegood knows all about the history of objects but Ms. Delacour can tell us if they are worth any gallons, Atticus explained. And here they are, Bill said. Harry noticed a strange little quiver in his voice and turned around. He saw Thomas Greengrass first. The young man was dressed in an open, long dark red leather trench coat that still left him enough room to move in, over tight dragon hide pants and a long-sleeved shirt and old-fashioned jerkin, also from dragon hide and decorated with delicate designs. He was carrying a backpack and had his wand in his hand. Greetings, he shouted and shook their heads. Good to see you. To Tom, everything all right? No problems whatsoever? Atticus asked. Everything went as smooth as a baby's butt, Tom said, then he added, hello Harry. Nearly didn't recognize you there, lad. Looking good. Harry nodded his thanks before turning back to the other two approaching figures. He imminently recognized Daphne's long silvery blonde hair. She was dressed in a one-piece, made from a dark blue dragon hide. You could still see the pattern of the scales that once had covered the skin, and the light reflected from those lines and made it look as if scales were moving with each step Daphne made. Around her hips she wore a heavy belt from where he could see the hilt of a dagger, her wand, various vials, a flask and strangely enough a flute. She nodded at him with a little smile on her lips as she passed him and greeted Rashid, her mentor. And then Harry saw Fleur Delacour. His magic gave a tingling warning when he eyed her. Something about her was off. She was easily the most beautiful girl Harry had ever seen, and he could see the relation to the Greengrasses. All three of them shared the pale blonde hair, but whereas Tom's and Daphne's were still owned, Fleur's was a silvery waterfall that cascaded down her shoulder. She had light green eyes like the grass in spring. Her features were delicate and soft, pretty much like Daphne's, but Daphne had a defiant chin and didn't look so much like a china doll. Otherwise Fleur was dressed in light trousers, a white blouse and a dragon hide vest that looked like corset. Like Daphne, she wore a belt with a dagger, her wand, a flask and chain around her neck with a very small magnifying glass. She spotted him and frowned. She extended her hand in a greeting. I don't believe we have met, she asked with a questioning eyebrow and a heavy French accent. No, I was spontaneously added to the group and you missed out the last meeting, so we didn't meet there. I'm Harry Potter, Ms. Pleased to meet you, Harry said calmly. When they shook hands, his magic tingled again under his skin as if thousands of ants were walking under his skin. Fleur gave him a radiant smile. Of course I am Fleur Delacour, my great niece told me about you. Harry looked questioningly at Daphne, who was still talking to Rashid. Really? He asked. Yes, she told me about all those adventures you had at your school. She thinks you are very brave. Harry blushed. Never would he have imagined a Slytherin, much less Daphne Greengrass, who he didn't even know, to think and talk about him like that. Well, I see you later, Ari, Fleur said with one last smile and walked gracefully away, but not without a last "Ella William" to Bill. When she was out of hearing distance, Harry turned to Bill and Atticus to ask them if they felt the same tingle whenever Fleur was around, but stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Atticus drooling all over his chin and Bill's barely hidden puppy eyes. Hey, the latter one whispered silently, even though the object of interest was long gone. Harry frowned. Bill. Atticus. Hello. Anyone in there? He asked and waved his hand before their eyes. That somehow seemed to snap them back to reality. What's wrong with you guys? Harry asked, slightly concerned. Atticus cursed. Damn it, I swore myself I would try to control myself. He whipped drool off his chin. Bill smiled weakly. You know how hard that will be. Fleur is part Vila. The allure is naturally strong within her. It's not her fault. Vila. What's a Vila? Harry asked. Creatures of magic, descendants of the sirens. They are good at seducing people with their good looks and charm and magic. Nearly every male, once he's seen a Vila, has the desire to get near her and love her, and such things really dangerous. And Fleur is such a Vila? Harry asked. Merlin, no. No, her grandmother was not a rare thing for a Vila to mate with a normal wizard, but Fleur carries only little Vila blood in her, but it's powerful. She too has the allure and part of a Vila's vicious temper, Atticus said. Then he frowned. I wonder how you managed to struck up a conversation this long with her without melting to a puddle of drool and brainless comments. Like we all did when first meeting her. That's what I wanted to ask before I saw you two all spaced out on me. My magic was strangely tingling when I saw her. It's only done that before when I was in danger, or to make me aware of something important. Both Bill and Atticus looked at each other. Wow, Harry, that's rare. Your magic corp picked up her Vila magic and warned you of a potential threat. It was probably shielding you. That's why you were able to talk to her so calmly, Atticus muttered. Danger. She is dangerous? Harry asked, shocked. No, Fleur is not, but Vilas are. When angered they can transform into harpy-like creatures and spit fire. Don't worry about Fleur spitting fire, but it's possible that when she gets angry or distressed that her own Vila magic acts up to protect her. Best not to anger her, Bill said quickly. Harry nodded, understandingly. Well, enough talking, we need to get going, Atticus said before proclaiming loudly, all right everyone, suit up. We have time for extended greetings later. We have a portkey to get and a mission to complete. Anyone wanting to back out, this is your last chance. Once we're in Cambodia, you won't be able to leave until the return portkey activates. Now grab your things and gather around the toothbrush. Harry hurried after Bill towards the table with the portkey. I've been meaning to ask, why is it a toothbrush? He asked. Bill shrugged. I have no idea, he said grinningly. The now stood around the table, Harry squished between Bill and Alice. The countdown appeared above the toothbrush, going down from 20. Everyone, grab hold on the toothbrush, or a person holding the toothbrush, Atticus ordered, and Harry grabbed Bill's arm, who had one finger firmly pressed on the toothbrush. Alice put a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. Here we go, Atticus shouted as the numbers above the toothbrush turned from 1 to 0. And Harry felt as if someone had put a hook somewhere behind his navel and was pulling him harshly towards their location. It only lasted a few seconds, but those were the worst second of his life, Harry decided, because one moment he was feeling suspended in midair and then in the next moment he was crashing painfully into the hard, unyielding ground. He groaned and rolled onto his back. He could only see blurred lines for a few seconds, as he searched for his glasses and couldn't find them on his face. Great, he thought, if they got lost somewhere between here and England I'll never see them again. Then a shape appeared above him. He squinted his eyes. The someone pressed something in his hand and said, Here, you glasses Harry, I found them. Hastily he put them on and saw Daphne smiling down at him. She extended her hand and pulled him up. She was surprisingly strong. Thanks, he said a little breathlessly. First time portkey? She asked. That obvious? He asked. A little, she admitted, then she added. So, this is Cambodia then. Is everybody all right? Atticus asked as they all dusted off a little. Harry nearly didn't hear him. He was too much enchanted by his surroundings. They had landed on a small clearing in the middle of the jungle. Harry had seen pictures of the jungle and short movies about it in elementary school, but seeing it for real was different. The trees, so tall, the foliage, so thick, the air, so humid, the noises, so loud. He could hear monkeys in the trees, cackling, hundreds of birds singing, frogs croaking, winds chirping, the trees and fern and bushes moving in the slight breeze. He smelled wet earth, the aroma of thousand flowers, felt the water on his skin, the heat in his neck, the tickling of some plant on his arm. It was overwhelming. So overwhelming, Harry only noticed the elephants when something soft with bristles touched his neck. Harry jumped and cursed silently. He swirled around and came face to face with a trunk that was over 1 meter long and was exploring his face happily, going over his mouth, eyes and nose and then making its way through his hair. It was a strange feeling and it certainly didn't smell so nice, and Harry could feel something wet rolling down his cheek. Help, he asked weakly. Roaring laughter was all he got. Then there was an unknown voice speaking in an unknown language and suddenly the trunk was gone. Now that his field of view was free again, Harry could see the rest of the elephant. It was big. Bigger than any animal he'd ever seen before. And no, the basilisk didn't count. Harry was fascinated. Never before had he been this close to such a massive, living, breathing animal. Big dark eyes with long eyelashes looked at him. Careful, he extended one hand and put it on the animal's face. The thick wrinkled skin was warm. It huffed and the trunk began exploring his torso, tickling his arms. Wow, Harry breathed. All right, you big girl, enough cuddling with the beast, get to work, Eric barked at him. Harry flinched again, and turned. About a dozen elephants crowded the place. Bill, Atticus, Alice and Thomas had already started levitating their equipment onto their backs and Eric was walking back to help them. The Lovegoods were bending over some plant at the side of the clearing, gushing about its color. He felt a strange tingling in the back of his neck and saw Fleur and Daphne going through one of their backpacks, but Daphne was looking at him with a small smile on her lips. Harry felt hot embarrassment rising in his cheeks. He hurried over to where Rashid was passing bed rolls to Bill and helped him. He was just bending down to grab another one when something was tugging at his shirt. He turned around to see what it was and again came face to face with an elephant, the very same elephant that had nuzzled his face moments before. "Ahm, hey you," he muttered and tried to push the trunk away that was again making its way across his face. He could hear the others laugh at his helpless position. "She likes you," a deep, unknown voice with a heavy accent Harry couldn't quite place anywhere, suddenly said next to him. He looked to his right and saw a small thin man standing there with black hair pulled back in a long braided ponytail, a weather-worn face, deep brown eyes and a lanky body build. His cloths were torn and patched up again, a bit too big, and consisted of khaki knee-length trousers and a white t-shirt that said in fading red and black letters, "Go Bulgaria Quidditch World Cup 1959. Which is nothing special, she likes nearly everybody but she seems to like you especially. Do you have mangoes somewhere?" "Because she loves mangoes," the guy said and scratched the elephant above the big round eyes. "My name's Chow, I'm your guide," he introduced himself and grinned at Harry with big slightly yellow eyes. "I live not far from here and I know this place like the back of my hand. Gringotts asked me to show you around." "Are you a wizard?" Harry asked. Chow shook his head. "No, I'm a squib. My parents were magic but not me, mind you. They were both Muggle-born, first in their families ever, so no one really expected me to have any powers," he said with a shrug. "Enough of the idle chit-chat, let's get going," Eric interrupted again and pushed past them towards one of the elephants. With practiced movements he climbed the big animal and made himself comfortable on its back. Chow nodded and then he added, "I don't have enough elephants for all of us. 4 of us have to share, I'm afraid." "Luna and I will share one," Xenophilius Lovegood said and led his dreaming daughter to one of the big animals. Luna petted the gently mammal and said in a sing-song voice, "Hello my dear friend, how handsome you are," and surprisingly enough the animal wrapped its trunk around her waist and lifted her up and onto its back. Atticus just nodded, then he looked around, at Harry and then at Daphne. "Harry, Daphne, you are both the lightest and smallest among us, do you mind sharing?" Harry looked at Daphne. She pushed a loose strand of hair back and shrugged. "I don't mind," she said. "Yeah, me neither," Harry said. "Then you can take Nim here," Chow said and pointed at the elephant that was still ruffling through Harry's hair. As soon as Chow had said those words, Nim grabbed Harry in a similar fashion like the other elephant had taken Luna and lifted him in one go onto her back. A bit startled, Harry tried to find anything to hold on to. Luckily the boxes on the elephant lady's back were arranged so that Harry could lead against them if he moved further down the length of her back. Then a second later Daphne sat before him, pushed up by her uncle. He looked at both of them and said with a mocking grin, "Behave you two." Harry couldn't help but blush again. Stupid hormones. But Daphne just rolled with her eyes and slid closer to the animal's head and her legs dangled down the sides of Nim's neck. "Everybody up," Atticus shouted and looked around from his place at the front. Everybody nodded. How Fleur managed to look graceful on the back of her elephant would probably be a mystery forever to Harry, but they were all seated and ready to go. "Good, we are currently a 3-hour ride away from the border of the magical force field Gringotts detected months ago. Then we'll need another 2 hours until we are at the place Chow chose for us to act as HQ, so look out for low-hanging branches. We at the top will cut them if we see them, but nonetheless, Don't let your guards down, something is waiting for us in this jungle. Also keep an eye out for poisonous spiders and such things. I don't think anything bigger will dare to attack us, but you never know what long-time magical influence can do with a place like this. Otherwise don't eat any berries without asking us if it's okay, and anyone who has to take a leak, do it now because we won't hold until we reach our campsite, and remember that we'll be in 5 hours top, so no complaining about being bored if you don't know what to do. Work. I'm sure there are still scrolls that haven't been finished yet, Atticus instructed with a stern look on his face. Sure boss, understood, whatever, came the confirmation from everyone. Then let's go, Atticus said cheerfully, and the elephants began to trot after their leader. The strange movements of them caused Harry to lose hold, and he slid down the soft curve of Nim's back and crashed into Daphne's back. She gave a startled grunt and turned around to glare at him. Sorry. I didn't expect them to move like this, Harry said, blushing yet again. The angry look on her face vanished and she smirked again. Sure Potter, just don't forget my brother's warning. Then she turned back around, leaving an embarrassed Harry to his thoughts. Things didn't get better for him. Harry always tried to slide backwards so there would be some space between him and Daphne, but the anatomy of the elephant made it impossible, and so he kept sliding closer to her. Are you done? She asked after the 1,000th time with an amused but also slightly exasperated voice. Sorry, but every time I move backwards I keep slipping forwards. I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable for you. Daphne snorted and to his amazement got up, suddenly standing in a low crouch on the back of the still walking elephant, and with 2 quick steps she was sitting behind him, her back now pressed against his. Better now? She asked. She was warm and her hair slightly tickled his cheek. It smelled like strawberries. Arg, brain, stop thinking these things. Geez, what's wrong with you? Harry thought strawberries, his brain just replied. Yeah, sure, much better. Daphne laughed and it vibrated through his body. For someone whose best friend is a girl, you are pretty awkward right now, she remarked. Harry was glad she couldn't see the heat rise in his cheeks. Well, yeah, but it's different with Hermione, she's like a sister. You are. He stopped abruptly. Yes. I am what? She asked. You are different, Harry finally said after racking his brain for something fitting to say. Different. That's a new one, she said with a slightly sarcastic undertone in her voice. I don't know, forgive me if I'm rude, but, well, I really don't know you, so I don't think I have any right to draw any conclusions if I don't know anything about you. Daphne shifted her weight slightly, and when Harry looked over his shoulder he saw that she was looking at him with a strange expression on her face. What? He asked, uncomfortable under her gaze. Nothing, it's just that you are a very interesting wizard, Harry Potter. Not many your age would realize such things. He wasn't sure if it was a compliment or not, so he just nodded. You are also not what I expected after all the stories I've heard about you and what I could see myself. What did you hear? Harry asked, uncomfortable. The press had never published much about him, well, except for that thing about the Philosopher's Stone, and when Gilderoy Lockhart had forced him on the front page before second year, and his name had been mentioned along with that of Sirius when he'd just escaped Azkaban. So the only stories Daphne probably knew were those they told at Hogwarts, and with Draco Malfoy in her house he wasn't sure if they were that flattering. She shrugged and said, just the usual, the Golden Boy, Gryffindor's mighty lion, leader of the Golden Trio. It all made you look superficial, to be honest, but now I'm not so sure, she said. Thanks, I guess. You're welcome. Daphne, can you pass me the rune book? I don't recognize this rune, it looks like an Egyptian hieroglyph, but I'm not quite sure. Show me which one, maybe I know. Here, this one. It's not Egyptian, honestly, Harry. That's the Norse rune for strength and power. It's been in this scroll at least half a dozen times. One would think you'd know it by now. Yeah, whatever, but if it stands in front of a bone-crushing curse that's been weaved together with an organ-busting jinx, then it strengthens only the one that begins with the higher number, right? That would be the organ-busting curse, and that would mean to counter it you either use the Protega charm, or... I think so, honestly, Harry. I'm the healer, her, not the curse breaker. It's your job to know this. But you had ancient runes last year. And we only worked on Egyptian hieroglyphs. We started with the Norse ones too, but only in the last lessons. Harry never had many friends growing up. Dudley made sure he didn't. Then he had met Ron on the Hogwarts Express and had imminently bonded. After saving Hermione from the troll, she had joined them and they had become the Golden Trio. With the boys in his dormitory he was good friends too after all, sharing a room for 10 months every year kinda made you like each other. People from other house probably wouldn't count so much as friends since he didn't spend so much time with them, but he was definitely friendly with a lot of them. Daphne on the other hand was different, and yet within a few hours he'd come to like her like she was an old friend. Harry had always been slightly critical about the whole sorting people after a character trait thing, but he could see why all the brave, all the smart ones, all the loyal and all the cunning people were put together. Daphne was very intelligent, but at the same time she had a dangerous humor and her thoughts went always 10 steps ahead, but not to solve a problem but to embarrass Harry or make a joke on his cost. She didn't care about house rivalries. I have many friends in both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, and though most Gryffindors were stupid reckless idiots, she liked most of them and thought that the Weasley twins' prank on Professor Binns last year had been awesome. She was cunning and ambitious. She wanted to become a healer and she wanted to be the best in her year. She planned to be a great witch, to save a lot of people with her powers later on. But she didn't sound snobbish like she already knew that she was going to be great because she already was, but more like she was determined to become great. How did he know? After the slightly awkward beginning of their journey, Harry had thought this would be it. But after few minutes of silence, Daphne asked, "I'm bored, do you want to play chess?" Harry had nodded. If you wonder how you can possibly play chess on the back of an elephant that is trotting through the jungle, let's just say, if you are two creative wizard students, then nothing is really impossible. Daphne jinxed the board game to float in midair while Harry set the game up. They sat across from each other in cross-legged and stabilized bay balance spells. Daphne was surprisingly good and beat Harry in the first 20 games. Harry, who was used being beaten by Ron, didn't mind, but every game made him want to beat her even more. It was friendly competition and a lot of fun. But if you are 13 years old, you only play so much chess on a 5-hour trip. So after a while Daphne conjured her books from her bag and set up a flat and square plate of wood that acted as a makeshift table, and together they worked on their homework and assignments for the trip, passing books between them, asking for advice, correcting each other, joking and bantering, asking some questions in between, and generally bonding. She read his potions essay and gave him helpful suggestions and corrections. In exchange he helped her with her transfiguration paper. They exchanged notes for charms and Harry explained a few things from defense to her. She on the other hand decided to teach him all she knew from her runes and arithmetic lessons. Bill called them geeks for mining homework, but honestly at least they hadn't deteriorated to talk about their best bed experiences in different countries as Bill, Atticus and Eric had. At some point Harry had taken out 2 of the scrolls that still needed to be translated. He and Bill always shared work. Harry would do the first reading and Bill would correct or do the parts Harry couldn't figure out. Daphne had taken out her healing books and the assignments Rashid had given her. She had to learn all kinds of spells and ways to treat all kinds of wounds and illnesses and whatnot. What sounded easy was more difficult than he'd assumed. Daphne told him that if she made one wrong movement with her wand while, for example, stopping a bleeding, she could cause an even worse bleeding or something like that. Besides that, she went through her potions ingredients books and memorized every ingredient and how it reacted with others. No wonder she was at the top of their class. But there was another reason why he and Daphne got along so well. Daphne loathed Draco Malfoy, and talking about a common enemy is the best thing if you want to get each other. Honestly, just because he's the heir to the Malfoy family and is filthy rich doesn't mean he's Merlin's gift to mankind, you know. She growled. They had put their things away by now and sat across from each other on yet another game of chess. I know, Harry kicked of one of her knights off the board with one of his peasants. You should have been there when I first met him at Madame Malkin's or when we met again on the Hogwarts Express. His stupid pureblood obsession is getting on my nerves. I mean, why do you even care what blood you have? Many half-bloods and muggleborn in our year are better than him. Hermione, for example, Harry muttered. Daphne nodded. You're right, but form a family as old as the Malfoys, you can't expect anything else with all their inbreeding. She shuddered. I mean, I'm from an old pureblood family. While we share certain values like the Malfoys, we certainly are not obsessed with them as they are. We cherish our traditions and the values our family has held up for hundreds of years. And what are those values? Harry asked, interested. Well, one is loyalty, another one is the importance of family and strength. Our family crest is that of a female wolf nursing a human baby and the ancient Norse rune for strength, she said with a smile. In our family everyone is welcome and we are a big family, we cherish each other's company and children are important to us. I'm one of 5 after all. Can you tell me about your family? Harry asked. Daphne smiled widely. Oh, they are amazing, but it's also hard at times. You know Thomas, he's my mother's youngest brother. I myself have 2 older brothers, Jonathan, and then there is Alan. Jonathan is just out of school and traveling the world with his girlfriend, and Mom's other brother and his wife Alan will be in his last year now. Then I have 2 younger sisters. Astoria will start at Hogwarts this year, but Jessica is only 8, so she won't be joining us so soon. Other than that, there are 2 aunts on my mother's side with their families and some uncle and aunts and cousins from my father's side, but I really know only few of those. That's a lot of siblings. What is it like? Harry asked excitedly. Ron says it's horrible, but when I'm with them it always looks like great fun. Daphne smiled. It is horrible and at the same time it's not, she said. I mean, 2 older overbearing brothers and 2 younger annoying sisters are nothing to joke about. Honestly, when I start dating it won't be just Dad and Thomas who will try to kill the boy I choose, but them also, she said, rolling her eyes, but her expression was fond otherwise. And Astoria and Jess look up to me. It's quiet, sweet and flattering, but sometimes it's annoying when they follow me around like lost puppies. Harry smiled. I would have loved to have siblings growing up, he admitted. Didn't you grow up with your cousin? Daphne asked, recalling what little he had told her. Harry stiffened. That's a little complicated, he muttered. Dudley and I never got along, you know, accidental magic and all that. It didn't help that my aunt and uncle weren't so thrilled either with me showing up on their doorstep one morning. Dudley had his gang and didn't want to have anything to do with me. That was putting it very mildly. Daphne thought about that. But you're related. I don't understand how you cannot like each other. I mean, sure, we have black sheep in our family too, but we still respect each other and everyone is welcome. I guess families should be like that, but it's never so easy, Harry said. My aunt hated my mother and my father until Hagrid came to tell me I was a wizard. I didn't know their names and was told that they were unemployed, good-for-nothing drunks. Daphne shook her head. Muggles may be ahead of us in technology and progress, but when it comes to fundamental values they have fallen far behind, she said. Are families that important in our world? I mean, I've heard about different influential families and so on, but I still don't get it, Harry admitted. Well, your family name means power. If we had a competent teacher for history of magic, everyone would learn that there were 24 families in the time even before Merlin that were blessed by the goddess of magic and thus got their powers, which they passed on to their descendants. The members of the original families posses great and strong magic, and within their bloodline it remained string. When their children married other members of the blessed families it would stay string, but if they for example married non-blessed magical people, their children either had no magic or weakened magic. As the families grew and expanded over the eons, the magic thinned out. Only few remain that have really pure blood, but those that do have a strong magical core. Most families of that time changed their names, others were extinct and again others spread their magic wide. Many expanded over the whole world. Those 24 families were the founders of our society and sat in the first magical council. So yeah, families are important not just because of power but also because teaching magic has always been something you do inside your family. Together with passing on traditions, you see those families used the blessing for many different purposes. Some became healers, healing magical and non-magical alike. Some became protectors to defend humankind against the evils of those ancient times. Others became conquerors and rulers to bring order to the world. Others just wanted to help. Today you can still find those original purposes in some families' mind. For example, the Greengrass family was one of the blessed families. They were healers all along, but with magic now helping them they were even better and saved many lives. Malfoy were conquerors that wanted to unite the whole world and make one community. Today they just want to conquer and rule, I'm afraid, but still Longbottoms were protector of the realm still, or today Knots are too, but they were always a bit more extreme in their methods to guarantee peace. And let's not forget your good friends the Weasleys. They always wanted to help those in need, not just the sick but also the poor, the desperate, the lonely and the helpless. There are more, but I think you get the gist. The ancestor of the founders of Hogwarts were among the blessed too. Harry swallowed. Wow, I didn't know it went so deep, but I can see why many, even Draco, are so proud of their heritage. Daphne nodded. It's why many of our families are afraid that with more Muggleborn our history could be forgotten. Makes sense. Also it would mean less power for the heads of the houses, and let's face it, nobody really likes giving up his power. Head of house. Harry asked. He still didn't really get the whole concept of pure blood families and their heads of houses and who was the heir to what, but that didn't mean that he didn't want to learn. I've heard of that the heir to the title and everything, right? Malfoy will inherit the title of his father one day. Lord Malfoy Neville will too when he reaches majority. He told me that once. Daphne nodded. Many in our year or our school in general will inherit their family title and leadership of their house. Me too. I'm the sole heir to the Greengrass family, she said. Harry frowned, surprised. I thought, he started, hoping not to ask a stupid question, that the oldest inherits the title. At least it's like that with the Weasleys and the Malfoys and the Longbottoms. Daphne nodded. Yeah, usually it's like that, but you see, my family is structured a little different than most houses. We don't have a patriarch. Our house has always been led by women. We believe women are just as strong and brave as men. In our world, women are still often seen as pretty things to keep by your side and to marry to secure alliances between houses or to keep blood pure. My house has always tried to change the view on women. That's why we have a matriarch. The title goes to the eldest daughter, even if she has older brothers, although right now my father is leading our house. Why? Harry asked curiously. My mother was the last head of House Greengrass, but she died 2 years ago. My grandmother Natalie just retired from everything and wants to enjoy her old age quietly. My mother was the oldest girl, so none of her brothers or sisters can claim leadership. Only my mother's family can. And your father too, despite being, well, your father. A male, I mean. In my stead until I turn 17, then I will inherit the title and most of our properties and money and responsibilities. That doesn't mean my siblings will be left with nothing, it's just that the main responsibility will be left to me. Harry nodded, actually understanding it this time. I'm sorry about your mother, he said after a short break. Daphne shrugged. It's okay, it hurts, but I've come to terms with her passing. None of the people we love are ever really gone, my nanny used to say when my grandfather passed away. Harry nodded. This head of house things is really big, or? He asked, feeling stupid as soon as the last word left his mouth. Luckily Daphne took it with humor. Yes, it is. With all the old families it is. As head of house you sit on the Wizengamot and the board of governors. If your family belongs to the really old ones, it grants you power over all the people in your house and gives you quite the reputation in society. There's often a lot of sibling rivalry and it's not uncommon to fight for the position. In earlier centuries younger siblings tried to kill their brothers or sisters, but not just siblings fought, also aunts and uncles tried to gain power, or people that married into a family for the same reasons. It has all happened. Harry frowned. That sounds a bit harsh. And it decreased with the years. Daphne smiled. My brothers actually came to me after I was explained what my position in the family was and assured me that they had my back and would always support me and that I would do great. Alan even told me how glad he was that he wouldn't have to become all stiff and formal and speak like a stuck-up know-it-all. Harry laughed with her. And he's right, I have to go through so many lessons and learn so much about etiquette. More than already. My dad teaches me politics and sometimes takes me to sessions of the Wizengamot to get a feeling what it will be like soon. She sighed. Still, it is hard to find allies and respect among the old men that currently occupy the chairs. I try to make friends with many heirs that go to school with us, but being Slytherin and all, that makes it hard. I'm sure you'll do great, Harry assured her and grinned. After all, you can always use your potion skills to make people agree. She giggled. That is not a nice thing to say, Mr. Potter, and rather Slytherin if I do say so. Harry shrugged. Don't tell anyone, but the Sorting Hat wanted to put me into Slytherin during my sorting, but Malfoy had been sorted there before me and I didn't want to be in the same house as he was, so I could convince the Hat to put me with my friends. Daphne looked at him with huge eyes. You're joking, she shouted in disbelief. I'm not, I swear, Harry said laughing. You, the vanquisher of you know who in Slytherin. Your life would have been hell. More than it already is. He asked. She nodded. Then she looked down at the chessboard and said with a triumphant smile, checkmate. The sun had traveled across the sky in a slow pace. At least what Harry could see of the sun through the thick tree tops. Both he and Daphne lay on their backs, their knees barely touching, whereas their legs still dangled down the side of Nim's big round belly and stared at the passing trees above them. The rocking made Harry sleepy, and not just him. Daphne yawned loudly. The muttering of the others around them, the soft cooling wind that blew around them and battles the heat, the singing of the birds, the thick smell of flowers, it all was intoxicating and relaxing. They kept talking, asking about favorite subjects, most hated teachers, favorite animal, sand colors, which flavor was the worst of Bertie Bott's every flavored Jelly Belly beans that they ever ate, which their favorite Quidditch team was, and things like that. But then after a while they both fell in a comfortable silence. "Intel, are we there yet?" Daphne asked loudly. Heads turned. The two teens at the end of their procession had been so occupied with each other these past few hours, they had put them aside. It was better than whining teens or bored teens, they all agreed. Bill grinned when he saw how they sat on the elephant's back. Thomas, who rode next to him, quirked an eyebrow. "And I told them to behave," he told him silently. Bill had to suppress his laughter. "Not much longer, we'll reach the borer in less than 10 minutes, I reckon. From there on we'll have to be extra careful. Just because it's been silent for so long doesn't mean it will stay like this once we cross over into magical territory," Atticus said. "We'll also have to hurry, the sun won't be up for much longer, and setting up camp in semi-darkness or at night is not good," Chow added. Harry propped up on his elbows and looked up. "I didn't look like it was going to be dark this soon, the sun was still high in the sky." "Don't be fooled, the sun goes down quicker than you think," Chow said. Harry frowned. "Sometimes I think you can read my thought," he said. "No, it's just written all across your face," Chow laughed. Harry wasn't sure what was different. But something wasn't right. His magic itched under his skin as if it wanted to make him aware of something. He felt restless. "Do you feel that?" he asked Daphne silently. The young witch nodded. "I'm feeling strangely on edge, like something will happen any moment," she whispered back. They scanned their surroundings. Just the same jungle that they had been passing through for nearly 3 hours now. "But you can feel it too, right? This," she tried to explain. "This wrongness." "Yes, I can feel it too," Harry said, and unconsciously his hand moved to his wand. He looked towards the others, but strangely enough they were still talking among each other and joking, and Eric looked like he was dozing on the back of his elephant. Alice was reading. The Lovegoods were prodding something Luna held in her hands. Harry thought it was some kind of colorful frog. Fleur and Bill were discussing something. Daphne scooted closer to him. "Harry, do you hear that?" she asked nervously. He frowned, closed his eyes and listened. "No, what is it, Daphne?" She looked around, worried. "That's the thing, Harry, there is nothing to hear, it's completely silent." Then things happened at once. Understanding bloomed on Harry's face and his hand drew his wand. At the same time the frog in Luna's hand croaked piercingly and jumped from her hands into the foliage, and Chow turned around saying, "We're passing into the magical zone now, better," but he was interrupted by the sudden loud roaring of thunder and the crashing of clouds. A strong wind rose from nowhere and forced them backwards. The wind picked up leaves and small sticks and swirled them around like little harmful missiles. "Shields up!" Atticus shouted before he conjured a shield around himself and Chow. Harry's shield was up before he'd finished saying, "Protega." Daphne's shield joined his, and together they pushed against the sudden force of nature and hurried Nim to keep walking, to follow the other elephants. The two, protected in their riders' shields, pressed forwards again. "What is this?" Harry shouted over the roaring of the storm. "Probably some sort of border protection to keep people from entering and finding whatever is inside. I'd say something or someone doesn't want visitors," Daphne shouted back as the outside force pushed harder against their combined shield. And then, all of a sudden, the storm was gone. The leaves and sticks dropped to the ground and the wind settled as if nothing had happened. Still they all kept their shields up and looked suspiciously around. "Well, that could have been worse," Atticus mumbled. Just as behind them the earth erupted and monster vines as big and wide as cars shot from the earth, moving wildly like whips, and somehow reminded Harry of the Whomping Willow. "Run!" Atticus shouted. Chow cursed and shouted commands at the elephants in a different language. The elephants started running, but even Harry knew that they weren't that fast, and especially not with people and equipment on their back. Harry and Daphne tried to hold on as best as possible as Nim raced behind the others. Harry only saw it from the corner of his eye, but it was enough. He swirled around and bellowed, "Reducto!" And the oncoming vine exploded, but another one took its place. "Harry, Daphne!" Harry could hear someone shout. He thought it was Bill. "Immobile!" Daphne shouted next to him. The vine stopped mid-strike, but both didn't see the one coming from their side. It hit them and catapulted them towards the raging vines. The contact with the earth was hard and Harry's glasses flew elsewhere. Great, he knew he should have taken the contact lenses. But he had no time to ponder on that. Though blind as he was without his glasses, that didn't mean that he didn't see a thing besides seeing vague shapes and form. Harry could hear especially well. His hearing sense had developed strongly when his eyes had started to get worse when he was younger. So he jumped to his feet, wand in his hand, ready. It was loud. All around him he heard the others shouting spells and curses. The vines were roaring and slashing all around him, and again this rumbling like thunder filled the air. Yet he heard the whoosh of an oncoming vine and was able to sidestep. It crashed into the ground next to him. He dived aside again, barely missed another one. "Daphne, where are you?" he shouted and looked around. "Over here. Harry, help me." He swirled around and saw only Daphne's bright blonde hair skidding across the dirty floor of the jungle. Though he didn't like casting a spell in her direction without really knowing where to aim, he still did it. "Confringo," he shouted, the first spell that came to his mind. Daphne shouted, and for a horrible moment Harry thought he had hit her. Bill had taught him the spell but also said that he should only use it in absolutely dangerous situations. This counted as absolutely dangerous, right? But then he saw Daphne jumping to her feet and shouting, "Harry, look out!" Before something hit him and wrapped around his legs, pulling him down. He saw the same thing happening to her again but was forced to concentrate on his own dilemma. Shrubbery, twigs, dirt and leaves were blasted in his face as the vines pulled him away from their group and towards where they had come from. The grip was firm and hurt, and Harry thought back to the incident with the devil's snare. Should he try keeping still? Probably not a good idea. "De Primo," he shouted and aimed his wand at his leg, hoping not to hit his own bones in the process. The vines broke apart and Harry scrambled backwards but didn't get far. Like the arms of a squid, 8 or more vines attacked him at once, blindly slashing at them with everything he got. Harry tried to escape. "Defindo, Duro, Evanesco, Expulso." The words left his mouth on their own. He didn't even know half of them. "Harry." He swirled around and then someone with fire-red hair was at his side and more curses and jinx flew around them. It was Bill. Harry noticed a vague shadow creeping across the floor towards him, and Bill, without thinking, shot a powerful, flipendo duo. "Harry, we need to get out of here," Bill shouted next to him as he blasted yet another vine away. Harry just nodded. Bill grabbed his arm and dragged him along, both of them firing curses left and right. "I think if we get enough distance between us and them we'll be fine," Bill shouted. Alice, Fleur and the Lovegoods moved ahead with Chow and the elephants. "The rest of us came to help you, Duck. Thomas is with Daphne," the older man explained as sent a blasting jinx over Harry's head at a vine that he tried to sneak up on him. Harry just stumbled along his side. "Impedimenta," came from Harry's left and a vine exploded. "Thanks, Eric," Bill shouted. "Thank me later, we're not out of trouble yet, just run," the grumpy man shouted. And just like before with the wind, it all was suddenly over. The vines retreated, stopped attacking them. But they didn't disappear. Instead they grew higher, thickened and began to fuse with each other until they had transformed into a 20 feet tall wall, thick with no obvious holes of spaces to crawl through. But that was not all. The vines spread out to both sides, raising the wall farther down the jungle until it disappeared from view. But they could still hear it. Harry swallowed. "Okay. Welcome to Cambodia." Someone touched his arm. He turned to see Daphne, handing him something that looked like. "When did you have time to find my glasses?" he asked. Daphne smiled as he took them and put them on. Her face was covered in cuts as were her hands, but her suit had protected her body otherwise just fine. Her hair was disheveled and full of twigs and dirt and leaves, but she looked fine otherwise. "You maybe know a lot of impressive offensive spells, but at least I know how to keep my things together." She laughed at his confused expression. "It's a summoning charm called Accio. Combine it with what you need and if it can be summoned then it will be. I'll remember that one," he vowed. "Are you all right?" he added. She shrugged. "Cuts and bruises, no broken or sprained bones. I'll be sore tomorrow, but that was to be expected in you." "Same," he replied. "All right everybody, listen up," Atticus suddenly shouted from somewhere next to them. They all turned to their expedition leader. "Is anyone seriously hurt and in imminent need of treatment? Because otherwise we really need to get going." This was probably just a taste of what could be expecting us. All eyes turned to Daphne and Harry. "Just a bit shaken, nothing serious," Harry said and Daphne nodded. "You sure?" Thomas asked concerned. "Yes, superficial cuts, a few bruises, nothing that will kill us, we're good to go." Still, I want you to be checked up by Rashid once we have set up the camp, or at least tomorrow morning, Atticus ordered. They nodded. And I want Harry to ride with me this time. I would have been able to help him earlier had we not been separated, Bill said firmly. Me too, Thomas said. Daphne will ride with me. But we're fine, Harry argued. Harry, I promised not just Dumbledore but also my mom I would bring you home in one piece. She'll have a fit if you come back with one hair out of place. And don't forget Padfoot and Moony, they'll skin me alive. No, for now you ride with me. Harry's and Daphne's gazes met. They knew they were both thinking the same. Overbearing older brothers. Harry didn't remember much of the last 2 hours they spent riding through the jungle, only that it grew darker and darker and that insects swarmed around them and that he grew more tired with every step the elephant made. He was leaning against Bill. The adrenaline that had kept him up during the fight was now all but gone and left his arms and legs stiff and his back hurt. He tried to stay awake by going through different rules while deciphering scrolls in his head, but eventually he fell asleep on Bill's shoulder. But not for long. Bill shook him gently awake. Not an hour later. Harry, wake up. We arrived. Come on, sleepyhead, otherwise you won't be able to sleep tonight. Harry sat up and stretched his arms and legs. The joints popped, but it felt good. He looked around. They had reached a huge flat oval-shaped clearing in the middle of the jungle, yet the top of the trees around them were so big, they hung like canopy above them, blocking the sky partly out. He could hear the swooshing sound of a nearby stream. The clearing itself was overgrew with grass and wild flowers. It was maybe the size of the soccer pitch back in Little Whining. As he carefully slid down the elephant's back, he saw that most of the others had already started unloading, piling everything at one side of the clearing. Once the elephants were free, Chow led them somewhere between the trees to take care of them. The others gathered around in the middle of the clearing. Although the sun was setting fast, they still had enough light left to see clearly. Atticus unfolded a blank piece of paper and with a pencil he drew a quick sketch of the clearing. All right, so the dinner cooking meeting tent will be set up here. He pointed at the one end of the clearing. And we will arrange our tents in a horseshoe shape left and right from it. Rashid, your tent and first aid tent are right next to the common tent. The showers and toiletries tent shall be left of the common tent. Next to them we put the pantry. I'll be sleeping next to Rashid. I don't care about the rest, but I want Bill and Alice on either ends. Understood? They all nodded. Good. Next I want a big fire pit at the edges of our horseshoe. Mind you, we don't want Bill's and Alice's tent to catch fire, so keep some distance. Around the fire we'll put up the benches. I want torches between every tent to light up the place in the evening. Again everybody nodded. Good. Eric, you, Fleur and Mr. Lovegood set up the perimeter. I want the full program of protection spells you can think of. Rashid, you and Daphne set up your healing tent first and make sure it's ready for use. The rest of us will set up the common tent together, then you can set up your own tents. Once everyone is finished you can go to bed. We'll talk tomorrow. No guard shift tonight. They all agreed and hurried to fulfill their tasks. Daphne smiled shortly at him before following Rashid. Harry smiled too. The common tent was the biggest piece of equipment they had. Folded up it was already 3 meters long and 1 wide. Still, it was an easy thing to set up. Together they levitated it into the air before Atticus chanted, "Recto," and it started to unfold and put itself together. Once it was finished they carefully set it down. Good job everybody, the rest can be done tomorrow. In the end their living arrangement looked pretty much like this. The common tent, also called CT, formed the head of the horseshoe. To its left stood Rashid's first aid tent and then his own sleeping tent. Atticus had settled down next to him. Then came Eric, then Thomas with Daphne next to him and Alice at the end. At the right side stood the washing room, then came the pantry. Harry had asked if it wasn't better to put the pantry right next to the CT since the kitchen was in there, but Bill had replied with the honest answer that no one liked to sleep right next to the toilets, which Harry had to agree with. Next came Chow, then the Lovegoods, Fleur, then Harry and finally Bill. Putting up his tent was also no problem. Harry just had to put it down, say, "Recto," and like magic it unfolded itself and within a minute a small brown tent stood in its place. All he wanted to go was crash in that bed of his and sleep. Bill smiled at him and patted his shoulder. Just one last thing, the fire pit. When Atticus had said that he wanted a fire pit, Harry had expected a hole of maybe 1 to 2 meters in diameter and maybe just as deep. He wasn't prepared to help create the 5-meter wide and 3-meter deep pit by using explosive spells and fill said pit with some strange bewitched wood that would always replenish itself and burn brightly and warm. Once they had levitated the fallen tree trunks they had found, and that would serve as seating arrangements, to their predestined places around the pit and had lit the torches between their tents, Atticus dismissed them. "Good nights," Ware mumbled before everybody disappeared in their respective tents. At the entrance of his, Harry stopped for a moment and looked around, at the torch flaring in the slight breeze, the soft glow of the tents and the thin beams of moonlight that floated through the leaves above. The sounds of the night filled his ears and everything seemed rather peaceful. As he laid down in his cot, staring into the darkness of the room, calmness settled over him and he sank down into deep sleep. "Rise and shine." Harry groaned at the sudden brightness that invaded his poor eyes. He groaned and pulled his blanket over his head. "Oh no you don't," the someone said, and the comfortable coziness Harry was bathing was ripped from him when someone ripped his blanket away. Red hair, freckles and a wide grin appeared above. "Bill," Harry whined, "let me sleep." "I already did." Everybody did, but no, it's nearly 10 o'clock, time to get up because you need a shower and to brush your hair, Bill said, grabbing his shoulders, hoisting him up. "Bill, and you need to brush your teeth too. Morning breath. Come on Harry, up you get." When Harry made no attempt to do so, Bill picked the small teen up and dumped him unceremoniously on the cold ground. "Bill, go and get showered. Come to the CT. Rashid has made a wonderful breakfast and then we'll be planning our future steps." Harry sighed. "All right, I'm up." He sighed and gathered the things he needed from his backpack before entering the small bath he had inside his tent. Why steal the others their warm water if he had his own? Besides, Harry was a boy of privacy. It was uncomfortable enough to shower with the other boys of his team after Quidditch practice, which was why he preferred to shower in his dorm, but sometimes they made him stay. When he was finished, he put back on the cloths he'd worn yesterday and found that, true to Andrew's word, they had mended and cleaned themselves overnight from the skirmish with the plants and looked like new and smelled freshly washed. Checking everything was in its place and his wand in its holster, he stepped outside. He blinked into the sudden sunlight and looked around. It had been already dusk when they had arrived and dark night by the time he'd gone to bed, so now he got his first real good impression of the place he'd be staying at for the next 3 to 4 weeks, give it or take. The ground was grass that tickled his ankles. The trees surrounding their camp and overshadowing it were huge and bloomed colorfully. The sky was clear and the lightest blue Harry had ever seen. He was used to the usual gray of Britain, but this nearly looked unnatural. Despite the early hour, the air was already hot and humid. Birds were flying around, so colorful and strange that Harry wanted to sit down and observe them for a few hours. "Morning Harry." He turned and saw Alice coming from her tent towards him. "Good morning." Alice slept well. He asked. "Good, but after yesterday that was not surprising, and yourself?" "Not bad either, I was dead to the world." She laughed and together they walked towards the CT. "Are we the last?" he asked. Alice snorted. "I doubt it. Thomas is probably still in a deep coma and Eric is no morning person. I don't know about the Lovegoods though, but I don't think they are long sleepers, but everybody else is up," she informed him. He nodded and held the tent entrance open for her. "Such a gentleman," she noted with a grin that made him blush. The CT was a cozy place. The left side of it reminded Harry of the Gryffindor common room with its couches and bookshelves and work tables and fireplace. The middle consisted mostly of a gigantic ash table with 24 chairs, pretty much like one of the house tables in small. The right side was a huge kitchen even his Aunt Petunia would have approved of. It had a spare base with kitchen counters lining it, 2 separated cooking aisles with integrated bar-like surfaces and matching high chairs, 2 enormous freezer, 3 oven and stoves, lots of working space, 4 sinks as well as overhead cupboards. As Harry and Alice entered, the first thing Harry noticed was the mouth-watering smell of pancakes and fruit salad and porridge. The huge table was laid and Atticus, Daphne, Fleur, Rashid, Bill, Luna and her father sat there, eating and talking silently. "Ah, good morning Alice." "Morning Harry. Slept well I hope?" Atticus asked when noticed them. "Very well," Alice said and sat down next to Bill. "Me too," Harry replied. "You too?" He asked around as he sat down on the chair next to Daphne she had pulled out for him. "Like a baby," Atticus admitted and shoved half of his rolled-up pancake into his mouth at once. Being used to Ron's eating habits, Harry overlooked it, but Fleur looked scandalized. "Atticus, that is no way of eating." she scolded him in her French accented voice. Atticus opened his mouth to say something but Fleur beat him to it. And if you dare say something now, I will lock you up in your room. Just because we are in the wilderness doesn't mean we have you to act like uncivilized people. Atticus swallowed and smiled at her. Of course Fleur, he imitated her. She playfully slapped his arm and took another scoop of the fruit salad. Harry looked at Daphne. She had her hair fuller up in a simple ponytail and was wearing gray pants, like his own, a long-sleeved white shirt and a red dragon hide waistcoat. Morning, he said. Morning, she greeted back as she mixed some of the fruits in her porridge. Slept well. Is that everything you tend to ask in the morning? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, it seemed polite. It would be polite if you complimented me on my looks or compare my sheer beauty to the nature around us, she said, grinning. Well then, if you insist, Harry said and cleared his throat before saying in a fake deep voice. Oh Lady Daphne, your eyes are like the morning sky above us. How do you manage to look so fabulous that the flowers envy you when you walk by? He asked, remembering something like that from a poem in elementary school. Daphne laughed and shook her head. You know, that would have been a really nice compliment had I not known it came from you, she teased and sipped at her orange juice as Harry loaded his bowl with porridge. Harry shrugged. You just don't get my charm. Daphne snorted very unladylike in her cup. Fleur shot her a scolding look, but it was still very soft. She seemed to have a soft spot for her younger cousin. Harry took a careful spoonful of the hot food and his eyes widened when he tasted the excellent porridge. Rashid, my compliments, this is really good, he praised. Rashid smiled. The mare milk is the secret. Harry froze, the next spoon of porridge halfway down already. The what? He asked, horrified. The mare milk, Rashid said with a serious face. Harry's expression must have been too much because Bill cracked up and Atticus soon joined his laughter. Told you he'd buy it, Bill snickered. Merlin's beard, your face, Harry. Atticus laughed. Don't worry Harry, it is normal milk, Rashid assured him. Harry frowned and asked, annoyed, is everything a joke to you? Only funny things, Atticus admitted. Bill leaned over the table and ruffled through Harry's hair. Lighten up dude, we're only messing with you, he said good-naturally. Harry pointed his spoon at him and said mock-threatening, better hope I'm not telling your mother you're mean to me, she'll tear you a new one. Harry. Fleur said scandalized, you should not speak like that. She glared at Bill who was snickering. I blame you for that, William. She scolded him. Bill's ears turned red which clashed horribly with his hair. The tent flapped open and Eric marched inside. Behind him came a disheveled-looking Thomas Greengrass. Morning team, Eric bellowed. Everyone winced. Turn it down Hook, Bill growled, it's still early. Didn't you say he was no morning person? Harry asked Alice as Eric sat down. Alice grimaced. Well, he is while he's still half asleep, but once he's awake he's the most active person you know. Besides, it's hardly morning, Daphne said. Ron would still be in a coma, Harry muttered. Not if he smelled food, Bill argued. True, Harry admitted and sipped at his water. Otherwise breakfast was a relaxed affair once Thomas and Chow showed up and they enjoyed their first morning together. Afterwards their dirty dishes were levitated into one of the sinks where they were magically scrubbed clean and sorted into their rightful place. Harry simply loved magic. All right folks, sit down, Atticus announced once the table was cleaned. He unrolled a long rectangular map and with a swish of his wand it started glowing and seconds later a holographic image of it hovered above the table. A red pulsing dot showed their location. From the map Harry could see that they weren't far away from a long river that fed a huge lake a few miles away. Otherwise the terrain was rockier beyond their camp, still the jungle seemed to stretch on and on forever. Atticus moved his thumb and index finger apart, thus zooming in on the map. Then he clasped the hands behind his back and looked at each of them. I welcome you all to our official first day of work. It's an honor to work with a team like this. We have many experienced and talented people among us as well as some promising upstarters. I welcome old friends back and I welcome new ones. Talent and experience and knowledge will be some things we will need. Yesterday's incident has showed us that this place is no joke. Danger is real and we will have to be cautious. None of us really know what we're dealing with and none of us have ever been here, Atticus began and everybody nodded seriously. That is why the first point on my to-do list is security, Atticus concluded and nodded at Eric who got up and took out his knife. Eric has warded the place last evening to the maximum extent of his power and knowledge. We have thrown in a few ideas ourselves, but Eric has set up the main frame. We're as safe as we can possibly be to ensure that it will stay like that. Eric has set up a little specialty Mr. Lovegood told us about. Would you be so kind to explain it to us? He addressed the eccentric man. Mr. Lovegood nodded and his long silvery hair fell over his shoulders. There are runes that are similar to blood runes with which one can ward a place, for example, in the most powerful way known. The runes I am talking about are relatives. You could say they were used mostly by high priests of northern gods, since they are slightly barbaric to some when added a small amount of blood. The area the rune is supposed to ward will only be accessible by those that gave the blood. It works with more than one person and nothing and nobody else will be able to penetrate the border, he explained. That's handy, Alice commented. Atticus nodded. It is, but in order for the rune to recognize you, you need the counterpart of the rune. He gave Eric his hand and the rune master took his knife and started cutting a symbol into the back of his hand. Small rivers of blood started dwelling from the cuts, but Atticus stayed calm. Eric quickly finished the rune and Atticus wiped away the blood with a cloth to show them the delicate pattern of a triskelion in a circle with a miniature protection rune at all three peaks. I'm afraid we all will need this symbol carved into our skin and it'll have to heal naturally, but don't worry, it's completely safe. Look at it like it's a ticket through the barrier. Eric walked over to Bill, who calmly put his hand on the table and let him do his work. Will it scar? Daphne asked a little nervously. Atticus smiled at her. No, the cuts are shallow, but the lines will appear whenever you are near the barrier. Harry watched fascinated as Eric carefully sliced through the skin on the back of Alice's hand next to him. Alice flinched shortly but didn't move. You next, Potter, Eric said. Harry put his left hand flat on the table. How painful could this be? He had his arm pierced by the fang of a basilisk. It really wasn't bad. It burned a little and was uncomfortable but not overly painful. He looked at his hand once the slight bleeding had subsided and stared at the pattern. Harry, put this antiseptic cream on your hand. It may have to heal naturally, but we don't have to risk an infection, Rashid told him and handed him a small tube of cream. Harry recognized it instantly. Aunt Petunia had always used it when Dudley would fall and skim his knees open. That a Muggle product, he said, astonished. Rashid shrugged. Some things Muggles make are good, Rashid said with a grin. The cream was cool and took the stinging pain away. Aunt Petunia had never wasted such expensive things on him whenever he had skimmed his knees. Harry shifted his weight uncomfortably on his chair. Why did he keep referring to them as Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon? They had thrown him out, they hated him, and they had been mean to him. Harry had never liked them at all. They didn't deserve to be called Uncle or Aunt, or Cousin. Family didn't hate each other. A hand on his arm brought him back to the reality. You okay, Harry? You had a funny expression on your face, Daphne asked next to him. Harry shook his head. It was nothing, he assured her with a smile. Right, Atticus began after everyone had gotten the symbol carved into their hand. So that is that. A few basic rules: no wandering off alone, always in pairs of 2 to 3, no unnecessary wandering off. We'll explore this area together. That's saver. Never leave without your wand. I think that one's self-explanatory. Breakfast will be from now on at 7 o'clock every morning. Everyone is due to help Rashid with food preparation at least once. We'll work out a schedule later. Same goes for cleaning the bathroom. And no, Eric, just because you have your own doesn't mean you don't have to clean. Eric grumbled something Harry didn't catch over the chuckle of the others. Good. Anything I forgot to mention? Atticus asked. Nobody said anything, so he moved on. Righty-ho. So, that being said, I think we can move on to the part we are all anticipating and the reason why we're here in first place. He pointed at the map. Overnight, the detector I had set up was able to locate the power source as exact as possible. That means the area we have to scout and examine is a lot smaller than usually thought. The map zoomed out a bit and an area started pulsing in a faint blue light. Their camp lay at its outskirts. This area was never really explored, neither by Muggles nor by magicians. Most of its jungle is impenetrable and full of wild animals. Another thing we have to be wary of: there are no legends or lore passed down among the natives that has something to do with this place. It's a white spot on a map basically, and it would have continued so until the detectors first caught waves of strange strong magic from here a couple of months back. It came out of nowhere and we still can't say what kind of object or thing could radiate this kind of magic. All we know is that it's strong. So what's the plan? Bill asked calmly. Today is already too late to get anything done, so tomorrow after breakfast we will saddle up and take a first glance around, either on broom, elephant, or in Rashid's case a flying carpet, in groups of 2 to 3 each, checks out part of the area, and later we will meet back here. I'll give you details tomorrow. Today I want you to prepare as best as possible. Those of you that have an apprentice, take him or her and make them familiar with the usual processes. The bell will ring when it's time for tea time. I think we can skip lunch today, seeing that it's already noon. Atticus finished. They all nodded. Great, then you are dismissed. Bill nodded for Harry to follow him, and he hurried after the oldest Weasley child. It's not too hot, let's find a nice spot somewhere and let's go through our scrolls and I tell you some of the things that are most likely to happen tomorrow. Harry nodded. With their arms full books, scrolls and paper, they settled down near the woods under a huge tree where the ground was flat and consisted mostly of soft earth. It was shaded from direct sunlight and comfortable to sit. As Bill looked over the scrolls Harry had translated yesterday, Harry noticed something that made him frown. Bill. Yes. There is something that confused me. How can we not know where the place we're searching for is, when we have the scrolls with the spells and all the stuff the place is warded with? Bill put the scroll he was reading aside. Ah, yes, I see. You see, it's a bit like this. If there's a mosquito in the room, you can't necessarily see it, it flies around and around, but because of the sounds it makes you know that it is there and you can always say where it roughly is. It's the same with this place. The magic this place emits is the same. The warding hasn't changed, we just can't locate where it is, but we know it is there. Harry nodded understandingly. Bill skimmed over the rest of the scroll and whistled lowly. Harry, this is really good, he said, praising. Harry blushed and shrugged. No, really, you should keep doing this. How are you coming along with your rune study? Harry grimaced. Daphne tried to teach me. She had it last year at Hogwarts, but I just don't get a grip on it. Most runes look the same to me anyway, and then there are runes from different cultures and times that look alike but are nothing alike. I keep confusing them. Bill patted his shoulder. You'll get it eventually, and you can always ask Eric or Mr. Lovegood for extra lessons. Hook doesn't look like the type to offer private lessons. Bill nodded. Yeah, but he is a master in his field. Don't let his hard, annoyed and unfriendly shell scare you beneath. He's even harder. I was about to say just stubborn, but I guess that's the same. Harry laughed and then eagerly asked, so, tell me more about tomorrow. Bill laughed but did as asked. You, I and probably someone else will fly off to search the exact location of the magic spring, using moonstones. The closer they get to a powerful magical source, the brighter they glow. Once we find it, we come back and report it. Then we go back as a team and start lifting the curses and spells. For that we'll need the maps. How do you do that anyway? I mean, I know who to do the theoretical part and find out which spell needs to be countered with which counter spell, but how do you actually, practical do it? Bill smiled. That's a bit tricky. Basically, by looking at the scrolls we get a general view how the protection on the place is put together. Are there a lot of offensive spells, or more defensive? Is it more harmful or just supposed to keep someone away? Things like that can be concluded, which is important. You see, you have to imagine the warding of a place like a shield, right? Right. Good, and this shield you have to know is filled to the brim with magic that has piled up over years. Unleashed at once it could probably annihilate the whole country, and we want under that shield to prevent that we unleash a catastrophe. We have to know how thick the shield is, for example, and where its weak points are. Once we do, we try to find the best spot to start from, and from there on we unravel the shield. We want to slowly drain it of its power, like air leaking from a tiny hole in a balloon. We do that by neutralizing, so we start with first spell in the first row of the first scroll in red. Oh, it's a stinging hex combined with a memory loss charm. Since the memory loss charm is the dominant one, I have to counter it first and then the stinging hex. And like that we work off our scrolls. You see, the first spell that was ever set in place is the first that has to be countered, then the second that was casted. If you were to start somewhere in the middle, that would be like taking a can from the middle of a pyramid of tin cans. You would start a chain reaction of curses going off. Luckily, when we cast our detecting spells to get the scrolls, they appear in the exact order they were cast. How come? Harry asked. I think it has something to do with their magical energy. The oldest have the biggest amount of power and thus are stringer and are first detected, but don't ask me details. Harry nodded. He looked at their scrolls. Which number do our scrolls have? I mean, which place are they in with the others? Bill looked through them. I think 5th, 6th and 7th. He rolled them back up. Atticus has the first 2 and the last 2. Eric has 3 and 4 and 8, and Alice has 4 and 9, and I think that's it. So we'll go there. Cast counter spells until our scrolls are worked off and then the next one takes over. Basically two will always stand ready in case something goes wrong or the other one needs help. And what do we do once the shield is down? We explore what's beyond as since magic can shield other magic we hardly know what to expect so we'll have to be careful and improvise as necessary. Harry grinned widely. I can't wait, he said happily. I can't wait, Sirius said happily. I can't wait to see Harry, the kid must be dying of boredom without me, man. I can't wait to tell him of the house I have my eye on and the things we'll be doing this summer. Remus, this will be the best summer ever. We'll go on holiday and we'll swim together in the sea. I bet he never got to do that with the Dursleys. And we'll eat ice and pizza all summer long and explore different magical and muggle cities, and I teach him my best pranks and answer all his questions and tell him embarrassing baby stories and stories about Prongs and Lily. And you can come over and maybe he can meet Dora and Andy. The boat was cutting harshly through the waves. Water sprayed into the occupants' faces and the smallest man cowered from the cold and wet. The taller men just snorted. And when he gets back to Hogwarts he'll have so much to tell and report, and I will give him my two-way mirror so that when he ends up in detention we can talk, you know, like the good old times. Remus. The fog was thick and cold and the water was dark. It was staring to get late, but time hardly mattered here. The sun was never seen in this part of the sea. It had long forgotten what sunlight was. Everything was dead here. Maybe I could teach him how to ride my bike. I mean, the girls would find that so hot. That Granger friend of his and he, they would be a cute couple. I don't think Hermione would like Harry risking his neck on your bike. To true well, I bet Harry has the girls standing in rows behind him, waiting just like his good old father and godfather. The smallest men cowered deeper into his dark cloak. The coldness that was creeping up inside him was unbearable. Enviously he looked towards the taller men that were standing shrouded in silver blue light inside the cabin house, dry, warm and secure. And then the screams started. Remus couldn't, he just couldn't. Sirius was so happy. How could he destroy this? Ever since Sirius and he had finally been able to leave the Ministry of Magic, but only after answering a million questions from, "Are you sure you are no murderer?" 2. Can we see your tattoos? 2. Are you single? Unnecessary to say it was a long evening. Now Sirius was nearly skipping next to him as they walked the long dirt road down to the burrow. Against the black sky the shadows moving at a very fast pace were hard to see. They weaved through the clouds, following the boat. You think he's already asleep? It is kinda late and I know Molly you think she lets me wake him. Sirius contemplated. Remus sighed. He had too. He stopped walking. Sirius only realized he had when he was several meters ahead. He too stopped and turned, confused. Moony, is something the matter? He asked as he slowly walked back to his oldest remaining friend. Sirius, there is something I have to tell you. Okay, and you will not like it. Sirius frowned. Okay, he said. It's about Harry. Sirius paled. Is he all right? He asked, panicking. Yes. He's absolutely fine as far as I know. It's just a lot has happened during your trial. Harry found a lot of things out, about himself mostly, and it was a bit difficult for him to cope with it, so Dumbledore had this idea. Sirius growled so loudly that it interrupted Remus' would-be explanation. He was shaking badly. What kind of idea? He growled. We both know what kind of ideas Dumbledore has. Remus nervously moved a hand through his thinning hair. You know Bill, right? Molly's and Arthur's oldest kid. Sirius nodded mutely. And you know he's a curse breaker for Gringotts. Sirius nodded again. Well, he's on a mission to Cambodia to investigate in something therein. Sirius didn't like where this was going. And he and Harry have gotten rather close, and from what I heard Harry has an unknown talent for decoding in spells, and you know that he's good at defense, and so he. Remus, spit it out. Remus looked unhappily down. And so Dumbledore suggested for Harry to take his mind off things for a while by going with Bill. The taller man at the wheel frowned. The smallest man on the deck was cowering close to the railing. Not that he was able to jump and drown, but it was uncommon behavior. Above them thunder rumbled. Great, a storm is coming, his partner said with a scowl. The taller man nodded and stared at the sky. His neck was tingling. A warning. And with the next roll of thunder the sky broke apart. For a second Sirius just stared at him. What? Remus flinched. Harry's not here, he's not even in England. Hell, I don't even know if he's on the same half of the world as we are. Remus had expected a full-blown outraged tornado to go break down on him, but instead Sirius' eyes misted over. "He doesn't want me," he whispered. Remus shook his head vehemently. "No, Padfoot, you see this wrong, Merlin. This is all so complicated. Come on. Dumbledore gave me permission to tell you everything Harry told me, but don't you dare assume for a minute that Harry doesn't want you in his life." "Okay." Black poured down from the sky. Black shadows, and they descended towards the boat. The men cursed, the engine roared, speeding up. If they made it over the perimeter, then their attackers would not be able to follow. But the tall man was a realistic person. As the others cursed and tried to get the ancient ship to move faster, he drew his wand and rushed out on deck where the prisoner, the smallest man, lay on deck. He was staring amazed at the incoming shadows, and a gleeful smile appeared on his face when he saw him approach. "They're coming," he screeched. "Told you I was important." The tall man cursed. The curse was already on his lips, ready to be fired, when an explosion caught him in the side and flung him across the deck. His vision blacked out for a moment and hot red pain ran through his body. He groaned, trying to get up. His sight cleared again. A man had landed on deck next to their prisoner. He was cloaked and had a hood over his head, but it had to be a man because he could see a bearded chin. He grabbed the smallest man harshly and pulled him to his feet. "Come on, you rat, there's still work for you to do. Our Lord needs us," he heard the man growl. He was in too much pain to register the words properly, but he knew what they meant. He got to his knees and shakily pointed his wand at the man. The man saw him and raised his wand too. No words got across his lips, and he had to watch helplessly as a green bolt of lightning drew closer and closer before it hit him and catapulted him across the deck once again. He was dead before he hit the ground. He didn't see the prisoner and men disappear. He didn't see how they killed his partners and friends, and he never felt the flames they set consume his body. He never saw the dark mark appear above the sea. Molly had cooked Sirius' favorite dinner to cheer him up and celebrate his freedom. But it all tasted like cardboard to him. And over dinner, Remus and Arthur and Molly tried to explain everything that happened as best as possible. Sirius had to admit that once he knew the whole story, it all made more sense. And he was horrified when Remus told them all what Harry had told him above himself. "But we don't know that, do we? We don't know if he's a Horcrux, right?" he asked with tears in his eyes. Remus shook his head. "No, but it would certainly explain a lot. Harry's Parselmouth ability as well as his dreams and why Voldemort is always after him. They are connected, and it's only a matter of time until he notices too." "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Sirius demanded hotly. "Padfoot, your cell was bugged and your letters were read. How you we tell you something confidential like this?" Sirius leaned back in his chair, staring at his half-eaten plate. "This is not fair," he whispered. "Harry lost his parents, was made famous against his will, grew up with horrible relatives, which by the way I still intend on killing. Tell me if you need help." Remus muttered. "Then he has to deal with Voldemort 2 times in a row, and now he finds out part of that monster's soul is probably inside him. I mean, how much more can we expect of the kid? This is going to break him, and I'm not there for him. Damn the Ministry for making my trial lasting so long. This could have been done in an instant, but no." Sirius was positively pulling his hair. "Harry would probably never have told me," he said miserably. "What was I thinking? He doesn't know me. Why would he want to live with me or confide in me? Stupid, stupid, stupid." "Oh Sirius, that is not true." Molly shouted, horrified. "Harry talked to me about it. He's afraid you don't want him. He told me that it was stupid to assume that you would have time for him once you had regained your freedom. He was afraid at first that you would put him back to the Dursleys, or that you only saw James in him and not himself, or that you wouldn't like him after a while." Sirius looked at her irritated. "That's stupid. I would never do such things," he roared. Arthur sighed. "We know, and we told him, and it took us a long time to get him to accept that, but I still think he has doubts. Besides, Sirius, he is right. In the coming weeks you will be very busy." "I will be?" Sirius asked, confused. "Of course, you idiot. You will have meetings with Gringotts concerning your vaults. You have to claim your position as head of House Black. You will have to socialize with others, sort out your house's affairs, attend to many dinners and parties, no doubt. You will have to get that house you were walking about ready for you and Harry to move in. You will have to do a lot of things. Even if Harry was here, you would barely see him. Let him have his little time off, and when he returns you two will have a long heart-to-heart talk, and then you both will be very happy. All right." Remus explained and leaned over the table, looking Sirius straight in the eyes. All right, he admitted silently. Only moments later the fireplace roared and from the emerald green flames rose Albus Dumbledore himself. Gentlemen, Molly, we have a problem. What is it, Albus? Arthur asked with a frown. The ship that was supposed to bring Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban was attacked, Pettigrew rescued, the crew killed and the boat set on fire. The dark mark hung above the place for hours. The ministry is in an uproar. This is the first time in years that the dark mark was conjured. Remus turned to Sirius. Maybe it is a good thing that Harry Sis not here right now after all, he said dryly. The servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever he has tonight. Before midnight, the servant will set out to rejoin his master. The cold Albanian air didn't bother him as he rushed through the heather carefully. Pettigrew lifted the bundle wrapped in dirty cloth, the thing they had been searching for. Master, he breathed in awe. Harry dreamt he stood at the foot of a hill in the gigantic shadow of an old manor. Something dreadful was hanging in the air, a foreboding that promised nothing good. Harry woke with a start and a wild beating heart. Do you have everything you need? Yes. You sure? Do you have your wand? It's in my holster. You knife? In my belt. Food and water for the day? Both in my backpack. Have you put the sun cream on yet? Yes. On your nose too? Yes, there too. Have you been to the toilet? Bill. Just asking, we won't stop until we've reached our area. You are worse than your mother. Harry shook his head and grumbling something about mother hens he walked over to where Daphne knelt on the ground while finishing packing her bag. Honestly, how can you stand Thomas' constant mothering? He asked as he flopped down next to her. Practice, I've learned just to go with it. Fighting is hopeless, she said with a grin. Harry shook his head. Daphne tugged hard at the cords of her backpack and sighed. Harry, can you help me? The stupid thing is somehow jammed, she mumbled. Sure. As he helped her tying up the pack he felt her gaze on him. What is it? You look tired, Harry. Did you not sleep well? Just woke up early. Why? Strange dream. Nightmare. I'm not sure. It wasn't really terrifying and at the same time it was somehow scary. What was it about? Harry blushed. Not important. He was not going to talk about his bad dreams with Daphne Greengrass while on a curse-breaking mission. Here, all done, he declared. She smiled at him. Thanks, Rye. He frowned. What's with the nickname? She shrugged and, was that a blush? Just said. Everyone has a nickname. I figured you'd need one too. What's yours then? He asked, amused, but secretly he was touched. He never had nickname. Well, not if you counted Boy Who Loved, or Golden Boy. She smiled. I came up with one for you, now you have to do the same with me. Be creative. You just shortened my name. That's hardly creative. She just grinned and stood up. We need to go. See you later, Rye. Be careful, Danny. She swirled around. Come again, she demanded. What? I think it fits perfectly if you name my Rye. She looked like she wanted to say something in return but no word came over her lips. She closed and opened her mouth, then closed it again before opening it again and saying, with a threatening finger pointing at him, it doesn't sound like my name at all. And mine does. She glared at him. Don't think this is over. Yeah, he said. I will get you, Daphne replied. Sure, Harry said, crossing his arms. Yes, she said, crossing her arms too. Or too done flirting. We need to get going, someone said behind them. They swirled around to see Thomas and Bill standing there. Thomas was looking sternly at them but Bill was cackling next to him. Both teens blushed. We're ready, Daphne said with as much dignity as she could muster. We weren't flirting, Harry said, embarrassed at the same time. Whatever, Thomas said. Harry enjoyed the cool wind as they flew in a fast pace above the treetops. Bill was flying to his left and Fleur, the third member of their party, flew to Bill's other side. Something seemed to startle a flock of birds somewhere because they erupted from the treetops with lots of noise a few meters ahead of them. They were big and colorful and Harry was fascinated by their flight. It looked like a dance. Cambodia was a fascinating country. So wild, untouched and ancient at the same time. Next to him Bill went into a slow dive and Harry and Fleur followed. They had been flying for barely 15 minutes now and it seemed like they were approaching their destination. From this high up it looked spectacular. Before them the earth broke into a steep and wide gorge. It looked like some crazy god had split the earth with a wedge. The rock was a dark reddish-brownish tone and trees had grown over the edges of the cliffs and their roots dangled free in the air. At the bottom of the gorge ran a small river that got lost around a corner. Beyond the floor of the canyon a wide flat area spread out to all sides before the terrain grew rockier again and rose and was swallowed by thick jungle. They touched down on the cliffs and looked around. "Right," Bill said and reached into his pocket. He pulled out 3 cords with a milky white stone the size of a chicken egg at the end and handed each one. "This is a moonstone. It will start glowing brightly if you come close to a powerful magical source. I'd say we split up but stay in calling distance, that way we'll cover more ground. Fleur, are you okay with checking up here?" The part Vila smiled at him. "Of course William," she said and pulled into the air. "I will check out the gorge. You will head down to the ground and up to the foothill of the gorge. Stay close." Harry saluted before jumping into the air and diving down in a spectacular dive. He could hear Bill curse behind him and thought he heard something that sounded suspiciously like, "I'll tell Mom and Hermione that you did that again." He pulled the broom back into the horizontal and slowed down as he reached the floor. Flying above the river he felt reminded of his flight on Buckbeak's back. Playfully he touched the surface of the water and watched it spray upwards. Remembering that he had a job to do, he steered the broom away from the water and flew in a huge circle, his eyes traveling over the ground while keeping one hand around the moonstone. Above him Bill searched the walls of the gorge for magical activity. He couldn't see Fleur, but she probably was close by. He turned his broom and flew towards the opening of the gorge before him. The veldt grew closer and soon he flew past the foothills. The area beyond was void of any trees of plants at all for the matter. To his left and right rose rock walls. Harry didn't notice his moonstone growing warmer in his hand until he flew to the left and it grew so hot in an instant he cried out and dropped it. He brought his broom to a quick stop and dismounted, picked the stone up with the string that was attached to it and examined it. It was glowing very brightly like a miniature sun and the heat it emanated was quite high. Looking at his palm he saw that it was all red and swollen. Looking up he examined where he was and immediately noticed the holes in the cliff walls on which he'd just stood moments before. Like Swiss cheese, he thought. It had to be caves. Carefully he walked towards the rock walls, the hand that was holding the stone extended in front of him. It started moving wildly and glowed so brightly he had to avert his eyes. He didn't get far anyway. With the next step he walked into something solid that gave him the electroshock of his life with a sound like rolling thunder. He felt himself flung through the air, wildly spinning and hardly connecting with the ground. His ears were ringing and there was a huge dust cloud. Everything was blurry and he was seeing double. He coughed painfully and tried to roll to his side. "Harry." He managed to roll onto his side and sluggishly raised his head. 3 bills came running towards him. They fused back into 1 bill and back into 2 bills. Harry's head spun and groaning he let it fall back on the ground. Then a shadow fell over him and big hands rolled him hastily on his back. Harry groaned at the rough treatment. His whole body ached. "Bill?" he asked faintly. The older curse breaker gathered the teen's upper body in his arms. "Harry, are you hurt? Does it hurt anywhere? Can you move your feet? How does your head feel? How many fingers do you see? Can you wriggle with your fingers and toes? Is your back feeling strange? Is your neck stiff? Do you think you're bleeding somewhere?" Harry's brain had problems processing all the questions properly. "Hurts everywhere, toes finium." What was the next question? Bill put his other arm under his knees and lifted him easily into the air. "Bill, let me down," Harry protested weakly, his head rolling back. Bill looked back at the rock wall and muttered, "Of course it had to be caves and of course you had to find them and of course you had to hurt yourself in the process. I swear, you're an accident-prone Harry." Harry tried to laugh but it hurt so he stopped. "Oh my God. What happened? Harry." Harry flinched at Fleur's sudden scream from ahead of them. He couldn't remember getting into the air but suddenly they were floating next to Fleur who was very pale, with him pressed against Bill's massive. "I heard Z thunder and was so worried." "What happened?" the French girl shouted. Harry found our place but it wasn't too welcoming. It blasted him at least 10 feet through the air and onto solid rock. "I don't think he's badly hurt but he got a good knock to the head at least." "I'm fine," Harry argued sluggishly. "Sure you are," Bill mumbled. "Fleur informed the others that we need Rashid ASAP." Fleur nodded and flew ahead. "And me?" Harry asked. You stay awake for now, I'm not taking any risks until Rashid gave his okay. Harry nestled against Bill's. All right, he said sleepily. Bill looked down at him. Don't scare me like that kiddo ever again. Harry muttered, his eyes falling shut. Hey, eyes up front, didn't you hear what I said? Bill said, shaking his shoulder. Sorry, only heard sleep, thought it was okay. Bill sighed. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Rashid stormed into camp, closely followed by Atticus and Eric. Fleur stood next to the opening of the first aid tent. Oh, thank the gods, Bill's inside with him, she shouted with relief and stepped aside to make way for the healer. Atticus stopped shortly next to her and asked, so you found it? Zot is an understatement. There was thunder rolling and I think the ground shook and it blasted poor Ari through the air. The part Vila raged. Is he badly hurt? Atticus asked, concerned. Fleur shrugged helplessly. I couldn't see for sure. Bill was shielding him, he was awake and talking, but I think he hit his head. Atticus nodded. Go and rest, Fleur, I will inform the others to come back. Fleur nodded and walked towards her tent. Atticus knew better than to disturb Rashid when he was working, so he waited patiently outside the tent. It didn't take long and the flaps parted and Bill walked outside with Rashid behind him. And he asked the two men. He'll be fine, Rashid said. Bill was right, a minor hit to the head but no concussion, it was probably more shock than anything. He's asleep right now, Bill added. Did he tell you what happened? Atticus asked curiously. Bill nodded. Yeah, he said he was flying over the veldt when the moonstone suddenly grew hot enough to burn his hand. He stopped and looked around and saw the caves. Naturally he approached but ran into some sort of barrier that threw him back, well, and the rest is history. Atticus whistled lowly. He's lucky, that thing could have been bewitched with a killing curse. Very lucky indeed, Eric muttered as he joined them. The others will be here in 10 minutes tops, he added. Thanks, Eric. Harry woke feeling absolutely fantastic. Like when he and Ron had eaten too much sugar at that one Halloween in second year. He felt awake and strong and ready to go. So naturally he got up, put on his shoes and waistcoat before stepping outside. From the point of the sun he judged it must have been late afternoon to early evening. Time was strange to judge here. So not too much time must have passed from when he'd found the caves till now, 2 hours, 3 maybe. Yawning he walked towards the CT and entered casually. Morning, he mumbled as he saw Bill and Atticus at the table. Both men looked up and both looked quiet, stunned. Harry, you're up, Bill shouted happily and jumped up and pulled him into another bone-crushing hug. Whoa, take it easy, Bill. He wheezed. Gee, you're acting as if you haven't seen me in years. Harry, you've been asleep for 16 hours straight, Atticus said. Yeah, Bill was starting to get worried. Someone said from their left. Rashid came from the kitchen towards them, eyeing Harry critically. How are you feeling, Harry? He asked as he cast a diagnosing spell. Fantastic, what did you give me? I feel like I could wrestle a mountain troll. Rashid raised an eyebrow. We just let you sleep, he said. Really? I feel like I had 20 of Madame Pomfrey's pepper up potions. Atticus looked at Rashid questioningly. But the healer just shook his head. I can't explain it, the bump on his head is already gone. He's clear, his memories seem to be intact. I've never seen such a speedy recovery without any spells or potions. Harry waved it aside. Oh, don't you worry, I always heal quickly. Ask any teacher at school, they'll tell you the same. Rashid shook his head. That can't be normal. Harry shrugged, but before any of them could say something the tent flaps opened and Daphne entered. Upon seeing Harry her eyes widened. Harry, she exclaimed and fell around his neck. You absolute idiot. Didn't I tell you to be careful? She hissed and punched his arm angrily. Ouch, Danny, leave me be. Harry yelped and jumped backwards. Daphne, calm down, he's quite all right, Rashid said, stepping between them. Daphne huffed, turned around and stormed out of the healing tent. Harry stared at the others with wide and disbelieving eyes. What the bloody hell was that? He asked in a perfect Ron imitation. Eric snorted and Atticus patted his shoulder while saying, that was her expressing her worry for your well-being. More like she was doing something against my well-being. Harry growled, rubbing his arm. Man, that girl can punch. During their team meeting Daphne ignored him even though he sat right next to her. All right folks, although there were minor hiccups, we found what we've been looking for, Atticus began, pointing at the holographic map. Harry, would you do us the honor? He asked. Harry nodded. At the end of this gorge is a wide and flat area, pretty much without anything on it, except for a small stream, but the cliff walls are interesting because they apparently have a lot of caves, Harry said, trying to sound confident. He touched the cliff walls and the map zoomed in on the holes in the stone. They are pretty nondescript, but about here, he zoomed out and pointed at a perimeter about 20 meters away from the walls, is a force field. I accidentally touched it and it tossed me 5, 10. Bill interrupted, feet through the air. Harry continued, I admit, I was rather lucky and we probably should be careful. We don't know how far it stretches and how wide it is in other places, he concluded and sat down. Thanks Harry, Atticus said and nodded at him. Alice whistled lowly. Whoa, kid, you were lucky, she muttered. You could easily have touched a place that was warded with a killing curse. Believe me, I know, Harry muttered. I believe we should proceed like this. Tomorrow we go there, cast a detection charm, see if the magical signature of the shield matches our scrolls. If they do, we find our sections in the shield and start to decurse the place as fast as possible. Once that is done, we check out the caves. Since we can't pinpoint the exact location of the magical energy source, we have to assume that this is what we're looking for. Harry frowned, but it was Daphne that asked the question in his head. You mean there could be more than one magical or cursed place around here? Atticus nodded. It's not uncommon. If this is, for example, some kind of old temple of some ancient and long-forgotten culture, they could easily have built dozens of these places. But we didn't find anything anywhere else, Daphne argued. We didn't search that long. It is possible, Eric said. Anyway, since the sun will set in 2 hours, it makes no sense to go there now as every scroll accursed. Yes, the others replied. Any problems? Atticus dug deeper. All clear, Thomas said. If I may, all heads turned to Xenophilius Lovegood. Harry had nearly forgotten the man was with them. He usually saw the Lovegoods only during dinner, and even then they usually talked among themselves. They weren't part of their team, strictly speaking, but they tagged along because they were searching for some magical animals they hoped to find here, and Mr. Lovegood was a master of rituals and knew a lot about ancient civilizations and cultures. He'd offered his knowledge should it be needed when classifying or naming whatever they would find. Yes, Xenophilius? Atticus asked. Luna and I would like to use tomorrow to explore the river not far from here. It's the perfect nesting place for Blibbering Humdinger, if that is all right with you. Atticus nodded. You had no scrolls, and I think Eric has us covered concerning runes. You can be off. Mr. Lovegood inclined his head and smiled at his daughter. Luna smiled faintly while fingering with a strange gem she wore on a long necklace and hummed silently under her breath. Good, then I would like to suggest something, Alice said, and suddenly she looked very excited. Go on, Alice, Atticus said. Alice leaned forward, her arms propped up on the table. It's time for some practice. I want to duel tomorrow. We need to be in top form for any astray flying spells, or in case something doesn't work, we have to be able to react quickly. So, everyone out and have your wands ready. Inside Harry, excitement grew. He remembered the dueling club in second year. Granted, it had ended in a catastrophe, but he had liked the idea and he loved dueling. Excited murmur spread among the others. But without me one has to make dinner, Rashid said and got up. Oh come on Rashid, please, Alice begged. Oh no, you just want to get me for the last time I beat your little ass. You are no fun, she pouted. Then her eyes widened and she looked at Harry. Oh was all he could think of. Harry, you promised me you'd show me your Patronus, she said excitedly. Harry shifted nervously under all the eyes. Sure, he said faintly. Perfect. They all gathered at the free piece of clearing beyond their fireplace. Atticus erected a protective circle for the two duelists so that none of the watcher could be hit by any spells. Harry stood with Alice inside said circle. When you're ready, Alice said and smiled excitedly. From beyond the circle walls the others cheered and clapped. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was the first time since the incident at the lake that he was about to perform a Patronus. He went through his memories, searching for a really happy one that would quicken his soul and ignite his core. The memory of Dumbledore telling him about the Horcruxes suddenly appeared and dread filled him. Forcefully he pushed it aside. But seeing the Weasleys' home, he immediately felt warmth spread inside him, and he remembered the Quidditch matches, the dinners, the games they had played, Ron and him talking until late in the night in Ron's room. He remembered his own room at the Burrow and how grateful and loved he felt there. His hand rose on its own and with a strong and clear voice he chanted, Expecto Patronum. The familiar silver light broke free from the tip of his wand and the familiar sight of the stag, his stag, his prongs, appeared before them. He was a majestic animal. His antlers were tall and he proudly held his head up. He danced around Harry, looked curiously towards Alice before jumping into the air and dancing around in the dome, dragging a tail of white and silver light behind him. Finally he came back, nuzzled Harry's face and slowly dissolved. Harry knew he had a stupid smile on his face but he didn't care. Alice looked at him shocked. When you said he was corporal, I thought you were lying. If he was only partly corporal, but nothing like this, she muttered. He's beautiful, she added. He grinned, thanks. They exited the dome and the others jumped at them, shouting how amazing that had been and how amazing Prongs was. And asked where he'd learned to produce a Patronus like this. Harry felt his face grow tomato red. But from the flood of questions and compliments only one question reached his ears. Hey, a stag? Eric asked curiously. Harry blushed again. You don't have to answer it, it's rather a personal question, Eric quickly said, but I was just wondering. Stags are very proud, sometimes egoistic and arrogant beings and, well, you don't seem to be any of that. Seeing Harry's confused face, Thomas added, usually a Patronus represents something within us, something that is dear to us. Harry looked down. What you just saw was Prongs. My father's animagus form was a stag and his friends called him Prongs, he said quickly. There was silence. Oh, Eric said, somewhat embarrassed, I'm sore. Harry shook his head. You couldn't know, he muttered. Then he smiled. My godfather cried when he saw Prongs. He was so overwhelmed to see him again. Harry could swear Alice had tears in her eyes. The melancholic atmosphere was interrupted by Atticus, who clapped into his hands. All right folks, enough sad eyes, let's get going. Who wants to be the first? The first duel was between Thomas and Alice. Excitedly Harry leaned against the dome and watched fascinated. Alice was quick as a snake and nearly all her spells were non-verbal. It was very impressive. But even more so the way she moved. It looked like she was dancing. She was dodging most of the spells and jumped and cartwheeled out of the way. He twists and swirls were too fast to follow properly. Good Merlin, he muttered, that is amazing. Next to him Bill laughed. Told you she was a professional duelist. As you can see, there is more to dueling than to shout some spells. Thomas wasn't bad either. Harry could see that he was experienced in the field but he wasn't as offensive as Alice. Still he had some cool moves, like catching a spell of hers somehow and hurtling it back to her, or absorbing her spells and creating a very thick shield. But Alice won in the end. Covered in sweat and dirt and grime they bowed one last time to each other before shaking hands and leaving the circle. That was amazing, you have to teach me that. Harry shouted zealously. What of it? Alice asked grinningly. Everything, Harry told her steadfast. Alice laughed and ruffled her hand through his hair. Sure, whatever you want. And especially how to do those non-verbal spells. That could come in so handy. Daphne raised an eyebrow at him. When would that be? She asked. When cursing Malfoy or Snape in class, he said grinningly. She grinned back. In that case I want to learn that too, but to use it on bins. Harry frowned. Can you even curse ghosts? No, but you can throw things through then, and that annoys them greatly. If I can levitate things without anyone noticing, he can't give me detention for it, she said happily. You were ever in detention? Harry asked unbelievingly. I know, hard to believe but it's true, she said with a shrug. They watched as Atticus and Eric entered the ring and started to duel. It was far more aggressive and not as nice to watch. But also very impressive. So, Harry said as Eric threw an extra vicious curse at Atticus, does that mean to talk to me again? Daphne huffed. Come on, it's not like it was my fault. You could have been more careful. I was. How was I supposed to know that there was the barrier? You could have told Bill and waited for him to check it out. Harry, because of such mistakes people die on these expeditions. You need to be more careful, she said vehemently. Harry was slightly taken aback. She sounded so scared for a moment and yet so angry. Don't get this wrong, he said, but why do you care so much? Daphne looked at him from the corner of her eyes and then back. At the duel, the question would be why not? Pass me the hot sauce, will you, Bill? Fleur asked. Bill nodded and leaned over to where Daphne had put the hot sauce. Harry grinned. Bill was so done for it. Even though he had fought it very hardly, Bill had fallen for the French part villa. Harry didn't know how it had happened, only that it had. And now Bill tried all he could to please the French witch. But Harry was also certain it wasn't because of Fleur's allure. Because she too seemed to try very hard to get Bill to like and notice her, without her powers reducing him to a drooling mess. It was so cliché, and Harry felt like transferred into one of these high school movies where two people obviously like each other but don't tell each other because they are afraid, and it all ends in a big mess, but in the end they get together all the same. Thinking about it didn't sound too bad, but why couldn't they just get to the point? Harry's strange musings were interrupted by a small ball of aluminum foil hitting his head. He looked up confused but saw no one who looked like they could have done it. Another ball hit his head and he looked in the direction from which it came. And saw. Another ball hit him between the eyes so that he fell backwards from the tree trunk on which he sat. Much to the roaring laughter of those around him. Atticus helped him back up. "Lost your balance there?" he asked with a grin. "Not really." Harry took his plate, got up and walked towards Daphne. Maybe then he could find the culprit. Halfway there another ball of foil hit him in the side of his face. Annoyed, he put his plate down. "All right, who's throwing with aluminum foil?" he asked, somewhat annoyed. But everyone looked at him with confused looks on their faces. "No one is," Bill started, but in that second another ball of foil hit Harry's chin. Harry raised a questioning eyebrow at his friend. Bill looked very confused now. And then a serene voice from the shadows on the other side of the roaring campfire drifted across towards him. "Oh, I'm sorry, it's just the Raxperts like shiny things, and I thought maybe they would leave your head if they saw the foil and take it as their new home." He wasn't the only one looking at small Luna Lovegood with a bewildered expression, but his was more because of his lack of understanding. "Excuse me, what?" he asked. The second-year Ravenclaw hovered towards him, a wide smile on her lips and her eyes half closed. "Oh, you know, Raxperts, your head is full of them." She sat down next to Harry, who still stood there with his pail in hands and aluminum foil in his hair. He sat down. "What are Raxperts?" he asked curiously. The younger girl smiled, which made her look slightly stoned. "They are invisible creatures that nest in your head and make your brain go fuzzy and confuse you and make you think about bad and sad things." Harry frowned. "And, how do you get rid of them?" he asked carefully. "You don't," Eric interrupted them, his mouth still full with Indian corn, "because they don't exist." Luna shook her head. "Says the men that the Nargles stole from." Then she turned back to Harry. "You must think of positive things. They don't like that, then they will leave you, but they can always come back, so when you feel inexplicably sad or angry, think of positive things, it will expel them again." Thanks. "You are very welcome," she said, and handed him the roll of foil she held and said, "If you make yourself a helmet and wear it for one night, they will most likely be gone." Uncertain what to do, he took the foil. "Thanks." He could hear Bill snigger from all way across the fire pit. "Wonderful, now I will have to talk to Daddy about tomorrow's expedition. You will excuse me." With that she walked back to her father. Harry noticed that she wasn't wearing any shoes. Shaking his head, he sat down next to Daphne, who looked at him with barely concealed amusement. "I see you got your first real taste of Luna Lovegood," she said, and stuffed a fork full of salad into her mouth. "She seems to be crazy. Off her rockers. Totally stoned," Daphne offered. "I was about to say special, but I thought she looked stoned too. What's it with her? And her dad, for the matter?" Daphne shrugged. "I don't know a lot, but apparently they have always been like this, and it doesn't go well with people, and they have a habit of being painfully truthful, any seeing right through you. It's unnerving and awkward at times." "How come she's in Ravenclaw then? I thought they were all facts and figures and knowledge only," Harry asked. Daphne sighed. "Honestly, Harry, we are sorted into our houses by a magical hat that thinks he sees some kind of trait in us that fits one of our houses, and I never said Luna is stupid, quite the opposite. Actually, knowing myths and stuff like that is never a bad thing and can help you greatly in later life. Also, Luna reads a lot and occupies herself with all sorts of different topics. It's just her way of thinking that keeps people away and her imaginary monsters." Harry nodded. "The magical world is even stranger than I thought," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Daphne smiled. "You have no idea. Here?" Atticus asked and looked around. His gaze swept over the far-stretching plains behind him and then over the cliff sides with the caves before him. "Yes, somewhere here I landed and then walked like 5 steps before crashing into the magical barrier," Harry said and pointed vaguely in the direction. Atticus nodded and let his backpack fall down. "All right, people, set up the pavilion roof. We could use some shade in a few hours. Eric, you are with me for the preparations." Harry shielded his eyes as he looked up. Atticus was right. Even though it was barely 10 in the morning, the sun was already high up and shining down on them with a strong intensity. As he helped put up the spacious pavilion and enlarging the furniture they would need, he kept throwing glances at Atticus and Eric. Eric was kneeling on the ground, knife in hand, and seemed to carve something the ground every few meters in a wide circle around their base. Once he was finished, he and Atticus walked cautiously towards where they knew the barrier was, and Atticus fired a spell. The effect was instantly. With the sound of a gun going loose, the spell connected with the barrier, and from where it hit the shield a dark purple color, like a nasty bruise, expanded in all directions. It traveled until it had reached the cliffside and encased it like a giant purple bubble. It was pulsing like it had a heartbeat, and the color shifted, concentrating in some areas. "What is that?" Harry asked, astonished. Alice smiled knowingly. "Quite a sight to behold, right?" she asked, and leaned against one of the four legs of the pavilion. "The spell does two things. One, it makes the shield visible, which is important if we'll all be tossed around like rag dolls." Harry groaned. They would never let him live that down. "And it concentrates in the places where potentially fatal curses are." She pointed at the shifting colors and darker spots he had noticed. "And what is Eric doing?" Harry asked. "He sets up runes that divide the shield into the parts each of us had to decipher as homework. It'll make working easier." "I can't wait," Harry said with a grin. Alice laughed. "Don't get too excited, it can be pretty boring sometimes. Why do you have to decurse the whole shield? Couldn't you just decurse a part like an opening? Have you ever taken the 1 or 2 tin cans from the middle or bottom of a tin can pyramid? The effect would be the same. Everything would collapse on us and the energy of 5,000 years magic would destroy everything." Harry nodded. "Right, Bill told me something similar. Come on, looks like they are about to begin. You don't want to miss this. It's your first time after all." She pulled him towards the farthest part of the shield. The pulsing somehow unnerved Harry, but he concentrated on Atticus. The curse breaker nodded at Eric and Bill, who stepped up and took their places next to him. "Eric and Bill will stand ready to defect and spells that could fly astray while Atticus casts his spells," Alice explained. Harry nodded. That was something Bill had already told him. Atticus turned around to them. "Ladies and gents, this is it. This is what we have been working towards for weeks and months now." With that, he turned around and fired the first spell. It connected with the purple shield, and where it hid the barrier the purple color disappeared, leaving a white spot in the purple. There was a sizzling noise filling the air. Atticus' next spell was already flying through the air, hitting the shield next to the white spot, turning it white too. The sizzling noise grew louder. It hummed through Harry's whole body, vibrating inside him. Concerned, he asked Alice silently, "Alice, what is that noise?" She looked at him confused. "What noise?" "This sizzling noise, you know, like static charge," he said, trying to explain what he was hearing. With each spell Atticus fired at the shield, it grew louder. His face was a mask of total concentration. Alice looked puzzled. "A sizzling noise, you say? Is it coming from the barrier?" "I think so. It started when Eric casted his first spell. Is it normal?" She looked at him surprised. "What you are hearing must be the leaking magical energy from beyond the shield. Usually you can't feel it until a lot of it has left that shield and escaped into our surroundings. I can feel it going through me, humming and vibrating. It's a strange feeling, but not bad actually. It feels nice. You must be very sensitive to magic then, Harry. Not many people have such a keen sense." Harry frowned. "Is that something bad?" Alice shook her head and smiled at him. "No, it's something good actually. Your own magic is responding to the magic of this place, and they are harmonically combining each other. This place is connecting with you. Tell us if you feel anything strange or not normal. It could be a sign that something's wrong or dangerous." Okay, Harry muttered. He felt kind of embarrassed. He turned his attention back on the shield and saw how the white spots Atticus's spells had left expanded. "Are they supposed to do that?" he asked. "Oh yes, don't worry," Thomas said, joining their conversation. "It's normal that the spells already cast start affecting other curses around them too and dissolving them if they can. It makes the whole process a lot quicker, like a ripple in the water that expands." Harry nodded, understanding. Aloud, "Look out!" from Atticus startled them, and they saw a brown bolt of light flying through the air, but before it could get anywhere it was intercepted by a light blue shield and beeped into it. "As you can see, there's not much going on. Except when a spell gets loose or something like that, but it doesn't happen that often, but when it happens it can be that it's set of a chain reaction of spells. That's why we have 2 guards just in case and at least 1 more person staying as backup. That's why we put up the base, Thomas explained and pointed with his thumb at the pavilion. Harry nodded. Then he asked, how long will it take for Atticus to decurse his first scroll? Thomas shrugged, that depends, but it's usually between 3 and 4 hours. Harry's eyes widened. Is he allowed to take a break? Once he reaches the end of his first scroll, Eric can put up a stabilizing rune and Atticus can take a break, eat something, drink something and then get to work on his second part, but it's important to not draw it out longer than necessary. Harry's looked at the leader of their expedition with newfound respect. That must be draining, he said. In the beginning it is, but our magical core never stops growing. Not really, it matures and gets used to the amount and kind of magic we use and adapts to that. Besides that, we're all, or most of us, very experienced in our job and know how to get things done without using too much energy, Alice explained. Using too much of your magical energy isn't good either. For one, you can get sick if you do it. For another, it is possible to charge a magical place like this even further with your own magic, and that can lead to nasty surprises, Thomas added. Usually shields are decursed in one go. That's the safest thing to do, but this one is so big, it would be foolish to not take some breaks and let the energy leave the place first, otherwise the surrounding will charge itself with the energy we're draining, form the shield and could rebound on us. Besides, we can't afford to make mistakes because we grow tired. Sloppiness will get you killed quicker than anything else, Alice explained further. Harry shook his head. There is so much to this job that I didn't know and would have never imagined. It all sounds so easy when you read or hear about it for the first time, he said. Then he looked at Alice with a slight grin, but I also get what you mean with, that it can get boring at times. He nodded at the 3 curse breakers in front of the shield. There's not much for us to do, right? They got it covered. Thomas nodded, they got it covered. But that doesn't mean we can't use the time given to us, Daphne suddenly said next to him. He flinched at her sudden appearance. Good heaven, Danny, don't do that. He swore. Do what? She asked with a raised eyebrow before adding, you still need to learn about runes and I have to recapitulate a few potions. Oh come on, you really know how to ruin someone's afternoon learning. Seriously. When we are in the middle of the most important and most dangerous and most interesting and most exciting part of the whole quest. He whined. Oh stop exaggerating, Rye, it's not like us two are doing anything other than watching. But more learning? Harry asked. Come on, you'll thank me for it later. You, after all, never stop learning. So she dragged him back to the pavilion. Thomas looked at Alice and asked, Danny. Rye? She asked back. And time did what it always did, it passed. The sun traveled across the sky. But Harry barely noticed it. Daphne chased him through one chapter of runes and their meaning after another and made him answer dozens of questions. She even made him pay attention to the basics of healing, so you know how to help yourself if something happens to you and you're alone. Harry doubted that he had remembered anything of what she had read to him and told him. Every now and then others of their team would sit down next to them, Atticus among them. They would interrupt their work, talk for a few minutes, and then go back to their work. Otherwise nothing major happened. Alice told them the decursing was going very smoothly, and whenever they would look up, they would see the purple making way for the white. The sky slowly turned purple and thick clouds hung above them. But by now the magic sizzling was growing so loud it was hard for Harry to ignore. They turned the small radio on they had with them and listened to the newest songs of the Weird Sisters and other bands. He and Daphne sat in 2 of the bean bags with blankets around their shoulders and each a cup of hot chocolate in one hand, though Harry was sure Chow had spiked it with something alcoholic, judging from the strange aftertaste and the knowing smirk of the native's face. So, tell me, do you think you'll manage one quiet year in Hogwarts this time? Daphne asked lazily as they both watched Eric and Bill catch a few stray spells. Harry snorted. Now you jinxed it, he said and sighed. It's not like I want each year to end in a catastrophe, and I've been lucky so far. No one died yet except Shirel, but he doesn't count. He had hosted Voldemort in his head. Harry immediately regretted what he had said. Voldemort was a topic no one, for a good reason, liked to talk about. The mere possibility that he could be returning was more than frightening, and sent people quickly into denial. Besides, many believed he had died that night in Godric's Hollow. How sad he hadn't. His memory once again returned to his conversation with Dumbledore about those Horcruxes. No, don't think about such things, he scolded himself. He threw a quick glance at Daphne. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, he mumbled. She shook her head. No, you should have, it's all right. He snorted, you believe me? Daphne shrugged. It has always been a distinct possibility that he would return, no offense, but his defeat was just too good to believe. My parents gave their lives for it, Harry mumbled. Daphne flinched. I know, Harry, and it's horrible, but you survived. That doesn't make things better. Now it feels like the fate of the world is resting on my shoulder. When he returns, people will turn to me and... Daphne leaned forward and took his hands in hers. Stop it, Harry, we cross that bridge when we come to it, she asked pleadingly. Harry looked at their hands. Daphne blushed and pulled her hands back, but he held her hands and said, thanks. What for? She asked, confused. I brought up the most horrible thing to talk about. He shook his head. No, you didn't, and thank you for believing, I guess, for understanding somewhere. She smiled. Come on, I like this song. Do you know how to dance? She asked, successfully changing the topic. Harry listened to the song. He didn't know it, as he didn't know how to dance. So he shook his head. No, I'm sorry, I never learned how to dance. I never saw a reason to. She looked at him with big eyes. Harry, you are a wizard. Not to be able to dance in our society is like not being able to walk. Witches and wizards are all about etiquette and formalities. Dancing is one of them. Come on, I'll teach you, you'll love it, it's great fun once you get the knack for it, she said and pulled him to his feet. Danny, he protested as his hot spiked chocolate threatened to spill all over them. Don't be such a baby. She pulled him into the open space outside the pavilion where they had enough space and could still hear the radio. Daphne, he tried again, but she had already placed her hand on his left shoulder and put his right hand on her left hip and clasped his other hand high in the air. All right. She started, and Harry realized how close they actually were. This is a disco fox. The basic step is very easy. You make 2 small steps forward while I go backwards, and the third is no actual step but only a tap with the point of your foot, and then you go 2 steps backwards and I come forwards, and the third step is again only a tap, and then we just repeat it for a while before we come to the turns, she explained, and didn't leave him any time to protest. She just started dancing. If Harry had to take the stock of his first dancing lesson, he would say that he did even worse than Daphne probably had anticipated. He had stepped every few steps on her feet, gotten the order of the steps wrong, never once took his eyes from their feet, and blushed horribly whenever he did something wrong. Finally Daphne called it a day. It wasn't that bad, she assured him, but he saw how she massaged her toes. The sun was about to vanish behind the tree line, and they had lit the gas lamps around the pavilion for more light. Atticus finally cast the last spell on his second scroll, and Eric erected a runic barrier to stabilize the shield so it wouldn't collapse. Bill led the tired-looking Atticus over to them and lowered him on one of the bean bags. Do you want something to eat or drink? Chow asked as Rashid handed him a pepper-up potion. Coffee would be awesome, Atticus said with a tired smile. And I bet you 5 gallons it'll be spiked too, Harry muttered to Daphne. She giggled behind her hand. Thomas cast them a suspicious look. You can get him hot milk with honey and then you will go to bed, Rashid decided. Hot milk with honey? I'm not 10, you know. Atticus called behind him and then sank back inside his bean bag. Eric stepped up to them. Fleur, Thomas, are you up for a night shift? I need you to cover me. I rather not have to long periods between decursing different parts of the shield. It is so big, we would unnecessarily risk it collapsing. Shields this big can be unpredictable. Thomas and Fleur nodded, putting on their cloaks and strange glasses that looked like the goggles Harry wore during Quidditch matches when it rained. Like last year when he fell of his broom after the Dementor's attack. Only that the glass of the goggles was black. What are those? He asked. With those you can see in the dark, they are bewitched, Daphne explained. Ah, Harry exclaimed, that makes sense. Harry, Daphne, you should go with the others, catch a few hours of sleep and then come back, Bill told them. Alice will keep an eye on things, Thomas added. You sure? Harry asked. We can stay, he offered. Bill smiled reassuringly. We're sure. Go on. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow, and don't worry. Tomorrow we'll let you do something too. It's just the first parts to decurse are usually the most dangerous ones. Tomorrow we'll let you some parts too. Daphne and Harry looked at each other, then back at the older curse breaker. Really? They asked together. Really, Bill said. Me too. I mean, I'm only a healer's apprentice not here for curse breaking, Daphne said timidly. You should know some basic things about this too, Thomas said, and don't worry, we'll be with you in case something happens. Cool, Harry muttered. And now off you go, Bill shooed them away. From up in the air Harry cast one last glance back at the glowing purple and white shield. It was too dark to see any details but he could see the different colored spells from Eric's wand, the light of the gas lamps and, what was that? On top of the other cliff, hidden in the shrubbery was another small light. Like a campfire. Frowning Harry started to fly closer but Daphne called out to him, "Come on Harry." Coming. He called back and flew behind her but not without one last glance back. Harry didn't sleep well that night. When he woke early the next day shortly after dawn he couldn't remember any dreams but he was sweating and breathless, his heart was racing and he had a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. He stumbled under a cool shower and cooled his overheated body under the spray. He put on his usual trouser and a loose white shirt before heading over to the CT. Rashid stood in the kitchen and was pressing the juice from an orange. "Morning Harry," he greeted. "Morning," Harry greeted back and filled a bowl with cereal and milk before adding a spoonful sugar before sitting down. "Anyone else awake?" Harry asked between bites. "Atticus left about 10 minutes ago to see how the others are doing and how the night went. Even though I advised against it, Merlin knows he needs his rest, but that man is as stubborn as a mule. I think the Lovegoods are awake too, but otherwise, don't know. It is still pretty early, but I had to check up on some potions." Harry nodded and put the bowl into the sink and cleaning it. For a moment he just stood there before he turned and asked Rashid, "You think it would be alright if I headed out?" Rashid frowned. "I don't know Harry, why don't you just wait until someone else is up?" "But I'm so bored," Harry whined. "Then you can help me out. How's you potion making?" Harry pulled a face. "According to my teacher it is dreadful." "That can't be, your mom after all excelled in that subject." Harry looked at him with big eyes. "What?" he asked shakily. Rashid looked at him confused. "Didn't you know? Your mother was an amazing potions brewer. I'm sure she would have been a potions master had she." He stopped, looking awkwardly away. "Had she lived," Harry finished for him. "Yeah, well, so I don't think you can be that bad, come on." Eager to learn more about his mother, Harry followed the healer. "Did you know my mother?" he asked. "I went to school with her, but she was already in her 5th year when I enrolled Hogwarts, but she tutored younger years in many subjects, such as potions. That's how I got to know her a little bit." "Wow," Harry muttered. "What was she like?" Rashid looked at him for a moment before saying, "Patient and understanding. She would have made a wonderful teacher, very friendly to everyone except when your father dared to interrupt her lessons. Then she could be vicious. Scared me the first time she exploded in his face and called him a dim-witted god for nothing, arrogant waste of space, but your father just laughed, quickly pecked her on the cheek and ran for his life." Harry was fascinated. Not even Lupin or Sirius had ever talked so much about his mother. It had always been about James and how much Harry was like him, but it was also nice to hear about his mother. Rashid opened the opening to his tent and ushered Harry in. It looked nothing like Hayes' tent. A bed was cramped into one corner, but the rest of the space was occupied by different cauldrons of various sizes and tables and shelves. The heavy smell of different potion fumes and ingredients hung heavy in the air, and the sound of flames and boiling or simmering potions filled the air. From the ceiling hung dried herbs, snake skins and whatnot. The tables were covered with cut and pestled ingredients, knives, slats and other stuff. "Here," Rashid shoved a book in his hands. "Grab that kettle. Ingredients you find in the shelves, sorted alphabetically. You can use that fire station. Show me how dreadful you are." Harry read the potion's name. Itch Relieve. He read carefully though the list of ingredients and collected them one after another on his table. Twice he read the instructions before setting to work. He sliced the rattle beans into squares, chopped the snake skin and gathered everything else. He increased the heat, reduced it, added everything in the correct order, stirred as he was supposed to and cooled the potion in ice-cold water in the end. It wasn't a necessarily hard or demanding potion, but Harry had seen more than enough how even the easiest potions could explode spectacularly if done wrong. But even though he was sure he did as told and for once wasn't interrupted by Malfoy's attempts to sabotage his potion, it didn't really have the mellow color it was supposed to have, and its consistence was too watery. It was supposed to be thicker. Sighing with defeat he sat down, disappointed. Rashid examined his result. Not bad. You don't have to be sugar-coated. I know it isn't as it should be, Harry muttered. Rashid laughed. I didn't expect it to be. You see, Harry, you brewed the whole thing in a brass kettle, but brass and elderberry juices react badly with each other, resulting in an off-coloring. Harry frowned and then glared at the man. Why didn't you tell me? Instead of answering, Rashid went on. You used normal fire, but you need magnesium-induced fire. The resulting fumes counteract the fusion of olive bark oil and frog blood that makes the potion so watery. Harry glared harder. How was I supposed to know that? We never did things like that at school. Exactly, Harry. Professor Snape may be the century's youngest potions master, but he's not a good teacher. I have been teaching Daphne for years and she told me all about your school lessons. You don't really get a proper introduction. You don't really cover how the basic ingredients interact, what to pay attention to and other things Snape tells you to brew, and you don't really learn what different effect the juice of a Shelley bean has when you squeeze it out or when you just cut it and add it. Why female nettle snake blood is so much more potent than male. Your education is lacking in its basics. That is not your fault. I just wanted to show you that you actually did pretty well. The potion might not be perfect, but it is as close as it can be. Harry nodded. Thanks, he mumbled. Rashid smiled. Good, now chop those herbs for me. I will see how the blood replenished potion is coming along. His unexpected potions lesson was cut short by Daphne stumbling inside. She froze when she saw them hovering above a simmering cauldron where Rashid just explained the phenomenon known as the blood dance to Harry. They looked up. Oh, Danny, Harry said cheerfully. Daphne scowled. I hope I'm not intruding. Have you already replaced me, Rashid? I'm hurt. Rashid grinned. And you, she said, addressing Harry, I've been looking all over the place for you. We got to get going. I want to see how the others are coming along. Bill left like an hour ago and Alice just returned to catch a few hours of sleep. Harry nodded and gathered his things. Thanks for the lesson, Rashid. Maybe we can do this sometime soon again. Rashid smiled. Sure, Harry, now get going and don't stray from your path. Fly directly to the shield. I'll know if you don't, he said threateningly, pointed his ladle at them. We will, the teens said and hurried out of the tent. And to think you complained to me yesterday about having to learn. You are such a hypocrite, Daphne snorted. They chased each other out of the camp, heading towards the base. It was a beautiful morning once again and Harry enjoyed the sun on his face. Beneath them monkeys jumped through the trees, colorful birds sang, and they even discovered some wild elephants. Finally the gorge and the plains beyond it came into view. They veered downwards and turned left. But they stopped mid-air to stare. The shield was now more white than purple. It still pulsed like it had its own heartbeat, and the air was charged with the crackling sound of escaping magic. Harry's own magical core hummed and sent out random spurts of magic at the alien power around them, testing it, checking it. Harry felt queasy. This magic was old and powerful. It was wild and protective, not necessarily harmful, but nothing to be taken lightly. And beyond the shield, in the caves, Harry could feel more. More magic, strong magic, magic that had been slumbering for hundreds for years and was now waking up. It was calling out to him. Harry. He looked up. Daphne hovered in front of him. Yeah, I said if you were all right. She repeated. I'm fine, it's just, this is nothing I've ever seen before. And can you feel the power in the air? It's overwhelming. Daphne nodded. Yeah, I can feel the magic too. It's going right through me. It's kinda unsettling. My magic doesn't like it. Come on. Or the other will start wondering what the hell we are doing up here. Down on the ground Bill was decursing his last part of the shield. Atticus and Fleur stood guard with him and caught stray spells. The white spread further and further, pushing the purple away. Thomas sat in one of the bean bags under the pavilion, a blanket over his lap and a mug of coffee in his hand. He looked tired but greeted them happily. Eric sat at one of the tables, deeply absorbed in some scroll. He grunted a greeting but didn't acknowledge them any further. To their surprise the Lovegoods were there too. Luna was dressed in bright pink trousers and a long-sleeved shirt with a colorful flower pint on it. She was carefully paling with a giant butterfly on her hand and humming. Xenophilius Lovegood was reading a book while walking in a small circle, and every now and then he would mutter something and write something into his book. Good morning, Harry said politely. Oh, a very good morning to you too, Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, and what a lovely day it is. Oh yes, M. Lovegood said. Luna skipped over to them and carefully placed the butterfly on Harry's head. Harry squinted nervously upwards. He knew that butterflies were harmless, but it was a rather large one. Isn't he beautiful? He says he was an ugly prince once and everyone laughed at him because princes were supposed to be handsome. He killed himself and was reborn as a butterfly, so that he could be beautiful in his next life, she said seriously. Harry didn't know what to say. That's great, Luna, he finally managed. I think it's sad people shouldn't judge you because of what you appear to be, Luna said sadly. Of course, Harry said quickly, I totally agree. Luna took the butterfly from him and went to sit on the couch. Smooth Harry, very smooth, Daphne muttered. About an hour later Alice and Rashid joined the rest of the team. Bill had finished his last scroll by then and Fleur was making quick work of hers. The anticipation grew after Fleur. Atticus and Eric would have the last parts of the shield to decurse and then it would be done. During one of the short breaks between decursing the different sections of the shield, Atticus gathered them around the biggest table in their base camp and explained what would come afterwards. The shield had been completely decursed. After we've taken it down, we need to lie low. The stored magic that has been released from and beyond the shield into the direct environment needs to disappear. That means we'll set up the basic alarms and protections around the caves, but otherwise we give the place time to cool, right? The others muttered in agreement. All right, during that time we prepare everything for our expedition into the caves. We don't know what will expect us there. It could be anything. We need to be prepared for everything. It's up to everyone to prepare as best as they can, but remember, we're a team. We work together. Once it's safe to go into the caves, it is any questions so far. Harry was sure a lot of questions would pop up sooner or later, but right now he was too excited about the prospect of entering the caves so soon and finding a treasure, probably. Harry's inner kid did a little happy dance. This was so exciting. Atticus allowed Daphne, Luna and Harry to explore their surroundings a bit, but not without placing several tracking charms on them while the others worked. Now, in the final stages of working, the shield was very unstable and any wrong move could result in setting it off and causing a magical avalanche of curses and jinxes. The three shrugged and headed off. They had known that 3 wouldn't be a lot they could do other than observe and observe a bit more. They made their way back up the gorge and headed in the direction of their camp. But instead of going there, they followed the stream nearby, past the grazing elephants and further inland. The small brook was very clear and its banks were full of life. It ended abruptly in a small waterfall that recharged a small lake with many small side streams leaving it in all directions. The shore was grassy and the water looked clear and deep. There were some big stones here and there. Big dragonflies zoomed along the surface. They stood atop the small waterfall, looking down. It was hot and Harry immediately took off his waistcoat, shoes and shirt. Harry, what are you doing? Daphne asked as he started to strip. I'm taking a swim. Seeing her disbelieving face, he sighed and said, Come on Danny, it's so hot. Daphne frowned but looked down again. Is it safe? She asked. We don't know what could be swimming down there. One way of finding out, Harry said with a grin, and before the other girl what was happening, Harry had given her a slight push and she went down. Daphne shrieked and cursed and hit the water with a mighty splash, but directly resurfaced and glared up at them. Luna was giggling happily and Harry was openly laughing. I'm gonna kill you, Harry Potter. Wait until I get out of here. No need to wait. Harry shouted, gave Luna a push, and the younger girl's giggles turning into an indignant shriek as she fell, and jumped after her. The water felt heavenly against Harry's skin and he resurfaced laughing next to Daphne. She immediately threw herself at him and forced him back underwater with all her might. When he could free himself and came back up again, she grinned at her. What, are you mad at me? And hastily dived aside as she threw himself at him again and splashed water in her direction. An evil twinkle appeared in her eyes. Water fight, she shouted, and with a happy squeal she and Luna started hitting the water and sending it his way. Harry laughed loudly and turned his head and blindly hit the water back. Come on Luna, let's show him that he can't just push us down a waterfall and not expect any consequences. Daphne shouted. No, Luna, don't listen to her. She's evil and manipulating you. Come over to my side. I have cookies, he shouted pleadingly. I don't think so. Luna shouted back and grinned at him. Her hair was all over the place and hung in her face, but she didn't seem to care. Mercy, mercy. Harry laughed as they both lunged at him. From the high reed banks the two dark figures watched silently. Then the smaller one growled and raised a wand, but the other one swatted the hand down. No, he hissed, that's one is for the master. He should never have lived this long, the other one argued. We need him, you know why. He must die. He will. Another hidden figure watched as the two dark men disappeared and then looked back at the lake where the children were enjoying themselves. They didn't know what they had gotten themselves in. He prayed for their lives. Before he too left without ever being seen, he threw one last glance back at the boy. And then he looked into the distance, where clouds gathered. What happened to you three? Thomas asked, horrified. The three youngsters looked sheepishly at each other. Well, it started as a water fight but it somehow turned into a mud fight later on, Harry confessed. Yes, we can see that. Bill said, irritated, but how? We got carried away. Daphne offered. For some reason that had Harry and Luna snickering like crazy. Boys, don't try to get any answers, I'm sure you were just like them when you were their age, Fleur intervened and smiled at them. Bill and Tom promptly forgot what they had been talking about. Now, go and get washed up, mon cherries, she winked at the other three. As they headed towards their tents, Harry whispered, your cousin is awesome like that, cruel but awesome and efficient at the same time. I know, see you later. Harry nearly fell asleep during dinner. Daphne and he sat next to each other, leaning with their backs against one of the tree trunks. They were both totally spent and Harry's eyes popped every few seconds. Luna had curled up into her father's side and was already fast asleep. The fire's warmth, the mumbled conversations and Daphne's body heat next to him made him even more sleepy. What a day, he mumbled, in a desperate attempt to stay awake. Daphne muttered and her head dropped on his shoulder. We should do that again, that was fun. Are you excited as to what might expect us in the caves? I hope it will be a bit dangerous and very exciting like Indiana Jones. Harry, shut up, I'm trying to sleep here, Daphne whispered and sighed contentedly into his shoulder. Too tired to argue, Harry rested his head on top of hers and closed his eyes. Good night, Danny. Sleep well, Rye. From across the fire, Bill and Thomas watched their young charges falling asleep on one another. Wanna bet that they get together before this trip is over? Bill asked jokingly. But instead of laughing, Tom's face darkened. She can't, he said. Bill frowned. What? Why? They like each other, Daphne, especially Harry, is a bit awkward with girls maybe, but I'm positive he likes her too. They can be friends but nothing more, Thomas said sternly. Why? Bill asked, still confused. Guess why? Daphne will be head of our house in a couple of years. She is expected to marry someone of good standing that will be a good addition to the house. We already have one or two possible matches for her and she knows that. Bill frowned. You mean you arranged a marriage? With whom? I don't think that is any of your business, Tom said coolly. He sighed. I'm sorry, it's just that Daphne has shown great disdain about these possible matches and told us she wouldn't do it, but she must learn that being the heiress has also its not so pleasant sides. I thought our society has moved on from the dark ages making matches, arranging marriages, only the really fanatic old pure blood families still do this. Tom glared at him. Daphne can't marry anyone, this hasn't been decided yet, but she should get used to the thought. Harry is not anyone, he's a Potter and the boy who lived. Give them a chance and at the very least she should tell Harry about these possible matches. I don't want him to get his hopes up only to fall onto his face later on, Bill said. Tom stood up and Bill followed him as they approached the slumbering teens. I will talk to her, Tom promised as he gently pried Daphne away from Harry and gently picked her up. Bill too picked Harry up and gently threw him over his shoulder. Both didn't even stir, proof on how exhausted they were. Let's take these two to bed, Bill suggested. Tomorrow will be another exciting day. As Tom carefully placed Daphne on her bed, he sighed and pushed a stray strand of hair out of her face. Don't use him, don't hurt him, Daphne, and don't hurt yourself, it's not worth it, he whispered. When Harry didn't wake up where he'd fallen asleep, he was confused. He was lying fully dressed in his cot and sunlight was falling through the thin cloth of the tent. And something else irritated him. There was a strange sound coming from outside. The usual bird noises were gone, as was any other sound. Instead there was a strange swooshing noise outside, a very loud swooshing that covered every other noise. Confused, he got up and walked from his small anteroom through the main room and carefully poked his head through the entrance. His brain needed a few seconds to process what was going on. It was raining. It was raining cats and dogs, to be precise. Never had Harry seen so long and so big drops of water, and never had he seen so much of it coming down. Being British and living in Britain and going to school in the north of Scotland, Harry knew what rain was. But this couldn't count as rain, this was a deluge. As if the heaves were throwing buckets of water down on earth. Buckets of warm water. And then he remembered the Goblin Guild master of the Curse Breaker saying something about them being there during the monsoon. Ah, so this was said monsoon. Awesome. Their camp luckily was not totally flat, and towards the fire pit the ground narrowed and went down ever so slightly, which meant for them that the rain flew down that way and didn't set their camp under water. Harry judged the distance between here and the CT, looked up at the pouring sky and weighed his options. And came to the conclusion that even he couldn't run fast enough to avoid being drenched before he made it there. And he had no idea what time it was. Casting a quick Tempest charm, he saw that it was barely 8 o'clock in the morning. He cringed when he remembered Atticus, Eric, Bill and Fleur who were working on the shield. Hopefully they had some trick up their sleeve so they wouldn't be drowned. Harry got dressed and went to face the deluge outside, running as fast as he could towards the CT and stormed inside. His assumption was correct. He was drenched. He cast a drying charm and it worked well enough, but his cloth, hair, and skin were still damp. He sighed he never got it right either, he was still damp of too dry. Morning, Thomas greeted him from the table. Daphne and he were having breakfast. Slept well? He asked. Yeah, was just irritated for a moment. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep at the campfire last night. You did. Bill carried you to bed. Daphne sniggered. Don't you laugh, Daphne, I had to carry your heavy butt, Tom said. Daphne blushed and hit his arm. You don't know anything, she huffed. Harry grinned and sat down opposite of her. As he helped himself with some pancakes he muttered, I hate flying in such weather, reminds me of a certain Quidditch game. Daphne grimaced and nodded. Oh, don't worry, Tom said, it's an off day for us today. Atticus sent us a message earlier that they would decurse the last bits of the shield today and the final takedown will be tomorrow. When the rain hopefully has lessened a bit, it's unlikely to stop soon, but today is a bad day, the updrafts are too wild. It wouldn't be much of flying anyway, luckily we're nearly done, he explained. Yes, Harry cheered, day off, I like that. But what can we do? We're stuck inside, Daphne muttered disdainfully. How about a mud fight? Harry offered and wriggled his eyebrows. Daphne shot him a dirty look. I blame you for that, she just said and attacked her strawberries with her fork. We could play Scatagory, he suggested, or chess, or I could teach you a Muggle cardboard game, like Ludo. Or we could practice some magic, or how about you go and see if Rashid needs some help with preparing for our trip, Tom intervened. Both looked at him. And Harry could wait until Bill gets back here and practice with him. You played yesterday, today you will work. It was more of a final decision than a suggestion. Yeah, sure, both said, though they didn't look quite so happy. When Alice woke up she agreed to help Harry with his spell work. She cast 2 very handy shields above their heads that kept the rain away as they wandered deeper into the jungle around the camp. It's important to fight under different conditions. The rain will take a great part of your view, but you need to adapt to that. The heavy rain still fell through the openings in the canopy of leaves above them. Alice climbed into a tree and strategically placed a dozen tin cans in the branches. All right, I want you to blast the cans with a simple Expelliarmus from the tree. Do not hit the tree, she explained. Harry snorted. That's easy, he said. Alice grinned, jumped from the tree and dragged him several meters back into the cover of the trees. Excuse me, I meant, you start from here, she said smugly. From here? Harry asked disbelievingly. Of course it's got to be a bit challenging and realistic. The trees are your cover, but they also hinder you in your aim, so you first have to get close. That is your first challenge. The second is to blast them. My task is it to keep you from doing so. Now, when I say go, you can start. She grinned at him before disappearing between the trees, leaving Harry standing between the trees. All right, you can go, he heard Alice shout after a few seconds. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped out of the cover of the trees to fire his first spell, but was promptly hit in the by a mild stinging hex. Hey, he shouted. Don't leave the cover of the trees, Harry, or you're dead. Alice shouted from somewhere to him. It was impossible to say where she had hidden from him. The echo of her voice seemed to come from everywhere. Great, he muttered to himself. He hid between the trees again and this time only peeked around the trunk. The tin cans were suddenly very far away, but they glistened in the rain so he could see them fairly well. Keeping himself hidden, he aimed his wand at the first tin can and said forcefully, "Expelliarmus." A jet of red light zoomed through the trees but hit the branch the can hung from, instead of the can. Harry growled in frustration. "Not bad for the first time. You came close, but that's not good enough. Try again. Try to get closer to the tree. It'll make aiming and hitting easier. Just try not to get stung." Harry yelped when a stinging jinx hit him in the bottom. He swirled around to see where Alice was hiding but saw nothing. "Concentrate," Alice's voice said, amused. He saw the next jet of light coming and quickly blocked it with a shield charm. "Good, now try again." Again Harry took aim, but the rain made everything blurry and his spell hit one of the trees in its path. The stinging hex combined with the "again" were almost expected. "Geez woman, I'm glad you're no teacher at Hogwarts. Your teaching methods are brutal," he complained after the 20th time. By now he had only managed to hit 2 tin cans. It was frustrating. "Oh, I wouldn't be sure pain is a good motivator." Alice's voice floated through the trees towards him. Harry's frustration grew with the passing of the time. By the time Alice said it was time for lunch, he had only blasted a total of 4 cans from the tree. Whenever he tried to leave his hiding spot, she spotted him and forced him backwards again. The cans were farther than ever. "We'll continue after lunch," Alice said as she appeared next to him. "What good does that do? I'm horrible at this," he complained. "Oh, stop it, Harry, you just never done anything like this before. Just wait until after lunch, but you can't just give up now. Practice is the most important part of magic. Nobody is born with the perfect aim," she said and slung an arm around his shoulders. "I'll show you a little trick after lunch, yes." "Sure," he muttered. "What got your knickers in a twist?" Eric asked when he saw the sour expression on Harry's face as he sat down. Apparently the others had finally returned from decursing the rest of the shield. "Alice training methods," he muttered. Bill sniggered. "How many jinxes did you have to take?" he asked with no sympathy at all. Harry growled at him. "Oh, leave him be, Bill. I'm sure you didn't do better during your first time," Alice said. "Baby, I excelled at every first time," Bill said and wriggled with his eyebrows. "Oh, gross, we didn't need to know that, Bill." Atticus choked. Bill just laughed. Harry wolfed down 3 plates of spaghettis and tomato sauce and drowned at least 6 glasses of orange juice and 2 bowls of fruit salad. He was famished. "I see you worked him good time," Eric muttered, slightly distasteful as he watched Harry eat. "Where do you put all of that?" Rashid asked, slightly horrified. "I'm a growing boy, I need my food," Harry just said with a full mouth. "You are disgusting," Fleur declared dryly. Harry grinned at her with sauce dripping from his chin. Alice just shrugged. "Oh, you know, just the usual. We'll continue after lunch." Harry turned to Daphne, who sat across him a few seats to his right. "And what had Rashid you do?" he asked. "Clean his cauldrons and chop stinkfield roots, and they are called that for a reason," she muttered darkly. Harry grimaced slightly. "And you, Luna?" he asked the bee, who dreamily inspected a grape from her fruit salad. "I dance in the rain, the water and wind spirits were having a party and invited me along, but now my feet hurt. I'll sleep after lunch," she muttered, not looking at him. Harry was taken aback for a moment. "That's great," he finally said. Tom just suppressed a laugh and Chow rolled with his eyes. "Is the shield finally done?" Daphne asked. "Yes, the curses are gone. We stabilized the remaining frame and will take it down tomorrow morning," Eric said. "What frame?" Harry asked. "When you shield an area like this, you cast a basic shield charm like the Protega as a base into that shield. The spells are woven to strengthen it. Now that we have taken out the curses, only the original shield charm remains. It's the white dome you've seen that still needs to be cracked. Over at years it has grown string and thick. The good thing is that like any other shield charm, it can be broken by force," Bill explained. "Which basically means that tomorrow you can let go of any aggressions you may have by throwing every curse and jinx you know at the shield until it breaks," Eric said gleefully. "It's great fun," he added, definitely looking forward to it. Fleur rolled her pretty eyes. "Men," she just said. "Mr. Lovegood, do you have any idea what we might find in those caves? Considering what kind of ancient civilization lived here, what their traditions were and what they believed in," Tom asked. Mr. Lovegood put his napkin aside and folded his hands. "Well, that is a hard question to answer. People first settled down in Cambodia about 4,200 years ago, but magic wasn't introduced into these parts of the world until the Khmer Empire. Back then, in the time from the years 802 to 1431 AD, Cambodia was a blooming empire, Very stable in all aspects and thriving magical travelers settled down there. They were descendants of Roman sorcerers, but when the Roman Empire began to fall around the beginning of the 7th century, many saw that it was the beginning of the end and fled. Many went east and ended after a few generations here. They integrated into the society but lay low. They worshipped the local gods with the natives and developed new paths of magic. It is said that they went back to the magic of the elements and tried to live in harmony with their surroundings. That kind of magic, stronger, wilder and more dangerous. When around 1177 Cambodia was first invaded by their neighbors, the Cham from the Champa Empire, and then later on during the 13th and 14th century by different Thai clans, it meant the downfall of this empire too. But in that time the magic users had grown and cultivated a different society. It is said that they found the cure for all illnesses and a way for longevity. News leaked through and the Siam Empire racked secret wars against them through the land. The last king of the Khmer Empire, who was a wizard himself, ordered that all secrets should be buried for all eternity until mankind would have learned to handle such powers and responsibilities, before he was given to the Siam Empire as a prisoner. With that, another civilization went down. It is very possible that ancient secrets and powerful objects such as these cures could lay hidden within these caves. It would explain the heavy warding and the old magic around here. The elements have been protecting this place harshly. What do you mean? Fleur asked. Well, haven't you noticed that the rain only started now that you have deactivated the shield? Remember the vines that attacked us when we first stepped into this force field of pent-up magical powers? And there is little wildlife around here. Alone the fact that the whole surroundings is shrouded by magic so strong it cuts us off from the rest of the world is proof enough that someone or something doesn't want people to find whatever is hidden here. We must act cautiously. These caves will be trapped. Someone who wasn't worthy of these ancient powers was not supposed to find them. Who knows what kind of security measurements they installed, Mr. Lovegood explained. Silence reigned over the table as they all thought about his words. It was true that magical bubble in the middle of the jungle was what had attracted Gringotts' attention at first, and Mr. Lovegood was right. Nobody went through so much trouble and work if it wasn't important. Something was here and it was most likely dangerous, but nobody really knew what it was. Well, it is some information at least, Atticus said. We take the shield down tomorrow and on Monday we make our first trip inside. Once we know what we're dealing with we go in deeper. Any questions? They all shook their heads. Then you're dismissed. Okay. Just like this morning, but this time remember where you were and use it to your advantage like I do. Change your perspective, Alice said mysteriously. Once she was gone, Harry frowned. That was supposed to be a helpful tip. Sighing, he leaned against his cover tree and waited for the signal. Begin. Alice's voice echoed through the trees towards him. Harry breathed in deeply and wanted to turn around to face his targets when his gaze stopped at the tree opposite of him. He looked left and right. Trees. There were a lot of trees, standing very closely together. How had Alice managed to always hit him? How is it that she always saw him but he didn't see her? Harry face-palmed himself. Of course she climbed through the trees. Critically he eyed the trees. Until now they had been more of an obstacle than a help. But he wasn't the best climber. He had no problem with heights but climbing. But on the other hand, he would be better hidden from Alice between the leaves. On the other hand, wouldn't all the branches be now in his way? It was worth a shot. Lowering himself to all fours, Harry hastily made his was over to the other tree and hid behind it. The bark was rough and the many low-hanging branches were string enough to hold his weight. Harry pulled himself up and looked around. He could see the tin cans in the tree but he was too far away and too many branches were between him and his goal. Have you fallen asleep over there? I said you could begin. A curse hit where he'd been standing just minutes before. Harry frowned. Hadn't Alice seen him change his position? Apparently not. Harry grinned. He had to use that to his advantage. Up here he could more easily determine where Alice's voice came from, definitely to his fright this time, and lower than himself. Having an idea, he carefully reached for the next branch and balanced across it towards the next tree on his left. The nearest branch of the other tree was too far away to reach out for it, but if he jumped. The wood was slippery, but Harry was sure he could jump the distance. He just wondered if that wouldn't disturb the branches too much and give away his position. Harry. Alice sounded closer now. Cursing, he bent his knees and jumped, reaching out for the branches on front of him. He landed but slipped. But before he could fell to the ground, he managed to wrap his arms around the branch and hold on. The trees quivered, but when after a few moments still no jinx hit him, Harry carefully pulled himself up. This tree was thinner and its branches more flexible. Holding onto one, Harry jumped down on the other side. While holding on to one branch it slowly bent and Harry had a controlled descent downwards. When he let go of the branch it flipped back upwards, but before Alice might notice it, Harry was sprinting towards a thick tree. Pressing himself against it he listened. Sure enough, footsteps approached and he peeked around. Yeah, there was Alice, carefully approaching the tree he had jumped from and looking around. Harry held his breath. "I know you are here, Harry," Alice said loud enough for him to hear it. Looking around, Harry spotted a half-rotten branch on the ground. He carefully picked it up, peeked around, and when he saw that Alice was looking into the opposite direction he threw the branch as hard as he could to his right. It sailed through the air and when it hit the bush, it rustled loudly. Alice swirled around and he saw her smile. She walked towards the bush and Harry took it as opening to slip away between the trees. He saw that he was now very close to the tree with the tin cans. He reeled back and pressed himself against a tree once again. He thought about sprinting from his cover and running for it. It wasn't the best thing to do since he'd be exposed, but on the other hand, he didn't know when Alice would be back. He frowned. Suddenly this exercise was so much more multidimensional, now that he understood what Alice really wanted from him. She wanted strategies. She wanted him to think 10 steps ahead. This wasn't about hitting the tin cans, this was about getting there first. Blasting them was the easy part. Harry chose to run for it. He was fast and could probably fire while running. Nodding to himself he readied himself and turned around to run for it and ran straight into Alice's body bind charm. He fell like a stone. Alice's face appeared above him. She was smiling. "Well done, Harry, you have understood the exercise, but sadly not good enough. Let's try this again." Alice dismissed him an hour before dinner. Harry was battered and bruised from where he had tripped over stones, fallen from trees, or had cut himself while climbing trees. He was sore, sweaty and dirty from climbing trees and crawling through the break. Above all, he was soaked from the rain and shivering. "You look like a mud monster," Alice sniggered as they walked back towards the camp. The dirt-repelling charm on his cloths had only worked so far, but after Harry had thrown himself into a small bog to escape Alice, even that one didn't work anymore. The rain had found its ways through sleeves and other openings onto his body, and at some point Harry had put his jacket aside so that he could move his arms better, and since his shirt was not waterproof he didn't stand a chance. All in all, Harry looked how he felt. "Thanks," he muttered. "Ask Rashid for something against bruises, cuts and soreness tomorrow. You'll feel just fine." "I will," he muttered and yawned. They stopped at his tent. "Hey Harry," Alice said warmly. "Yes Alice. You did well, much better than this morning. You learn fast." "You still kicked my butt," Harry said, slightly disbelieving. She nodded cheerfully, "And I will continue to do so, but you will get better too, and one day we might kick each other's butt." "I'll be looking forward to it," he said determinedly. She laughed. "I know. See you at dinner." "The shower was so good, it must have been heaven." Harry set his training cloths aside so that they would dry and clean themselves, and instead put on jeans, a black t-shirt and a red sweater. With the rain-repelling charm in place he hurried to the court for dinner. Most of the others were already inside. Bill, Fleur and Rashid were in the kitchen preparing the food. Alice was leaning against the other side of the counter and was talking to them. Eric and Atticus were sitting near the fireplace, talking with Thomas, who was cleaning his broom on the floor. Luna was laying the table with Chow. The only person missing was her father and Daphne. "Ah, there he is. The brave fighter one. Already feared you drowned yourself in the shower to escape your misery," Bill greeted him. "Shut up," Harry said, trying not to blush. "I just told them about our training," Alice said casually. Harry groaned. "Great, let the teasing begin." Alice smiled. "Actually, I told them how well you were doing." "Yeah, I wish I could have seen that swan dive into the bog. Will you do it tomorrow for me again?" Eric asked from across the room. Harry buried his face in his hands. "Merlin, you are impossible. What is it, pick on Harry Potter Day?" he asked. "Just keeping you in place," Atticus assured him with a wide smile. "Maybe next time I come to watch," Bill suggested. Turning towards Alice, Harry asked, groaning, "I thought you said I did good." She just grinned. "And take some pictures for the family back in Britain. What do you say, Harry? Maybe we could make some really big ones and put one in each common room at Hogwarts," Bill went on. Harry's wand was very quickly in his hand. "Don't you dare. Your mother would scold me for hours for jumping into unknown waters. Who knows what kind of dangerous animals and germs might have been in there." She'll never let me leave the house again. And at school I'd be known as Harry Potter the boy who dives into mud. Malfoy would have a field day. They all erupted into roaring laughter. Nice to know you all care so much. Maybe I should leave and find a group of curse breakers that appreciate having me there, Harry said as stuck up as he could. Fleur walked over to him and wrapped her arms around him, and with faux concern she wailed, "Oh but Harry. We do. Please forgive us." He groaned, "Oh Fleur, not you too. You were supposed to be on my side in this. I was relying on you for at least being neutral." More laughter. What's going on here? Harry turned his head and saw through a gap in Fleur's arms Daphne standing there. "It's International Pick on Harry Potter Day. Apparently mark it down in your calendar. Wanna join in?" he said. After dinner, Rashid interrupted. Everyone quickly sat down. Harry was squeezed between Alice and Bill. Bill ruffled his hair. "I'm sure you did great today," he said silently. "Alice told me all about it. Really impressive. Not everyone would jump into a bog to hide. You have a clever brain up there." Harry grinned widely. "Thanks. The shield is nothing more than an eggshell now. Hit it with all you've got until it breaks. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you," Bill told the three pre-teens of their team as they walked towards the Great White Dome. "It will absorb most of our spells, and at some point its capacity will be exhausted and it will break like a balloon when pumped up with too much air." "And when it breaks," Daphne asked, "what then?" "You better close your eyes," Atticus advised as he passed them, "and cover your ears." "And roll up in a tiny little ball on the ground," Thomas suggested. Harry waited for Bill to tell them that they were just joking, but Bill just rolled his eyes and said, "Yeah, and that, but don't worry, all that will probably happen is a loud and a bright white light, nothing dangerous." He positioned them between the other older members of the team and gave them encouraging smiles. "Let's bring this baby down, guys and girls," Atticus shouted, and everyone cheered. Harry watched as everyone around him started casting spells, aiming them at the White Dome and watching how they exploded loudly. Hesitantly he cast his own spell. A mild stinging hex. It was absorbed by the shield like water by a sponge. "Come on Harry, not so hesitant," shouted Alice. "Yeah, what happened to the boy who battled living plants?" Bill cheered. "Yeah, well, they were attacking me too," Harry muttered, but his next jinx was a relatively strong blasting jinx that made a small dent into the shield for a second before it popped back into its original shape. "Come on Harry, let off some steam. Sure, there's gotta be something that you have some pent-up aggression about," Daphne said. "I sure have," she added with a sideways glare at her brother for whatever reason. "Yeah man, let it out," Chow said from where he was watching. "This isn't some kind of therapy session," Eric growled. "Whatever," Fleur dismissed him and smiled encouragingly at Harry. "Come on, you can do these." As she smiled brightly at him, Harry could feel a strange wave of magic coming from her and washing over him, but strangely enough it had no effect. Instead, something inside Harry reared up and battered it away. "Sure," he muttered, ignoring the baffled look on Fleur's face. He tried to think of something that frustrated him. Well, there were the Dursleys, but somehow Harry didn't want to waste energy on them. Suddenly Sirius' face popped up in his mind. The injustice that had befallen his godfather 12 years ago and how people still had tried to condemn him after he was proven innocent still made him angry. Merlin, he hadn't thought about Sirius in a long time. That alone made him angry at himself. Since they were cut off any means of communication, be it the Flow network or owls or magical mirrors, really, nothing worked in this goddamn place. Harry still didn't know if his godfather was a free man or not. He doubted that Sirius had been imprisoned again, but with fudge you never knew. Reducto. The force of his own spell caught Harry by surprise and had him stumbling backwards. "Nice one Harry," Atticus complimented. Harry just stared at the dent he had made into the White Dome. It didn't pop back like the other one did. Bobbleus. A streak of white light, like lightning, hit the dent in the dome and deepened it. Bombarda. The sound of explosions was loud all around Harry, and the different colored bolts of light all around him hurt his eyes, but there was a strange euphoric feeling and deep satisfaction coming from inside him as he continued firing spells. From all sides the once so round shield was now dented and misshaped and deformed. In some places it had changed color and Harry could see it trembling. He stopped his spell casting and listened for the hum of magic beyond. And he heard it. It was like the very ground they stood on was shaking like a pulsing heart. Waves of magic started rippling along the surface of the shield and Harry held his breath. He wasn't the only one that noticed it. "Hold your fire," Eric shouted. The spell fire ceased. The shield was now positively shaking. Everyone stepped back, Atticus ordered. Only he remained standing where he was. "Confringo," Atticus said calmly, and a single bolt of reddish-yellow light sailed through the air and hit the shield. It was like watching ice break under heavy weight. First small tears appeared, which zigzagged through the white dome in all directions. Then the tears became cracks, and the cracks widened, and a sound like air leaving a balloon through a small hole filled the air, only 10,000 times louder. The dome shook. As if the shield had solidified, tiny splinters of it trickled down, and once they touched the ground they dissolved into smoke. Harry backed another step away. "Does anyone else feel bad about this?" he asked silently. Luna next to him looked nauseous. "I do. All the spirits have deserted this place. I don't feel good." Harry grabbed his wand tighter. And then, all of a sudden, the shaking stopped. Warily they watched as one single crack started traveling randomly across the surface of the shield. They followed it with their eyes, and no one dared to move. Until it finally came to a stop. They watched as a single palm-sized shred fell to the ground. The whistling sound stopped. That was all the warning they got. Before Atticus could even open his mouth to shout, "Take cover." Harry had erected the strongest shield charm he could manage. Next to him Daphne and Luna did the same, and their shields fused together, becoming even stronger. Harry had no time to see if the others were doing the same because the shield exploded. In elementary school Harry had seen a movie about volcanoes. There had been a footage of one exploding, and it had been very impressive. The shield exploding had been equally loud but not as impressive. Still Harry could see the shockwave, or maybe it was a wave of magic, rolling towards them as the dome exploded into millions of white shreds, sending them flying in all directions and thousands of meters high into the air. The shockwave, or magic wave, whatever, knocked the three pre-teens off their feet, but their shield stayed in place. Clouds of dust gathered around them, taking their view of the other team members. Harry's ears were ringing sharply and he couldn't think straight. The dust stung in his eyes. Everything seemed upside down, but he still managed to sit up. Strangely, the first thing that popped into his mind was Atticus telling them that taking down the shield would be totally harmless since all magic should have long drained from it. Newsflash, it didn't. Harry though and looked around. Luna was to his right, slowly propping herself up. "Are you all right?" he asked, but his voice sounded strange to his own ears. She nodded. "Where is Daphne?" she asked and looked around. Harry shook his head to get some clearance and looked around. To his relief, Daphne sat just a few feet away from him, holding her left hand protectively to her. "Daphne," he called out and scrambled over to her, Luna behind him. "Are you all right?" Daphne grimaced. "I think I broke my wrist when I fell," she muttered. Harry looked up and shouted, "Demetrius!" at the heavy dust around them. It dissolved and cleared their sight a little bit. Good enough to see Thomas and Eric helping Atticus and Alice to their feet. Behind Eric, Rashid appeared out of the dust clouds. "Rashid, over here, quick, Daphne is hurt," Harry shouted and ran towards them. Thomas's head snapped around and his eyes fixed on Daphne, who was still sitting in the ground, cradling her injured wrist. He, as well as Rashid, came running towards them. Harry, knowing Daphne would be fine with them, looked around. "Bill, Fleur, Chow, Mr. Lovegood," he shouted. "We're over here," came the distant voice of Chow, and moments later the four missing members of their company appeared next to them. Bill was supporting Fleur, who seemed to have twisted her left ankle. "You all right?" the eldest Weasley asked him, concerned as he gave him a once-over. "Bit dizzy and my ears still hurt and ring, but I'll live," Harry assured him. "But what the hell was that?" he added. Bill snorted dryly. "I think we underestimated the power of this place. Someone really doesn't want what's in there to be found. I'm starting to think if we shouldn't just leave it be." Towards the end his voice grew darker and he stared towards the cliffs and the caves. "Too late now," Atticus said as he stepped up next to them, "but I swear this is the last time that we have underestimated this place." He stalked off to Rashid and asked, "How are they?" nodding at Fleur and Daphne. Rashid shrugged. "I fixed both of them, but for at least another day they have to take it easy with their injured limbs," the healer told him as he wrapped Fleur's ankle with gauze he had dipped in some potion. "Then take the two of them and Harry and Luna back to camp. The rest of us will take a first look at those caves." Harry jumped to his feet from where he had knelt down next to Daphne. "I want to come too," he shouted, Please, he added quickly when he saw Bill raise an eyebrow at him. But Atticus shook his head. No, Harry, we don't know what to expect and we can't have someone inexperienced as you accidentally setting off traps or something alike. Harry tried not to pout. How was he supposed to learn anything about curse breaking if he always got left out on the interesting parts? Besides, Rashid will need your help flying these two back to camp, Atticus added. Harry looked at Bill for help, but the older man just shook his head. Do as he says, Harry, he's right, but don't worry, we all are going inside together to search for whatever is hidden in there, he said calmly. Harry tried not to hide his disappointment. Fine, he muttered and turned back to Rashid and the others. Harry paced the common tent up and down. He was alone. Rashid had taken care of Daphne and Fleur and had left to join the others back at the cliffs. Luna was keeping the two girls company while their bones healed. Harry would have done the same, but he felt restless, like a trapped tiger. His magic core tingled and filled him with uneasiness. Something was wrong. Something would happen. He stretched and slightly twisted his neck to the side, trying to release some of the tension, and forced his clenched fists to unclench. Outside it had started to rain again. Actually, it had never stopped, it had just lessened before. Now the all too familiar sound of rain hitting the ground and the canvas of the tent filled the air. Harry knew he was being paranoid, and it probably meant nothing, but ever since he'd stumbled into the force field shield he felt tense, uneasy, and felt as if he needed to do something urgently that he couldn't quite remember. The answer was there, just a millimeter out of reach. Something screamed, wrong, danger, beware, and do it, at the same time. Harry rubbed his neck and sat down at the table. There at his place lay his journal. It was a gift from Ginny when he had decided to go with Bill to Cambodia. It was a great idea, and Harry documented every day in it, together with pictures Luna had taken with her magical camera that just seconds later spit out the finished moving picture. He had put sketches into it too, as well as bewitched flowers and other keepsakes so that they would never wither and stick to the pages. But the journal also was there for him to write down his inner turmoil. The journal also contained 4 letters to Sirius and some to his friends and others that he never been able to send and didn't intend to send. He grabbed his quill, dunked it in the ink pot, and continued writing the paragraph about his bad feelings. He finished the entry with the words, "Maybe being cautious isn't so stupid. This place is unusual. Everyone said so, but I don't understand why it makes me so nervous, so on edge. I feel as if big things have yet to happen, and I feel that their impact will be grave. I should become an author. I'm good at being dramatic and ominous," he thought as he read over the entry once again. He closed the journal and walked to the tent opening, planning on catching a few hours of sleep while he could. He stopped at the infirmary and checked up on the girls. They were talking merrily, but not in English but in French. It took Harry a few moments to understand that they were speaking in a different language. When Fleur spotted him, she smiled and waved him over. "Ari, comment vas tu?" she asked him. The other two snickered. Harry grinned and responded smoothly, "Cava, et toi." All three looked at him baffled until Daphne asked, "You speak French?" Harry shook his head ruefully, "Not really, but my old babysitter, our neighbor Mrs. Fig, spoke French and she taught me a little bit whenever I was forced to spend time with her, but that's a few years ago now and I don't remember half of it," he admitted. "And actually I wanted to see how you all are," he added. "We're fine, Harry," Daphne said with a smile. "Come, join us." He sat down on one of Rashid's chairs with spools on the feet and started bobbing his left knee up and down, a tic he had developed over 3 years sitting in a very boring history of magic class. "Are you all right, Harry?" Luna asked with a frown. "You are so restless, the Nargles love it." Harry smiled slightly. "It's nothing, I just wish I could have come with them." Fleur scooted closer to him. "Don't worry, Ari, they won't go without us. They just want to secure the place so that nobody else but us can enter." "I know, but I feel so useless on this trip," he sighed. "Hey, you found the place, didn't you?" Daphne said. "And nearly got killed doing so. Anybody else would have found it sooner or later," Harry huffed. "Ari, there has to be work done before the fun comes and you are still a novice," Fleur explained gently. "I know, sorry, it's just, don't you feel uneasy as well?" he asked. They looked at each other. "Well, it is strange here, the magical dome that encloses this whole area, the attacking plants, the unbelievable force behind the shield, something big is here," Daphne admitted. I have spoken with the spirits and they are skittish ever since the earthquake a few months ago when Gringotts got first readings. The animals have been slowly leaving this place. Spirits hide. It's like a negative vibe is coming from this place. Ignoring the talk to spirits part, Harry had to admit he felt the same. But we saw wild elephants, there are lots of birds everywhere and so on, Daphne said. Luna shook her head. I'm not talking about those animals, they have no connection to this place, I'm talking about the snakes. All of them looked at Luna as if she had just announced she would be the next Minister of Magic. What? Fleur asked confused. The snakes, don't you think it's strange we haven't seen one yet? Here, in the middle of the jungle. I thought we were just lucky. I don't like snakes so much, Daphne said. Harry frowned. But, you're a Slytherin. So what? They are still creeps. When you talked to that one in second year I nearly fainted then and there. Harry just let it drop for the time being and turned back to Luna. What do snakes have to do with this all? Well, whereas in many cultures snakes are viewed as dangerous and evil animals, like in the Bible for instance, the snakes are sacred animals to the indigenes. Here snakes are a symbol for wisdom, and it is said that eating snakes doesn't just make you wise but also keeps you young and healthy. If you were bitten by a poisonous snake and survived, you were viewed as a chosen one by them and earned a lot of respect amongst your people. And if you died? Daphne asked. Then you gave your life in service to the Greta snake. Who? Harry asked. The great snake, father of all snakes. He has different names. The Vikings called him Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, the Egyptians call him Apophis, chaos snake. Here they just call him the great snake. They are sacred animals, and when they flee a place, T usually means danger. Snakes are no great fighters. They are good at stalking up on their prey and ambushing it, thus winning any fight, but they know when to preserve their lives. And here is not one single snake. It worries me, Luna explained. She really looked worried and spoke with such conviction that Harry couldn't contradict her. Daphne obviously felt the same, but they exchanged looks. I am not crazy, Luna said calmly. Harry blushed. Sorry Luna, it's just hard for me, for us, to wrap our minds around such things. That's okay Harry. They were all silent for a few seconds. Then Fleur clapped her hands together, startling Harry. Enough doomsday talk, let's freshen up Harry's French a little bit. Harry groaned. The others returned shortly before dusk. They were talking in hushed voices and discussing something. Mr. Lovegood shook his head and said loudly as they walked towards the CT, No, I will need my book to properly translate what the inscription says. I can make out the general information, but I rather know exactly what it means so we can avoid nasty surprises. Harry, glad for the distraction, rushed out of the infirmary and to Bill's side. What did you find? More curses. Did something happen? What are our next steps? Do we go inside? Will that be dangerous? What will be inside? Do we all get to go? He asked. Bill raised his arms and said, Woo-ho, calm your horses Harry. Take a breath, we tell you over dinner, all right. Together with the others, okay. Harry sighed, okay. Bill smiled, and how have things been here? Anything happen? Harry made a sour face. Fleur is determined to teach me French. Bill smiled. It's never bad to know another language, he said. Still I feel useless, he complained. I know it can get a little slow every now and then, but now that we cracked the hard outer shell, the soft insides are ours. Bill tried to cheer him up. Okay. One more night, you'll see, Atticus will announce it over dinner. Harry forced himself to smile. Okay, let's go. Bill laughed. Yeah, let's go. I think a toast is in order. Atticus announced and got up. Immediately all attention turned to him. We have successfully breached the outer wall. We have done the first step. In other words, we are one step closer to our goal. That is all thanks to this amazing team. Hear, hear, Eric muttered. The competence, the skill, the discipline and the stamina have made this possible. Hooray to that. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted, hooray. But it also means that now the world of the unknown lies before us. I'll be totally honest with you men. There was a cough from Fleur. And women, Atticus added quickly, this is new territory for all of us. A huge part of this land is clouded and ancient magic that cuts us off from any help. A shield, unusual and powerful, guarded these caves. Finding this place was hard enough. The magic is strong here and we know not much about what could lie underneath those cliffs. I need my team on high alert and ready for everything. He looked each of them in the eyes. Can I count on you? As a response, Bill started banging his cup on the table and soon everyone followed. Atticus grinned. Great, we leave with the first light. Pack lightly, we don't know what we'll need. And with those words they were dismissed. Bill mentioned for Harry to follow him to his tent. Harry had been inside Bill's tent a few times before. It was similar to his own but had more of a homey feeling to it thanks to the many years Bill had used it for his expeditions. There were pictures on the wall, an Asian rug on the floor. The walls of his bedroom were covered with maps, pictures and paintings, mostly of Egyptian origin and many more little details. This is it, Harry, the great moment we have been working for. What happens next is why I love this job so much. Danger and mystery, adrenaline running through your body, magic all around you. It is what I was born to do, and no matter how often I do it, it still feels amazing. Bill romanticized and sighed contently. People sometimes think that we are nothing but common thieves and tomb raiders, but the truth is we find the things lost and make them available for everyone again. Then why does Gringotts get all the treasure? Harry asked. They don't get everything, and lots of the facts they get are sold again. They don't bunker it or sit on their money, and someone has to finance these trips and pay us after all, Bill said in a matter of fact. Anyway, this is your first mission as a potential apprentice and future curse breaker. You must be warned by your master, that's me by the way, of the potential risk you're getting yourself into. Harry smirked. Why don't they do that before one gets on the trip at all? He asked. Bill looked at him seriously. Because many people don't know what they sign up for. They think it's fun, a little bit of adventure, and sometimes only when they are confronted with the reality they realize what they have gotten into, and by then it's usually too late. That is why I ask you again, do you want to step down? Do you want to continue? Because once you've set foot into that cave, turning around could be impossible. Harry stared back seriously and nodded. I understand, he said. You have come face to face with dangers of this place already, Harry. You were exposed to them. Do you think you can manage more of that? Bill asked him seriously. I think I can, Harry said as calmly and evenly as he could. Good, because more will come. They were silent for a few moments, then Bill added with a slight smile. You know, when this is over and was a success and Atticus puts in a good word for you or a recommendation, Gringotts might offer you a place in their junior curse breaker program. It's where they specialize to promote promising talents from an early age on. It's worth thinking about it. Harry smiled. Let's cross that bridge when we get there, he said. Bill nodded. Oh, that reminds me, you need to add this to your bag when you pack, he suddenly said, and turned around and started rummaging through one of the drawers in his dresser. He pulled out a cylindrical object, about the length of Harry's arm and about 1 inch thick. It was a white tube and looked pretty nondescript. Bill handed it to Harry. Wow, thanks, he said. Bill looked at him. You have no clue what that is, right? Not the faintest, Harry said truthfully. This is glow stick, and no, don't ask, it's not the real name, but it sums up what the thing does. We carry them for extra light. Just flex it strongly in the middle and shake it and it will start glowing. The glow stays for about 2 hours, then it needs to recharge itself for another hour and then you can use it again. Harry took it. No offense, but we are wizards, can't we just use Lumos? Of course we could and we will, but what if we are attacked by mummies in a dark underground cavern? As soon as we use another spell the light is gone and casting in total darkens is stupid as well as useless, so we need an extra light source in such events. Harry raised an eyebrow. Mummies? He asked. It all happened before, Bill just said and grinned. Thanks, Bill. Go and pack and sleep early. Who know when we get another full night of sleep in comfortable beds? Harry stepped out of his small bathroom, already dressed for bed with his toothbrush sticking out of his mouth. In the tent opening stood Daphne. She blushed when she saw him. Sorry for intruding, can I come in? Sure, Harry said around his toothbrush. As a result, saliva mixed with toothpaste ran from his mouth down his chin. He held up his index finger as if to say, "One moment please," and disappeared in the bathroom to clean his face. He returned to find her still standing in the tent opening, looking nervous and uncomfortable. Come in, sit down. What can I do for you? He asked, pleasant surprised to see her. She shook her head. No, I just wanted to stop by really quickly. Okay, Harry said slowly. Was Daphne Greengrass blushing? Harry, what I meant to say for quite some time now is, you're a great friend, she blurted out but didn't look at him. And, I'm really glad I got to know you so well. It's like I have known you for longer than a few weeks. Harry smiled. Yeah, I know what you mean. You are a great friend, Daphne. You are different than all my other friends, in a good way of course. He added quickly and blushed too. Yeah, friend, Listen Harry, I really like you as in more than a friend. Harry stood there as if struck by lightning. What had she just said? She blushed deeper. Look, I know it seems ridiculous but it's true, and I'm scared of tomorrow and what the next days might bring so I just wanted to tell you. She looked shyly at him from below her eyelashes. Harry had no clue what to say because he was 13, going 14 sure, he had hormones raging in his body and Daphne was very pretty and had an awesome character and he would be lying if he denied any attraction towards her but he had never been in love. The general concept of love was hard for him. He had never received love from Ed Dursleys. Only when he got to Hogwarts he learned what it meant to have people that care for you and how that feels, but that was not love, not that kind of love anyway. So he just stared at Daphne like a simpleton. I hope I haven't made things awkward between us, she muttered. Finally Harry got a grip on himself. No, not awkward, I'm just surprised, I guess. Girl never, I'm honored. Actually, but I mean I like you. I really like you, it's just new, he ended lamely. I just wanted you to know, she muttered. Then, really quickly she planted a small key on Harry's left cheek before leaving in a hurry. Harry just stood there. When Bill came to check if he was all packed and settled, Harry was still in a daze, rubbing his left cheek every so often. Bill took one look at his glazed-over eyes and asked concerned, "What happened?" Harry looked at him and said silently, "Daphne just told me she likes me." Bill snorted, "Of course she likes you, I don't think she would put up with you otherwise." Harry shook his head, "No, she likes me as in she likes me. Like you like Fleur, no don't deny it, it's obvious and I mean, what do you say in such a situation?" Harry said in a quivering voice. Bill gaped and then he grinned, "She likes you, Not funny Bill, concentrate." Harry growled. "What did you say?" Bill asked. "A lot of stupid stuff probably, I can't remember." Bill had a hard time suppressing his laughter. I remember my first crush Annie Brixton, or Ravenclaw. In my year she was amazing but sadly she had no patience for stupid guys like me and didn't like dragons one bit," he sighed wistfully. Harry snapped his fingers on front of the older many eyes. "Bill, I said concentrate. I need help. What do I do?" Bill folded his arms and grinned. "Well, that depends," he said. "Do you like her too in that way or not?" "Yes, maybe, I think so, I don't know." Harry squeaked. Bill laughed again. "You do," he grinned. "Ah, they grow up so fast. Next thing we know you are getting married and have kids of your own. Can you please take this seriously?" She kinda blindsided me with those news. Bill smiled again but this time it was kindly and he put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Let me give you the same brotherly advice I have given all my siblings. Try it. If it's good, great. If not, well, then that's fine too." Harry just stared at him. "And how do I try it?" "You'll know, just promise me not to impregnate her. That would be really inappropriate and hard to explain and Mum would kill you." Bill: Yes, shutting up now. Have you packed?" "Yes." "Good, want me to go away?" "Yes, please." "Okay, see you tomorrow, lover boy. Stay together." Atticus ordered and lit up the tip of his wand. "Anything can happen, keep your guard up at all times." Harry clung to his wand, nervousness shaking his very core and sweat was running down his back. The cave opening didn't seem so harmless anymore. Up close the darkness ahead was like a mouth, ready to swallow them whole. Harry immediately banished that image from his head. The jagged edges around the cave opening already looked a lot like teeth. Behind him the sun was just about to rise and Harry wondered when he would see it again. Maybe never again, a small voice whispered in his head. "Shut up," said the other, bigger part. Bill had shaken him awake at an ungodly hour, had checked his backpack, before under the light of torches the whole group had assembled in the middle of the camp. As they left, Eric pulled up another protective barrier around it and that had been it. They had said goodbye to Chow. He, as a squib, was for one not allowed to enter the caves and for another could, at least magically, not contribute anything to their group, which was why Gringotts had forbidden him from coming with them, but that was fine. He would look after the camp and his elephants. He had instructions that if they weren't back in 1 week he was to abandon camp and inform someone. They had mounted their brooms and flown to the cliffs and that had been it. Eric and Atticus had dismantled the protective wards and put them back up again once they were inside the new perimeter. From there on it had been only a short walk towards the cave opening the others had explored yesterday, and now here they were, entering the darkness. It had something final to it. They walked straight ahead for about 15 minutes before they finally neared a corner, and beyond that corner lay an even more oppressing darkness. "We walked until here yesterday," Bill muttered. "What is beyond is something even we don't know." Harry paled ever so slightly, but even in the gloom of their wands Bill saw it. "Are you ready for this?" he asked silently. "I don't know," Harry said, his voice higher than he would have liked. "It'll be fine, I'm with you, I won't let anything happen to you, and neither will anyone else, you understand?" Harry nodded. "Try to relax," Bill suggested and smiled reassuringly. Harry closed his eyes, took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, let's go find a treasure," he said determinedly. As it turned out, they didn't have to wander far for their first challenge. At first Harry thought it was a dead end because in front of them rose a stone wall. But then he saw the edges around the wall and the inscription in the stone. Mr. Lovegood leant forward to read them. "Heed, careful stranger, for you are about to enter the caves of death," he said. "Be you of greedy heart and dishonest desires, may you find your end in here and travel to hell's fires, but be you of good mind and worthy heart, you shall find what is hidden, and in peace we let you depart." "Sounds nice," Alice muttered and looked around warily. "So this isn't just about keeping their secrets safe but also determining who is worth of these riches, secrets, whatever," Eric muttered. "We can expect challenges then," Atticus added. "Lots of challenges," Bill corrected and sighed. "What else does it say, Xenophilius?" Atticus asked. "Any clue on how to open is?" "Indeed there is," Mr. Lovegood said and studied another inscription, further down the wall door. "The powers hidden in here are none for simple mortals to wield, for only those who already know power, know how tempting it is, know how it can devour with one single key. Our doors open for those who know but stay closed for those who don't," he read to them. "A riddle. Oh goody," Tom groaned. But Luna looked actually delighted. "It's just like the door to our common room, it only opens if you can answer the riddle it gives you," she squealed and skipped closer to the door and her father. He smiled at her. "And do you have the answer yet, my dear?" he asked her. She nodded brightly and pressed her flat hand on the wall. "Only those who know magic understand the power and the responsibility that comes with it. Mere mortals do not understand that magic relies on the concept of balance. For every action there is an equal opposite reaction. A mortal, even if he used his power for good, would create a disturbance in the great balance. A wizard, on the other hand, knows in his very heart that he can't do that. It is our job to keep the balance between everything, which is why only those of magical blood can enter these caves," she said dead seriously. Upon her last word the wall door quivered and slowly rose upwards. Everyone, including Harry, stared at Luna flabbergasted. But she just smiled serenely and said in her sweet voice, "After you," to Atticus. Atticus composed himself, nodded his thanks to Luna and stepped forward into the cave. Everyone followed suit and stopped about 10 meters into the corridor when behind them, with a low rumble, the stone door closed again. Harry's breath hitched. "Is that supposed to happen?" he asked. "Don't worry, in Egyptian tombs this happens all the time, and hey, I'm still here," Bill said and grinned at him. It helped Harry's nerves a little bit. "Let's risk some more light," Eric muttered, but before he could cast a spell, a torch on the wall to their right emblazed, and as if triggering a chain reaction, more followed suit, following the path down into the inside of the cliff and disappearing into the darkness. The flames were green and cast ominous shadows on the walls. Harry blinked and slowly his eyes adjusted to the new light. "Wow," he heard Fleur breathe, and only when Bill nudged him and pointed at it he understood. Along the entire right wall was adorned with the most detailed carving Harry had ever seen in his life. The colors had faded over the millennia, but the details, the accuracy and the unique style made up for it. Carefully Harry trailed a finger over the carving of a tree and thought he could actually hear the rusting of leaves in a soft breeze. Mr. Lovegood studied it closer and nodded as if he'd been suspecting it. "It's from the time of the last kings, back when the wizards were fighting each other forcefully, and the last king decided to hide all those secret weapons and treasures to keep them from their enemies' hands. It tells the story of how it all came to be. It begins with the first invasion of a wizard village by Muggles. Since the wizards had sworn to protect the Muggles and keep their powers secret and safe, the wizards resisted, little thinking they could reason with the Muggles, but they couldn't, which led to a separation inside the wizards' ranks. Some, tired of hiding and protecting the Muggles without getting any recognition, were shouting for war, to show the Muggles who held the real power. The others, intent on keeping balance, opposed that idea, but it still came to war. The angry wizards attacked the Muggles, who in turn attacked the wizards back. The remaining wizards tried to help the Muggles, fighting their own brothers, while the Muggles saw no difference between them and continued slaughtering all of magic. Then one day happened what the good wizards had always dreaded. The Muggles found a magical weapon that helped them bring the demise over thousands of wizards in an instant. Seeing the horror they were capable of, the wizards reunited and battled to get the weapon back. They managed it and ended the war with the Muggles, but afterwards they descended into fights again when they tried to decide what to do with the weapon. The good wizards didn't want the others to have the weapon after they had lost it to the Muggles once before. The Muggles used their distraction to hunt them to the brink of extinction. The wizards went underground once again, leaving the Muggles in belief they had been erased from the face of the earth. In reality, the wizards lay in hiding, debating what to do. They had the weapon to kill all of the Muggles, but to what cost? One night some rough magicians stole the weapon and wanted to use it against the Muggles, but in doing so also killed hundreds of their own. Seeing the slaughter and the destruction, the magicians decided to bury it deep where no one would ever find it again. The last king decided that nobody was ready for such powers yet, but maybe in the future people would be able to harness such powers for the use of something good, rather than something bad. Silence reigned in the cave. Wow, no wonder they didn't want Muggles in here, Daphne muttered. Do you think this is where this weapon is buried? Harry asked silently. Atticus looked grim, but it was Thomas who answered. It's more than likely. It would explain the energy of this place, the hostile surroundings, the strange occurrences and whatnot. If this weapon really is that powerful, it's unimaginable what it could do in the wrong hands. We need to recover it and keep it safe in one of Gringotts' vaults. Harry rubbed his sweaty hands along his pant legs. Can you think of anything that could be remotely that powerful? He asked. No, Rashid said, and Harry knew he spoke for all of them. The light of the green flames were nauseating for Harry. The color reminded him of the green flashes he had seen so often in his nightmares. He wasn't the only uneasy person. Everyone had their wands up and they moved in formation, Atticus leading them ahead while Thomas and Eric brought up the rear. Harry, Daphne and Luna were herded in the middle of the group. Not for the first time, Harry wondered again why they allowed kids on these expeditions, even if they were future curse breakers. Even though he had enjoyed the trip so far, he couldn't help but think of him as a liability. What good was he if things went south? Would Alice training help him help the others? What if Bill hadn't taught him enough and he accidentally triggered a trap or something? He silently voiced that question to Daphne. Because it's tradition, she whispered back. A few hundred years ago the two of us would have already been married and you would have a job. It's normal to integrate children from an early age on shore. It is dangerous, but this is how you learn how our society works. Astoria is hell-bent on herbology and helps out in the apothecary and the greenhouses in our surrounding neighborhood. It's normal, not mandatory anymore, but still normal, she muttered. Harry nodded. This was the first words they had exchanged all day. After her rather surprising declaration last night, he hadn't known what to say. He had now nearly forgotten about the incident, and talking to her, asking her questions just felt so natural. They continued walking. The walls to both sides continued showing the story of the fall of the last great wizard empire. It showed the stories of kings and knights, of soldiers, of wizards, of heroes and of villains. The ground was smooth and slightly uneven, the ceiling low and oppressing. With every step they took, a new torch came to live on the walls, but that also meant that two behind them would die down. There was an impenetrable darkness ahead as well as behind them. They moved in a bubble of light. Their steps disrupted the heavy dust on the ground, swirling it upward and tickling their noses. There was little to no talking. It was so eerily quiet. Where do you think this tunnel leads us? Daphne asked loudly, startling Harry, who was still musing on some deep thoughts. There was little conversation all around them because everyone was wary of their surroundings, unsure what to expect. Hopefully to the weapon, Thomas said. Daphne rolled with her eyes. Yes, I got that, but I doubt after going through so much trouble with the shield they would just carve a tunnel and leave it lying somewhere inside. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see, but the inscriptions at the door stated clearly that we would be tested to see if we are worthy. What if we fail a test? Luna asked. Well, then we either can't move forward and this all was a waste of time, or we could all die, Eric finished for Atticus. Way to ruin the mood, Eric, Alice said. They had walked for over an hour when the path made a gentle curve to the left and Atticus faltered. What is it? Rashid asked. Harry peeked past Bill and saw that in front of them the cave walls had been carved to look like two columns supporting the roof of the cave. The torches around them faded, but before anyone could say, "Lumos," something else started to glow. It started at the top left column and traveled down before it started at the right column, traveling down there too. They were words, glowing like fluorescent algae. Mr. Lovegood stepped forward, a book in hand, and after consulting it and looking at the glowing words he nodded and read. Left is right and right is left, wrong is right and right is wrong, up can be down can be sideways, and sideways is up, a circle with an end and two parallels that cross. Nothing is like it seems, light is darkness and darkness stays, darkness being fast won't get you far, heed careful stranger and remember, opposites come in pairs. Is it always going to be like this? Rashid asked, one mystery after another. What is that supposed to mean? I don't know, but this must be the right way. Atticus, it's the only way, Eric growled. Atticus stepped through between the columns and raised his wand. Lumos, he said. Nothing happened. Lumos, he said again, a bit more forcefully. Harry frowned. This was a very basic spell, surely Atticus had no problems casting it. Eric stepped next to him. Lumos, he said, and Harry saw him wave his wand in the dim light of the glowing words. Still nothing happened. Harry frowned and raised his own wand where he stood. Lumos, he said. The tip of his wand started to glow brightly. All looked confused between him to Atticus and Eric. Suddenly Daphne took a sharp intake of breath and hurried over to the other two curse breakers. She raised her wand and said clearly, "Nox." Immediately the tip of her wand exploded with light. What was that? Bill asked, confused. Xenophilius Lovegood on the other hand seemed to have understood as well. Aguamenti, he stated clearly. A column of fire shot from his wand. Incendio. Water started dripping from the tip of his wand down onto the ground, forming a miniature stream. It seems, my dear colleagues, that some spell here turned everything around just as the riddle said. We want light. We must ask for darkness. We want water. We ask for fire, he explained with a gesture at his wand. Like opposite day, Harry blurted out and then blushed when all looked at him confused. In elementary school we had this stupid game every third Wednesday was opposite day. When someone asked you, "How are you?" and you felt good, you had to say, "I'm terrible." When the kitchen lady asked if you wanted more, you had to say yes for no and no for yes. Zot sounds terrible confusing, Fleur said skeptically. It didn't always work out, Harry admitted. So, we have to do the exact opposite of what we would usually do. Rashid asked. I don't know if every spell has an opposite, Eric said doubtfully. I don't think this is about spells, not just at least, Bill said slowly. What do you mean? Thomas asked. I think this isn't only about magic, I think it's a question of thinking our way out of this. Don't use magic. But why? They didn't want muggles to get this weapon of whatever it is, so naturally they must have built traps that can only be overcome by magical means. Alice protested, the others muttered confused. But Harry, understanding where Bill went with that, said, logic. They don't want us to laze around, they want us to think our way out, to prove our worth. They don't want us to rely on simple common magic to appreciate something. You first must live without it. This is supposed to teach magicians so that only those worthy of this weapon will have it. He hesitated. I agree with Bill, he continued. Hermione once said that wizards rely too much on magic and often lack simple logic. Sometimes just using magic won't get you any farther. This isn't about magic. Atticus took a deep breath. Sounds logically. I say we start walking and see what the way has planned for us. They nodded, and one after another they walked through the portal. They must have walked half an hour. Time was strange down here. Harry Swatch had stopped shortly after entering the cave. He didn't dare casting a Tempest Charm. Who knew what opposite reaction that would trigger? They walked on through the blackness, their wands, now alight with light, raised high. They walked and nothing happened. They just walked through blackness, walls passing them left and right, but never once changed the way its direction, nor did anything else happen. Suddenly Daphne stopped. Has anyone else the feeling that we're walking on the spot? Harry stopped too. What do you mean? He asked. The carvings in the wall, they started repeating after a while, in the floor. It never changes. I must have walked over the same bump at least 100 times. Daphne said. That just this place messing with your eyes, Rashid tried to explain. No, it's not. Daphne is right. Turn around, Luna said. They did. There, about 30 meters behind them they could still make out the faintly glowing outline of the two stone columns. Impossible, we've walked for more than an hour, Fleur said. Must be the spell, Bill observed. They fell silent. Thinking about that. So we can't walk forward, what should we try? Atticus asked. Run. Alice suggested. She started running but she stayed on the same spot. No, that's not it, Eric said. Maybe crawl, Rashid suggested. Hesitantly they all dropped down, but that as well wasn't the solution. Maybe we need to jump, Daphne offered as she dusted off her clothes. I don't think so, Atticus said doubtfully. Maybe walk on our hands, Mr. Lovegood suggested. Seems fitting. Normally we walk on our feet, the opposite would be to use our hands. I can't walk on my hands, Bill protested. Luna dropped into a handstand and walked a few steps, but two wasn't the solution. Harry shook his head. What did they miss? Luna next to him looked just as pensive. We want to move ahead, she said slowly. Suddenly she turned around and started walking backwards. And she actually moved ahead. Luna, that's brilliant, he exclaimed. All heads turned and they watched as Luna slowly advanced with the back to the blackness, smiling at them. She shrugged and said, it just suddenly occurred to me we want to move forwards and the opposite of forwards is backwards, so I just turned around and, well, it worked, she said modestly. I take everything I've ever said and heard about that girl back. She's bloody brilliant, maybe not in the academic sense but still brilliant, Daphne whispered in Harry's ear. He jumped, surprised. Never thought to hear that kind of language from your mouth, he teased. Shut up, it's true, Daphne said and turned around and started walking backwards. As they walked, Harry could actually see the glowing columns disappear. They moved awkwardly though the blackness. Often some of them would bump into each other of a wall or stumble and fall. It was a slow process, but it was process. Harry kept glancing over his shoulder, but for one he couldn't see anything, and for another he noticed that whenever he turned his head the feeling of walking on the spot overcame him again. So he kept looking into the direction they had come from. His heart was beating wildly. Anything could be in that darkens and attack their unprotected backs any time. There was no obvious sign that the path was ending, but Harry could feel it. His magical core tingled. Slowly he turned around. In front of them was a chasm, about 30 feet wide with a bridge hanging across it. It didn't look very stable and the footholds were a foot or two apart and the ropes looks as if they could snap any moment. Was that it? Rashid asked, surprised, looking back at the mouth of the tunnel where they had come from. Atticus shrugged. Maybe. Remember, this is only the beginning. The tasks will probably grow more difficult the farther we get. He put his left foot on the first wooden plank and his hands on the ropes and promptly tipped forward, hands flailing through the air, and only Eric's and Thomas's quick reflexes kept him from falling. Bloody hell, he exclaimed. What? Did the wood no hold your weight? Alice asked, concerned. No, that's not it. Look, the wood is still there. Indeed it was. Again, this time slower and with Eric and Thomas hovering next to him, Atticus put his foot on the wood again. But it passed right through. There's nothing there, Alice said astonished and knelt down. Harry watched as her hand seemed to pass right through the wood. J's aim goes for J. Ropes. G are illusions, Fleur announced. Do the opposite of what we usually would do. Harry thought normally we would step on the wood and hold on to the ropes. If we do the opposite, we need to step on the air. Try the empty space between the wooden illusions, he suggested. Daphne nodded. That's what I thought, she agreed. Hesitantly Atticus put his foot on the seemingly empty space between two wooden planks. His face morphed into an expression of surprise. There is something there, he said and shifted more of his weight onto the something. And it seems to be quite stable, but where do we hold on? If I'd to guess, air, Alice suggested. Atticus started searching the air around the rope illusions and quickly his hands brushed against something. Got it, he said and made the first step. Harry held his breath, but everything was fine. The invisible bridge held. Once Atticus was halfway across the chasm, Eric followed, then Fleur, then Daphne, then Luna, then Alice, then Harry, then Bill, then Rashid and then Mr. Lovegood, quickly followed by Eric and lastly Thomas. It was nerve-wracking walking on something invisible and holding on to something invisible. Harry didn't want to look down, but he had to. Below him was just darkness and a long deep fall. His knees shook when he finally reached the other side. You okay? Bill asked in a hushed whisper once he made it over. Harry nodded mutely. Get a grip on you, Potter, he told himself. It was just a bridge. So, was that it with this stupid spell? Eric asked with his hands on his hips. I'm not sure, let's keep going, Atticus mumbled. They walked for another half an hour at least. Harry's eyes, who had by now adapted to the low light they got, started to make out more and more details in the walls and in the darkness ahead. He also noticed that the pictures on the walls changed their style, they became smoother and rounder, more detailed and realistic. Mr. Lovegood, what are these pictures about? He asked when he spotted a picture that sent chills down his spine for some reason. It was the figure of a man standing on the top of a mountain holding what seemed to be a rock that glowed high above his head, while at the feet of the mountain trees bowed their tops, animals fell to their knees and humans worshipped along their sides. Mr. Lovegood studied the picture and the runes and hieroglyphs around it. It talks about the nature of the weapon, he said silently. Everybody stopped. Does it say what it is? Atticus asked eager. No, but it's described as a curse and as a blessing, a gift of the sky and hell, a force of good and evil. It says that it could heal and that it could destroy, it could give a man the powers of a god, but just as fast it could drag him into the nothingness of the void, Mr. Lovegood explained. That didn't improve the mood. Harry walked on, next to Bill. You seem awfully quiet, Bill muttered after they had walked for a while in silence. I'm just thinking of what Luna said at the door and how it relates to what Mr. Lovegood read from the pictures about balance, and that we wizards and witches have our powers to keep the great balance and all that, he muttered. Bill nodded. You have questions? Harry nodded. I can't help but feel that we're not doing a good job at it. I mean, Death Eaters don't really balance things out, do they? And not just them, there are so many bad people out there, how do you keep balance? The reason wizards have power and fight about it and fought with muggles seems to show that we're not the ideal peacekeepers, don't you agree? I feel like we are the disruptions. Bill nodded. It would seem that way, wouldn't it? But Harry, life is not black and white. Life is not Slytherin and Gryffindor, it's a world of shades of black and white and gray. For every bad person, you have at least one good person countering the bad person. But every once and then the scales tip. Like during the war with Grindelwald, or when you know who first rose. It's the way of nature. If there is an overpopulation of bunnies, the foxes have enough to eat and reproduce a lot. When there are many foxes, the numbers of the bunnies dwindle strongly, and after a while there is not enough food for the foxes any more, and many die and they don't reproduce so much again, giving the bunnies a chance to recover. Between those two extremes you have a golden balance, at least for some time, until fate decides in which direction it should fall again. Are you comparing us with rodents and Death Eaters with bush-tailed predators? He asked, amused. Yes, and now listen, because it's not so different with magic. Every time the scales tip into one extreme, someone magical, powerful, tips the scales again back into balance. That way there is no stagnation in nature, there is movement and improvement, even if it doesn't seem like that at times. After the war with you-know-who, security was tightened, certain areas for magic became forbidden or restricted. The whole ministry was changed and improved. Harry suppressed a snort there. More or less you two are an example for tipping the scales back again. Me? You stopped the Dark Lord, didn't you? Harry's face turned sour. He looked around, but the others weren't listening as far as he could tell. I don't think it was anything I did, Bill. I was a 15-month-old baby. I couldn't even talk. I couldn't really walk. And yet there was something about you that killed you-know-who. The Great Balance? Harry asked. Bill nodded. Maybe it ensured your protection, he guessed. Maybe, Harry muttered. But what I still don't get is why we must hide from the muggles and still protect them. They are advanced enough to live without us, he added after a while. Many ask the same question. It is true that wizards do a lot for muggles. Most of their medicine comes from us. Magicians were the first chemists in the world. We shared our knowledge of magical and non-magical plants with them. We protected them in the early ages from all sorts of dangers like guardian angels. Today we keep their environment as clean and safe as we can. We predict earthquakes and tsunamis for them, and we live among them. Like miracle workers, we are the voices of peace among them. Don't tell anyone, but many of the Muggles' most famous singers, actors and politicians are magicians. They influence and move the people in the right directions. Isn't that manipulation? Harry asked. We don't force them to do anything. They are not made to obey our commands. We show them what is right, and most of the time they decide to follow that direction, but once we see they got it right, we step back until we are needed again. Still sounds like manipulation to me. Better to be open about it, Harry mumbled dryly. Just think, Harry, if we were to go out into the open once again, what do you think will happen? Bill didn't give him any time to respond. The same that happened between black and white people, between Christians and Jews, the same thing that led to us tracking right now through these caves. There would be those that would accept us, but most of the muggles would be suspicious, frightened, and would go for violence at some point if magic would be used against them, even just as a defense mechanism. It would be frowned upon, we would be hunted, looked down at, hated, feared, and controlled. Muggles would want magic to be the answer to all their problems, but we can't cure cancer, we can't cure AIDS, we can't make food out of nothing, we can't resurrect the dead. There are rules for magic too. They would turn on us eventually, and the many wizards and witches would call for a rebellion. There would be bloody wars and confrontations. We might be able to regain some sort of independence after a while, but there would always be barriers, there would always be fear and hate. The balance would be permanently ruptured. We tried so many times to reconnect with the muggles, every single time we burned, so we keep to ourselves and stay in the shadows. It has worked well for the past centuries, why not for another few? The world is just not ready yet. Harry thought about that. You are probably right, he admitted after a while. Bill smiled and ruffled Harry's hair, something the teen still didn't like. Annoyed, he swatted the older man's hat away. Hey, lay off the hair, he complained. Bill just laughed silently. Just then Atticus, who walked ahead of them, raised his fist, signaling for all of them to stop. What is it? Rashid asked. I'm not sure, Atticus said. Harry peeked past him. The path continued, but it seemed to get thinner and narrower. Then, suddenly his ears picked up a very faint bristling sound. He looked around and saw the dust to Atticus' feet move. A thin line raced through the dust, running all the way around them, and Harry could only think that the line was too precise to be natural before the ground under feet exploded and they went tumbling down. Something hard banged against his head. A rock, maybe. Someone's foot. All went dark around him and he could only faintly make out the hole above them. Then nothing. Harry dreamt about his first year at Hogwarts. But it was no smooth dream, it was a rapid session of pictures. More often than anything he saw himself in the mirror of her eyes, pulling out the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head, then the back of his first chocolate frog card, Hermione talking. He saw the dungeon where the mirror had stood, he felt the heat of the flames around him, he felt something inside struggling, winding and moving, as if in pain of great discomfort. He felt the familiar ache when he saw his parents' faces in the mirror. No spell can bring back the dead, Harry. Then came images he wasn't familiar with but still echoed deep within him, as if forgotten memories. He saw a sprawling city below him as he stood in the crest of a hill. The scene shook and Harry saw the same city, this time burning and in ruins. The first, save the first, destroy the first. The words echoed through his head as if spoken by hundreds of people at once, and again he felt something squirm inside him. He felt longing and dread inside him at once. As the world around him dimmed once again, he could feel something in his hand but couldn't see what it was. It felt heavy and smooth. He ran a finger along its edges and an electric current ran through him. Save me, it seemed to scream. When Harry came to, he first got aware that he was lying on something wet and that his head was bedded in someone's lap. His strange dreams were all but forgotten. He had a splitting headache, his eyes felt as if glued shut. Slowly his other senses returned. He smelled water. The rushing sound in his ears cleared into voices talking. No, arguing. I don't care until he wakes up, and if coherent and fine, we're not moving from this spot. That was Bill. Were they talking about him? I have to back Bill up on that until I can be sure of the damage. He'll have to stay here. That was Rashid. He could feel the man's hand move over his head. Rashid's hands always smelled like potion ingredients. It's probably not more than a bump to the head, but we need to be sure. He should come around soon. Daphne's voice spoke up. We can spare these few minutes, Eric. We all need to recover from this tumble. That was Atticus. We shouldn't linger. Who knows what traps we trigger otherwise. That was Eric's gruff voice. Harry forced his eyes to open and blinked into the dim light of a Lumos charm somewhere to his right, or rather a reverse Nox charm. Ow, he muttered when another blow of pain ran through his head. Harry. Bill's face appeared upside down above him. Are you awake? I can feel pain, so I think yes, Harry coaxed. Bill's face became more worried. I'm fine through. Harry sat in. Tried to sit up. Bill looked ready to protest and tried to push him down, but Rashid beat him to it. He too appeared in Harry's line of sight. Harry, how many fingers do you see? He held up 4 fingers, but they split into 8, then 6, and then morphed back into 4. Something between 4 and 8. He guessed. He saw Bill pale but Rashid stayed calm. Follow my wand only with your eyes. I'm fine, Harry said again. Follow it with your eyes. Harry sighed and did. His eyes and pupils react normal. Rashid muttered, that's good. Bill looked relieved. What's your last name? Rashid asked. You know that. Humor me. Potter. Your birthday. July 31st. Where are you? Somewhere wet and dark apparently. No, I mean in general. Some underground cave system in Cambodia looking for an ancient magical weapon. Who am I? You or Rashid? What do I do? Annoy the heck out of me. Harry sighed. Honestly, it's just a bump to the head. I'll be fine. Give me a headache potion or something like that and I'll be golden. He pushed their hands away and sat up. He didn't even feel very dizzy. He climbed to his feet, swayed a little bit, found his balance, dusted himself off and looked around. They were sitting at the shores of a vast underground lake. It was at least a mile to the other side, and other than that the lake expanded to his left and right into the endless darkness. The water was deathly still and calm and pitch black. The sand on which they stood was black as well, and the wall behind him had a hole about 6 feet above the ground. Harry took it that was where they had come from when the ground had given out from under their feet. He was sure it had been deliberate. Also, there was no other way out as far as he could see, and climbing back up probably wasn't possible. He turned to face his team. They were all up on their feet, a bit scratched and bruised, wet and dirty but otherwise fine. How long was I out? He asked Bill. Not long, 15 minutes maybe, since we fell and slid all the way until we landed here. And where is here? Harry asked. No clue, but we have to keep going. Does our magic work normal again? Harry asked next. No, Bill said darkly. Great, Harry muttered and stretched. Despite his tumble and injury he felt, well, not rested per se but, different. He wasn't calm, no, there was anticipation inside him, but he felt strangely in control of it all. Do you feel well enough to keep going, Harry? Atticus asked as he approached him. Well, I don't see what else I could do anyway, Harry stated dryly, but I feel fine really. Eric is right, we should keep going. Eric grunted. Charming. If you are sure, Atticus said. I am. Call it. What's our plan? Harry said firmly. The other stepped closer. Well, I guess we have to cross this lake. So, swimming? Luna asked. I'm not that good at swimming, she added. Atticus shook his head firmly. No, no swimming. We don't know what could be in there. Swimming leaves us to exposed to threats from underneath. Harry had to remember the trailer of one of those shark movies he had seen on the TV the one time he had been allowed to stay at the Dursleys alone. He wished he hadn't. So, what then? Daphne asked. Brooms. It's worth a try, Atticus agreed. He took out his broom and tipped it, unshrinking it. In the process he mounted it and kicked off, but immediately dropped back down like a stone. Reverse magic, remember, Mr. Lovegood said. I say we go for something that floats, Alice suggested. And what? A boat? I don't know any spells for that, Thomas asked. Not quite. Alice moved to the shore and tipped the water surface with her wand. Harry watched the ripples spread over the whole lake. She said something Harry couldn't make out, but he watched with childish glee. As ice started to appear at Alice's feet and watch it spread for a good 5 feet. Alice put on foot on the ice, testing it. She nodded satisfied. I think we could build a bridge like that, she said. That is brilliant. What spell did you use? Daphne asked. I asked for the water to melt and instead it froze. It's thick enough to hold us, I think. Harry remembered vividly the last winter when a Hufflepuff had went out onto the frozen black lake and to skate and had broken through the ice. The poor girl had been in the infirmary for 3 days to recover from the shock and the cold. The solution was brilliant but didn't instill confidence in Harry. This should do nicely. Good work, Alice, Thomas said. Just doing my job, she replied with a blush. Atticus took the lead after Alice told him which spell she had used and continued making the path. They walked with about 3 meters distance between each other, not wanting to strain the ice too much at once. Alice said it was thick enough, but their magic was hemmed down here. Better safe than sorry. Harry had nearly reached the middle when the water first rippled. His progress was slow, for ice was slippery and every so often he would nearly fall over. The bridge was only 3 feet wide and Harry was glad his boots had a strong profile under the sole and gave him a lot of hold in the ice. Still, it was not easy. The rippling in the water came suddenly. He first thought it came from their bridge and their movement on it, but then he noticed that the rings started too far away to be their fault. I knew it, he thought. there is some ruddy beast in here after all. The others hadn't noticed. And it was at least another 40 meters to the other shore. Harry gripped his wand tighter. The strange feeling of something twisting and turning inside of his came back. It was nearly painful. Had he had the strange urge to start casting hexes and curses into the water and run to the end of the bridge, jump and swim the last meters to the shore. He felt scarily exposed on the bridge. Again the water rippled, this time strong enough to send small waves splash into the bridge before Harry's feet. He took a deep breath. Panicking was not an option. He wouldn't have noticed the swell of water if he hadn't been looking for it. It came towards him and Harry braced himself. But it disappeared under the water again and Harry's head whipped around to look at the water on the other side. And indeed, there the swell appeared again, disappearing quickly in the gloom. It had dived right through under their feet. Harry shuddered. He had to warn the others. Atticus. He didn't have to speak loudly. No one else was talking and his voice carried through the cave. What is it, Harry? I don't want to sound like a brat, but could you hurry? We're not alone. Something's in the water. Are you sure? Atticus asked, his voice now tight and concerned. Harry's eyes scanned the water and he saw it again, the swell of water, only this time something actually broke the surface. He couldn't make out much, only that it was something dark and probably huge and nasty. Yes, very sure on your 8. Everyone stopped and Harry would have loved to scream for them to keep walking. He's right, I saw it too, something's moving in there. Eric's voice was just as tense as Atticus's. How big are the chances that it's just a friendly fish? Bill asked. Not big, Alice said tonelessly. Atticus, please keep walking and casting the spell, Harry begged. It's too far to swim. We keep an eye out for it, but please don't stop moving. Atticus nodded. He began to cast quicker and they all, though gently and without causing the bridge to move more than necessary, shortened the distance between each other. Still, the thing in the water must have felt their intentions because it wasn't 30 seconds later that the swell returned, bigger now and heading right for the part of the bridge where Daphne and Rashid were walking close together. It headed right for the bridge. Run! Harry shouted. The swell bumped right into the ice. Harry could feel the tremors and they made him lose his balance, but they knocked Daphne and Rashid of the ice and into the water. Daphne! Thomas shouted and Eric could only just keep him from jumping in after them. Let me go. You bastard, she needs me. Both of them. Thomas yelled. But Eric had seen what Thomas hadn't seen. While Daphne and Rashid resurfaced, both dazed but unharmed, the swell in the water had changed directions and was now heading for Thomas himself. Eric hauled the taller man just in time away so that when the thing bumped into the ice, keeping Thomas from falling backwards into the water and into the thing's path. Daphne and Rashid meanwhile had swum back to the bridge, but Harry detected the thing heading for them yet again. Get away from there, he shouted, it's coming back. They weren't fast enough. This time the thing hit the ice with such a force the bridge burst and a 7-foot gap separated the two halves. The flying ice rained down upon Daphne and Rashid and Daphne screamed. That was too much for Thomas and he jumped into the water. Harry, forgetting the slippery ice, ran forward. He didn't know how he had ended up last on the bridge, but it served him well now. It gave him a good overview over the now very chaotic scene. The thing turned back around and without thinking much further Harry cast a cushioning charm at it. Instead of the soft yellow light that usually came with this smell, an angry red bolt of lightning jagged through the air and struck the swell of water in the dead center. It recoiled and stopped advancing on Daphne and Rashid, who paddled back to the bridge, now with Thomas supporting Daphne. Harry saw that Atticus had nearly finished the bridge. The last few meters he had not done yet, but he still came sprinting back. Not that they had to worry about the thing because it had decided that Harry's spell should not go unpunished. Harry watched it approach, not sure where to run, forwards or backwards. He decided against backwards. He just would have to run fast enough before the thing collided with his part of the bridge and cut him off from the others. Ignoring the shouts around him, he started to sprint, losing his footing more than once but somehow still staying on his feet. With rising panic he realized he wouldn't make it. The thing would reach him quicker than anticipated. He hurled another charm at the water. He didn't know what his tickling charm was transformed into, but he instantly knew that it had been a bad move. Strange deep vibrations suddenly made the bridge sway and Harry collapsed to his knees. Like a geyser the water exploded. The beast emerged. It looked like something only Hagrid would have been able to love. It looked like an alligator, but instead of its usual 4 legs it had 8 tentacles, 4 on each side, very much like a squid. It had spikes on its back, and from its mouth darted a long 3-forged tongue. Harry could see bright red blood, much brighter than human blood, gush from a cut where, Harry guessed, used to be one of its eyes. Ups! It screeched like a banshee. Harry felt adrenaline rushing through him, felt how most of his blood rushed into his legs and how his body changed into autopilot. He ran before he realized what his body was doing. He saw that Alice and Bill had managed to pull the other 3 back on the bridge and that Thomas was herding them to the other side while Bill, Atticus and Eric rushed towards Harry, curses already leaving their wands. Harry had managed to run past the raging monster, but now it was behind him, catching up quickly and destroying the ice while doing so. The bridge shuddered and groaned, and Harry didn't like those sounds. Especially when he saw that ahead of him, between Bill and him, another huge gap had opened in the ice from one of the previous attacks. 6 feet separated him from the others, not much but still, jumping on ice. Never such a good idea. Nox! He heard Atticus shout furiously, and a blinding ball of light exploded from his wand, shooting up to the monster. Its long snout snapped at the light, but it was distracted long enough for Harry to gain a bit more distance. "Keep running, Harry!" Bill shouted. Harry wanted to shout that he wasn't planning on doing anything else, but he figured this wasn't the time for smart comments. He could feel the monster's lingering gaze in the back of his neck. He could feel the vengeance emitting from it. Harry had taken its eye. Harry would pay. Harry was close to the gap that separated him from Bill and the others and got ready to jump when the monster crashed purposely on top of the remaining ice bridge behind him. The ice cracked, and to Harry's horror the part of the bridge he was on was catapulted in the air, and Harry went flying high up in the air. The monster, now right under him, opened its jaws wide. Harry could think of no spell. Luckily he didn't have to. Ascendio! He heard Daphne's high-pitched voice shout from the other side of the cavern. The spell would normally have resolved in Harry shooting up in the air, but with the reverse magic spell I had a similar effect like the Levi Corpus spell. Harry stopped falling, just out of reach of the jaws that clapped shut. He felt himself be dragged back from the monster towards where he now saw Daphne. She stood on the end of the ice bridge, Thomas next to her. Alice, Rashid and the Lovegoods had made it already onto dry land, waiting anxiously for them. There wasn't much they could do. But Harry saw also that, in its rage, the monster started to follow Harry's floating body. It passed under him, heading for Daphne and Thomas. "Daphne, look out, it's coming for you," he shouted. "Cancel the spell. Then you will cross into the water. You need to defend yourself to it." "I'll be fine, I can swim," Harry shouted furiously. With a sudden jerk, gravity took over again and Harry shot towards the water, arms stretched in front so he drove smoothly into the black water. He couldn't see his own hands, so black was it. He started to paddle for the surface and broke the surface, gasping for air. "Harry!" he heard Bill shout. Atticus and Eric were now running to aid the Greengrass, but Bill had stopped on the part of the bridge closest to Harry. "Go. Help them, I'll be fine," he shouted back. Bill looked torn, but then he nodded. "Hurry up," he commanded, following his comrades. With quick strokes Harry made it to the bridge and heaved himself on top. His cloth hung heavy on his skinny frame. So much for being waterproof. Then again, this didn't count as rain, he guessed. Despite his protesting body, he pushed himself to start running. The sooner he got off the bridge onto real dry land, the sooner they could leave. The battle ahead was intense. Bolts of different colored light swarmed the beats, and the curse breakers didn't give it time to recover from the constant spell fire. "Run for the tunnel," Atticus instructed them. Harry looked ahead and saw that there was indeed a tunnel leading further underground. He grabbed Daphne's hand and together they raced towards Alice, Rashid and the Lovegoods, who waited impatiently in the opening of the tunnel while Thomas joined the other 3 in keeping the monster away. Harry knew the monster couldn't pursue them from there on. They reached the edge of the bridge. From here it was a 10-meter swim to the shore and to safety. Harry jumped first, and when he resurfaced for the second time he heard Daphne hit the water behind him. He turned his head mid-swim and looked back. Daphne was only paces behind him, and the other 3 men of their team were now retreading as well, but not without maintaining their spell fire. They tried to keep the monster at bay, but with a mighty roar it dived under the water again. Very agitated now, Harry began swimming quicker. His knees suddenly scraped over rock and he noticed that he had nearly made it. He stumbled onto dry land, turning back around and extending his hand to Daphne, who stumbled through the shallow water behind him. She reached out for his hand when behind her 2 tentacles shot from the water and wrapped around her waist and torso. Harry's eyes widened in panic, his eyes caught Daphne's. She was terrified. Their fingertips touched briefly, but before Harry could take a hold of her she was yanked back and disappeared underwater with a sharp yell. "No!" he shouted. He saw Thomas starting running towards them and heard footsteps on the stone behind them. But none of them could make it in time. But he could. His hand flew to the left side of his belt where the knife with the phoenix hilt was sheathed in its scabbard. He drew it and dived in one motion under the water. With his wand tip alight he searched the darkness and caught a glance of Daphne's blonde hair that shone like a beacon in the darkness beneath him. He kicked wildly with his feet, diving behind her. She must have seen him because she reached out for him, her eyes desperate. She must have been running out of air. The monster hadn't noticed him, it kept diving, dragging Daphne behind it. Like it was hauling in its prey. Harry's ears hurt and popped over and over with the rising pressure. He managed to grasp Daphne's hand and pulled himself closer. Raising his knife high, he brought it down in one sweeping motion on the first tentacle it cut clean through and the monster jerked violently. A sound went through the water, high-pitched and rattling. The monster reeled around. Not wasting any time Harry cut the second tentacle, grabbed Daphne and shot a powerful cushioning charm at the monster. The red light that hit the monster seemed to cut right through the water and pushed the monstrosity away. Blood seeped through the water. Harry didn't stay around to find out if it was dead or just badly wounded. Daphne and he kicked with their feet, rising back towards the surface. He wasn't the strongest swimmer through and it felt as if they weren't moving at all. His lungs burned and he was sure Daphne wasn't faring much better. He thought he was starting to hallucinate from the low oxygen, when he saw 2 glowing points race through the water down towards them. It took him a second to recognize Bill and Thomas, shooting like torpedoes through the water, coming for their rescue. Bill gently pulled him close. Harry's hand let go of Daphne's as he hung semi-limp in Bill's embrace. And then they were racing upwards and within a second they broke through the water and landed heavily on the stony beach. Well, Bill landed heavily. He cushioned Harry's fall. Harry coughed water and had trouble breathing through all the water he expelled from his lungs and stomach. Bill patted him between his shoulder blades, talking soothingly. Once Harry was sure he could breathe normally again and heart wasn't pounding like crazy anymore, he sat back on his hackles and breathed deeply. Only to be then engulfed in a bone-crushing hug from Bill. "Don't do anything like that ever again," he shouted in his ear and Harry winced. "Sorry," he whispered, his voice rough. His head hurt. He peeked over Bill's shoulder and saw Daphne in a similar position in Thomas' arms. She smiled weakly. "Thanks," she mouthed. The gratitude in her eyes was undeniable. "You'd do it too," he mouthed back with a tired smile. Finally Bill let Harry get up and they stumbled into the new tunnel. Both Daphne and he were ready to collapse and the other seemed to be in similar conditions. They were all wet and hungry and shaken. Finally when the tunnel widened and curved slightly Atticus stopped. "Let's rest for a few hours, I think we all need it." Not even Eric disagreed. Rashid gave them all a quick check but nobody was gravely wounded. They dried their cloths by using an incantation that was usually used to water plants. The reverse magic was still active. Harry wondered if it was everywhere. Now dry and fed he put his head on his rucksack to take a quick nap. He fell asleep to the sound of the hushed voices of his friends and teammates around him. "You could have told me that getting out of prison would mean so much paperwork." Sirius groaned and his head hit the desk table with a loud thud. Remus, who was sitting in an armchair in front of the fireplace, closed his book and smiled. "Does that mean you'd rather go back to prison?" he asked innocently. "No, but this is nearly as bad as reliving all your bad memories. Merlin, have you read this letter from this Lord McGill? A total beep up, who asks for an alliance of our houses, says he has a daughter who he'd like to marry off and thought I might be interested. For starters, the poof girl is 14. I could never do that. Second, the old slim bag is only after my money because I had my account manager look into this guy and he is broke as hell." Sirius complained and waved a letter through the air. Remus pretended to gag. "And that's not the first one I got. And probably won't be that last." Sirius whined. "You poor thing," Remus agreed, but his mouth was twisted in a smile. "Don't mock me," Sirius grumbled, his head still on the tabletop. "I can hear you smile, traitor." He sat back up and leaned back in his high-back desk chair. And all that drilling and hammering is giving me a headache. He continued complaining. That's your fault. You told the workers if they finished the job in 3 weeks instead of 6 you'd pay them a juicy bonus. Should have known it would mean they'd work day and night to get it done. But did they have to be so loud? I placed 3 silencing charms over the office and my room and they don't keep out all the noises. Look on the bright side, Remus said, completely ignoring the dirty look Sirius shot him. When Harry gets back you can't only present him with your freed ugly face but also with a home. Sirius seemed to contemplate whether to say something to the ugly face comment but decided against it and instead said, while picking up a new envelope. And hopefully with his guardianship assigned to me, he whispered and showed the sealed envelope to Remus. The werewolf sat up straight in his armchair and asked breathlessly, "They replied?" Sirius nodded and with shaking hands he broke the Gringotts seal and took out the letter. Remus watched his friend as his eyes flew over the lines. Sirius' brow creased, then he looked angry, then shocked and then he looked up and asked, "What day is it?" Remus, taken aback by the question, answered, "Sunday." Why? Sirius, what did they say? Will you be granted the guardianship? I don't know, Sirius said hollowly and rubbed his eyes with his hands. The letter said that they recognize me as a potential guardian, but apparently there are other interested parties that would like a claim in this matter. They have set a hearing for Tuesday at Gringotts to determine the matter. Other interested parties? Remus asked, confused and slightly worried. Who? Sirius shrugged. The Weasleys maybe, he suggested. They would have told us if, Remus said, shaking his head. They know how much Harry means to you and that Harry would love to live with you. Then who else? Sirius challenged. Nobody but us. The Weasleys and Dumbledore should know about the change in Harry's legal status. I never told anyone my plans considering Harry. Most people don't even know he's my godson. Pettigrew told them, remember? At the end of the trial, Remus said silently. Sirius' face turned red. I know, but that doesn't explain why suddenly someone would be so interested in taking Harry in. Remus got up and took the letter, scanning the lines himself. I think we'll find that out Tuesday morning at 8, he said grimly. Tuesday came faster than Sirius would have liked. Dressed in his newest set of robes with the black family crest sprouting from the left, he strolled calmly down Diagon Alley with Remus at his side. The early morning crowd parted like the Red Sea before him and he had to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Even after being announced innocent under a sheer amount of proof, the people still eyed him suspiciously. Go figure, he thought grimly. Despite Poppy's potions and fast-working diet and my visit at the barber's shop and Madame Malkin's, I still look like a scarecrow, only dressed up now. It was true, while he had gained a lot of weight in the short time since he'd gone into custody nearly a month ago, he was still thin, gaunt. Even the bags under his eyes and the haunted look inside of them were slowly disappearing. His hair had been cut and his face shaven. The robes were meant to fit his skinny frame and he had a new wand. He was still far from healthy. He guessed it scared the people to see the actual effect Azkaban had. The looming front of Gringotts appeared before him and he hurried the stairs up to the entrance. This was the second time since his trial that he set foot in the bank and he still felt in awe of seeing it all again. The polished stone floor and columns, the mahogany counters, the brass scales, the sound of quills scratching on paper, the giant chandelier hanging above, goblins everywhere, as well as customers and guards. It was like seeing it again for the first time. He stopped in the entrance and surveyed the entry hall. You ready? Remus asked next to him. I think so. All I know is that I will fight with everything I have to get Harry to live with me. The kid needs and deserves it. I'm just glad he is not here to witness this madness, Remus muttered, agreeing with him. Sirius nodded. It's been crazy these last weeks. The reporters are already suspecting his involvement in all of this. If they saw us together in public or got wind of the guardianship thing, he'd be targeted as well. We can't allow that, he said grimly. Remus nodded mutely. Swiftly Sirius approached the closest free goblin. Good day, Master Goblin. I am here for a custody hearing with Master Frenjar. Could you tell me where I find him? He asked as politely as possible, but truth be told, he didn't like goblins much. Most of them were to hell-bent on making profit for his liking and they were generally nasty to deal with. Still, that didn't mean he had to provoke them unnecessarily. The goblin hardly looked up from his book. Name? He asked. Sirius Orion Black, Sirius said calmly. He hoped it would get any reaction out of the creature, but the goblin merely glanced up before taking the small bell that rested on his desk and shook it while calling, "Humboldt. Come here." A smaller, younger-looking goblin appeared at his side. "Yes, Master Pinkree," he asked with a bow. "Take Lord Black and his friend to Master Frenjar on the 6th floor for the hearing," he said with a waving motion of his hand. "Of course, Master Pinkree," the younger goblin said, and then addressed Sirius. "If you'd follow me, Lord Black, it's this way." "Thank you, Master Pinkree. Please, lead the way, Master Humboldt," Sirius said, and followed the goblin out of the foyer. "It's just Humboldt, sir. I am not a master yet. I'm too young," the goblin said as he led them along. "I apologize," Sirius said. "No need. A common mistake. This way, gentlemen." They climbed many stairs, rode in an elevator, and walked endlessly long corridors until they reached their destination. Humboldt knocked on a door and waited until from inside a gruff voice asked, "What?" "Master Frenjar, this is Humboldt. Master Pinkree sends me with Lord Black for a custody hearing, sir." "Well, send them in already," the gruff voice said. Humboldt opened the door and let them enter. The office was fairly large, with huge glass windows along one wall, overlooking Diagon Alley rather spectacularly. There was a huge oak desk behind which a goblin sat. In front of the desk stood two separate tables with 2 chairs each. In the back there was a fireplace with an assortment of armchairs around it, as well as many cabinets and bookshelves. The goblin in question had gotten up and held out his hand. "Good morning, Lord Black." "Good morning, Mr. Lupin. Please sit down. You are the first to arrive." Sirius shook the goblin's hand, careful to avoid the claw-like fingernails. "Good morning, Master Frenjar. Thank you for answering so quickly." The goblin shrugged. "I just hope we have this cleared quickly." "Me too," Sirius agreed. They sat in silence for 5 minutes, then the door opened again and a goblin led in a familiar woman. "Madam Bones," Sirius exclaimed, surprised and bewildered. He rose to shake the woman's hand. "Lord Black, Mr. Lupin, a pleasure to see you again," she said. "The pleasure is all ours, but what are you doing here?" Sirius asked, baffled. "Madam Bones is here as a delegation from the Ministry of Magic to aid in this matter," Master Frenjar said. Sirius frowned, but Madam Bones said, "It will be explained all in good time. My colleague should arrive any minute now." She was right. Just moments after she had finished, the door opened again and a pompous-looking man with short oily hair and goatee entered. "Good, Madam Bones, you are here," he said in a voice just as pompous as his outer appearance. All about his screamed, "Ministry official that loves his job, and probably a pure blood judging by his behavior." To Sirius's delight, he detected a scowl on the goblin's face. "Let's get this started then." The man sat down at the other table without a word of greeting. "I'm afraid, Mr. Donovan, that we are still missing one member," Master Frenjar said with gritted teeth. "It is almost 8. I do not like to be kept waiting," the newly baptized Mr. Donovan said, irritated. "Nearly 8 means that my colleague has another 2 minutes to appear before he is late," the goblin said coolly. Then he turned to Madam Bones and offered her a chair close to his desk. Shortly after, the door opened and another goblin entered. He was smaller than Master Frenjar but a lot more muscular, and a lot of scars ran over his face. He was also not dressed in the finery of the bank officials but in goblin armor. Sirius detected the sign of the Cure Breakers on his East plate. He wondered what he was doing here. "Good morning," he said gruffly. "Good morning, Master Racknock. Have a seat, please," Master Frenjar said and pointed at a chair to his left. The other goblin nodded curtly and sat down. "Now that we are complete, we may begin," Frenjar said. "We are here today to discuss the legal status of one Harry James Potter," he said calmly while scanning a few papers in front of him. "He has been without a legal guardian for half a month now. Should this reach the 1 month mark, Mr. Potter will be made a ward to the Ministry of Magic. As potential candidates, you have been gathered here today. Up until now, Gringotts holds the guardianship over Mr. Potter." "Why does Gringotts hold his guardianship in the first place?" Sirius asked. "Gringotts is not only in charge of your finances, Mr. Black. We handle successions, last wills, inheritances and other family businesses as such because they are keyed into the finances. As such, the guardianship of underage customers also falls into our hands. The ministry has never really bothered themselves with these matters and is quite happy to leave this up to us," the goblin said briskly. "When Mr. Potter's prior guardians forsake him, his home, and he cut his ties with them as well, His magical legal status changed and he became our ward. This cannot continue as such though, which is why Gringotts would have contacted you soon, had you not contacted us first, he continued explaining. Sirius nodded. It made some sort of sense. Because of potential money claims, Gringotts has a better overview over family ties and relations and is thus can determine in cases like this any potential candidates for a guardianship. Until then the person in question is a ward to Gringotts Bank. Mr. Potter's current guardian is also his handler on the curse-breaking program, Master Racknock here. So that was why he was here. Sirius studied the goblin closer. How is Harry? He asked, hoping the goblin had heard something from the mission. The goblin shook his head. I am not allowed to share any information with you. Should the guardianship be handed to you I will be able, but for now I cannot tell you anything, he said. But Sirius saw something in the creature's eyes. Uneasiness. He swallowed hardly. But he was interrupted by Mr. Donovan, who asked, "What are you talking about? What curse-breaking program?" Mr. Potter has entered the curse-breaking program for promising talents this summer that is sponsored by Gringotts, Master Frenjar explained shortly. Donovan shook his head disapprovingly. That will have to stop. Of course we can't have a figurehead like the boy who lived running around with barbarians, raiding tombs and living like a lowlife servant, he stated. All eyes were on him and not only Sirius was staring at him with disbelief. The goblins looked especially affronted. Didn't the guy realize that he was shooting himself by stating such things in front of one of the creatures that would decide whether or not he would have custody of Harry? But Frenjar collected himself and chose to ignore the man's comment for now. This, he continued, is this standard procedure. If Gringotts can't find a suitable guardian after a month, the ward in question is given to the ministry officials who take the case to their responsible department. Now, I, as Mr. Potter's case manager, have looked into this deeply and found Lord Black to be a potential candidate. I already explained my presence. Madam Bones is here to discuss and determine with me who will be granted the guardianship, and Mr. Donovan is here as a representative of the Ministry of Magic, who in turn have shown similar interests as Lord Black. Now, will that settle all questions for now? He growled. I have one, Sirius said. Why is the ministry interested in my godson? He put the emphasis on, my godson. Mr. Donovan leaned back and said, with narrowed eyes. Not accounting the fact that Mr. Potter is the boy who lived and is such an important face of today's society. The boy is an heir of an ancient and noble family and one of great influence in the media and among the people. The boy has great potential. The ministry would give him proper education and training early in life to ensure a great career with lots of profit and befitting someone of his standing. We can provide him with tutors and higher education after he has finished his studies at Hogwarts. We will be able to break him into his duties as the head of his house once he reaches majority and make him a fine member of our society, he explained, though most it was more directed at Madam Bones and Frenjar than at Sirius. Sirius snorted. And what would you get from doing that? What do you demand in return? He challenged. We want nothing in return. Harry Potter is a child to every wizard, and which in the magical world of Britain it is the right thing to do in the eyes of the ministry, Donovan said with a shrug. But Sirius could see his true intentions, or rather the ministry's true intentions. Donovan was just a pawn. 12 years in Azkaban hadn't made Sirius stupid. He knew politics and politicians. He knew they never did anything just because it was the right thing to do. There was always a back thought to everything they did and said. He'd be your puppet in the media, the Wizengamot, and generally in our society, he growled back. We won't deny that havening the boy who lived as an ally wouldn't hurt our image, but that's not what we're after, Donovan said. Sirius turned to Madam Bones. Madam Bones, do you hear that? They intend on using Harry. But Madam Bones stayed neutral, observing them all, making notes and not commenting. Sirius turned back to the ministry official. What about his friends? Would he be able to grow up normally in your plan? Where would he live? And with whom? All valid questions to answer them. Of course, will Mr. Potter be able to see his friends and to spend part of his holidays with them? Of course we will give him the necessary space and time he needs for himself. We will take care of him as best as we can. As to answer your last two questions, Mr. Potter wouldn't be the only ward of the ministry. We have a few more. One or two in his age and some older ones. He would live together with them under the supervision of someone who used to be a ward to us and is now bound in our services. He'd be surrounded by people in the same situation as he is and be able to learn what his future will look like. We are sure that he'd be very content. Sirius snorted again. Sound to me like you want to form him into your little pawn because I know for certain that one of Harry's fears is to be shipped off to an orphanage. What you describe sounds suspiciously like one. Well, Mr. Black, what do you have to offer then? The man asked in reply. Where are you going with this, you little bastard? Sirius thought. You may have been pardoned, but you are still at the beginning of remerging with our society. You have no home to call your own, or for Mr. Potter, you have no work. Your name, although cleared, still attracts suspicion, and your life will not settle in the next months. You must pick up your responsibilities as the head of your own house. Much work is there for you to do, and not much time of yours would be spent at home to look after your ward. Is that the right environment for a teenager? Sirius would have liked nothing more but to punch the slim sack's smiling face. A quick glance at Madame Bones showed him that she still wasn't giving any reactions. Good, he thought. He straightened up. You are wrong, Mr. Donovan. I do have a house. I admit that we're still doing some final touches to the wallpapers, but the company I hired assured me they'd be done within the next 2 weeks or so, just in time when Harry gets home. As for the job problem you managed, here he scoffed. I do not mean to brag, but even before the ministry compensated me I was filthy rich. Money is not a problem, and, as you so fitting mentioned, I already have a lot to do and sort out. A job just would take away my precious time. As for me being the head of my house, I have to say that there isn't actually that much to do for me. My house nowadays mostly consists of me and an old house elf. My cousin Andromeda Black married and is as such no longer considered a primary member of the Black family. My other cousin Narcissa Black is married as well, to Lucius Malfoy, as you might very well know. So the same thing goes for her. Both of them are not my responsibility, not at the moment at last, and while their children could have a potential claim to enter my family should they not wish to be a member of theirs any longer, I sincerely doubt that will happen. As for my third cousin, well, Bellatrix is in Azkaban and hopefully will die there, but she too is married to that doesn't make her my responsibility either. My brother is dead, as are my parents and any other relation I might had. Once I did my reading and research and came up quite empty-handed. There are no people in my house that would need leading, so I'm pretty free in that aspect. As to my responsibilities as a head of house outside my family, I must say that my seat in the Wizengamot has not been reinstated yet and won't be until the next election in 6 months. I am not on the board of governors, nor do I hold any other positions. From prior my imprisonment I was an Auror, but on a junior one. Seeing that those are the major responsibilities of a head of house, I don't see where you see the problems with my time. Also, Harry will be returning to Hogwarts come fall, so there wouldn't be need of me until Christmas. I dare say that, counting from today onwards, I will have dealt with all pressing matters by then. Don't you agree? Sirius took a breath before continuing. He quite liked how everybody was looking at him, either angry or dumbfounded. As for your comment about Harry's education and what you can offer him, well, there is nothing money can't buy. I too can provide him with all the education he wants and needs. I am sure that Gringotts would love to keep Harry in their junior program and could provide him with the necessary education in that aspect, as well as with a career should he decide for it. I think we'd be able to work out an agreement. He looked meaningfully at Master Racknock, who smiled. Suddenly Sirius didn't mind goblins as much as before. Turning back to Mr. Donovan, he continued. Above all, I can offer him a loving home. I knew his parents. I grew up with his father. They made me his godfather for a reason. I can give Harry what he deserves. Living with me, he will be able to find out what it feels like to be loved and wanted. He will be able to see his friends whenever he likes. I will take him on holidays and weekend trips. I will help and be there for him like any parent. That is the environment a teenager needs. Harry wants to live with me, that he's told me many times. As for my name still attracting unwanted attention and anger, so what? I can protect Harry. I would lay down my life for him, and Harry can deal with that sort of thing. He got a lot of shit thrown at him last year. Quote. Sirius took deep breaths, trying to calm his heart down. He'd gotten about more caught up in this than he'd wanted. And what about your mental stability, Mr. Black? Mr. Donovan asked innocently. After all, 12 years in Azkaban are strenuous. Who can say that you are not damaged from your time? People have gone crazy after shorter amounts of time there. Who is to say that you won't snap someday? That you won't be a danger to Mr. Potter? That you are not just a ticking time bomb waiting to get off? We think you might not be fit to raise a child. It was a low blow to Sirius, but a valid point. He did have nightmares from his time there. Of course, yes, the years had taken its toll on him, but he was fine. Having Harry back gave him the purpose he needed to keep going, to get better. I'm fine, he growled. He knew that wasn't very convincing. What do you say, Madam Bones? Mr. Frenjar? Donovan asked. The goblin scowled. It's Master Frenjar to you, wizard, he said. Donovan looked as if he was going to make a comment, but seeing the sharp weapons Raknok carried, he decided against it. Instead he turned to Madam Bones. The woman considered both parties. The eye behind her monocle twitched slightly. While you do mention an important point, Aster, she said to Donovan, we had a psychological examination of Mr. Black ordered in the time he was in ministry custody, and while he does have a trauma from his experience at Azkaban as well as sleeping problems, his examination was surprisingly positive. I think, she looked at Frenjar, that the task of raising Mr. Potter would not be a problem for him. I think both parties could profit from it. Furthermore, I knew James and Lily Potter, Mr. Potter's parents. Mr. Black was their first choice, together with Alice Longbottom. Since the latter is not able to perform her duties, I don't think it is right to go against the Potter's last will. Don't you agree, Aster? She gave him a sharp look. I only want what is the best for Mr. Potter, and that is, Donovan began, but Frenjar interrupted him. Be continuing for him. Respecting his parents, heroes to our world. Last wish. Yes, I quite agree, Madam Bones. I think there is no need to take this before the ministry. I am the DMLF agrees with Gringotts' decision if we hand Mr. Potter's guardianship to Lord Black. Sirius' heart beat wildly. Madam Bones smiled. Though you don't need my approval, I will give it anyway, she said. Very well. Frenjar dipped his quill in the richly decorated inkpot and scribbled something on the papers in front of him. Lord Black, if you'd please come here and sign the papers to make it official, he asked Sirius, waving with the quill. Sirius leapt to his feet and approached the desk, but faltered mid-step when Donovan called out, you cannot do this, leaving the boy who lived with an ex-convict. The minister will hear about this. And the media. Of course I can do this, Frenjar said coolly. This is Gringotts' jurisdiction. We operate independently from the ministry. The handling of guardianships and such things has been our field of work for hundreds of years now, not that of the ministry. If you'd listened to what I said in the beginning, then you'd know that we consult the ministry after a month if there are no suitable matches. Since the month hasn't passed and we found a match, this is outside of the minister's influence, so stop babbling like an inarticulate idiot. The goblin's tone had grown icy cold. As you said, Lord Black is an ex-convict, meaning an innocent victim, Madam Bones piped up. I'm pretty sure the media would love the story of the caring godfather, who broke out of prison for his godson when he realized his godson was in danger and stopped caring for his own well-being, and now the two of them are reunited, just like it was the dead parents' wish. With your consent I could all the profit. Sirius, she added. He knew she didn't really mean it, but he played along, rubbing his chin and saying, I'll consider it. I'd need to talk to Harry first. Of course it's his decision as well after all. He pointedly looked at Donovan. Of course, Sirius. Lord Black, your signature, if you please, Frenjar said again. Sirius quickly scribbled his name onto the dotted line that the goblin pointed at. The ink glowed and Sirius felt the rush of magic go through as the magical binding contract activated itself. Congratulations, Lord Black, to your new member to the House of Black. I will give you a copy of the contract to read at home. Should there be any questions, feel free to contact me. For now you are Mr. Potter's guardian until he reaches majority. Mr. Potter vaults will stay his and inaccessible by you unless the young heir wishes to change that. I think you can imagine your duties, the goblin said and gave him a slight predatory smile. I will leave you and Master Raknok to discuss whatever you want to discuss. I will bid my farewell, I have other matters to attend to. As do I. Good day, gentlemen, Madam Bones said. Good day, Madam Bones, and thank you, Sirius said, shaking her hand. I only did my job, she said and left the room. If you'd follow me, Lord Black, I think my office will suffice for this meeting, Raknok said then with a side glance at Remus, who had sat through all this quietly, knowing he had no say in these things. The goblin added apologetic. I'm afraid Mr. Lupin will have to wait outside, though I know you will tell him everything I will tell you. The house rules forbid him from attending. Remus waved it aside. It's no bother, I will wait at the ice cream parlor for you, Sirius, he said. Thank you, Remus, it won't take long. Raknok's office was littered with weapons, maps, scrolls and charts, books, treasures like amulets and gems, and a lot of other stuff. The desk nearly disappeared under all the papers. From somewhere he produced a second chair for Sirius to sit in while he sat down behind his desk. Excuse the chaos, but I'm afraid lately there has been so much going on with all the troops we have in the field that I'm a bit behind the paperwork. Sirius nodded. Now, I can imagine that you have a lot of questions concerning your new ward, Ragnock said. That's an understatement. When I got home from my trial I was expecting Harry to be there. Instead I learn he's halfway around the world on a curse-breaking mission with Ed, eldest Weasley's son. I've tried writing him but the birds always come back. The Weasleys as well haven't heard from their son, so we're all a bit worried, Sirius said. Well, I will tell you what I know. Mr. Potter has developed a sudden interest in curse breaking and shown a great talent for it as well, good enough for us to accept him as Mr. Weasley's novice and take him in on our summer program for promising upstarts. When Mr. Dumbledore approached us if we could allow the boy to come with Weasley on the expedition, we were skeptical at first, but after Weasley sent in a report about the boy and we examined some of his work as well as school records, we deemed it acceptable to allow him to go along. We believe in learning on the job, which is why we send many of our novices early out into the field to weed out those that can't deal with this job, the goblin explained matter-of-factly. Now, as for your godson's mission, he's left England with a big group of experienced curse breakers and 2 other novices, though none of them are Gringotts apprentices anyway. A few months ago there was a massive earthquake in the deep jungle of Cambodia which resulted in a magical white spot. That means that an entire area is shielded from powerful magic and that it doesn't allow us to pinpoint its source. We put a team together deal with this problem, Harry Potter among them. Sirius shifted in his chair. I sense a big but coming, he said. But, the goblin said, because of this magical bubble they are cut off from the rest of the world. We have no way of contacting them and they have no way of reaching us. We monitor the area as best as we can, but the area is huge and we don't know where they are, what they found and how everything is going. Sirius opened his mouth to protest but Ragnock quickly continued. We do know though that they are alive. All of our people are submitted to monitor charms. They are still intact. He waved his hand and a holographic image appeared in front of Sirius. In alphabetical order, pictures and names together with medical information appeared in a neat table. He quickly scanned the names and close to the bottom he found Potter, Harry James, pulse, 60 beat per minute, blood pressure, 60/80ths body temperature, 37 degrees Celsius, repertory, normal oxygen levels, stable brain activity, low current status, asleep. There was more information, like age, height, weight, blood type and allergy information, and there were diagrams and charts with each name. Sirius stared at the picture that came with Harry's name. Harry's hair was still messy but in a strange orderly sort of way. His round glasses were gone. Instead he had thicker square glasses that suited him much better. He was smiling in the camera and since it was a magical picture he moved slightly, glanced beyond the camera before returning to smile again. Sirius' heart soared at the sight of the boy. God, he missed the little Prongslet. As you can see, the whole team is fine. None of them was majorly hurt or killed. I know this isn't much information but it is something, Ragnock said, eyeing the table as well. As they watched, Sirius saw how Harry's pulse and blood pressure, and not just his but those of the others too, slowly rose. And suddenly the current status switched from asleep to awake. Mr. Potter will be fine. He's in good company. There is nothing these men and women haven't seen before. Sirius nodded and sighed. Thank you, I appreciate it. Please keep me updated if anything happens. I see what I can do. Sirius nodded, stood up, shook the goblin's hand and left. Sirius met Remus in the back of the ice cream parlor. Remus looked at him questioningly and Sirius told him what he'd learned from Ragnock. Remus frowned. Well, at least he's fine so far, and Bill too. We can tell the Weasleys that, it will lessen their worry, he said, though he sounded a bit distracted. What is it, Remus? Sirius asked. I don't know if I imaged too much or interpreted it all wrong, but the meeting we just had, I don't know, Sirius, but don't you think it was a bit easy? Quick. What do you mean? I thought Harry's custody hearing would last longer and be far more complicated. Why? I don't know, maybe because with Harry things are always a bit more complicated. I am worried as well that the ministry wanted him but we won, so it's okay now, Sirius said. If they really wanted Harry, then why send someone as incompetent as Donovan to represent them? Maybe they don't know how bad he is. Or this was never about the custody. Sirius frowned. What are you saying, Remus? Nothing per se, but something doesn't seem right about all of this, Remus answered seriously. You were right, they boy is not there. Then where is he? On a curse-breaking mission operated by Gringotts. Where Donovan? I don't know the wards on the goblin's office where to strong. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I know, but they wouldn't tell me. You are no longer of use to us. No please. Avada Kedavra. Sirius and Remus were back in the study of Sirius' new house. The sound of working people and machines was still there. With a tub of ice cream each they settled down in the armchairs in front of the fireplace, but Sirius didn't even have 2 spoonfuls of the delicious frozen food when the fire turned green and with a small cloud of soot and ash Albus Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace. Sirius regretted giving the headmaster access to the house, but it had been unavoidable. The man looked grim and Sirius dreaded the upcoming conversation already. "Albus, what is it?" Remus asked, getting up. "I heard about you being made Harry's guardian." "Sirius, congratulations, but I had hoped you'd talk to me about it first. I don't need your permission. Lily and James wanted me as his godfather. It's my duty to care for him if they cannot," Sirius said stiffly. "That's not what I meant, Sirius. I could have helped." "Yeah, well, your help wasn't needed, thanks though," Sirius muttered. "Though that is not why you are here, or?" he asked, and with a flick of his wand he conjured a chair for the headmaster to sit down in. "I'm afraid that it's not," Dumbledore said. "I have bad news." "What happened?" Remus asked, worried. "I was just told that Peter Pettigrew escaped." Silence. "What?" Sirius asked sharply, fury already rising in his. "How did he escape?" Remus asked, also red-faced. "Well, he never really reached Azkaban. The boat that transported him was raided. The crew as well as half of the prisoners on board were killed. The rest were taken, Pettigrew among them," the professor said darkly. "You mean to tell me the rat has been free for a week and we only learn about it now?" Sirius hissed. "I am as angry about this as you are, Sirius, believe me." "And what will they do about it?" Remus asked. "Well, a handful of Aurors have been put on the case, but I don't expect much. They have no leads whatsoever. What could they possibly want with Pettigrew? He's a failure in all aspects. He still betrayed Lily and James and framed you and managed to stay undetected for 12 years. We don't know what he was to the Dark Lord's old circle, but what Sybil saw was true, and if the Death Eaters do get active again, I fear for the worst." "But Voldemort is dead," Remus said, swallowing when he said the name. "I'm afraid, Remus, that we do not know that 100%. In fact, I have reason to believe that he's still alive, not a full power yet, but alive nonetheless." Remus and Sirius paled. Sirius sat down heavily. "I am really happy Harry is not here at the moment," he whispered. In the dark of the jungle 4 spots of light hovered through the air, moved down the side of a gorge and traveled over flat ground. "Fools!" a voice growled. "No guards, no alarms, no protection at all. Fools, the lot of them." 3 more voices murmured their consent. "Well, the better for us," a second raspy-sounding voice said with a light laugh. "Could it be a trap?" another voice asked. He didn't sound overly concerned. The first voice snorted. "I doubt it very much," he said. "And it's in there? You're sure?" asked the fourth voice. "Where else could it be?" snarled the second voice impatiently. "Well, if we are wrong, all of this will be for nothing and we will risk the master wrath," said the third voice. "This is the place, don't you worry now, come on," growled the first voice. The 4 bulbs of light approached the cave entrance. "They'll never know what hit them, fools. They are all fools for thinking they'd ever be saved." Not for the first time since arriving in Cambodia were Harry's dreams troubled. At first he saw that strange dark mansion on the top of a hill. Far, far, far away from where he stood he saw the outline of a small village at its feet. Then the dream seemed to shatter into a million little pieces and he felt as if he was free falling through space before another dream snatched him up. This time he saw the face of a small stout man who had a great resemblance to a rat. Wormtail, or Peter Pettigrew as his birth name was. Harry couldn't quite comprehend what he saw, but his scar was stinging slightly and uncomfortably. Wormtail was doing something. Then Harry saw faces of people he didn't know. Grim, dark faces, dirty faces with sneers and hateful expression on them. They were all dressed in black. A group of 4 flashed before his eyes and he saw them striding through lush greenery, their wands ready in their hands. The entrance to the caves flashed before him and he flinched in his dream. And then the strange voice echoed through his head again for the 3rd time in just as many nights. "Destroy the first, it's the only way. Destroy. Save us." There was a deafening bang inside his head and Harry bolted upwards, gasping for air. He was back in the tunnel with the others. It was dark except for some of the green torches that burned on the walls. The even breathing of the others filled the silence around him. And yet he felt as if the after echoes of that explosion were lingering in the air around him. Was he imagining it, or was the ground vibrating ever so slightly? Bad dreams. Harry nearly yelped and turned quick as a snake. Gods above, Daphne, he whispered furiously and put one hand over his wildly beating heart. Don't do that again, I nearly had a heart attack. She smiled. Sorry, but you seemed to have some pretty nasty dreams there. Harry shrugged, then he froze. Were you watching me sleep, Greengrass? He asked with raised eyebrows. Daphne blushed and tried to hide it. Of course not, you disturbed me with your muttering and trashing. It's a miracle nobody else woke up, she snapped, still embarrassed. Harry looked around concerned. Sorry for waking you, he said. Daphne shook her head. You didn't, you're not the only one having trouble sleeping, she said. Wrapping his blanket around his shoulders, Harry slowly got up and walked over to her. He sat down next to her, leaning against the smooth stone, staring blankly at the sleeping forms of the others. Thinking about what happened today? He asked silently. She nodded. They sat in silence for a while. It's not quite what you thought it would be, right? He asked. No, I thought I knew what I was signing up for, she stated dryly. Then she sighed heavily and stared moodily at the opposite wall. Why are healers in training required to come along on curse-breaking missions anyway? Harry asked. 2 reasons actually. 1, if field experience. All healers have to have some kind of work experience in different types of work or surroundings to learn to adapt and react quickly and precisely. The other reason is that my apprenticeship to Rashid is supervised by Gringotts. I want to be a healer for the Curse Breaker Guild mainly. Once I am done, I'd love to travel the world and have some adventures, but my family frowns upon these plans. If I do it, I will be a lot on the road, constantly moving from one mission to another. They think I might not fulfill my role as head of house sufficiently enough, and now that I've gotten my first real taste of adventure, I'm starting to doubt my decision too, she explained hesitantly. Harry nodded. He could understand that. Yeah, I know what you mean. When I first met Bill and talked with him about curse breaking, he told me that most people think of curse breakers as irresponsible adventurers, but the job isn't all fun and games. It is dangerous and taxing, and that people get injured or killed. Bill once said that we're messing with forces bigger than us, and he's right. These places that we willing go to and explore are very dangerous, but we do it anyway because we know it's a threat to our fellow people and we want to protect them from it. Most people though are ungrateful for what we do because they can see no real results. We are a shield, but we're only as strong as our weakest member, and that's where you healers come in. You make sure that there will be people to uphold that shield. You are part of them and aren't healing and protecting 2 principles that your family values. They should be proud that you want to do this. You are meant to be a healer in my eyes, Daphne. You are not only good at it and passionate about it, it's also what you want. Don't let your family's opinion dishearten you. You really think so? She asked. I know so. As for the adventure part, this is the first time in your life you have been stuck in a magical cave full of challenges and monsters, right? So it is for me. Most of the time I don't know what I am doing and usually just follow and try not to be in the way, but that's why we're here to learn. You said healers need to know different work situations. Here you have one. Take your fear and uncertainty, embrace them and turn them into something productive. He smiled at her. How can you be so calm? Daphne asked and studied his face. I'm not, Harry said with a smile. But these past 3 years have helped me learn to keep my cool and head leveled. Mostly there is nothing like looking death into the eye to help clear your mind and sort out your priorities. You know, 13-year-olds shouldn't say things like you so calmly and deadly serious, she stated. Harry for some reason laughed slightly, and then he looked around, scooted a bit closer to her and whispered, 14. Excuse me? She asked confused. Actually I'm 14. Don't tell anyone, but my birthday was a few days ago. Daphne's eyes widened. And you didn't tell anyone? She hissed. Well, to be honest, I'd forgotten myself. I only noticed it a day later. She shook her head. Only you, Harry. Happy birthday. This must be not the ideal birthday, I take it. Are you kidding me? That was the best birthday I ever had. It still is, he said happily. She looked at him funnily. Your birthdays usually must really beat then, she concluded. He scoffed. You don't even know half of it. Obviously noticing the change of tone, Daphne went to change the topic. Do you mean to say that it's already August? She asked. It was August 1st we entered the cave. Don't know how much time has passed. I wasn't able to cast a Tempest charm, Harry said with a shrug. Daphne sighed. Still, it's crazy how fast time flies, she said. She added a bit saddened as she looked towards the ceiling. I miss the sky. I know we haven't been here for long, but I really detest underground places. Me too, Harry confessed. I love being up in the air on a broom. It's the most amazing feeling ever, but underground I feel trapped. Because it reminds me of the cupboard under the stairs back in Surrey, he added bitterly in his thoughts. I like flying, but I like having both my feet on the ground more, she said lightly, and I love swimming and sailing. Last summer my father took us on a trip to our family island in the Caribbean. It was amazing. Harry raised his eyebrows. Your family owns an island? She smirked at him. Yeah, many old families own islands. Envious? She asked slyly. He shook his head and replied dryly. No, but it explains the posh behavior. I give you posh behavior, she told him and cuffed him in the side. They laughed lowly and Harry asked, better? Her eyes were alight with new fire. Yeah, a lot actually, she replied. Think you will be able to sleep a bit more? Will you be? Maybe. She smiled. Good night, Harry, she said warmly and put a hand on his shoulder. Then she stood up and walked back to her bedroll. Good night, Daphne, he whispered, and he too returned to his bed. Later that day, or night, nobody was really sure. Bill shook him awake and said, time to get up, Harry, we're moving again. Harry nodded, sat up, stretched and then went to pack his things together. Breakfast was protein bars and water. They continued walking in the same fashion as before. The glow sticks had recharged during their break and glowed brighter than ever in the oppressing darkness. Harry walked close to the walls. He wanted to see the pictures, the fainted colors, the details. He wanted to understand what had happened here. What the reason was they were in here right now. Fleur tried to distract Daphne, Luna and him with some French exercises, but somehow Harry wasn't in the mood. Fleur noticed this and stopped trying after a while. There was again only little conversation, and those who talked spoke silently. Nobody knew what lay ahead and nobody wanted to disturb what might lay ahead. At some point, Daphne walked next to him. Did you sleep well after last night? He asked her. She nodded. I did, thank you for asking. I was more exhausted than I had realized, she said. Me too. If Bill hadn't woken me I could have slept for another day. The path got narrower and they had to walk in a single line to pass through. He walked behind Daphne. The ceiling was low too. Bill, Thomas, Atticus and Mr. Lovegood had to tuck in their heads. I'm just glad that there are no spiders here or bats, Harry muttered. Daphne snorted. But magical water monsters are okay? She asked. They at least can't crawl under your clothes or make disgusting sticky webs that you can run into. Harry replied, or flap around your head unannounced. Someone has his priorities straight, she replied dryly. Sarcasm doesn't suit you. But you. Daphne, I am 5 feet 4 inches and weigh a bit more than 100 pounds. Sarcasm is the only weapon I have. I can't believe you are afraid of spiders and bats, Daphne whispered, shaking her head. I am not afraid of bats and I only strongly dislike spiders. You would too if you had been chased by hundreds of acromantulas through the forbidden forest, he whispered in her ear. When did that happen? She asked. Second year. When people nearly got turned to stone because of a free-roaming basilisk. She asked. Yes, spiders fear basilisks. Ron and I saw them leave the castle in their thousands, and then Hagrid said that we should follow the spiders if we wanted answers. He couldn't explain what he meant with that because they were in the process of arresting him. Ron and I still went and found a nest of these beasts. Their king was gigantic. At first we thought he was relatively friendly because we were friends of Hagrid's, but then it told us we were food for his children. Luckily the Ron's family's car saved us. Oh, I heard that story, Daphne interrupted him. You damaged the Whomping Willow. Professor Snape was livid that evening, scared the first years senseless. Yeah, anyway, that's why I don't like spiders, Harry concluded. Daphne shook her head, but he couldn't see her face because he was still walking behind her. Unbelievable, she finally said. You really get away with everything. Harry spluttered indignantly. Tell that to the many detentions I had to serve, he said, scrubbing cauldron bottoms and the ceiling of the potions classrooms, or write autographs with Gilderoy Lockhart. Ugh, that was the worst. Or the many points we got deducted for smuggling a baby dragon out of Hogwarts. She turned. You did what? She asked, disbelieving. Harry blushed. Nothing. But Bill, who walked behind him, piped up. Oh, Charlie told me about that. Someone at Hogwarts illegally hatched a dragon. Harry was glad Bill didn't mention Hagrid's name. And Harry, My brother Ron and their friend Hermione Granger found out about it. They knew it was forbidden, so they contacted my brother Charlie. He's a dragon master in Romania, and he came with some friends in the middle of the night to pick up the dragon and take it to the dragon enclosure they work at. Ron told me in secret that they weren't caught at the actual exchange but afterwards when they went back to the Gryffindor common room. Daphne was giggling and most of the others had either disbelieving or shook their heads smiling. Hogwarts seems to be a lot more interesting than it was at my time, Atticus said with a sad smile. It's mostly Harry's fault. He attracts trouble like magnet, Daphne said. Guilty, Harry muttered. Bobaddon's is nosing like Zat. Everything is proper and in its place, no adventures. Fleur said. Yeah, well, I haven't given up on a quiet year at Hogwarts yet, Harry sighed. And he jinxed it, Rashid said dramatically. You are doomed. Thomas laughed. Thanks, this is friendship, Harry muttered dryly, making everybody laugh. We have nothing if we don't believe in something, Luna said softly from somewhere behind Harry. He smiled. Thanks Luna, that's what I was thinking. You're welcome Harry. Harry's feet were starting to hurt. How long had they been walking? 5 hours. Maybe 6. Nothing had happened. Eric was the first to voice his discomfort. I don't like this, he growled. This has to be a trick, so we let our guards down and then, bam. Something strikes. Are you sure you and Mad Eyes aren't related? Thomas breathed silently. Eric gave him the one-finger salute. Alice spoke up. Guys, look at the walls. All had turned to the walls and the carvings. Except there were no carvings anymore. Hang on, Mr. Lovegood said and walked a few steps backwards. Here is the last picture, he exclaimed. They gathered around him. The carving was bigger than the others. It showed a figure in long robes standing on a hilltop. The left hand was raised high above the head, and from the fist that seemed to hold something, came long rays of light. And to the feet of the hill lay a town, half in ruins. One of the rays of light from the figure's raised fist was heading right towards the untouched part of the city. The message was clear. It's destruction, Mr. Lovegood said with a sad look on his face. The walls are blank because afterwards, there was nothing there anymore. But what about when they built these caves and hid the weapon here? Harry asked. That still happened. Why didn't they show it here? He asked. A good question. Maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't, Mr. Lovegood said with a shrug. Does it give a hint as to what that weapon might be? A spell maybe? Atticus asked. Something worse than the killing curse? Daphne asked. There are a lot of things worse than the killing curse. The killing curse is quick and painless. It ends your life in a second, and although it is horrible to use, it is not the worst spell out there. The Cruciatus curse, for instance, horrible. That one drove many wizards insane or even killed them because their hearts couldn't take the stain, Eric muttered. Eric, enough, Bill hissed. Harry knew about the killing curse, of course. He was after all the only survivor. The Cruciatus curse though, he thought he remembered hearing about it, but he couldn't quite put it anywhere. Let's continue walking, Atticus said. I have the strong feeling that we will have our fair share of trouble soon enough. Let's enjoy while we still can. Harry, Daphne, Luna and Fleur were walking in the back of the group. They weren't talking much, but they were all closest in age to each other, more or less, and enjoyed each other's company. Look at this, Daddy, Luna suddenly said and stopped. Everyone turned around. Luna had stopped and was looking up at the top of the left tunnel wall. Harry thought at first it was a crack in the wall. A very oddly shaped crack. Then realized it was a carving. A tiny carving, very fine and delicate. Mr. Lovegood stood on tiptoes and examined it closer in the light of this green glow stick. Interesting, he said. What does it say? Atticus asked. The words are very old, but I think they say, destroy the first. Harry shivered violently. But nobody noticed. And I think there is a lightning rune next to it, Mr. Lovegood observed. Make way, Eric muttered and looked at the carving himself. That's a lightning bolt all right, and if it does say, destroy, then the analogy isn't so far off. Lightning stands for untamable energy that strikes down from the heavens. It's a force older than anything else and marks the end of something. Lightning is seen as the gods' favorite weapon of choice and is seen as a messenger from the gods. At the same time, people struck by lightning used to be considered as blessed or enlightened, but it also stands for fertility as life-giving. Eric scratched his scruffy chin. So the rune is either supposed to underline the need to destroy this first thing, or it is meant as something that comes after the destruction. After everything is gone, lightning will strike down for new life. Harry felt his throat closing up. His lightning scar prickled. His parents had been killed, his life virtually destroyed. But he had lived through Voldemort's killing curse. Life had followed destruction. There could be no coincidence that his scar was shaped like a lightning bolt. And how does that help us? Rashid asked. I don't know, but we should keep it in mind, I guess, Eric said gruffly. Yes, we defiantly should, Harry thought. They only stopped for short breaks in which they would eat something or drink some water. Harry's feet felt like they were one giant blister. Rashid looked at them, murmured some spells and put a tincture on them, and afterwards it was better, but the general aching wouldn't leave his body. The path had become more difficult. It went up and down. Sometimes they had to scale walls up and down to continue their path or rob on their bellies along the floor because it was so narrow. Other times they walked through tunnels as big and wide as Hogwarts' Great Hall. All through the walls remained blank, and only every few meters a torch burning with green fire would lighten their path. Their magic still worked backwards. They tried in regular intervals, but so far nothing. It was after their lunch break that Harry began to think something was off. And only when they continued walking it became clearer and clearer that something wasn't right. It only appeared to Harry when he turned to Daphne to ask her something, and her braided play hovered in the air above her head. He stared at it, stunned. What is it, Harry? Daphne asked, noticing his look. Your hair, Harry muttered. What about it? Please tell me there's nothing in it like a spider or a beetle, she asked, horrified with a shudder. No, it's flying. She stared at him. Come again, she asked. It's flying, and it's not just yours. Look at Fleur's hair. Fleur, how had her hair in a simple ponytail, hadn't noticed yet that it had taken on an independent life of itself and was happily flying through the air behind her. And hair wasn't the only thing flying. Hoods, strips, ropes, everything began to float gently upwards. Harry looked down at himself and noticed that the ends of his shoe ties were pointing straight upwards. The straps of his backpack floated horizontally next to him, and when he touched his hair it too pointed upwards as if electrified. Guys, Daphne said loudly, something's going on. They all turned to look, and their eyes widened when they saw the floating elements. What the? Bill breathed and looked down to see the arms of the jacket he had tied around his waist float happily in the air. Look, it's not just our stuff. Alice called out and pointed at the ground. Small pebbles and specks of dust hung centimeters above the ground and floated around, bumping into each other and knocking each other, of course. Where did the gravity go? Harry asked. It flew away, Bill suggested with a grin. Let's go and find out, Atticus mumbled. As they progressed, the more and more the gravity seemed to dwindle. Soon enough they had to move flying stones out of their path as they walked, and things really got tricky when Luna, the smallest and lightest person among them, suddenly lifted off the ground and rose, giggling under the ceiling. Luckily it was low so that they could grab her ankle and pull her back down. But like a balloon filled with helium she kept drifting upwards. And she wasn't the only one. Harry felt that he had problems taking steps soon after her. Once he jumped over a crevice in the ground and sailed at least 5 meters straight through the air before gently and slowly touching down again. Bill. You might wanna hold on to me, Harry said, a bit panicked when he started drifting upwards and there was absolutely nothing he could do to get back down. In front of them the tunnel widened once again and Harry was afraid he might drift out of reach. It was an unreal sensation drifting completely weightless in the air. Bill's reassuring grip on his shoulder was comforting, but he now all but dragged Harry because walking in the air didn't get Harry forwards. Soon Alice grabbed his other shoulder and pushed down. Thomas did the same with Luna. Daphne, who walked next to Alice, kept eyeing Harry critically. Should I feel offended that apparently I am heavier than you? She asked after a while. Hey, if you want we can switch places, Harry mumbled, irritated. She smirked. Nah, I think it's all fine the way it is. Heads up, Eric called from ahead of them. The tunnel stopped abruptly and they found themselves in the entrance to a dome-like cavern. The entire Quidditch stadium at Hogwarts would have fitted in here nicely, Harry thought as they walked on. There was nothing in the dome-like cavern but smooth gray walls and floor. At least so it seemed on the first gaze. Daphne gave a sudden yelp and Harry turned his head to see what was wrong. Daphne was rapidly gaining altitude. Thomas reached out to grab her, but in doing so he let go of Luna, and Mr. Lovegood, who wasn't expecting that, lost hold of his daughter too. Now both girls drifted rapidly upwards towards the tall ceiling. Horrified, they all stared after them, frozen. And as Harry stared at the ceiling, he noticed that there seemed to float something underneath it. Not just one something, lots of something. They were long and heavy looking, but they weren't rocks. Harry swallowed when one of the things turned in mid-flight and he saw what it was. It was a corpse. Daphne and Luna, who were drifting closer to them, recognized them too and started screaming. That seemed to wake everyone up. Quickly, what do we do? Alice shouted. I don't know, we can't really use magic, remember? Thomas countered, still staring upwards to where his niece was disappearing. And our brooms don't work either, Rashid reminded them. Maybe if the reverse magic is still active, we could try a feather light charm, Bill suggested. And what? Aim it at the girls so they drop from up there to down here with now secure means of catching them. Thomas asked. No thanks, he added. Well, we could use the Ascendio, or l'art ascendere, Bill suggested. On a hunch I'm not going to risk my niece's life, and I doubt so would Xenophilius, Thomas growled. Bill narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything else. How about I drift up there and grab them? Harry asked. And how do we get you down again? Atticus asked with a raised eyebrow. Easy. Does anyone have a really long rope? Harry asked. Eric did indeed have his magical rope that grew more, the more you needed. It was very strong and easy to handle. They tied one end securely to Harry's feet, before huddling around to hold onto the rope together to form some sort of anchor, so nobody else would randomly start to drift off. They would have loved to use magic, but with the reverse spell still intact there was no way of knowing what consequences that might have or how their spells would turn out. So once they were sure Harry was secure, they let him go. Off in the general direction of the girls. As Harry slowly rose up, he tried to find out what the situation up there was. The girls had been shouting in fright a lot as they had drifted upwards between the corpses. They had reached the ceiling by the time Harry and the others had formulated their plan and now hung under the ceiling, trying to crawl it along, away from the lifeless bodies of maybe a dozen men and women. What was so unnerving was that the bodies were decaying or skeletons but looked as if their former occupants only had died hours or maybe a few days ago. Their faces were slack, their hair formed halos around their faces and their limbs were sprawled in all directions. Daphne and Luna managed to grab hands and hold onto each other. Whenever a corpse would drift too close they would kick it away or crawl away. But it was difficult and exhausting. The dead people around them were unsettling and sent cold shivers down the girls' backs. This isn't right, Luna mumbled and clung to Daphne's arm, looking around with big round eyes. They shouldn't be here. You know else shouldn't be here. Daphne whispered back, us. They are trapped here, they can't move on, Luna said with remorse, and we can't help them. What are you talking about? Daphne asked in a slightly high-pitched voice. Their souls, they are traveled inside their bodies, they can't move on. I still don't get it, Daphne muttered. There is a reason why we bury or burn our dead. We set their soul free from their mortal bindings, so they can join the afterworld, but these souls, they are trapped. Something preserves their bodies, keeps them trapped. Luna was close to tears now. They are screaming in there, she whispered. Daphne wasn't sure how to react to it, so she grabbed Luna closer and softly turned the younger girl's head away. Then she saw Harry slowly drifting up to them, tied to a rope like bait on a string, and she smiled. Look Luna, Harry is coming to save us, she said excitedly. Harry was now within easy talking distance. Hey girls, what's up? He asked with a cocky smile. Ah, you know, we're just hanging around, Daphne replied lightly. Harry smiled back. Sounds nice, he commented. It's pretty boring actually. I'd rather do more lucrative things with my time than stare holes in the air, Daphne admitted with a shrug. You seem pretty down to earth, Harry remarked. We can't all be such airheads like Draco Malfoy, Daphne said firmly. Yeah, that guy really has his head in the clouds. He so needs to come back down to earth, she agreed. Agreed, Harry said with a smirk. Okay, enough with the bad puns, Daphne said. Get us down from here, Potter. I assume you have a plan, right? You assume too much, Harry said gravely, then had added quickly, but not today, we have a plan. Good, Daphne said. I would have killed you otherwise, or cut that rope so that you would hang here us. She threatened. I don't have to save you, you know. He answered somewhat piqued. She smiled back at him. We both know that's a lie, she said sweetly. Just get going so we can get back down, he said. Afraid of heights, She teased. I wouldn't play Quidditch if that was the case. True. Daphne concentrated and pushed herself and Luna off from the ceiling. They slowly sailed towards Harry, who had both hands outstretched, ready to catch them. Luna got one hand, Daphne the other. I got them. Harry shouted down. Daphne saw how the rope on Harry's ankles slowly dragged them down, but they had only gotten a few meters down when from downstairs came the loud shout from Atticus, "You guys are too heavy. You start dragging all of us up." "How is that possible?" Daphne asked. "It shouldn't be," Luna said shakily. "It's magic, not physics." Harry muttered. "Well, it doesn't change that fact that we are too heavy," Luna sighed. "Well, it can't be my fault. Daphne is the heaviest of us three after all." Harry immediately shouted. Daphne sent him a murderous glare. "What, you said it yourself," he said defensively with a slight smirk. "Just get Luna down. She can't stay up here any longer. The bodies upset her," she said. "And they don't freak you out?" Harry asked as he took hold of Luna. "Of course not. I recall 2 people screaming up here." "Shut up and get her down." "Yes, milady." With that, Daphne let go and drifted back up against the ceiling. Harry tugged at the rope and shouted, "Try it." How? This time they were able to pull them down. Once Luna was safely down and secure, Harry went back up to collect Daphne. "How's the air up here treating you?" "A bit stale, to be honest." A corpse sailed by. "I wonder how they got up here," she wondered. "Probably the same way you did, except they didn't have an awesome friend like me to pull them back down." "You got a pretty high opinion of yourself. At least I'm not the one dangling helplessly like balloon under the ceiling." She rolled her eyes and reached out to grab his hand. "I swear, Potter, once we get down there again and are out of here, I'm gonna kick your ass." "You think you could do that?" "Yes." "Wow, you're quite the high flyer, are you not?" "What did I say about bad puns?" Harry laughed and grabbed her hand tightly and pulled her closer. 2 corpses collided soundlessly a few meters away and then sat off in different directions again. "Seriously though, who are they? How did they get here? Is there maybe another way in?" Daphne asked silently. "Don't know, maybe," Harry replied. "I don't like it," Daphne said darkly. "Neither do I." Back down with the others, they found out that Luna had already told the others of the body drifting under the ceiling. "Well, it is possible that they had heard the same legends as we. Haven't found this place some other way. Maybe they were tomb raiders or archaeologists or adventurers. Whatever they were, they got carried up there and probably died of dehydration," Rashid reasoned. "Do you think we will find more bodies in here?" Fleur asked. "Maybe. I don't care as long as none of us gets added to their numbers," Eric growled. Getting out of the dome was difficult as well. They had to cross the entire cavern, even though they could start drifting upwards any second. In the end they huddled close together around Atticus, Eric and Bill, the heaviest people on their team, and all linked together so that they weighed down on the 3 men, who kept them all anchored, and at the same time they kept them from taking off for a flight. This arrangement required for them to move together as one and time everything correctly. They all were exhausted when they finally reached the safety of the next tunnel and gravity came back in one blow. Still, Atticus made them walk another mile or 2 before letting them rest for a while. After their little space adventure, the adults of their group kept a close eye on their young fledglings. Through Eric kept muttering about how it's always the young and inexperienced that die first. Harry tried to ignore him. They ate while they walked on. The incident had cost them time apparently. Harry wasn't quite aware they were on a tight schedule, but he wasn't going to ask about it. The walls remained blank, the path uneven and tricky, and Harry got bored. He let him wander far away, back to Britain. What the others might be doing right now. Then again, Harry had no clue what day it was or what time, so he could hardly imagine what might be going on in England. Ron was probably avoiding any of his remaining schoolwork. He was probably playing Quidditch against Ginny in the backyard of the burrow. And Hermione was either on holiday with her parents or working on some extra credits for her school work. No doubt she had long finished their homework. Harry wondered if anyone had told her that he was on a mission and that that was the reason why he wasn't answering her letters. He was sure Ron would have told her at some point. Sirius, well, Harry was sure that Sirius was by now a free man. How could he not be? The burden of proof was crushing. Even the most stupid person must have seen that he was innocent. So if Sirius was free, that probably meant that he was adjusting back to his old life. Harry wondered if he was looking for a place to live or a job. He tried to imagine that job interview. Frankly, he couldn't without grinning bitterly. And the thought of Sirius looking for a place to live filled him with excitement. Because any place Sirius chose would, hopefully, be the new home for him too. Harry wondered if Sirius was very angry with him. Sure, Remus Lupin would have explained everything, as would the Weasleys and Professor Dumbledore have, but still, Sirius had a temper and could be quite stubborn if he wanted to. This summer was really messed up, Harry concluded. A sudden hand on his shoulder brought him back to reality. To the reality of a dingy dark narrow tunnel deep underground somewhere in Cambodia. Oh joy! It was Fleur who had grabbed him. The French witch was pointing at Bill, who had been walking in front of the group. Bill was holding one arm up and scanning the tunnel before them with a critical eye. "What's wrong?" Atticus asked. As an answer, Bill rolled up the sleeves of his right arm and showed them a dark blue pulsing tattoo on the inside of his lower arm. It was a Gaelic rune and it symbolized danger. It was a warning rune. Harry was pleased with himself that he recognized it. Runes were hard. "I didn't know you had a tattoo, William," Fleur said, and something was off about her voice, Harry thought. She spoke deeper and it sounded like a cat purring. What was up with that? "It's not a tattoo," Bill said, his ears a bit red around the edges. "It's a rune I bewitched and burned into my arm. It warns me if any potentially harmful warding is around." Harry raised an eyebrow, like a detector. "Then why didn't it warn us when I ran into the shield?" "Because I have to literally stand right in front of the warding for a rune to detect it. I'm still working on its efficiency," Bill explained. "So there is danger somewhere here?" Atticus asked. "I don't see anything," Rashid mumbled. "That's the point," Bill explained and knelt down. He carefully swept the dust away. "Thought so," he said, and continued swiping the dust away. As he did, lines suddenly appeared on the ground. It took him a few minutes, but by the time he had swept away most of the dust, they all could see what it was. Touching the walls on both sides, lay before them a perfect circle of tiny runes. No, not a circle. It was a spiral. It began on the right cave wall and continued in perfect circles until it ended in the exact center of the circle with one single word. It was beautiful to look at, but Harry felt also a chill of fear running down his spine. "A runic circle, I can't believe my eyes," Eric muttered with big eyes. "See that word in the middle? That's pyr, it's the Greek word for fire. It's an elemental circle," he added. "What does that mean?" Atticus asked. "It means that if we had set as much as 1 foot inside that circle we would have been burned to ashes," Bill muttered darkly. "Oh," Alice muttered. "Can't we jump across it?" Daphne asked. "Stepping into or over it, it doesn't matter. The runes will register movement and activate. We'd still die," Bill said. "Oh," said Daphne. "Can you disable it?" Atticus asked Bill and Eric. Eric shook his head. "I know how to use its power, but I never learned how to break its power. It's not part of a rune master's curriculum." I think," Bill said. "It has the similar structures of offensive protective warding. It shouldn't take long." Bill set to work. Harry watched as he carved the rune for power before the spiral and tapped it. Immediately the whole spiral started glowing in a deep orange light that reminded Harry of fire. "Figures, it is a fire circle," Harry thought. Bill then slowly and carefully started carving his own runes in strategic places around and inside the spiral. Different sections of the long line of runes started glowing in different colors before it faded away. Smoke curled up and something smelled burned. He noticed that he wasn't the only one looking interested. "Why can't you disable the circle? You had no problem decursing the shield," Harry asked Eric after a while. "There is a significant difference between curse breaking, what we did with the shield, warding, what Bill does for a living, and runic magic, what I do," Eric said gruffly. "Warding is the use of runes, symbols, signs and words of power to ensure protection in all kinds of forms. It's about weaving their different powers together into one. Decursing, curse breaking, on the other hand, follows warding. It's about undoing what you put up before, but it's a different kind of magic than weaving magic together. Now you have, in reverse order, undo the connections between the different sets of powers and drain the power from their sources. For example, the runes, to drain them of their power we use counter spells or runes, depending on what you have to counter," Eric explained slowly. Harry nodded that he'd known before. "Runic magic, what I am a master in, is different though. While I know the same runes as any man who has studied wards, I use them differently. I have learned to tap into a rune's power and use it for my own. That means, if I paint a rune for strength for example and tap into its power, I can increase my own strength. Wow, that is seriously cool, Harry said with wide eyes. Eric nodded, looking somewhat pleased, pointed at Bill and continued, now, I know the significance of my runes and I can diffuse simple warding and alone standing runes, but things like a runic circle, the epitome of knowledge in warding and weaving magic together, is above my expertise. I had help with the decursing of the shield. Atticus and my wife, who does the translation of spell rolls for Gringotts, helped me figure out what spells were used in my section of the shield and which counter spells would be most effective. Once I knew that it was only a matter of casting the right spells in the right order. That is something any idiot can do. Are you calling yourself an idiot? Thomas asked, amused. Eric flipped him the finger and crossed his arms before his massive. Whatever the case, now you see why I don't destroy such epic works, he told Harry and pointed with his chin at Bill. Hey, I don't like this either, but do you know what I like even less? Being turned to ashes, Bill growled. What could you do if you tip into the circle's power? Harry asked. Different things, Eric said with a shrug. I could harness the fire power and wield and bend it the way I want to use it. I could make myself fireproof or simply absorb and save the power for later and transform it into a different kind of energy. There are different options, as I said. Harry nodded. That sounds awesome. Yeah, well, it's not easy and risky. Many wizards who have tapped into the power for runes and symbols have misjudged their power and as a result killed themselves, Eric said dryly. Really? Harry asked. Every symbol has power. They stand for something very realistic. Drawing, carving, saying it is like summoning it to you. It will be there, and if done wrongly, it can unleash its powers in the most horrible ways known to the world. So you always have to be careful with what you draw and doodle and make sure you do not infuse your magic in it. Harry nodded. I see. Done, Bill declared in that moment. He stepped back and nodded. That should do it. Should? Alice asked. There is a way to test it. Anyone got a rock or something they're not too attached to? Bill asked. Mr. Lovegood handed him a handkerchief. Bill threw it into the spiral. They watched as it slowly floated towards the ground and gently touched down. They held their breaths. Nothing happened. There, you see, safe, Bill said proudly. Eric raised a hand. I vote Weasley goes first, just to ensure it really is safe, he said. Bill pulled a face at him and then stepped into the spiral. And through. Nothing happened. They cheered and one after another crossed the circle. Can you show me some of your runic magic? Harry asked Eric as they continued their way. Maybe once we're out of here, or if the reverse magic thing stops. I don't know if it affects runes too, and I'd hate to die just because of a simple demonstration gone wrong, Eric muttered. Harry nodded. Later then, he said. He found himself along Luna's and Daphne's sides. How are you, Luna? He asked her kindly. She had been pretty shaken after the whole floating with corpses thing. Better, thank you for coming to our rescue, she said dreamily and squeezed his hand. Always, you're my friend, Luna. Really? That's nice, she whispered, before her eyes seemed to get lost somewhere in a distance Harry couldn't see. Daphne smiled. A knight in shining armor, so Gryffindor, she said cheekily and threw her hair back. Harry shrugged. You're just jealous because you had to play the part of the damsel in distress. She shoved him with her shoulder. Whatever, she said. Guys, check this out. Atticus called out joyfully some time later. In front of them rose two stone columns, forming an arch inside the relatively straight tunnel. The air inside the arch glimmered and glistened. And as if written by an invisible hand, words appeared on the ground before them. Welcome those that have wandered in fear but still managed to come here. Your bravery and skill shall be rewarded, but caution, for you are not yet at journey's end. Are you worthy? Are you not? The trails shall decide if you are, or not. Mr. Lovegood read out. Poetry was not their strongest skill, Daphne remarked. Harry suppressed a snort. You think it's safe to go through that? Eric asked skeptically. I think so. Luna piped up and skipped without any further word through the arch. As she crossed the swell, she seemed to glow for a second. She was on the other side and turned around with a bright smile on her face. Oh, how wonderful. You have to feel this. I feel so alive suddenly. So much stronger, she shouted happily. Looking at each other and then shrugging, one by one followed her. As Harry stepped through the arch, he gasped. A dazzling light seemed to come from under his skin and he felt as if something was slowly and carefully caressing his magic. It felt as if his core was joyfully jumping up and down inside of him, and a voice seemed to whisper, "Welcome." And then it was gone and Harry stepped through and onto the other side. Bewildered, he stared back at the arch. "Did you feel that? Did you hear that?" he asked Daphne. "What?" she asked, confused. "That prickling sensation inside of you, like when you are very happy, that feeling of safety?" he asked, trying to find the right words. She frowned. "I feel different, yes, but nothing like that. This place still gives me the creeps and I feel anything but safe." Harry shook his head. It was strange. He muttered, more to himself this time. "Hey, look!" came suddenly the joyous shout from Alice. She held up our wand and said, "Lumos." And to everybody's amazement and relief, the tip of her wand ignited. "I think the reverse magic is over," she said happily. "Maybe that's the reward," Atticus suggested. "I don't know about you, but I feel a lot better right now," Rashid said. They continued walking, but it was with a new sort of energy and purpose. They had their magic back, they were one step closer to their goal, whatever it was, and they were all still alive. Another surprise came a short while later, when suddenly Mr. Lovegood exclaimed, "I don't believe this." "What is it, Zeno?" Bill asked and stepped up to his neighbor. "Look at this is truly amazing," Mr. Lovegood said in awe. It truly was. The walls were once again covered in carvings and paintings. It started all of a sudden in the middle of the blank walls. Harry couldn't understand the meaning behind the pictures, but he felt happy to see them again. "What did they mean, Zeno?" Bill asked. "I thought after the destruction the only thing that happened was that they hid the weapon." He asked. "So I thought, my dear friend, and indeed, the Cambodian magical culture stood still, for there were nearly no magic users left and the land was half destroyed and half of the Muggles were dead too or had left. Like the wizards in Cambodia, there wasn't much going on. But in other parts of the world the time didn't stand still. The pictures show the fate of those that fled from the war in their homeland. Most of them landed in China, but a lot ran on and got further until they reached Europe and Russia. These pictures, my dear friends, date back to the beginning of the late Middle Ages, around the year 1250. The eccentric wizards exclaimed, delighted. "Wow!" the group exclaimed. "But, how did they get here?" Alice asked. "Good question. There should have been no one here to carve and paint them. How would they have? How could they have known in the first place about what happened on the other side of the world?" Mr. Lovegood suggested. "Magic then," Rashid said. "That seems to be the answer and explanation to everything, and yet it is not a very satisfying one. There is so much that we don't know yet about the power we can use," philosophized Mr. Lovegood thoughtfully. "So this is going to be a stroll through history then?" Eric asked. "I hate history," Harry muttered. "Binns is insufferable." "You shouldn't be too quick to judge, Mr. Potter. History teaches us valuable lessons. It tells us what to do and what not to do," Mr. Lovegood said kindly. Harry blushed. "But in this case it is not the general history of what happened in the world, but rather the tale of the descendants of Cambodia and how they lived on," Mr. Lovegood continued as he tailed a few carvings with his right index finger. "In the focus seems to be this family here," he pointed at 5 figures, painted from the front. "They appear in almost every picture." He pointed the 5 out in different sections of the wall. "Any clue who they are?" Atticus asked. "Magicians. They fled the war, and after years on the road they found themselves in what today would be Germany, but from there on they split apart yet again. What their fates are I cannot tell at this point, but I'm sure that if we continue we'll learn more." The others continues moving, but Harry remained a second longer to look at the 5 figures. Although they were only painted from the front, Harry had to admit that it was done in great detail. They all looked a lot alike, with their dark hair and darkish skin and Asian faces. There was only one woman though, and she was holding a sword. Harry shivered again. What was wrong with him? He quickly went to catch up with the others. That night, dinner was an entirely different matter. Thanks to their now once again normal magic, they could prepare the magical food they had packed correctly and feast on the most delicious things. Harry ate 3 pieces of treacle tart alone. And he felt great afterwards. His dreams weren't great though. It was mostly dark and sometimes lightning would crack around him and wind would tear at his cloths. He could feel his was holding something hard and smooth in his right hand, and for some reason he felt remorse and grief. He raised his arm and threw whatever he was holding down, and down it went, deep, deep, deep down, and even deeper, to where no sunlight would ever reach it and to where no man should ever have access to it again. He woke with a start and a wild beating heart. Harry woke to Alice gently shaking his shoulder. She was smiling at him broadly and said, "Morning sleepyhead, get up, we leave in 15 minutes. Harry cursed and jumped to his feet. "Why do you only wake me now?" he asked as he slipped into his waistcoat and fastened the buckles. He put his glasses so with one hand while rushing a comb through his hair with the other hand. He laced up his boots as quickly as he could and turned around again. "Is there any breakfast left?" He stopped abruptly when he saw that he was the only one up and standing and completely dressed. Everybody else was either still in the process of getting up and getting dressed or were only staring to rise. "Oh, very funny, Alice," he spat and folded high arms. "On the bright side, you can help me with breakfast since you are already ready." Alice giggled and waved him over to the portable fireplace Eric had brought along. "You are so easily fooled," Eric sneered smugly. Harry shot him his best, shut it, glare and moved towards Alice. Still grumbling, he began to unfold the pots and pans they would need for breakfast. They were magical and ingenious. Every pot, plate, frying pan and other cooking utensil was jinxed so that it could be folded or rolled up to the size of Harry's palm. Normally people would prefer shrinking charms, but this was just as effective and amazed Harry every time again. Alice dished up a typical English breakfast with Harry's help. Scrambled eggs with bacon, beans, tomatoes and pickles, peppermint tea and orange juice were served along with the food. "Now that our magic is back to normal," Atticus began, "except for the brooms." Bill interrupted him promptly. "Except for the brooms," Atticus agreed with an exasperated look. "I think we should try and see if we can anticipate any further challenges." "How?" Luna asked. "Well, there is a spell that, when preformed, can detect paths and project them for the caster onto a map." "Neat," Harry remarked while shoving another sausage down his throat. "Ever heard of chewing?" Daphne asked, slightly disgusted. "I have, but it takes too much time away," Harry replied. "Anyway," Eric continued, "it's worth a try. If it works, will we be able to see how much further it is?" Daphne asked. "If it works, then yes," Atticus said confidently. "Is it accurate?" Harry asked. "Depends, it will show us the general outline and way of the path. If you mean to ask if it will warn us about challenges, then no, I doubt it will be able to do that," Eric replied this time. "What day is it anyway?" Alice asked. Bill cast a Tempest charm. "It's the 3rd of August and it's currently 3 am, he pronounced. "Wow," Harry muttered. "You can say that twice, it feels longer than 3 days, Thomas agreed. "It doesn't matter, pack up everybody and be ready in 15, Atticus ordered, and with a side glance at Harry he added, "For real this time." As soon as they all had packed up and gathered around Atticus, Eric bent down and placed an empty sheet of parchment down on the ground. Atticus, facing the tunnel the way they were going, started chanting lowly and concentrated while waving his wand in smaller turning circles. He then crossed through it with his wand and then jabbed his wand as if he was stabbing someone. A stream of purple light left his wand and flew down the tunnel, disappearing in the tunnel. There was silence for a few seconds and Harry was tempted to ask if that was all, when the purple light returned with a loud whistling noise. With reflexes faster than any seeker, Atticus snatched the light with his bare hand, hastily knelt down and slammed the hand with the light flat down onto the parchment. The parchment started glowing, and when Atticus pulled back his hand, Harry could see how fine black lines started to spread over the paper and then took on different colors. Lastly, a small green dot appeared on the map. "That's us," Atticus explained and pointed at the dot. Looking closer at the dot, Harry saw that it wasn't 1 but 10, all clustered together. Harry had to think of the Marauders map Fred and George had given him last winter. "Which one is me?" he asked. "How about the oddly shaped one right there?" Daphne suggested. "Very funny," Harry said dryly. "Knock it off, you two," Thomas said. The two teens shut up but still rolled their eyes at each other and then grinned. "I said knock it off," Thomas said without looking at them. They suppressed their snickers. Thomas sighed and went to study the map with Atticus, Eric and Bill. "All right, so the path seems pretty continuously. There seem to be a lot of caves along the way and all around us, and there seems to be an underground river, but other than that, seems pretty ordinary," Atticus mumbled. "Nonetheless, this quest is anything but ordinary," Eric growled. "We keep both eyes open as USAL. Now let's get going." The map didn't turn out to be as accurate as they had hoped. The tunnel they had been following for a while now opened up and they stepped out onto a small plateau that dangled so high up in the air that below them, just like the deep black gullet of the earth itself. Harry shivered. That thought was not particularly comforting. Above them the walls rose steep upwards like the insides of a volcano. Just without a mouth at the top. And about 40 meters below them on the other side, approximately 60 meters away, was another plateau from where the tunnel continued. But there was no way across. Seems like the map couldn't have warned us about that, Harry muttered. What would you have done if it had? Dug a new tunnel somewhere else? Bill asked him with raised eyebrows. Just saying, Harry muttered. Shaking his head, Bill turned away with a smile and instead addressed the others. Our magic works normal again, let's try and use brooms. Bill suggested. You really think they work all of a sudden? Alice asked him skeptically. No, Bill said with a smile. He took out his clean sweep 7. But it's worth a try. He jumped in the air but promptly came back down again. Okay, no brooms then, Fleur said dryly as Bill put the broom away again. I have an idea. I have my magical rope. Let's stick it to the walls with a strong sticking charm and skive it down to the other side, Eric suggested. The angle isn't too steep, around 60 degrees. I'd say with enough momentum behind it, every one of us should make it across. Harry was impressed by the scientific approach Eric had chosen, for he had come to the same conclusion. It might be a problem for Luna. She's pretty light and slim. She would have to go with someone across, he offered. Eric looked a bit surprised but then nodded. Fleur peeked over the edge. Across that? She asked and shuddered. I feel safer with Z broom idea. It's the best idea we have, Atticus said, and I can think of nothing else or better. So Eric bewitched both ends of the magical rope and stuck one end to the inside of the tunnel, where it held strongly, and then propelled the rest of the rope with a short spell to the other side. The sticky end there latched onto the cave wall just above the tunnel entrance, and then the rope went taut. Bill skeptically plucked at the rope, now strong and hard as if made from steel, and said, I say Eric goes first in case this doesn't hold. Eric gave him the one-finger salute and produced a second rope from the depth of his backpack. Not without safety, you idiot. He attached one end of the rope to the cave walls but wrapped the rest around him. That way, should I fall down, you can still pull me back up, he explained with a scowl. We could just use magic, Daphne suggested. And what if the cave suddenly decides that we can't use magic again? Eric growled back, I'm not taking any chances, Missy. With these last words he threw his belt over the rope, holding it with his hands on both sides, and jumped off the ledge, gliding along the rope across the chasm and towards the other side. They cheered as they saw that the rope was holding and followed Eric's rapid progress. Sadly, none of the people present was a real physics genius. The angle between the two platforms was relatively steep and caused Eric to pick up a lot of speed. And nobody had thought about how to or when to slow down. Eric was now heading directly for the tunnel in the wall, and there was no way of stopping him. Sure, it was better than actually crashing into real solid rock, but still. They tried to cast spells to reduce his speed, but it was too late. Meanwhile, having seen his predicament, Eric had come to the only logical conclusion. He let go of his belt as soon as he was above the platform, and instead of crashing into the wall, he went flying down the tunnel and out of sight. There were a couple of crashes and yells, more crashed and banging noises, before it went still. The group winced collectively every time there was a crash. But now they froze, listening and searching for a sign that their rune master was all right. After a few seconds a hoarse, I'm all right, came from the dark tunnel opening. They began cheering again. Eric emerged a few moments later, stiff and limping but otherwise fine. He cast a few quick spells so that the entire platform was coated in soft thick air mattresses to break the others' fall. Good thing he went first, Bill grinned. I heard that, Weasley. Eric shouted from the other side. Bill pouted. Okay, who is next? Atticus asked with a smirk and turned around to face the gathered team. Oh, me. Harry shouted and raised his hand. Bill looked at him with raised eyebrows. Harry shrugged. What? It looks like fun, he said and stepped up next to Atticus. He grabbed the belt and took a deep breath, while bouncing slightly up and down on the balls of his feet. Once Atticus had tightened the security rope around him, he went a few steps back to get a good start. With 3 quick steps he was at the ledge and jumped off. Witness me, he shouted joyfully, his hands clutching the leather belt as he dashed downwards. He whooped with joy as the headwind tore at his hair, and with the feeling of flying the adrenaline kicked in and everything seemed to slow down and become clearer. He could feel his heart beat. his blood rushing through his veins, and Harry had never felt more alive. Below him there was nothing and above him was nothing. It was amazing. The actual ride only took a few seconds, if at all, but it felt longer. Just above the platform Harry let go and his momentum carried him the rest of the way. He made an unwilling somersault in the air before crashing heavily into the soft air mattresses. He bounced twice before lying still. Blood rushed through his body and he felt lightheaded. He giggled. He could dimly hear the cheering and whistling from the others. He gave them a thumbs up from where lay. The laughter and cheers grew louder. Eric appeared above him and extended one hand. Harry grabbed it and the rune master pulled him up. "You got guts, Potter, I gotta admit that," he said gruffly. "Now make room for the next one." Harry staggered into the inside of the tunnel and waited. The next one was Daphne. She gave him a high five once he helped her get to her feet after landing less than gracefully on her behind. "We rocked, that was awesome," she declared. "I know, right?" he agreed and smiled widely. Rashid, Hal, landed next to them that moment, just looked at them and shook his head. "Teenagers, I will never understand them." Luna and her father were next and they came together. The landing was a bit awkward but they managed. That was fun," Luna said. She said it with usual calm and dreamy voice, but her cheeks were flushed and her eyes seemed brighter. Mr. Lovegood brushed off his robes, a particular vivid purple today, and rearranged his long hair. "Quiet, the adventure not what I had expected when I offered my knowledge for this mission. No magical creatures down here, a pity, really, but we can't change that," he muttered. Daphne and Harry exchanged short glances, unsure what or if at all to respond. So instead they returned to await the others' arrival. Thomas jumped to his feet as they turned around and shouldered his backpack anew. "You all right?" he asked. They nodded. "All right then," he said and made way for Atticus. Fleur was next. Harry didn't know what she did or if it was something she had done, but for some reason she suddenly stopped midway, dangling precautious from the rope, panic clear on her face. Harry knew that she was secured by the second rope, but nonetheless, if she did fall and hit the walls while swinging from the rope, she could get seriously hurt. Bill was the only other person on the other side, and to Harry's horror for some reason he was about to set off down the rope himself. What was he thinking? Fleur was quiet, obviously hanging on the rope. And Bill himself wasn't secured by a second rope. So what was he doing? The answer became quite obvious when Bill jumped off the ledge and skived down the rope towards the panicking Fleur. Then everything went really fast. "Fleur, brace yourself," Bill shouted. Fleur had about a second to look up and understand, before Bill crashed into her. His momentum was strong enough to knock her free, send them both down the line. Bill wrapped his legs around her, as she held onto him. Above the platform Bill let go, wrapping his arms around Fleur, absorbing the impact with the mattresses and protecting her. They rolled a few feet, coming to a stop at the tunnel entrance with Bill on top of Fleur. Both were breathing heavily, their faces only inches apart. "Are you all right?" Bill panted, and Harry could hear his worry and panic. Fleur could only nod and swallowed. "Thank Merlin," Bill groaned. "You saved me," Fleur whispered, slightly teary-eyed. Bill blushed to the tip of his ears. "It was nothing," he mumbled humbly. Fleur leaned upwards and kissed at him quickly on the cheek. "It wasn't nothing," she disagreed. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Bill said. They stared at each other for a few more seconds. Wand would have continued to do so had Thomas not cleared his throat in amusement and asked slightly taunting, "If you two are done?" Only then the two seemed to realize their slightly compromising position. Now Fleur blushed too, and Bill hastily got to his feet. Sorry, I didn't meant to, I mean, yes, I'm sorry." Bill stammered. Fleur too seemed slightly flustered. "It's all right, you had to." Harry suppressed a laugh. Finally the two of them had gotten to their feet. "Onwards then," Atticus said. "What about the ropes?" Harry asked, suddenly uneasy. "What about them?" Atticus asked. "Are we gonna leave them here?" Harry asked. "I've got more," Eric supplied helpfully. "No, should we really leave them here? Why not? If this is our way back, we save time. If we leave them here, what could happen? Someone else could cross the chasm." Harry muttered. Where had that thought come from? They were alone in here. "Harry, we're alone. I doubt there is any human being in a 10-kilometer radius." Bill echoed his thoughts. Harry's memory flashed back to when he thought he had seen the flickering of a campfire in the darkness a few days ago. Are we? He whispered so silently nobody else heard it as they continued to follow the path. He suddenly had a very nasty feeling in the pit of his stomach, and with uneasiness he left the ropes behind. Harry had thought that crossing the chasm had been the next challenge, but apparently it wasn't difficult enough yet. Not by large. They kept walking down the seemingly endless tunnel, and by late morning, according to their Tempest charm, they reached the entrance to a new cavern. It wasn't overly large. To be honestly, Harry wasn't quite able to tell how big it was. Why? Easy. Hundreds of thousands of stalagmites and stalactites grew from all directions into their path. Some were as thick as Harry, others only as wide as his pinky fingers. But they all were extremely long, they grew all over the place, and they had wickedly pointy tips. Harry felt reminded of the fairy tale of Princess Aurora and how Maleficent grew a wall of thorns around the sleeping kingdom to prevent anyone from entering and undoing the curse. Just like that wall, a dome-like structure loomed in before them, with the cavern's ceiling somewhere dozens of meters above them. He swallowed. We have to go through that? He asked nervously. There was a faint trail visible on the ground, sneaking through the maze of pointy needles and disappearing somewhere inside. Apparently, Rashid muttered, not sounding any happier than Harry. Don't sweat it, Thomas said confidently and stepped forward. I am sure we can just blast our way through. He raised his wand to say, Bombarda, but Mr. Lovegood's quick shout of, hold, stopped him. Look up, the newspaper owner said, his voice echoed through the open space above them. They all looked up. From between the wildly growing stalagmites they could make out the ceiling of the cavern somewhat above them. And from it hung hundreds of stalagmites more. And they were moving. Loud noises can be enough to make those come loose. Imagine the disruption bombing would cause. You would bring down the whole ceiling on top of us and pierce us. No, we have to find a different way through there, Mr. Lovegood whispered while waving his hands around dramatically. Couldn't we hide out in the tunnel while bombing our way free? Thomas asked while analyzing the cavern. And risk bringing the whole cavern down? Or make the way even more difficult to pass? Good Merlin, no. Mr. Lovegood disagreed. All right, so no bombing, Thomas muttered, disappointed. Above the pointy stone needles trembled. Keep your voices down, Mr. Lovegood hissed. If what you say is true, Zeno, then I think we should make our way through there as quiet and as careful as we can do, Atticus whispered tensely. I say we shrink our backpacks, looks tight in there, Eric muttered while peeking through the forest of spikes. Said, done. Harry's backpack was now safely in his trouser pocket. Lose your jackets, anything that's too loose and could get caught somewhere, Rashid suggested. It wasn't really cold down here, so Harry put off his jacket but preferred to keep his dragonhide waistcoat on. It would protect his torso should the need arise. One by one, all now considerable lighter and easier underway, slipped between the stone thorns, following the faint path on the ground. For the first, and probably last time ever, Harry thanked the Dursleys for all the meals they had forsaken him and all the chores they had made him do. He thanked Wood for the hard Quidditch training and that Hogwarts consisted of so many stairs. Thanks to his small and rather thin body, he had less or a problem squeezing himself through along and past the pointy tips of the stone needles. He had far less problems than other members of his team. Where Luna, Daphne and he could squeeze past, the other usually had to crawl underneath or climb over the obstacle. The three of them had more room to maneuver and in Luna's case were very flexible when it came to bending your body out of danger. But even they had to tuck in their stomachs sometimes or drop low to avoid being pierced. And yet still they didn't manage to go through the field of stalagmites without scratches. Many times something pointy would poke Harry from more than one side and he had to move slowly, keep an eye out for any pointy tips he might have overlooked. Twice he nearly ran head first into one while turning around. The grown-ups of the team had it much worse. This space simply was too small and tight for them. Harry winced when he saw the many deep scratches on their backs, arms, legs and faces. Although they wore mostly protective gear, there were always some parts of your body that were left unprotected. Also, if a spike pressed hard in your back it hurt, without breaking your skin and making you bleed. Eric's face was deep red. Following the path was a difficult and taxing work, even though they moved slowly. Bill was struggling too, he was tall as well as bored. Rashid's wild hair had gotten caught in a lot of tips already. Harry shook his head and concentrated on the path again. It was silent. Nobody wanted to get distracted while climbing through his maze. Also, the slightest noises made the stalagmites under the ceiling move and clink. Small ones already had come down. Whenever that happened, they all froze and waited until it was silent again. Luna, who was walking in front of them, suddenly stopped. The three teenagers were a couple of meters ahead of everyone else and the others were too distracted to notice them hesitating. "What is it, Luna?" Daphne whispered. "The path, it's gone," Luna breathed back. Harry's eyes widened. He hastily looked back to the others and then back at his two friends. "Are you sure? Maybe you just missed it." Above them the stalagmite tingled. He quickly lowered his voice. "Are you sure?" Luna shook her head. "I am sure. Look, here is our path." She pointed down at their feet. Indeed, there was the slightly darker colored stone that had marked their path through this maze of spikes. "But look, from there on, it's gone," she continued while pointed a few feet ahead. Indeed, the ground there was the same color as the rest of it. "Damn it," Daphne cursed. "What do we do?" Luna asked. "Tell the others," Harry suggested. "Find the path ourselves," Daphne added. "How?" Harry asked. Suddenly Luna's face lit up. "I know how," she whispered excitedly. "Professor Flitwick taught me this spell after my first few months at Hogwarts, when I kept getting lost in the castle after sleepwalking or between lessons." She took out her wand, laid it flat in her palm and whispered, "Point me, the next exit." The wand rose a few inches into the air and started spinning in circles until it slowed down and pointed ahead of them. "Luna, that's brilliant," Harry cheered silently. "Let's go," Daphne said. With Luna's wand floating slowly ahead, they continued their climb. Luna's spell turned out to be their lifesaver because within minutes Harry could see through the forest of pointy stones a wall, and in that wall a tunnel leading onwards. "Daphne, look," he whispered. "Oh, thank Merlin." She groaned and carefully leaned her upper body away from a nasty think stalagmite that grew right through their way. The three of them managed to reach safety before the others. They had nearly reached safety. Harry was slowly squeezing his body through the final gap between two horizontally growing and rather thin-looking stone needles, when he heard it. It was a low rumble going through the entire room. Everybody froze. The stalagmites under the ceiling were jittering and trembling. From his bent position between the two stalagmites, Harry's gaze was glued to the ceiling. As was everybody else's. Harry's seeker eyes quickly spotted it. One tiny stalagmite, about the size of Harry's and not wider than two of his fingers, was moving quicker and wilder than its brothers and sisters. "Oh please, please, whatever god or gods there are, please do not let that thing fall down," Harry prayed feverishly. They didn't hear him, if they were out there, those gods and goddesses. The stone spear came loose and fell down. The sound it made wasn't that loud, but it echoed through the hall, growing stronger each time it was thrown back. The whole ceiling seemed to tremble. There was a short moment of silence. A short moment or stillness. And then, one by one, the stalagmites started falling. Like a deadly rain they fell upon the curse breaker. Instinctively Harry pulled himself out of the gap and stood up to his full height and had his wand in his hand and hissed, "Protega." The stalagmites that hit his shield turned to fine sand, but those that fell down around them hit the stone spears that grew crisscross in their way, starting a chain reaction with the small and fragile parts. And Harry knew one thing for sure as he looked around him. The louder it would get, the bigger were the pointy tips that would came loose. And the bigger ones would cause even bigger ones to break. It would be a vicious circle. And then something strange happened. He remembered his second year. More specific, he remembered his first defense against the dark arts lesson that year with the fraud Gilderoy Lockhart. He remembered the Cornish pixies, flying wildly through the room, dragging Neville up to the chandelier and wreaking havoc in the classroom, destroying whatever got in their way. And he remembered Hermione's spell. Immobilis. He chanted, just as Daphne and Luna called out together, Arresto Momentum Wingardium Leviosa. Harry recognized the first spell vaguely. Hermione had mentioned that it was the one Dumbledore had used to catch him during the Quidditch game that the Dementors had interrupted last year. Luna's spell was all too familiar. All the falling stones froze or slowed down. The remaining members of their team, who hadn't had the chance to react, looked up in wonder as the impending doom was stopped or at least slowed it down. Thomas, who was closest to the trio, turned around and whispered as loudly as he dared, "It's the kids, they're holding the spell. Let's hurry." He was right. Holding a spell, any spell over hundreds of different objects at once, was unlike anything Harry had ever done. Sure, there had been other, more complex, spells he had preformed, but this was a different kind of magic. None of them could let their concentration waver for a second, since each of them was keeping dozens of objects aloft at the same time was not easy. Slowly, agonizingly slow, the others fought their way towards them. Sometimes their movements would cause more stalagmites to loosen. They would fall onto the barrier of spells the three tens had erected, and they knew that they added more weight and strain on them with each. Thomas was the first out. Harry nearly didn't notice. So fixed was he on his spell. He poured his magic into the shield. His brow was covered in sweat and his arm trembled. Can't let a single one get loose, he thought. Not until they are all safe. Atticus was the next. He stared with amazement first at the floating stalagmites and then at the three teens, who all had their gazes fixed on the ceiling. The magical energy around them sent shivers down his spine. There was a lot of power in each of these children. Harry's shirt was drenched in sweat by the time Mr. Lovegood made it out. That left Eric, Bill, Rashid, Alice and Fleur. He clenched his teeth. Suddenly there was a hand on his shoulder. His concentration nearly wavered, and then Bill's voice made its way through to him. "You're doing great, Harry. We can't aid you, we might disrupt your spells. But we can do this, Eric." There was a second hand on Harry's other shoulder, and suddenly he felt as if he'd been given a short electric shock. His nerves stood on end, his thoughts raced through his brain, and his magical core gave a strong push and more energy flowed into his spell. "There, that's enough," he heard Eric mutter and then move away. "You're doing fantastic, Harry. Rashid is almost out, that leaves Alice and Fleur," Bill said steadily next to him. Only a small part of Harry's brain took the words in and processed their information. He gave no sign of acknowledge, but he didn't have to. The spell Harry used to hold his part of the falling stalagmites felt as if Harry's hands were holding onto a giant pile of thin slippery sticks while standing at the edge of a cliff with wild winds pushing and pulling at him, and he had to stay absolutely still because even a slight tremor from his side would result in making the pieces move and fall off the sides of his hands. Like balancing a bowl of soup filled to the brim, while standing with one foot on a giant bouncing ball on top of a pole, while being careful not to spill anything on Aunt Petunia's precious carpet. It was hard work. And then Harry felt something slip. A single stalagmite, bigger and longer and sharper than most, was staring to slip from his grasp. No, he thought, horrified. The stalagmite in question was slowly, as if in slow motion, falling right towards where Fleur was crawling through the final part of the dangerous forest of stone needles. Fear swelled up in Harry, and with it came a push of magic, different than his usual magic. He hadn't felt this sort of magic in a long time. The last time he had felt it rear up, the glass of the boa constrictor terrarium had vanished and Dudley and Pierce nearly had fallen in, and the snake that had inhabited said terrarium was released. Accidental magic, fueled by Harry's fear for Fleur's life. If she was to die because he couldn't hold a stupid stone aloft, he would never forgive himself. This powerful emotion was enough. Harry pushed his wand-free hand forward and yelled. The others must have finally realized the danger because there were shouts all around him, but before any of them could do something, a shockwave, coming from Harry's hand, hit the falling stone, and upon impact it vaporized the stone. Harry's concentration wavered, but Bill saw it and reacted. He dashed forward, grabbed Fleur and pulled her back into the tunnel. Alice was dragging Harry, who then lost all control over his spell. Hundreds of stalagmites crashed down and more followed as Daphne and Luna let go of their spells too. The cavern, the tunnel, the ground, everything was shaking. Stumbling, they ran from the collapsing cavern and further into the darkness. They ran into walls, didn't see upcoming turns, ran into each other, stumbled, were pulled back onto their feet by their friends and colleagues, and kept running. An especially vicious tremble sent them all to their knees, and then a giant dust cloud shot from the direction of the cave-in towards them, covering them with a thin layer of white dust. And then finally, the rumbling stopped. And it was quiet again. Coughing, they got to their knees and feet again. Around them the fine dust hung in the air and got into their lungs with every breath they took. Scourgify. Rashid rasped and the dust vanished. Merlin's beard, gasped Thomas, what the hell happened in there? All eyes turned to the three youngsters, of whom two in return looked at the third. Harry looked down with uneasiness. Let's worry about that later, I need to attend to your wounds, Rashid said, stepping up in between them. Daphne nodded, I help you, I know how to mend cuts. Rashid nodded. And so the rest of them were ordered to sit down and wait, as the healer and his apprentice went around. Harry leaned his head back against the wall. He was exhausted. When Daphne got to him she fixed his few cuts with low murmurs of, "Episky." When she was done she leaned back on her hackles and asked excitedly, "Was that wandless magic?" "I didn't know if bigger spells were possible to perform without a wand. I mean sure, I know smaller ones like putting a candle on an out are possible and even bigger ones like levitation, but an offensive spell like that." "Did you say the incantation in your head?" "Harry, that was so cool." Her talking had attracted the attention of everyone else. "That couldn't have been wandless magic," argued Eric. "It was way too advanced, even for him." "Why not?" Bill argued. "Harry is exceptionally powerful for his age. I could imagine that with the proper emotional backup he'd be able to pull off wandless magic." Harry sighed. "Correct on the emotional part, incorrect about the rest. It wasn't wandless magic, it was accidental magic," he said silently. "But, accidental magic is supposed to stop as soon as we go to Hogwarts and learn to control our powers properly," Daphne argued. Harry shook his head. "I felt it. It felt like the time I set a boa constrictor loose and it nearly attacked my cousin," Harry argued, in the adding at the questioning looks, "Long story." "I guess it is possible," Rashid said slowly. "It certainly isn't unheard of. Rare but possible in extreme situations. Wizards and witches, even grown ones, are known to sometimes let out spontaneous bursts of magic," Atticus added. "What triggered it for you, Harry?" Luna asked curiously. Harry blushed. "Seeing Fleur about to be hit by the spike, I knew it would be my fault. I couldn't hold my spell. I was desperate, I guess," he said. Fleur let out a sob and went hug him. "Merci. Merci, Ari. Merci beaucoup," she whispered. He patted her back awkwardly. "No biggie," he muttered back. Rashid finished patching up Mr. Lovegood. "Speaking of spells, what you three did was amazing, all of you. The way you held those spells until the last of us was safe, that is something none of us will ever forget," Atticus said seriously. The others mumbled, agreeing. "You all make us proud and we are happy to have you with us," Bill added. "I think all three of them could do with a bit of rest," Thomas said softly. "Not here," Atticus said. "Let's move a bit away from here." As Harry shuffled through the semi-darkness next to Daphne, she muttered, "I have the feeling what can go wrong usually goes wrong." "Well, wouldn't be a challenge if it was easy, right? And where would be the fun without near-death experiences? It's character building, I once read," he retorted. She scowled. "I liked you more when you were less sarcastic. That version of me doesn't exist." "Too bad." "Not really." They rested for nearly 3 hours after the incident in the caves of stalagmites. Harry ate 4 times of what he usually managed and still felt hungry and weak afterwards. Rashid's prognosis was simple. His magical core had overexerted itself while maintaining the Immobilis spell, as well as giving off the sprout of accidental magic. "If Eric hadn't shared his energy with you, we would be carrying you around. You need to take it easy the next few hours," Rashid said seriously. "He what?" Harry asked, interested. "Didn't you feel the push of additional power?" Bill asked. "You mean when you two put your hands on my shoulder?" Harry asked. "Yes," Bill nodded. "Eric used a power rune to increase his own strength and then transferred it onto you to help you hold the spell a bit longer," he explained. Harry turned to Eric. "You mean you used your rune magic and I didn't see it?" he asked disappointedly. Eric rolled with his eyes. "Yes, Potter, I have now. Get over it." "Was it cool?" Harry asked Bill. "Pretty cool," Bill admitted. Harry sulked unhappily. "Can you show me, please?" he asked Eric with the best pleading eyes he could manage. "Not working," the rune mage growled. "Please." Harry whined. "You don't always get what you want. I know that. Pretty please." "I don't care what the please looks like. Just a tiny demonstration," Harry pleaded. "Will you leave me in peace if I do it?" "Probably." "Will you leave me in peace if I don't do it?" "Probably not." Bill patted Eric on the shoulder. "Just show the kid hook and save us all from his whining." Harry shot Bill a deeply despising look. Bill just laughed. Eric sighed and walked over to the tunnel wall. "Okay, so if I were to punch the wall with my bare fist, nothing much would happen to the wall. My hand on the other side could break," he told Harry and demonstrated it by lightly punching the wall. Harry nodded. "But if I do this?" Eric took out his wand and started drawing in the air. The tip of his wand left glowing lines in the air, until a perfectly drawn rune, which kinda looked like an N, hovered in the air. Eric then closed his fist around the rune and concentrated. His whole hand glowed, and then the light traveled up his arm to his shoulder. He drew his arm back and crashed his fist into the solid rock wall, driving it past the wrist into the stone. Slowly he pulled his hand out of the hole he had punched into the wall and smirked. Harry looked at him gobsmashed. "I think you broke him," Bill said jokingly. Eric laughed too. He opened his hand and released the rune. It dissolved into nothingness. "Bloody hell," Harry swore. Bill actually felt proud for a second, but then hastily said, "Harry, language." Harry's eyes were alight with wonder and excitement. "Forget being a curse breaker, I want to be able to do that." "What do I have to do? Can you teach me?" he exclaimed rapidly. Atticus laughed loudly. "Don't be too quick in your judgment, Harry. This may look pretty cool, but it is just as dangerous and hard to learn. It requires years of study and an exceptional control over your magic. You can't just start learning it. You're not ready for it physically as well as mentally. You need to be stronger and more stable also. Being a rune master is all well and so on, but being a curse breaker will get you farther in life," he said as he put an arm around Harry's shoulders. "What is that supposed to mean?" Eric growled. "Admit it, Eric, there are better paying jobs than yours, curse breaker included." Eric did what he loved doing the most. He flipped Atticus the finger in the one-finger salute and turned away. Harry frowned. "I don't understand. I thought all of you were curse breakers," he said. "Well, we are, but look at it as a kind of second job. First and foremost, we all have learned something else. Bill is a professional wardener. If he isn't on a curse-breaking mission, he could make money by warding people's houses and property or decursing spell rolls. Alice is a duelist. She works in private security and so on. Mr. Lovegood has his newspaper. Rashid is a healer. He can work anywhere. Eric can work as a teacher for ancient runes or train new rune masters. Thomas used to work in the ministry in the wizard-goblin liaison but converted to work for Gringotts when that got too boring. He used to work as an accountant. He does part of the bookkeeping for the human employees of Gringotts. I myself have a charms degree and offer my skills Gringotts for the curse-breaking missions we all do. We don't run from one adventure to the other. Sometimes there are breaks between adventures, but we still need to earn money in that time, so Gringotts employs us in different sections for those times." "Oh," Harry muttered, "makes sense," he added then. "For our missions a lot of expertise from different areas is required. So I would have to learn something useful for curse breaking as well?" Harry asked. Atticus nodded. "Yeah, but nearly everything useful because you seldom know what to expect and what you might need." "Interesting," Harry muttered. The next few hours were uneventful. It involved lots of walking, wall climbing and staring at their map, trying to anticipate upcoming challenges. "What do you plan to do once we find this mysterious secret all-powerful weapon that is supposedly somewhere here?" "If we find it," Harry asked Atticus. "Well, if it really is here, we bring it to Gringotts where it will be locked up safe and secure." "Is that wise?" Harry asked. "The goblins would never use it, Harry. They have no need for it." "That's not what I meant. What if the ministry or less friendly people come to know of its existence? What if they demand they hand it over? Or worse, try to steal it? I like to see anyone trying to make the goblins do anything they don't want to do," Atticus said with a slight smile. "Still," Harry muttered, "Gringotts is the safest place on Earth. Nothing is more secure. Nobody steals from Gringotts," Eric said. "I heard that before, and then someone did break into Gringotts and raided a vault," Harry pointed out. "But it was empty," Eric said with a shrug. "Because Hagrid and I emptied it hours before it happened. If they had succeeded, we would be living in a different world right now." Harry mumbled silently before saying louder, "I'm just saying, shouldn't things like that be kept away from everyone?" "Well, we can't leave it here for someone else to stumble upon either," Thomas said. "It is, or rather was pretty good protected," Harry said doubtfully. "It's our job, Harry, making the world, in our own way, a bit more secure. That shield was dangerous and it affected the environment. It could have spread and it wouldn't take long until humans were affected as well. This way it's better and safer," Bill jumped in. "I'm not saying it is, but I'm still not totally convinced it is the right thing to do. With power comes responsibility and many people can't handle it well. Still, if we don't bring anything home, we either don't get paid or only minimum wage," Atticus added. "So this is about profit then?" Harry asked. "That's how the world goes, Harry. Money makes the world go round," Alice said silently. "This is crazy," Harry said, shaking his head. "We don't live in an allopathic society, Harry," Bill said. "If you think so, you should seriously reconsider your job decisions," Eric added. Harry shook his head. He was starting to see new sides to this business. But of course it made sense they needed to bring treasures home to finance themselves and at the same time their job program and the goblins as well. Without any treasures to find there was, so to speak, no use in risking one's life like this. And he knew that gold was important for goblins. But wasn't this also because you wanted to learn about the past? To help understand cultures better. To protect their heritage. And to make dangerous places safer again. That's what the books had said what curse breaking was about. But this was reality. Find the treasure and get paid or don't get paid for no treasure or die while trying to find it. Could that be his future? Harry wondered what he had gotten into. Why am I doing this? So Gringotts detects a heavily warded, cursed place and on the hunch that there could be treasures they send their teams in to haul these treasures back home. Harry asked. Basically Harry understand that it is a vital part for our economy. Did it ever happen that there were no treasures and that Rally was just a place of bad luck? That people had warded it because it was dangerous for some reason and no other? Atticus shrugged and nodded. Yeah, but we still get paid not as much but for the trouble of getting in, and sometimes, when we scholars with us or invite them there, they find other treasures in form of writings on the walls and information they can gather from it, and then Gringotts sells those. I thought there was more honor to this, Harry muttered. Those days are over, Harry, Mr. Lovegood said silently. What do you look most forward to once you're back home? Daphne asked as she cut her food in little pieces so it would cool down quicker. A real shower, Harry said with a longing groan. Luna hummed her agreement. In Mrs. Weasley's homemade food and playing Quidditch and seeing my friends and my godfather, Harry added wistfully. Daphne smiled. Yeah, I know what you mean. I miss my dad and my uncle and my aunts and my siblings. Merlin, I can't believe it's only been 2 weeks since I last saw them. She asked and shook her head. It feels so much longer. Luna agreed. To think I used to complain about my sister always clinging to me and now I miss them so much, Daphne said with a shaking head. Harry laughed and Daphne swatted at him. Don't laugh, she said, and don't tell them I said that. Harry wanted to reply but a flash of light startled him. He blinked the spots away and saw Luna shake a piece of paper in the air. Oh, that's a good one, she exclaimed and showed them the picture the Polaroid camera had made. It showed Harry laughing freely while Daphne was looking at him intently while waving one finger at him. That goes with the others. Do you want a copy? Luna asked as she carefully opened a big book she had pulled from her backpack and glues it with a sticking charm to the page. Above this newly added picture was a picture of the Daphne as she made her way through the forest of stalagmites, and next to it, in Luna's neat cursive, was a short report of what had happened. Luna now started to write what had happened afterwards until now next to the picture of Harry and Daphne. Harry remembered that she had told him that she was officially documenting the trip, but he had totally forgotten about it. How do you find the time in all of this to take pictures, let alone remember everything that happened and write it down? Harry asked, a bit perplexed. Luna shrugged. I just find the time. It calms me down and helps me work through the happenings of each day. She skimmed through the pages and Harry saw that she had pictures of everyone doing lots of different things. She had managed to capture special moments like when the shield had exploded or Eric's sleeves had caught fire during one dinner back at the camp. Pictures of times she hadn't even known she was around. And next to the pictures were neat explanations and illustrations. Sometimes even small drawings and anecdotes. Luna, this is amazing, he muttered. Do you want a copy of this picture for your diary too? She asked him. You have a diary? Daphne asked laughingly. It's a journal, Harry muttered, a bit embarrassed. Harry keeps his own records of the trip, Luna said. How do you know that? Harry asked. The Earth spirits saw you write in it once and they told me, Luna said nonchalant. Right, so do you want a copy? Yes please. Luna waved her wand and a copy of the picture appeared. Harry pulled his journal out and put it between the pages he would write another time. Can I read it? Daphne asked. Over dead body. Harry laughed. Why, did you write in who you're crushing on and all your other deep and dark secrets? She asked with a smirk. None of your business, Harry muttered, still embarrassed. You can read mine, Daphne offered. Harry raised an eyebrow. Really? He asked skeptically. If it existed, of course, Daphne added. Of course, Harry agreed. They cleaned their plates and sat back down. So, what do we do now? We don't move for another 8 hours, but I'm not tired. Anyone want to play a game? Daphne asked. So they played many rounds of wizard chess, exploding snap and other games. Harry introduced them to a simple Muggle card game and Yahtzee. They liked the last one especially. Then they slept for a few hours but were awake quickly again. What day is it? Daphne wondered suddenly. August 3rd, August 4th. Harry guessed. Why? Luna asked, interested as she replaited her hair. On August 4th my parents always host a special event. It's called the Feast of Reaping and we celebrate the begin of autumn and the reaping time. They collect donations for hospitals and stuff like that and hope for a good season. Sounds nice. I always liked the dancing most, Daphne said a bit wistfully. This is the first time in my life I'm not there. Kind of strange. Seeing her slightly sad face, Harry didn't think long. He jumped to his feet and extended his hand. Well, we can't have you mopping around like this. If you miss dancing you shall be dancing, he announced and pulled her to her feet. What are you doing, Harry? She asked, confused. Luna, do we have any music? Luna shrugged and searched her bag. I have a small radio but I doubt we have good reception down here, she said. She turned it on. She was right, the reception was horrible. Lots of cracking and static noise interrupting the music and comments. It wasn't nice for the ears but there were small pieces of music every now and then. May I have this dance? Harry asked with a sly smile. Daphne smiled at him as if he just gave her the greatest thing in the world. You may, she said. I hope you do remember what kind of horrible dancer I am. Good thing I'm such a good teacher. Now stand up straight and relax your shoulders. This is a nice disco fox. You remember the steps, right? And 1 2 3. They must have looked ridiculous dancing to no real music in a dimly lit tunnel somewhere underground in Cambodia's wilderness. Harry's first dancing lessons with Daphne had been disastrous, okay maybe not so bad, and now it was only marginally better. Luna still applauded when they were done and turned off the radio. Harry was sure she'd taken a few pictures. He didn't care. Being so close to Daphne was suddenly so different. They had been close to each other before. They had shared the back of an elephant for hours while barely knowing each other. She had often abused him as her human pillow and generally liked sitting close to him, and he had never minded. But somehow dancing here with her, so far away from everything that was normal, it still felt right. He was reluctant to let her go in the end. And so was she. The prickling feeling in his stomach grew. Light is spare in the tunnels. Sure, there were the handful of trokes that always illuminated the part of their path they were currently walking along with their eerie green light, but other than that they relied on their wands and glow sticks. Still, it wasn't much. So when the path ahead of them suddenly started to brighten up with each step they took, all of the gathered wizards and witches grew suspicious. Although Harry had eaten and slept and relaxed after the incident with the stalagmites, he still felt drained, magically speaking. He knew that if this glow heralded another challenge, he wouldn't be up to it. He edged closer to Bill as they hesitantly approached the light. It wasn't sunlight or the light of fire. It was strange. It was of a silvery whitish color but somehow soft and pearly. The way it grew towards them and shimmered and moved, it reminded Harry of sunlight falling into a pool of water and breaking at the bottom. They walked for another minutes before they heard it. The sound was so familiar and yet so alien because Harry hadn't heard it in a long time. Is that bird singing? Alice asked, astonished. I think so, Atticus said back. Please don't let it be some kind of monstrous flesh-eating birds. Daphne whispered. Now you just jinxed it, Harry said teasingly. Not funny, Potter. Daphne stopped. They had rounded a corner and now saw the source of the light. It was a cave. Surprise, but it was unlike all the others they had encountered. There were no deep crevices, no bottomless pits, no wide gaps, and no mysterious bodies of water, no pointy things that could kill them or any other nasty things. In fact, there was nothing bad at all. They stepped from solid rock onto soft green grass. Harry wondered how it grew down here. The answer was probably magic. And from the patches of grass grew giant white crystals in all forms and shapes. They were giving of the light in pulsing waves. There was a sweet smell in the air, but Harry couldn't detect where it came from. And then there were the birds. Hundreds, no, thousands of tiny globated golden-colored birds with tiny red eyes and long thin beaks that reminded Harry of hummingbirds. Their wings were, in proportion to their round bodies, rather on the small side, but rotated in 360 degrees and made them fly swiftly and agile through the air. And they were chirping and singing and chattering and generally making a wonderful canopy of noise. With awe written all over their faces, they stepped into this fantastic sanctuary of peace and happiness. Are they what I think they are? Thomas asked silently. Golden snidgets, bless my heart, I've never seen one, let alone thousands all gathered in one place. Breathed Mr. Lovegood, overwhelmed. Harry watched the creatures with big round eyes, for they were indeed golden snidgets. But I thought they were nearly extinct. He asked. They supposedly are, Eric said, equally baffled. There have been only 2 sightings in England last year, Alice said. And here are so many, Bill breathed. They are beautiful, Luna said wistfully. Nobody disagreed. What are they doing here? Harry wondered. That seems to be the question, Rashid said. Let's have a look around, Eric suggested. Yes, split up everyone and look what you find, Atticus said. Luna, Daphne and Harry sat off, wandering through clouds of the little golden birds. The birds didn't seem to mind them. They flew around them, touched down on their heads and shoulders before immediately taking off again. And all the while their singing followed them around. Daphne yawned. Merlin, it's so peaceful here, I could just roll up in a ball and sleep. I've never felt this relaxed before. Harry nodded. They walked around a big cluster of pulsating and glowing rocks and stopped in their tracks. There was a well in front of them, about knee-high, with a winch and a crank and a rope with a bucket attached to it. Cautiously they approached it. What is a well doing here? Harry wondered. Let's find out, Luann suggested, and began to rotate the crank. Quickly the rope and the bucket lowered themselves down. They peered down the chute, but it was too dark to make anything out down there. The rope was slowly coming to an end. There was a dull sound as the bucket apparently hit ground. Strange, Daphne said and yawned again. Do you smell this? Luna asked. You mean this sweet smell? Harry asked. Yeah, I noticed it the second we walked in here. It's strange, I think this is where it is coming from, Luna said. Daphne frowned and sniffed. Yeah, I think you're right, she said, but what does that mean? She suppressed another yawn. Goodness woman, didn't you sleep last night? Harry asked. I did, it's so nice here, Daphne said. Watching her made Harry tired. He too had to yawn. Look at this, now you infected me too, he said accusingly. Oh no, Luna suddenly exclaimed, and with surprising force she pulled them away from the well. I knew I recognized that smell. We need to find the others, she exclaimed. What? Why? Daphne asked. Because we're all in danger, Luna called out, dragging each of them along with one hand. In danger? Why? Harry asked, now alarmed. What you smell? Those are poppy tears, Luna explained as they weaved through the glowing rocks. Was there now end to them? Harry's head was spinning. Suddenly the light coming off the crystals seemed to be more rainbow-colored, and the pulsating movements it made hurt his eyes. He squeezed his eyes together to concentrate. Next to him Daphne gasped. What are poppy tears? Harry asked. You may know it is opium, Daphne suggested. What? You mean like the drug? Harry asked. Yes, Luna said, exactly like the drug. That's why you're so tired, Daphne. It's why we feel so safe and peaceful. The drug, combined with the singing of the birds, the pulsating of the rocks, we've been drugged and hypnotized. We need to find the others before we breathe in too much of this stuff and overdose. If we do overdose, we can die, right? Harry asked nervously. The befuddlement in his brain now made more sense to him. Yes, Luna said, we need to get out of here. Where are they? Daphne wondered. It didn't take them long to find the first members of their team. Atticus and Fleur were lying next to each other, their eyes unevenly blown and breathing hard. Oh my gods! Exclaimed Harry and knelt down next to the quarter villa, Fleur. She wasn't exactly responding. What's wrong with her? He asked, horrified, as the French witch just rolled her head from one side to the other and made some weak clawing gestures with one hand. I'd say they are pretty far down the lane, Daphne muttered while checking their pulses. The good news is their pulse as strong as is their blood pressure, but we need to get them out of this toxic environment for them to get better. For that we need to find the others and stay awake ourselves, Harry muttered. I don't like the thought of leaving them here alone, Daphne said. They'll be fine. I can put up an air cleansing charm around their mouth so that they don't keep breathing in this stuff. We find the others, do the same with them, and then find the exit and get them out, Luna suggested. You know how to do that? Daphne asked, impressed. My mum used to do it all the time when she experimented with spells and potions. On more than one occasion it resulted in toxic gases and smoke. Mum used the spell to keep herself safe, Luna explained and then looked down. Not that it helped in the end, he added silently. Harry looked at Daphne questioningly. She mouthed, "Later," to him. "Then do that, Luna, please," he said instead. Luna nodded and waved her wand over Fleur's face and muttered some words Harry didn't catch. A silver sheen of misty air appeared and spread around her head. Luna repeated the same thing with Atticus. "There, that should do it. Then let's go and find the others," Daphne said. The cave was bigger than expected and it took them some time to gather all of their teammates in one place. They were all in different states. Thomas and Bill seemed to be asleep whereas Eric was downright hallucinating. Rashid was the most lucid of them all, but that didn't mean much considering that he couldn't walk straight or coordinate his arms and judge distances correctly, so they put a body bind on him to keep him from hurting himself. The rest of the team was much like Fleur and Atticus, completely gone. "What I don't get is why we're not affected. I mean, we stood right above the well and breathed this shit in," swore Harry. "I wouldn't say it has no effect," Daphne said. She was right. They were all tired and the world was spinning slightly and Harry saw more colors than there should be, but all things considering he had a clear mind and could think straight as well as walk and talk with no problems. "Maybe it's because we're young?" Luna asked. "I'm not familiar with drugs and how they work." "So what next?" Harry asked and swept the sweat from his forehead. Was it getting warmer in here or was he just imagining that? Or was it the opium? "Exit," Luna said. "All right, Daphne. Wait, I think, just in case, I should put the air cleansing spell on us as well to be safe," Luna suggested. "Good idea. Why didn't we think of that sooner?" Harry said and smiled at her. As soon as the spell took effect, Harry could feel the difference now. It was like breathing in fresh mountain air. "All right, I'd say split up if you find something, shout or use a fireworks spell," Harry outlined the plan. The girls nodded and they split up. As Harry wandered through the cave his mind was running at 100 miles an hour. This place just didn't make any sense to him. He understood it was a trap, but how did you get out of here? Where was the challenge? What was up with all these supposedly extinct birds? And then these crystals. He stopped to examine one of these crystal rocks closer. It was about as tall as he was and about a meter in diameter. Although it grew ragged and uneven at the top and to the sides, it was rather smooth. And there seemed to be something inside of it. Harry frowned. He hadn't noticed it before because the light the crystals emanated was rather distracting, but their cores were rather dark. He stepped close up to the rock, pressed his face against the surface of the rock and tried to look past the light. It took his eyes a few seconds to adjust and another few seconds for his brain to realize what his eyes were seeing. When he understood he yelped and jumped backwards. Encased in the crystal was a human. Only when his wild beating heart had calmed down again he approached the stone again. This time he forced himself to look at the person in the rock. It was a man in his early 30s or late 20s, Harry guessed. His skin was dark and his hair wild. His cloths were torn and dirty, but Harry could still see that they were rather old-fashioned. But what caught Harry's eye was the wand in his left hand. A wizard, encased in a crystal. Harry tried to see if he was breathing or moving, but he couldn't see anything that looked like movement. He stepped back again and looked around. There was another crystal, this one a lot bigger and wider. He sprinted towards it and pressed his face against this one. This time he could only vaguely make out the person deep inside the center of this stone. It was a woman. She was young and pretty from what Harry could see. She was dressed in lengths of material wrapped around her body in a unique way. Harry stepped back and shook his head. If every crystal in here was housing a person, then they weren't the first to enter this place and go through the challenges. A sudden burst of colors above him to his right drew his attention and he hastily ran towards it. Daphne had found the exit. But it was blocked. "I think we need a key," Daphne explained and pointed at a perfectly round-shaped tiny hole in the middle of the blockade. "And we need it now," Harry said grimly. He showed the girls what he had found. Luna looked heartbroken at the sight of the trapped people. "I think that is what happens to you here," Harry said. "You fall asleep and while you sleep these crystals grow around you and encase you. Eventually you die." "But why?" Daphne asked. "I don't know. Why does this place do anything it does?" "They are not dead," Luna exclaimed, swirling around. "If they were, their souls would be trapped in here and I would be able to see and hear them. No, they are not dead. They are in a really deep sleep or coma." Daphne and Harry exchanged glances. They knew this was just Luna talking nonsense, but the way she spoke. Okay, but that still doesn't help us in finding the answer to getting out of here, Daphne said slowly. Can't you ask the birds instead? You have such a unique connection to beasts after all, maybe they can help us, she added. I can't talk to birds, don't be ridiculous, Luna said airily. Harry and Daphne exchanged a brief glance. Look, Luna said instead and pointed at the blockade in the tunnel. Fine lines of writing had appeared around the tiny hole in the stone. Can you read it? Daphne asked Luna anxiously. Not as good as father, but I'll try. The next few minutes were tense. Luna was muttering to herself, her brow creased and her finger trailed the carving on the stone. She shook her head. Either I've translated it wrong, what I doubt, or it simply isn't supposed to make sense, she concluded a bit confused. Why, what does it say? Daphne asked. It says here, look down. Harry blinked. That's all. He asked, look down. They all looked down. There was nothing but grass. Why do I feel we just fell for some stupid old joke? Like when someone tells you, your shoelaces are open, and are actually not. Daphne asked. Because we just did, Harry agreed. Is that really all it says, Luna? Daphne asked. Luna nodded. It says right here, look down to find your problem's solution. But there is nothing there. Harry cried. Clueless, the three teens looked at each other. Can't you just make some medicine, something that will counter the effects of the opium so that they can help us? Harry asked with a side glance at their teammates. Bill was drooling on Fleur's hair. Not very gentlemanlike. Daphne shook her head. I'm sorry, but opium is rarely used by wizards. Such mundane drugs generally aren't very common. Muggles use them as painkillers, but we have different, less dangerous potions for that, she explained. Damn it. What if it doesn't say, look, down but, climb, down? Luna suddenly suggested. What do you mean? Harry asked. Well, there is one thing here that goes down, Luna said. You mean the well? Harry yelped. Yes, Luna agreed. But that's where the opium gas comes from. Going down there, that's madness. Daphne said. Which is exactly why the key would be down there, concluded Harry. Damn it. It's the only option we have right now unless they want us to start digging, Luna reasoned. Down the well it is, Harry said gloomily. They used the rope attached to the bucket and the crank to slowly slide it down. The chute was too narrow for brooms. Harry went first, then Luna, then Daphne. As the round speck light grew smaller above them, Harry wondered if this was wise. Probably not. They passed into total darkness and Harry used his wand to give them some light. The walls of the well were smooth and of some dark stone that so shiny that it reflected Harry's pale face. Deeper they went. Harry wondered how they would get back up. Should have thought of that before. When his feet hit the ground it was unexpected. There was a cloud of darkness around him that gave no indication how far it was. I've got ground, he called out and let go of the rope. He waved with his hands to part this darkness around him and looked around. The girls landed next to him. Look, there is a tunnel, Harry said. They had to go down on their knees to fit in. Luckily it was short and they found themselves in a small cave. There was nothing but a small chimney that rose from the ground and was about 3 feet tall. A heavy shoulder sat on top, but instead of blocking the white fumes from rising from the inside of said little chimney, a small and thin square metal pole sat in the middle, carrying the whole boulder and making a small gap left and right for the fumes to exit. Harry coughed. His head was spinning and there was an explosion of colors before his eyes. Guys, I think the air cleansing spells aren't strong enough for so much gas. He gagged. Luna waved her wand but it brought only little relief. Let's hurry then, Daphne said. She swayed slightly and yawned. Harry made one step and nearly tripped over his own feet. I don't see a key, he said, frowning while looking around, though that might be because of his rapidly worsening view. But I do, Luna said silently. What do you mean? Daphne asked. She was supporting herself on the wall with one hand. Luna pointed at the metal rod that held the boulder up. You gotta be kidding me, Harry said. It has the right size. It's worth a shot, Daphne said with a cough. We need to hurry. I don't know how much longer I can stay awake. It's too easy, Harry muttered, eyeing the contraption critically. Stop complaining, Daphne advised. She pointed her wand at the boulder and said clearly, Levi Corpus. Nothing happened. Wow, don't overdo it, Harry said dryly. Maybe it needs more than one casting the spell, she retorted. Everyone on 3, Harry said. They pointed their wands at the boulder. 1, 2, 3, Levi Corpus. Nothing. Do you think we can't use magic? Luna asked. Like the reverse magic thing? Daphne asked. She was by now leaning against the boulder for support. Harry stepped up to her and put an arm around her shoulders. Are you all right? I'm fine. Let's see if we can try something different. She waved his worries aside. Like what? Luna asked. Try to blow it up. Harry suggested. And bring everything down around us because you can't aim. No thanks, Daphne said, but her voice was so meek it didn't have the desired effect. Then let's do it the Muggle way. Let's try lifting it, you and me, Daphne and Luna. You pull it out, okay? Harry offered. All right, Luna said. Daphne just nodded. They gathered around the boulder, jamming their fingers into the small space underneath it. Okay, on 3 again and lift with your knees, Harry said. They had to wait though because a coughing fit shook Harry's inside. 1, 2, 3, he wheezed and he and Daphne heaved. The stone budged a bit but not enough for Luna to pull the metal rod out. They let go, breathing heavily, what really wasn't so good, considering what they were breathing in, despite the protective spell. Luna, you need to help us lift at least with one hand and try to pull it out with the other. Harry wheezed. You guys can barely stand. Luna protested. No other choice. Why are you not affected? Daphne asked breathlessly, her eyes dropping all the time. It affects me, just not so much, Luna said. Why? It's not fair, Daphne slurred. I'll tell you later, Luna promised. Let's get back to lifting, Harry muttered. Come on girls, the others are counting on us, our friends, our family members. He said intently, grabbing the boulder securely. The girls nodded, determination on their faces. 1, 2, 3. They managed to lift it again, enough for Luna to pull it nearly completely out. And then things went wrong. Daphne collapsed and they all lost their grip. Harry could narrowly avoid getting his fingers squashed. Daphne, he shouted and fell down beside her. Her skin was hot and clammy and she Ned. Harry, I don't feel good, she whispered. Don't worry, we'll be out in a second. He promised and looked up at Luna. Did you get it? He asked hopefully. His head was hurting, his lungs were hurting. Luna shook her head. She pointed back at the small chimney and the boulder and the metal rod. She had only managed to pull it out partly so that one side of the boulder was blocked by it and the rest sealed off the chimney and the fumes. It stuck out at a high angle and Harry knew that if they lifted the boulder again the rod could slip into the chimney. But he needed Luna to help him lift the stone. Luna, grab that rod and don't let it go. I will try to lift the boulder far enough for you to pull it out, yes. She nodded, slightly pale to her face. All right, here we go, Harry muttered and tore at the boulder, trying it to lift. Luna pushed with one hand. Come on, come on, come on. Harry whispered as he used all the strength he could muster. The skin on his fingertips tore open and the blood made his fingers slippery. The rod moved a bit. Come on, come on. He kept whispering. He felt sick to the stomach and his head pounded. Most of his vision was taken over by colorful circles. Faintly he could hear Luna mutter, come, come, come. Please. He saw her start push again the boulder with both hands and together they managed to raise it a bit higher, but then happened what Harry had dreaded. The metal rod started to slip inwards. No, he croaked. Suddenly there was a streak of gold and Luna let out a shout. She let go and Harry had no choice but to follow. He too collapsed to the ground. He thought it was over. He thought the key had plumaged into the chimney. But then Luna was there, kneeling next to him. I got it, Harry. I got it. They came. I'll get you out of here. Her voice was so far away. His head rolled onto the hard ground floor. Luna squeezed his hand and the last thing Harry saw was golden light. Then he was dragged under into an abstract world of hallucinations and colors. When he woke he was disorientated and weak. The first thing he did was being violently sick on himself. Whoa, careful there, said someone and lifted his head and rolled him onto his side so he could spit the rest of the sick out and didn't choke on it. The movement didn't go with his stomach and it heaved up another load of vomit. The someone that held him was rubbing soothing circles over his back and talking soft nonsense to help him calm down. Harry groaned and could just barely keep another wave of his digested food inside when he smelled his own vomit on him and the floor. It's okay, Harry, let it out, it's better that way. Rashid? He asked feebly, recognizing the voice. Yes Harry, you're fine, can you sit up? With the healer's help Harry managed to sit up. Rashid banished the sick from his cloths and gave Harry a cup of water for cleansing his mouth. Harry felt a lot better after that. All right, let me check your vitals, Rashid said softly. He shone a light in Harry's eyes. Took his pulse and blood pressure and made him answer some simple questions. Harry still felt sick and there was still the vertigo, combined with the wrong coloration of some things. Also he was shaking though he didn't feel cold. It's all right Harry, what you're experiencing is withdrawal from the opium, a horrible feeling, I know, but it'll be all right. I feel so strange, Harry groaned through chattering teeth. A bit of food and movement will do you good, Rashid assured him. Are the others all right then? Harry asked. Everyone is fine, assured Daphne's mentor him. So what happened? The last thing I remember is Luna saying she got the key and then there was some kind of golden light, he whispered. No golden light, golden snidgets. Harry turned to see Luann approach him with a bowl of food. She knelt down next to him and smiled at him. Turns out I can speak to birds. Daphne was right, I asked the snidgets to come and they did. They carried me out of the chute. I opened the blockade by pushing the metal rod in the opening and twisting it. It opened almost instantly. Then I returned to the others. The spell I had put on them had helped most of them were awake by then and Rashid was strong enough to take care of them and recover you and Daphne from the well, she explained and handed him the bowl. Thanks, he muttered. So, the snidgets helped. That's amazing, he said, sipping at the soup. It is. Alice says she's jealous. Jealous of what? Harry asked. Luna smiled and reached behind her back. Say hello to Pumpkin, she said excitedly. In her cupped palms sat one of the golden birds, blinking up at Harry with curious red eyes. Harry stared at it. He pulled the key from underneath the stone when we were lifting it. Luna explained excitedly. He hasn't been leaving her side ever since then, said the chuckling voice of her father behind her. Mr. Lovegood looked tired and a bit unsteady on his feet, but he smiled at his daughter proudly. Mr. Lovegood, good to see you. Good to see you too, Harry, the historian said. I thank you for saving us. It wasn't just me, Harry said quickly. I know, but I still need to thank you, the tall man said calmly before walking off again. Rashid propped Harry up against a wall and began mixing some drafts together for Harry to take. Where's the rest? Harry asked. How is Daphne? Daphne, like you, has a bit of a hard time with the withdrawal because of the high dosage you both inhaled. By all means you should be dead, but we're glad you're not. Thomas is looking after her. Rashid pointed over to Hiccup's other side where, a bit hidden from view, Harry could see Thomas's blonde head, bent over someone on the ground. Everyone else is more or less up and walking. Rashid continued, I told them to give you some space and Luna told us everything already. If you want I can fetch Bill for you. Yes please. Rashid got up and vanished. Daphne will be fine, she's a bit sick like you and has a fever but nothing bad, Luna answered his unasked question. Harry nodded his thanks. Where are we anyway? He asked Luna. She was scratching Pumpkin's head and smiled up at him. Rashid and I moved you all deeper into the tunnel and away from that cave. We found this alcove in the path and decided to rest here. The others are a bit farther down the tunnel around the corner. True to her word, Bill came around the corner. He sagged with relief when he saw Harry sitting upright. Are you all right? He asked. I'm fine, Harry assured him. How do you feel? He asked back. Horrible but better already. That's good. Harry closed his eyes and leaned his head against the wall. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.